Once a paramount beastmaster, Ye Fan has been reborn into his youth, only to find himself assessed with a D-grade beast affinity, relegating him to possessing merely a lowly bloodline Fire Hound. However, having stood atop the pinnacle of beastmasters for many years and possessing profound knowledge of the evolution paths of various beasts, he now contemplates whether to guide this Fire Hound towards evolving into a Flame Qilin or an Undying Divine Wolf. This is an era where beastmasters abound, and the populace is deeply engaged in the mastery of beasts. Ye Fan, determined to seize this second chance, vows to leave no regrets behind. In this life, he will annihilate his enemies and eliminate the malevolent, resolutely reclaiming all that he has lost. Look, isn't that Ye Fan, the top candidate from Pingqing Middle School? He's been assigned to an ordinary class. So what if he was the top candidate? His beast affinity is said to be rated D, which barely qualifies him. Simply being able to attend high school here is already a stroke of luck. What a pity. I had heard that the principal once claimed he would become a formidable beastmaster. What good is theory if talent is lacking? A D-grade affinity means he may not even get into university. As Ye Fan strides through the corridors of Pingqiang High School towards the classroom at the far end of the hall, he overhears the whispers of onlookers but chooses not to engage in rebuttals. In Pingqiang, and indeed across the world, beast affinity holds immense significance. Since the inexplicable emergence of spiritual energy on Earth thousands of years ago, beast-like creatures have supplanted the original fauna, and the title of Beastmaster has become illustrious. At the age of 15, individuals undergo a pivotal awakening, allowing them to forge contracts with various beastly entities. This awakening bestows upon each person a beast affinity, categorized from D to A, based on the enhancement capabilities granted to their beasts. While D-grade is not the lowest, it signifies entry into the field, enabling one to become a competent beastmaster. In later years, the level of beast affinity has also become a metric for various evaluations, exemplified by Ye Fan's predicament. Despite being the foremost in theoretical knowledge of beasts prior to high school, his D-grade affinity still relegated him to the ordinary class. But who says a D-grade must remain a D-grade forever? Ye Fan muses, pausing before the door of the ordinary class, a smile gracing his face. This place is all too familiar. In his previous life, it was the cradle of his achievements, the pride of Pingqing, bestowing countless honors upon the city. In his last life, he had triumphed over numerous prodigies within this very institution, emerging from Pingqing despite his D-grade classification. Lacking innate talent does not preclude one from becoming a formidable force. After decades of perseverance, he ultimately ascended to become a sovereign beastmaster, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Eastern Kingdom. Alas, he was ultimately betrayed by a treacherous companion while seeking the fabled beast relics, leading his trusted allies into an ancient secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, his brother's betrayal awakened the legendary Emperor-grade beast, the time-space dragon. In a desperate battle, he fought valiantly, but was ultimately overpowered by the legendary creature. As he faced death, witnessing the sinister smile of his once-cherished brother, he detonated the beast relic he had obtained, obliterating the time-space dragon in an instant, yet failing to take down the traitor. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of the beast relic, or perhaps because of his unyielding spirit, he was reborn many years into his youth. While his affinity remains unchanged, everything else is irrevocably different. Is this truly a fresh start? He muses aloud, glancing at the dragon-shaped mark on his wrist. The time-space dragon must be intricately linked to his rebirth. After a moment of contemplation, he turns his gaze to the opposite side of the corridor, where the elite class resides, the home of the most gifted beast masters of this cohort. The traitor is also there, and only in his final moments did he realize the depth of their enmity, skillfully concealed by the traitor's facade. In my last life, I conquered Pingqing High School in 3 years. In this life, I shall do so even more swiftly. Just wait for me. With a resolute tone, he withdraws his gaze and approaches the ordinary class. Ye Fan, why are you so late? Hurry over here. In a corner, a chubby boy calls out softly. Upon seeing him, a glimmer of warmth appears in Ye Fan's eyes as he swiftly makes his way over and sits beside him. This boy is his childhood friend and steadfast ally, Li Yu, affectionately nicknamed Li Fatty. I never imagined we would end up in the same class in high school, Li Fatty remarks, seemingly sensing Ye Fan's discontent. He then beams, but it's no big deal. A D-grade is just a D-grade. Who says a D-grade can't become a genius? Look at the 4 young masters of the capital. Aren't they all D-grade, yet each possesses an eternal grade beast? I'm fine, Ye Fan replies with a smile, his gaze fixating on the table, his expression contemplative. Hey, Fatty, when are we going to select our beasts? After a brief pause, he surveys the surrounding students, casually inquiring. It should be soon. Li Fatty responds, visibly excited. Ye Fan, have you decided which beast to choose? They're all of low quality. It hardly matters which one I select, Ye Fan replies. How can they all be of low quality? Li Fatty questions incredulously. Isn't it said that Pingqing will distribute some highly potential beasts this year? Those are for the elite and excellence classes. We have no share, Ye Fan scoffs. Beasts, much like humans, are classified based on potential, with some capable of significant growth while others are limited. Beasts with inferior bloodlines typically only reach the bronze level, and whether they can attain silver depends on luck. It is only at silver that one can be considered a novice. The hierarchy of beast power ranges from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, eternal, starry, to glory, with each level representing a chasm, a stark contrast in strength. So we truly have nothing, Leaf Fatty laments, only low-grade beasts? That's akin to what one could buy on the street. At least they're free, and beasts aren't something you can just buy at will. There are limits, Ye Fan retorts earnestly. Even low-grade beasts can become formidable. Low-grade is too challenging. Reaching the elite level is difficult enough. Leaf Fatty concedes, nodding in resignation. Before he can finish, a stern voice crackles over the classroom intercom. Everyone quiet. Assemble on the playground for beast selection. The classroom erupts into excitement, and Leaf Fatty seizes Ye Fan's arm once more, brimming with enthusiasm. Let's go? Even the roadside goods are free. Who knows, we might stumble upon a treasure. Ye Fan rises, his eyes narrowing at Leaf Fatty's words. That may very well be the case. Moments later, they arrive at the playground, where only their class is present to prevent chaos, allowing for orderly selection. On the beast selection platform, the beasts stand ready, all of a lowly grade, yet they exude an intimidating presence, undoubtedly superior to ordinary creatures. Ye Fan, which beast do you wish to select? As the teacher explains the selection rules, Leaf Fatty excitedly points to one of the beasts. That crocodile beast looks incredible. I'm definitely picking that one. That's not a crocodile. It's a fierce lizard, Ye Fan observes, shaking his head. It may appear formidable, but its speed is lacking, and its defense is inadequate. It is a reptilian beastmaster. Upon hearing these words, Leaf Fatty felt disheartened. Clearly, the statement emanated from his childhood friend, a theoretical master, and thus it was undoubtedly accurate. I recommend you select the blazing sun snake, Ye Fan remarked after glancing at Leaf Fatty. That beast performs commendably among inferior grade beasts. It possesses innate toxicity, and with your talent for toxin enhancement, ascending to silver rank in the future should be a straightforward endeavor. Can I truly reach silver? Upon hearing this, Leaf Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall choose that one. Ye Fan nodded in silence, a smile dancing in his eyes. In his previous life, Leaf Fatty had foolishly chosen the pitiful ferocious lizard, failing to even attain silver rank upon graduation, not even qualifying for the most mediocre of universities. In this new life, although he still harbored unresolved vendettas, aiding his childhood friend was a commendable endeavor. Before long, the selection ceremony commenced. Leaf Fatty boldly took the lead and secured the blazing sun snake, exuberantly shouting towards Ye Fan. Ye Fan, however, perused the beast for some time before ultimately settling on his own selection. Ye Fan, why did you choose that beast? Leaf Fatty approached him, his brow furrowing upon seeing Ye Fan's choice. That beast is even known to me, the fire dog. Aside from its elevated body temperature, it offers no other advantages. It is nearly the most worthless among the inferior ranks. I am aware, Ye Fan nodded. Knowing that, yet you still. Hush, Ye Fan interjected, extending a finger towards Leaf Fatty. Suddenly, with a grave tone, he declared, Fatty, there are no inherently weak beasts, only the weakest of beastmasters. Chapter 2. Beast Mastery Space. There exists no feeblest beast, only the most inept beastmaster. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee was momentarily stunned. In an era that places immense importance on the innate talent for beast mastery, these words struck him with profound impact. The cultivation of synergy between oneself and one's beast is paramount. The most fundamental requirement is mutual familiarity between the beast and its master. Ye Fan refrained from elaborating further, merely patting Fatty Lee on the shoulder before turning back to retrieve his Fire Hound. High school offered little in the way of theoretical knowledge, focusing primarily on practical experience. On the first day of school, the task was merely to select a beast. Once the selection was complete, students were free to familiarize themselves with their chosen companions. Ye Fan did not linger at the school, concocting an excuse to take leave and heading straight back to the dormitory assigned by the school. After all, it was the only high school in Pingqing, and accommodations were arranged as single rooms for the students. Upon entering, Ye Fan closed the door behind him, cautiously ensuring that no one was around before settling down cross-legged. Calming his mind, he took a deep breath and silently intoned, Beast Mastery Space. The Beast Mastery Space is a unique realm that every beast master awakens to, designed to house their beasts. However, it starts empty, capable of accommodating only a limited number of beasts. In the next moment, as he completed his incantation, the scenery before him began to whirl. And when clarity returned to his vision, Ye Fan found himself in a paradisiacal setting. Lush mountains and flowing waters surrounded a quaint little house, where his newly chosen Fire Hound was dozing outside. Success. The sight of the Fire Hound in this realm brought a gleam of joy to Ye Fan's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Simultaneously, the mark on his arm began to glow. A torrent of information flooded into Ye Fan's mind, and when he opened his eyes, a surge of uncontainable excitement welled within him. This was the treasure he had fought so hard to obtain, the legendary Beastmaster holy artifact. In the cataclysmic explosion, it had fused with his beast mastery space and the time-space dragon, creating this extraordinary domain. The mark on his arm signifies his beast mastery space, and just moments ago, it conveyed to him the essence of this realm. Here, abundant energy flourished, making it an ideal habitat for beasts to thrive. Within this space, beasts could achieve optimal growth. Furthermore, the realm contained various mysteries that would gradually unfold as the beasts grew stronger. Presently, one of the most crucial revelations was the time dilation between the internal and external realms, a ratio of 30-1. To spend 30 days within this space equated to merely a day passing outside. Such an asset is truly deserving of the title Heavenly Treasure, the Beastmaster Holy Artifact. With such a remarkable gift, enclosing a beast here would render all endeavors significantly easier. Ye Fan gently caressed the Fire Hound beside him, which affectionately nudged his arm, its warmth emanating from its naturally high body temperature. The Fire Hound was not without merit. Its lineage often contained a trace of the advanced Hellhound bloodline, albeit rare and challenging to awaken. Yet, even without awakening, once it matured, it could wield flames with terrifying lethality. Crucially, due to its ancestral heritage, its growth would not be constrained by the limitations of inferior bloodlines. As long as one is able to endure and can discover sufficient celestial treasures, it is indeed possible to cultivate them to the level of eternity or even glory. His choice of the Fire Hound indicates that he possesses the means to unleash its latent potential, whether through his own extensive knowledge of various cultivation techniques or the celestial treasures found within ancient ruins, ensuring that his Fire Hound will eventually showcase formidable strength. Now, having realized the immense power of this space, Ye Fan is even more convinced of the wisdom behind his choice. For Ye Fan, the capabilities of this space signify the removal of the Fire Hound's greatest limitations. Within this unique beast-taming realm lies the most suitable energy for nurturing beasts. Combined with his diverse methods, in a single day, one can achieve what would typically take 100 days. This overlooked Fire Hound will soon astonish everyone. Gazing at the Fire Hound, Ye Fan's eyes sparkled with joy. After a brief pause, his gaze shifted to the adjacent area of the small house. There, he noticed a piece of land. If beast taming can be brought into this space, then those spiritual herbs and medicines can surely be transplanted. Upon this realization, Ye Fan's eyes gleamed with fervor. In his previous life, as a king-level beastmaster, he had encountered numerous celestial treasures. However, each of these treasures required a lengthy maturation period, necessitating years, if not centuries, before one could harvest them again. But if he could locate spiritual herbs and transplant them here, would it not be akin to possessing a holy artifact for beast mastery? Truly terrifying? Exclaiming in wonder, Ye Fan looked at the Fire Hound beside him, gently patting its head before closing his eyes. The scene spun around him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his dormitory. The twilight outside had not yet faded. Only a brief moment had passed. Estimating the time he spent within, he confirmed the ratio to be indeed 30-1. Observing the stillness of the dormitory, Ye Fan exhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of cold determination. With this newfound asset, his strength would ascend rapidly, allowing him to contemplate ambitions that were unattainable in his previous life. For instance, the upcoming Freshman Secret Realm trial in 3 months. The Freshman Secret Realm, constructed by the school, is considerably different from the ancient secret realm he explored in his prior life. It is the lowest tier of secret realms, known as the Misty Realm, and contains few valuable items. Yet, having experienced it once, Ye Fan knows that within this iteration of the Misty Realm lies a rare treasure. 3 months is ample time for me to strengthen myself. That treasure is destined to be mine. Taking a deep breath, Ye Fan finally calmed himself, sitting cross-legged as his breathing gradually settled into a rhythm. The breathing technique is a method employed by beastmasters to enhance their prowess. The higher the level of the breathing technique, the greater the number of beasts one can command. Ordinary individuals typically practice the common breathing techniques provided by their schools, which are highly universal and accessible to nearly everyone, yet with a low ceiling, offering limited enhancements and the ability to summon a small number of beasts. He, however, is different. In his previous life, he encountered hundreds of profound breathing techniques, many of which possess terrifying effects. For instance, what he is currently employing is one of the most elite breathing techniques, known as the Entry to Saintly Method, lauded as the most formidable breathing technique in existence. It encompasses 4 grand realms: whale devouring, silkworm eating, dragon-absorbing, and ant-consuming, transforming all energy into oneself. Upon mastering it to its ultimate level, one can transcend the mundane and attain the sacred. As the breathing technique commenced, Ye Fan suddenly opened his mouth to inhale. This breath was akin to that of a whale, and the surrounding air was instantaneously drawn in, leaving him aglow. With the experience from his previous life, Ye Fan effortlessly entered the threshold of this breathing method. Once more, he opened his mouth and exhaled slowly, his eyes snapping open, radiating brilliance. The entry to saintly method was indeed domineering. The first level of whale devouring required merely a single breath, regardless of whether the energy was air or otherwise. All was transformed to replenish oneself. This single breath was equivalent to the results of several days of conventional breathing techniques. With this realization, Ye Fan stood up. The essence of whale devouring lies in its vastness. Although he had not yet entered the second level of silkworm eating, his internal energy was nearly overflowing and required time to dissipate. I feel as though I could strike down a bull with a single punch. With a swing of his arm, Ye Fan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with vigor. With an immensely powerful breathing technique combined with a unique beast-taming space, his journey in this life had already begun on an elevated note, enhanced by the wisdom of his past existence. D-Class. What of D-Class? Chapter 3. A doorstep delivery. After spending considerable time within the beast-taming space and executing the whale-devouring technique for the second time, Ye Fan finally exited the realm. At that moment, twilight had only just begun to settle outside, yet he had already lingered in the beast-taming space for nearly a week. Just as he stepped out, Ye Fan gazed out the window, contemplating the recent gains. Suddenly, the urgent ringtone of his phone disrupted the silence. Fatty? He picked up the phone, revealing a perplexed expression. Shouldn't this fellow be busy cuddling that fiery sun snake? Why is he calling me? After a moment's hesitation, Ye Fan answered the call, and immediately, Li Fatty's anxious voice came through. Ye Fan, Deng Chong and Ji Feng are trying to steal my beast. Steal your beast? Ye Fan's brow furrowed at this revelation. Choosing a beast is a voluntary act. By what right do they attempt to take it? They claim that the beast was theirs first, and that I took it from them, Li Fatty exclaimed hurriedly. They've gathered 7 or 8 people, insisting on a beast duel with me. If I lose, I have to give them my beast. What about the teacher? Does he not intervene? The teacher is in class. They cornered me in the teaching building, Li Fatty replied, his voice tinged with fear. I'm hiding in the restroom next to the teaching building. Ye Fan, come quickly and save me, or I'll lose my beast. Just wait for me in the restroom and hold them off. With a decisive click, Ye Fan ended the call and hurried towards the school. He had only just helped Li Fatty find a decent beast, hoping that this time he could achieve something significant. And now these ruffians sought to seize it. These two individuals are notorious bullies within the regular class of the school. In my previous life, before I had risen to prominence, I had endured much torment at their hands alongside the chubby boy, Deng Chong and Ji Feng, those scoundrels. If I do not seek you out, do you dare approach me? Seeking death, are we? Ha, you fat coward, hiding in the restroom, thinking we wouldn't find you? Are you afraid? A dignified beastmaster lacking the courage to duel with others? With such ineptitude, it would be better for you to return home and tend to pigs. In an empty classroom of the teaching building, Deng Chong and Ji Feng, flanked by 7 or 8 accomplices, encircled the chubby boy, hurling mocking remarks at him. The boy's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Oh ho, still clenching your fists, who do you think you're intimidating? Upon noticing the boy's gesture, Deng Chong shoved him forcefully, nearly toppling him to the ground. Don't pretend to be a big shot. Back in middle school, perhaps we would have hesitated against your so-called theoretical master friend. But now, it's different. That friend of yours is merely a D grade, no better than us. A waste of space. Who is afraid of him now? You'd better hand over that flame serpent of yours. I've inquired, and among this batch of beasts, that flame serpent is the most formidable. Do you really think someone like you is worthy to wield it? Hurry and give it to me. As he spoke, Deng Chong seized the chubby boy, his fist clenched, and striking the boy's face, then tossing him aside. The group closed in once more, and Deng Chong leaned forward. Taunting, don't say I'm bullying you. You can either duel with me like a man or simply surrender your beast. Otherwise, don't blame us if we go too far. With that, Deng Chong raised his fist once again. At this point, the chubby boy could no longer endure the humiliation and finally spoke up. What? Hearing this, Deng Chong chuckled. What did you just say? The group erupted in laughter. And Deng Chong, stepping on the boy, leaned down, cupping his ear mockingly. What did you say? I didn't catch that. With Deng Chong's foot pressing down on his chest, the boy struggled to articulate. I said, let me compete. Just as he finished, a voice rang out. Deng Chong froze, turning to see Ye Fan stepping into the clearing. Ye Fan. Observing him, Deng Chong appeared somewhat intimidated. Are you here to defend him? What's wrong? Is that not permissible? Ye Fan replied, taking a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. In that moment, infused with the wrath of a king-level beastmaster, Those met with his stare instinctively recoiled, retreating. They were subdued, and even Deng Chong felt the urge to step back, yet seeing the crowd beside him, he gained confidence. Fine, if you wish to compete, then let it be so. I'll release my foot from your chest, but should you lose, you must surrender your beast. My beast is not something just anyone can possess. Ye Fan responded, narrowing his eyes, and what if you lose? You lose? At this, Deng Chong laughed. Ye Fan, you're still living in the past. This is no longer a matter of mere theory. I have not lingered in the past, Ye Fan replied calmly. What I inquire now is this. You have lost, and then what? Such a nonchalant demeanor seemed to infuriate Deng Chong, who waved his hand dismissively. I concede. I will give you my beast. Your mediocre beasts hold no appeal for me. Ye Fan shook his head. What I desire is a seed of the fire fruit from Baiko Hall. The fire fruit seed is valued at 10,000. Upon hearing this, Deng Chong hesitated momentarily. However, that hesitation swiftly morphed into confidence. Let us gamble. With a flourish, Deng Chong summoned forth a creature resembling a pangolin, a cloud armor beast. Upon sighting this beast, Ye Fan began to comprehend. It possessed innate resistance to toxins. No wonder Deng Chong clung to the rotund fellow, as this beast was perfectly suited to counter him. Yet, that was merely the extent of it. With that, Ye Fan raised his palm, summoning his own beast, the fire dog. The fire dog? Such a pathetic beast to bring forth. Deng Chong laughed heartily, then raised his hand once more. Beast, sharp fangs. Light converged upon the cloud armor beast, visibly enhancing the sharpness of its teeth. Sharp fangs, a D-grade talent, served to sharpen the teeth of the beast, offering a degree of enhancement for those that employed tooth-based assaults. Ye Fan, not one to hide his prowess, lifted his hand, concentrating light. Beast, ascension. Under the radiance, the fire dog experienced a slight increase in size, its form seemingly transforming. This was his talent, ascension, which elevated all attributes of the beast, though the enhancement was minimal. Less than 5%. Is this truly what you call ascension? Are you trying to amuse me? Deng Chong's arrogance grew as he commanded his beast, Cloud Armor Beast. Charge directly. With a resounding thud, the Cloud Armor Beast surged towards the fire dog with astonishing speed. Ye Fan chuckled at the scene. Charge. Then bite. Deng Chong certainly had grand illusions. Such tactics might work against children, but against oneself? Utterly laughable. Fire dog, take a step to the right and collide with it. Aim for its head. Just as the Cloud Armor Beast was about to impact the fire dog, Ye Fan issued his command. The fire dog swiftly reacted, darting to the side, causing the Cloud Armor Beast to falter. Before it could regain its composure, the fire dog howled and crashed heavily into its head. Thud, thud, thud. The impact sent the Cloud Armor Beast tumbling 4 or 5 times, ultimately lying on its back, eyes rolled back, its belly exposed. The air fell eerily silent, and the spectators remained momentarily stunned at the sight of the incapacitated Cloud Armor Beast. Deng Chong, in particular, appeared utterly dazed, seemingly unable to process the turn of events. Did I just charge and then get eliminated in an instant? The Cloud Armor Beast, aptly named for its commendable defense, was expected to withstand blows. However, Deng Chong, unfamiliar with the creature, believed its only weak point lay in its belly, oblivious to the fact that the only part unprotected by its armor was its head. In this regard, his beast bore a striking resemblance to its master. Deng Chong lifted his gaze, encountering Ye Fan, who loomed above him with a disdainful smirk. What shall it be? Will you procure the seeds of the fire fruit for me now, or shall I simply convert them to cash? Chapter 4. A rift formed. Deng Chong clenched his teeth, his irritation mounting as he regarded Ye Fan's mocking expression. Ye Fan, do not revel too much in your triumph. My cousin is Deng Li from the elite class. Do you dare to cross me? Upon hearing the name Deng Li, Ye Fan's eyes narrowed. He was well acquainted with this individual, notorious in his previous life, renowned for his B-level talent. He had been a standout in the elite class, yet after graduating from Pinching, he chose not to attend university. Instead, he formed a notorious gang, the Dragon Strong Gang, extorting protection fees and preying on the weak. In his past life, Deng Chong's parents owned a modest restaurant in Pinching and were frequently exploited, often requiring his financial support to stay afloat. When he finally returned after graduation, that scoundrel had fled, disappearing to Yunqing for years. Indeed, unsavory characters always congregate together. Ye Fan commented as he aimed a kick at Deng Chong. Having practiced the sacred path, Ye Fan, despite only having undergone the whale swallow technique twice, exhibited remarkable strength. Deng Chong attempted to evade, but Ye Fan's kick sent him crashing against the wall. As Deng Chong struggled, Ye Fan placed his foot upon him, reminiscent of how he had previously dealt with a heavier opponent. Nearby, Deng Li's henchmen were startled and made to rush in for a rescue, but Ye Fan cast a cold glance at them. You would do well to remain where you are. At his command, the group froze, genuinely paralyzed in place. Observing their reaction, Ye Fan smirked. These individuals were clearly bullies who preyed on the weak. Even without the aura of a king, His formidable presence was enough to intimidate these youths effortlessly. Deng Chong, listen closely. Ye Fan leaned down, his voice icy. Within the hour, either send your lackeys to retrieve the fire fruit seeds for me, or summon your cousin to do so. You have 2 choices, choose wisely. I grant you but 1 hour. Delay beyond that, and you shall bear the consequences. With that, Ye Fan intensified his grip, and Deng Chong, unable to withstand the pressure, hastily waved his hands. You all, go fetch my cousin. As his voice echoed, the previously fearful henchman felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurried out of the classroom. In the now empty room, only the panting Deng Chong remained, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Ye Fan. Ye Fan, perhaps we should reconsider. Li Pang, witnessing their desperate attempt to summon aid, tugged at Ye Fan's sleeve, murmuring, the elite class members are not to be trifled with. They possess at least C-level talent. C-level? Even if an A-level individual were here today, they would still need to provide the fire fruit seeds, Ye Fan scoffed, unwavering in his stance. At this, Li Pang recoiled slightly, his gaze reflecting a mix of surprise and apprehension as he looked at Ye Fan. He recalled that his childhood friend was not of such temperament. Throughout this long period, the other party had always been quite easygoing. In the past, when faced with troublemakers, they chose to adopt a conciliatory approach, so why had they become so domineering today? The portly fellow, by continually swallowing his grievances, would only make others perceive him as easy to bully. Seemingly sensing the thoughts swirling in the portly man's mind, Ye Fan spoke, if one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. However, should one dare to offend me, they must be prepared to face the consequences. The portly man paused in surprise, and after a considerable time, he nodded subtly, refraining from rebuttal, though a hint of timidity lingered in his eyes. Ye Fan naturally noticed Li Peng's reaction, a smile gracing his face. The portly man was inherently timid, and given his poor academic performance, now languishing at the bottom of the D grade, it was entirely normal for him to be apprehensive. Suddenly, the classroom door was forcefully flung open, and a man clad in leather, with a somewhat sullen gaze, strode in. Upon entering, he spotted Deng Chong, on the verge of rolling his eyes beneath Ye Fan's foot, and fury flickered across his face. Release him. Where's the item I requested? Ye Fan lifted his gaze, calmly addressing the renowned Deng Li. Item? This statement left Deng Li momentarily bewildered, while those nearby hastily gathered around to clarify the situation. A seed of the fiery fruit? Upon hearing this, Deng Li furrowed his brow and turned to Ye Fan. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, for my sake, let this matter slide. Let it slide? Ye Fan chuckled, lifting his foot and pressing down once more. One must accept the stakes of their wagers. It is but natural. Moreover, what value does your reputation truly hold? Scoundrel! Deng Li seethed, his fists clenching as he prepared to strike Ye Fan. Unfazed, Ye Fan met his gaze. Across from him, Deng Li had raised his fist, yet upon encountering Ye Fan's calm and slightly expectant expression, a sense of unease gripped him. Why was this fellow unafraid? Did he possess some hidden confidence? Thoughts raced through his mind as Deng Chong glanced at his cousin, furrowing his brow. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his fist. I will give you 10,000 yuan if you release my cousin. Suppressing his rage, Deng Li made the offer. Surprised that Deng Li had halted his actions, Ye Fan nodded. 10,000 yuan sounds acceptable. Hand it over. Deng Li produced a stack of money and handed it to a companion, who then approached Ye Fan with the cash. In that case, I shall release your cousin. After receiving the money, Ye Fan raised his foot, and Deng Chong nearly tumbled as he scrambled towards his older cousin. Cousin, help me take revenge. Deng Chong's face flushed red, having been trampled upon for so long. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Be quiet, Deng Li reprimanded. This is school. Taken aback by his cousin's unexpected chastisement, Deng Chong seemed astonished. Any issues will be resolved outside of school. Deng Li lowered his voice, patting Deng Chong's shoulder. Here, we are all students. Outside, there are many ways to deal with matters. At this, Deng Chong beamed, nodding fervently in agreement. Let us go. With a wave, Deng Chong led his entourage away, casting a fierce glare at Ye Fan before departing. Once they were gone, Ye Fan leisurely began counting the money in his hands. 10,000 yuan. During this high school period, is nearly equivalent to half a year's living expenses. I had previously contemplated whether to leverage my skills to engage in a side business to earn some money. After all, I was still in Pingcheng, and I was just beginning my journey. Many resources could be most conveniently acquired through financial means, which would save a great deal of trouble. After counting, I found exactly 100 bills. Ye Fan patted them and held the money tightly in his grasp. Ye Fan, did you just hear what Deng Li said? It seems he intends to recruit someone outside of school to deal with us. The plump boy cautiously leaned closer, his tone laced with trepidation. Let him find whoever he wishes, Ye Fan replied nonchalantly. He encouraged the other party to seek out Deng Li precisely to stir conflict and avenge the grievances his parents had suffered in his past life. What kind of individuals could a future petty gangster recruit? At most, they would be nothing more than thugs, lacking the strength to pose any real threat. Giving myself a few days, I would effortlessly deal with them. What should we do? The plump boy did not possess Ye Fan's audacity. He was acutely aware of the impending danger, his face etched with anxiety. I still need to return home this weekend. You can come back with me. But what if you're not around? If I'm alone, I wouldn't even be able to take on Deng Chong. Observing the plump boy in distress, Ye Fan felt a sudden wave of melancholy. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that Li, the plump boy, had always treated him well. Throughout the most challenging times in high school, he had never altered his attitude despite Ye Fan's transformations. Whether it was from being deemed a D-class talent to becoming the beacon of Pingqing, the only regret was that the plump boy's beast-taming talent was rather mediocre. In the previous life, the disparity in their skills as beast tamers had widened to the point where opportunities to meet were scarce, let alone fighting side by side. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Fan, and he chuckled, "Plump boy." As he noticed Li becoming increasingly anxious, Ye Fan spoke, "Do you wish to become a powerful beast tamer?" This question momentarily stunned Li, who hesitated before replying, "I do want to, but my talent is not an issue. All you need to do now is answer me. Do you want it or not?" Ye Fan's gaze was resolute. "Yes," Li responded without hesitation. "That's good to hear." Ye Fan nodded, patting Li's shoulder before walking towards the classroom door. "Follow me." Chapter 5. The breathing technique. Li wore a perplexed expression, but still followed Ye Fan. Soon, the two returned to their dormitory, where Ye Fan casually took a seat on a stool and gestured for Li to sit down as well. "Plump boy, I'm going to impart a breathing technique to you," Ye Fan began, looking at Li with a serious expression. "What?" Li was taken aback. A breathing technique is not something to be taken lightly. It pertains to the foundation of a beast tamer. Aside from the common techniques, even an ordinary one can be worth millions. If it's exceptionally powerful, it could be said to be priceless. "It's merely a breathing technique," Ye Fan replied. Then added with gravity, "The technique I am passing on to you, while not the finest in the world, is, in a certain sense, the most suitable for you." "This is too precious." Li hesitated. "Our years of friendship are worth even more than this." Ye Fan shook his head, gazing at the rotund figure before him, and spoke in a low voice. "The breathing technique I am imparting to you is known as the Taotai method. This method is remarkably simple. It requires merely the act of consumption, be it various foods or even rare treasures from the earth and sky. Once you have feasted, by circulating the Taotai method, you will perfectly digest and convert the ingested items into energy to replenish yourself." Taotai method? Upon hearing this name, the rotund man trembled slightly. The Taotai, one of the ancient four fierce beasts, is said to be a creature capable of devouring the sun and moon. A breathing technique bearing its name must surely be extraordinary. The Taotai method consists of 7 levels. With each ascending tier, the number of beasts you can command doubles, enhancing your conversion potency and expanding the array of consumables you can engage with. Ultimately, you will not only be able to control hundreds of beasts, but can even transform precious metals into usable energy. Ye Fan refrained from further explanation, stating simply, "Next, I will unveil the principles of the Taotai method. Pay close attention to every word." "Understood." The rotund man nodded. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply. Drawing upon the energy within, Ye Fan began to speak gently. The rotund man's brow furrowed in concentration as he diligently noted Ye Fan's instructions while simultaneously activating the breathing technique. Soon, as Ye Fan concluded his words, the rotund man entered a state of focus, and a myriad of energy fluctuations began to emanate around him. Indeed, the Taotai method was perfectly suited to him. Observing the swift transition into a focused state, Ye Fan nodded appreciatively. The potency of the Taotai method was straightforward and easily cultivated, making it particularly fitting for someone like him, who had an innate love for food and average talent as a beastmaster. Its effects were equally direct. The more one consumed, the stronger one became, often triumphing through an overwhelming number of beasts. In the past, the Taotai method was renowned in its own right, once wielded by a formidable adversary of Ye Fan's. It was said that this rival had acquired it from a relic associated with the Taotai, and upon reaching the 6th level, could command dozens of powerful beasts, making them a formidable opponent. Ye Fan had endured a fierce battle before ultimately vanquishing them, thereby acquiring the Taotai method for himself. Though Ye Fan possessed the sacred method and held the Taotai method in low regard, it was still a commendable gift for his childhood friend. As for the heights to which the rotund man might ascend, that would depend on fate. Before long, the rotund man opened his eyes, clearly having grasped the fundamentals. After practicing the Taotai method, his entire demeanor transformed, dispelling the lethargy that had previously enveloped him. "This Taotai method is remarkable." The first words out of his mouth were filled with astonishment. "I just learned it, and already, my beast space has expanded, allowing me to tame a second beast. What is that in comparison?" Ye Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "In my day, that formidable foe unleashed dozens of powerful beasts at once. An overwhelming spectacle that could intimidate anyone merely by sight. Cautiously, the rotund man asked, such a precious breathing technique. How did you acquire it? Some fortuitous encounters, Ye Fan replied, his demeanor turning serious once more. Listen carefully, my friend. The details of the Taotai method must remain a secret until you have grown powerful, even from your parents. Understood. At that moment, having experienced the immense potential of the Taotai method, the rotund man grasped its significance, nodding vigorously, his eyes brimming with excitement as he looked at Ye Fan. It is evident that even a novice in the realm of beastmasters like the plump fellow understands the significance of acquiring the gluttonous technique at this moment. There is no arduous practice required. One merely needs to indulge in feasting to gain strength. Indeed, with diligent training, the future holds great promise through this technique. Ye Fan has bestowed upon him an immense fortune. Ye Fan, such a precious gift. I, Li Yu, am at a loss for how to repay you. Just as he spoke, an unexpected growl erupted from his stomach, causing Li Yu to flush with embarrassment as he awkwardly remarked. This gluttonous technique demands an excessive amount of sustenance. I just finished lunch, and now I must eat again. After practicing this technique, you will become a human embodiment of gluttony. Ye Fan chuckled, seemingly envisioning the future predicament of the rotund individual, and added, do not concern yourself with the gazes of others. As long as you possess sufficient strength, even if you were to consume excrement, no one would dare to comment. And some may even aspire to emulate you. That makes sense. Li Yu nodded, hastily making his way outside. I shall go and have another meal. The dormitory door swung open and then closed, leaving Ye Fan with a smile in his eyes as he shook his head. Li Yu's last words trailed off, and he was not eager to hear any flowery expressions of gratitude. His decision to impart the gluttonous technique to Li Yu stemmed from a measure of trust, albeit not complete faith. Even brothers who had fought alongside him for decades in his past life could betray him. Human nature is the most susceptible to trials. Ye Fan's trust in this moment was limited to the hope that Li Yu would not betray him, or perhaps lack the audacity to do so. Now, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Deep in thought, Ye Fan retrieved the 10,000 coins he had previously set aside, his expression contemplative. 10,000 coins may not seem excessive, yet in his hands, it could accomplish a myriad of tasks. In 3 months, the new student's secret realm would be unveiled. And during this interval, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength to ensure he could acquire what he desired within the realm. To the spiritual herb hall, he concluded after a period of reflection. If he were to consider the most expedient method for enhancement, spiritual herbs would be the simplest and most direct approach. His Beastmaster space was ideally suited for the cultivation of such herbs. If he could procure some spiritual herbs at this time, it would not only facilitate the rapid growth of his Fire Hound, but also enable him to cultivate spiritual fruits for resale. Spiritual fruits are indeed valuable. For instance, the seeds of the fire fruit cost 10,000 coins, yet successful cultivation takes several months and carries a significant risk of failure. A single fire fruit is worth at least 50,000 coins, and for high-quality specimens, it could reach 100,000. Investing 10,000 in a seed planted in his Beastmaster space could yield fruit in just 3 to 5 days, typically producing 4 or 5 fruits per harvest. Selling these could yield 200,000 coins. With plans to purchase higher-grade seeds for cultivation, the potential profits could soar well beyond hundreds of thousands. With his mind firmly set, Ye Fan, known for his decisiveness, swiftly exited his dwelling, caught a ride at the school gate, and headed directly towards the spiritual herb hall located in the northern part of Ping City. Along the roadside, Deng Chong was currently accompanied by his sycophant, who was applying anti-swelling ointment to him. Ye Fan, utterly oblivious to the peril he has invited upon himself, has unwittingly crossed paths with Deng Li, the formidable overlord of this territory, who is the cousin of Chong Ge. Having provoked brother Deng, Ye Fan may as well resign himself to a lifetime within the confines of the school gates. Perhaps sensing Chong's discontent, a sycophantic lackey eagerly proclaimed, should Ye Fan dare to step outside, brotherly possesses ample means to deal with him. In no time, he will be weeping and pleading for Chong's forgiveness. Indeed, this flattery seemed to please Chong, who clapped his hands in agreement. Let me tell you, with my cousin's prowess, the moment Ye Fan dares to emerge, he will be swiftly encircled. Today, he has dared to offend me. Soon, he shall find himself unable to shed a single tear. Suddenly, as Chong was issuing his threats, a taxi sped past, splashing water onto the group, startling the sycophant, who inadvertently pressed hard on Chong's foot, causing him to grimace. You blind fool. Can't you see the road? There are people here. Chong cursed at the taxi, but the next moment, through the cracked rear window, he caught sight of a familiar face. Ye Fan. Staring at the figure, Chong was momentarily stunned, only to be consumed by rage. This insolent wretch has completely disregarded my cousin. How can he venture out so soon and drench me in water? Almost instinctively, Chong assumed this scene was a deliberate provocation by Ye Fan. Call my cousin and tell him Ye Fan has left the school. He needs to arrange for someone to intercept him at the school gate. Yes, I shall call brotherly right away. Chapter 6. purchasing medicine unbeknownst to Ye Fan. He had once again incurred the ire of Chong. At this moment, he was in a state of tranquility, contemplating various matters. Before long, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Lingqiao Hall. Standing before the door, Ye Fan gazed at the three familiar characters inscribed on the plaque, momentarily lost in nostalgia. In his previous life, he had considerable dealings with Lingqiao Hall, which boasted branches not only in Pingcheng, but also in cities across the nation, representing a formidable force in its heyday. He wondered if Master Ning was still around. If so, negotiations would be much simpler. Pondering this, Ye Fan approached Lingqiao Hall. At the entrance, two attendants, somewhat distracted upon noticing a student, nonetheless maintained their professional decorum and greeted him warmly. Welcome. Ye Fan nodded slightly, his expression serene as he stepped inside. Lingqiao Hall spanned 3 floors. The ground level primarily offered common herbs such as yam, which were not particularly expensive and, consequently, of mediocre efficacy. Young man, what would you like to purchase? A female sales associate, sporting a professional smile, approached Ye Fan and inquired gently. Just browsing, he replied, instinctively raising an eyebrow to scrutinize the female attendant. Ning Shui? How do you know my name? The attendant was taken aback by the young man's words. Taken aback himself, Ye Fan paused, recalling that in his previous life, he had frequented Lingqiao Hall numerous times, always attended by Ning Shui, thus becoming accustomed to her presence. However, having lived 2 lives, Ye Fan remained composed. After a brief moment, he pointed to the wall, where various inscriptions were displayed. Ning Shui raised her head to discover an array of photographs of the staff displayed prominently on the wall. So this was the case. A smile graced her lips as she regarded Ye Fan, whose years of experience in reception led her to deduce that this young lad possessed little wealth and likely lacked knowledge of pharmacology. Young sir, I recommend you purchase this fragrant fruit, harvested from the southern mountains. Its exquisite flavor can enhance the physique of your beast and bolster its combat prowess. Fragrant fruit? Ye Fan raised an eyebrow at Ning Shui's description. As far as I know, the only merit of the fragrant fruit lies in its aroma, which some beasts find appealing. It serves no other purpose. Ning Shui was momentarily taken aback, and before she could further elucidate, she noticed Ye Fan raise his head with a teasing glint in his eye. Moreover, excessive consumption of the fragrant fruit can easily provoke estrus in beasts. When you speak of enhancing their combat prowess, are you referring to this aspect? Upon hearing this, Ning Shui's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively took a couple of steps back. The fragrant fruit is ineffective for humans. Casting a glance at Ning Shui, Ye Fan remarked, then surveyed the several baskets of spiritual herbs once more, shaking his head. Do you not have any blazing fruits here? Blazing fruits? Yes. At this moment, Ning Shui realized that this young man was evidently not as naive as he appeared. She promptly led Ye Fan to the second floor. On the second floor, an array of spiritual herbs and fruits awaited. Upon entering, Ye Fan was immediately met with the delightful sense of various spiritual flora. The blazing fruits are over here. On a platform lay a platter showcasing 7 or 8 vibrant red fruits. These were the very items he sought, fruits capable of enhancing the flame power of fire-controlling beasts. How much? After scrutinizing the somewhat shriveled appearance of the blazing fruits, Ye Fan frowned. It was evident that these were not fresh, they were likely old stock. 50,000 each, Ning Shui announced, seemingly aware of Ye Fan's dissatisfaction. She added, if you are not satisfied with these, I can fetch you the latest harvest from today. Ye Fan pondered, his mind racing with calculations. 50,000 was indeed in line with his expectations, yet if he were to resell them, he doubted he could fetch that price. Perhaps he could only come close. Meanwhile, Ning Shui stood by, observing Ye Fan in silence, her heart unexpectedly fluttering with a hint of anxiety, as though she were in the presence of a significant figure. This sensation was entirely unfamiliar to her. Facing a youth who seemed to see through everything. What esteemed family does this young man belong to? Stealing a glance at Ye Fan's profile, Ning Shui felt a tinge of apprehension. Just then, Ye Fan seemed to have a realization and spoke up. Do you have any seeds for the blazing fruit? Or perhaps roots that can be transplanted? Seeds. This inquiry took Ning Shui by surprise. Who would come to a spiritual herb shop specifically to purchase seeds? Surely, this was an attempt to mock her. She opened her mouth to refuse, but hesitated under Ye Fan's penetrating gaze, which seemed to pierce through all facades. Ultimately, she replied, I will ask the manager for you. Ye Fan nodded, and Ning Shui ascended the stairs. Soon, under her guidance, a middle-aged man clad in a hat and traditional coat descended. Which young gentleman is interested in purchasing seeds for the blazing fruit? Perched high above, the middle-aged man spoke with a resonant voice, capturing the attention of numerous patrons in the hall. It was I, Ye Fan declared, his gaze narrowing slightly as it settled on the man. Ning Qinghai, the master of the Spirit Herb Hall in Pingcheng, was a beastmaster nearing the golden rank. His presence was indeed fortuitous. His sharp mind would surely simplify matters. Ah, it is this young brother. Ning Qinghai, somewhat taken aback by Ye Fan's demeanor, nonetheless smiled broadly and reproached Ning Shui gently. saying, "A distinguished guest graces us. Why do you not hurry to welcome him?" Of course, Ning Xue nodded eagerly, ushering Ye Fan upstairs. Soon, they arrived on the second floor, where Ning Qinghai was seated at a table. "Esteemed guest, please take a seat and enjoy some tea," he invited. Although Ye Fan was not particularly fond of such formalities, he complied, settling down to sip the tea casually. Across from him, Ning Qinghai regarded Ye Fan with a hint of curiosity. "Young brother, the seeds of the fire fruit are rather costly. Ordinarily, the Spirit Herb Hall does not sell them. While fire fruit was not particularly rare, the seeds were priced around 10,000. Ye Fan replied calmly, "The target audience for fire fruit is quite limited, aside from specific beasts. Few would opt for it. Strong muscle grass offers superior benefits at the same price point, with broader applicability." Ning Qinghai raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. But his years of experience allowed him to maintain composure. "So, you are in need of fire fruit for a beast?" "Indeed. May I inquire, is it for the Fire Hound?" Ye Fan interjected, his gaze steady. "Ah, that is understandable," Ning Qinghai sighed, contemplating Ye Fan for a moment. "In that case, I shall sell you the seeds for 11,000 each." He then turned to Ning Xue. "Go inform the cultivation hall to provide this young brother with a root of the fire fruit." A root? Ning Xue hesitated, for had he not mentioned purchasing seeds? The root was a fully cultivated specimen, with survival and yield rates significantly higher than seeds, and its price would at least double. "Esteemed young brother, consider it a gesture of friendship." Ning Qinghai smiled warmly, clasping his hands together in respect. "I hope you will frequent my Spirit Herb Hall in the future." "Certainly." Ye Fan nodded, refraining from further commentary. Ning Xue, observing the exchange, quickly descended, returning shortly with a box. When opened, it revealed a root already sprouting leaves. "Young brother, this spirit herb is delicate. Upon your return, plant it in fertile soil," Ning Qinghai advised, handing the root to Ye Fan. "If the earth is rich, the fire fruit will yield 3 to 5 fruits by May." Understood. Ye Fan accepted the box and prepared to take his leave. On the first floor, he purchased additional spirit herb seeds before settling the bill and departing, with Ning Xue accompanying him throughout. As Ye Fan exited, Ning Xue turned back and rushed upstairs. "Master Ning, the young man has left," he reported breathlessly upon reaching the second floor. "Understood," came the response. Ning Qinghai nodded, observing the puzzled expression on Ning Xue's face, and spoke. "Are you wondering why I am so kind to that young man?" Ning Xue nodded, candidly admitting that the youth was indeed somewhat extraordinary, exhibiting an unusual poise for his age and possessing considerable insight. However, his attire and accessories were quite ordinary, suggesting he did not hail from a prominent background. The root, valued at 30,000, would cost over 20,000 to cultivate. Thus, giving him 30,000 merely to forge a friendship seemed unworthy. "Oh, you still lack discernment in reading people," Ning Qinghai remarked, shaking his head. "How so?" Ning Xue inquired. "A boy from an ordinary family would not exhibit such demeanor," Ning Qinghai asserted confidently. "When I conversed with him, I released the aura of a golden-ranked beastmaster, yet he did not even flinch. This implies either he is strong enough to disregard the pressure, or he is accustomed to the presence of a golden-ranked expert in his family. Furthermore, he mentioned his intention to cultivate a Fire Hound, which I have heard requires not only time, but also a significant investment of rare resources. This may merely be the beginning. Should he pursue the Fire Hound, he would undoubtedly return frequently." "I see," Ning Xue said, enlightenment dawning upon her. "So, the young man indeed possesses some background. A golden-ranked individual is considered formidable even in this small town. There are other sellers of spiritual herbs and fruits beyond just the Linko Hall," Ning Qinghai continued, gazing into the distance. "If we could gain the favor of a prominent family or a future powerhouse through a single herb, it would be a substantial gain." Chapter 7. Ma Defei. This root is quite commendable. Outside the Lingqiao Hall, Ye Fan examined the root in his hand, nodding slightly. This root would save him considerable effort. It was no wonder that Ning Qinghai would eventually ascend to the position of chief of the Jiang province branch of Linko Hall. He had not even displayed much, yet had offered some benefits merely through subtle probing during their conversation. Such discernment and vision are indeed essential for great accomplishments. As for his probing, the pressure of a golden-ranked expert felt like a jest to Ye Fan. He planned to return and cultivate it in the Beastmaster space to observe the results. Raising his hand, a taxi swiftly pulled up before him. Coincidentally, it was the same vehicle he had taken previously. "Young man, hop in." A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle called out warmly from inside the taxi. Ye Fan smiled and entered the vehicle. "You seem quite well off. Able to visit Linko Hall to make purchases," the man remarked as he started the engine. "Well off is an overstatement. The items I bought were given to me." Ye Fan replied with a smile. "Someone challenged me to a Beastmaster duel and lost 1,000. That means you must be quite a formidable Beastmaster yourself," the man commented. "Not really. I just started school," Ye Fan responded. "To defeat peers right after entering school is quite impressive," the man said, a hint of envy in his tone. When I was young, I aspired to become a beastmaster as well, but unfortunately, my innate talent was too poor. I couldn't even achieve a D rank. That is quite normal. Ye Fan responded, stating that the esteemed status of beast tamers in this world is attributed, on one hand, to the formidable power they wield, and on the other, to their scarcity. Although Ye Fan's D rank may appear to be looked down upon, it is still a considerable achievement among beast tamers for ordinary individuals. Awakening to a D rank is an arduous feat, with the ratio likely being less than 1 in 10. Without reaching D rank, one cannot even access the beast space, thereby failing to meet the minimum requirements of a beast tamer. The elder, however, did not seem disheartened, and with a broad smile, he remarked, "Young brother, may I have your number? If you ever need a ride, feel free to call me. I'm always at your service." Ye Fan nodded in agreement. The two exchanged phone numbers, and soon the taxi sped back to the gates of Pingxing High School. "Young brother, hold on before you exit the vehicle." Just as Ye Fan was about to open the door, the elder suddenly interjected, "It appears to be those individuals from before." "Those individuals?" Ye Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, I encountered them prior to my arrival, and overheard them plotting to trouble a student. I suspect it might be you," the driver explained as he slowed the car. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He glanced up to see a group of over 10 people, clad in eccentric attire, loitering around the taxi, pointing and whispering. Among them, he recognized the unmistakable figure of Deng Chong. "This fellow truly came looking for trouble," Ye Fan scoffed lightly. "How about we make a swift exit? I can drop you off later tonight," the elder suggested with evident concern. "I've seen that group. They belong to a local underground gang near the school. As a newly enrolled beast tamer, you might find it difficult to contend with so many. It's all right. You can go ahead. I don't regard these ruffians as a threat," Ye Fan assured, opening the car door and stepping out. "Hey, young man," the elder exclaimed anxiously. But upon seeing the aggressive demeanor of the group, he retreated into the car. After all, he was merely a driver, with his own life to lead in Pingxing. He had taken it upon himself to offer Ye Fan a ride, hoping to provide a word of caution. Little did he know, Ye Fan was unperturbed. There was nothing he could do in this situation. As the taxi departed, Ye Fan did not shy away, but rather strode directly toward the group, his fists slightly clenched, producing a series of crackling sounds. "Defei Ge, that's the kid," Deng Chong shouted, pointing as Ye Fan approached. The man referred to as Defei Ge, upon hearing this, perked up, casting a glance at Ye Fan, and cursed, "A snot-nosed brat with no sense, daring to bully Li Gu's cousin." With that, Defei Ge stepped forward, stretching his neck, and confronted Ye Fan, asking, "Are you Ye Fan?" "Indeed," Ye Fan replied, nodding, while his gaze shifted to Deng Chong, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, it's been a while. Have you healed so swiftly?" Confronted with Ye Fan's devilish smile, Deng Chong immediately withered, retreating hastily. Observing Ye Fan threatening Deng Chong before him, Defei Ge's fury ignited. "Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly in front of me, Ma Defei?" As he spoke, Ma Defei raised his fist and struck towards Ye Fan's face. His imposing stature lent a certain force to the blow, the wind of his punch roaring like distant thunder. Having practiced breathing techniques, Ye Fan furrowed his brow upon witnessing the attack. It was evident that Ma Defei was not a beastmaster. An ordinary person could not wield such techniques without formal training. Contemplating this, Ye Fan did not hold back. He sidestepped the punch, causing Ma Defei to miss, and swiftly seized his arm. With a thunderous pivot, he executed a shoulder throw, slamming Ma Defei heavily to the ground. A dull thud echoed, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned, fully aware of the punch's devastating impact. "How dare you harm my brother Defei? Such audacity!" A group of ruffians charged forward. These individuals were rather unremarkable, frail in stature, and lacking any training in breathing techniques. They stood no chance against Ye Fan, who possessed formidable combat experience and had mastered the sacred method. One punch after another, within moments, over a dozen had been brought to the ground, leaving only Deng Chong standing. At this point, Deng Chong was utterly bewildered. He had initially intended to leverage their numbers to intimidate the newly initiated Beastmaster, only to discover Ye Fan's remarkable prowess in combat. As Ye Fan turned his gaze towards him, Deng Chong panicked, stuttering, "Why, Ye Fan, you'd best not harm me. My cousin will not let this go." "Your cousin?" Ye Fan chuckled at this remark. "Not only your cousin, but even your cousin's cousin, holds no fear for me. Depart at once and inform your cousin that next time he seeks trouble, he should find someone of a higher caliber. Engaging with this rabble is an affront to my dignity." With that, witnessing Ye Fan's lack of intent to strike him, Deng Chong felt a surge of relief and hurriedly retreated towards the school. "I may have let him go, but have I granted you the same privilege?" Ye Fan turned to regard the retreating Ma Defei and his gang, his voice icy. Upon hearing this, Ma Defei froze in place, awkwardly addressing Ye Fan, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Ye Fan, uninterested in such trivialities, fixated on Ma Defei and commanded, "Approach me, I have matters to inquire." Why yes, Ma Dafei stammered, cautiously stepping closer. Brother, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Ye Fan remained silent, directing his gaze at the ruffians who lingered nearby, and coldly declared, if I wish for him to stay, and you do not depart, are you eager for another beating? At these words, the gang scattered in terror, some fleeing so hastily that their shoes fell off. A rabble, Ye Fan remarked, turning his attention back to Ma Dafei. Where did you acquire your breathing techniques? Breathing techniques? What breathing techniques? Ma Dafei stuttered, a flicker of panic in his eyes, yet he feigned ignorance, even attempting to jest. Brother, you jest. We are merely an ordinary gang. How could we possibly possess breathing techniques? Humph. Ye Fan let out a cold snort as he gazed at Ma Dafei, his eyes glinting with a hint of scrutiny. The thunder breathing technique, comprising 3 tiers, with the first tier serving as an introduction, imbues one's breath and actions with the resonance of thunder. You, it seems, have only just begun to grasp it, have you not? Upon hearing Ye Fan articulate the name of the technique, Ma Dafei was instantly thrown into disarray. You would do well to speak truthfully. Ye Fan's demeanor turned frosty, or else I possess myriad methods to compel your confession. The veiled threat in his words bore a trace of lethal intent, causing Ma Dafei's breath to falter as fear flickered in his gaze. Such a murderous aura from a mere youth of barely over a decade. He must have taken a life. I will speak. At that moment, Ma Dafei could no longer hold back. The breathing technique I possess was bestowed upon me by those above. Those above? Ye Fan's brow furrowed at this revelation. Are you not merely a common thug? Who are these individuals above? The leaders of your gang? No. Ma Dafei shook his head vigorously. They are influential figures who recently arrived in Ping City, assimilating all underground organizations, casinos, nightclubs, and the likes, including members of our factions. I have only met them a few times. Others manage on their behalf. A few days ago, they selected several gang leaders to impart the breathing technique. And since I have a decent reputation at school, I too received the technique. Influential figures? This information surprised Ye Fan significantly. At that moment, he seemed to uncover a secret. Someone was deliberately orchestrating the control of Ping City's underground organizations. Chapter 8. The dynasty organization Ping City is governed by the authorities. Despite the brazen demeanor of these gang members, as far as Ye Fan knew, prior to Deng Li's graduation and his oversight of these underground factions, they adhered to a certain code. However, Ma Dafei's revelations prompted Ye Fan to sense an anomaly. So, Deng Li is also a member of your organization? Ye Fan inquired, fixing his gaze on Ma Dafei. Yes, the higher-ups hold his exceptional beast-taming talent in high regard. It is said that a prominent figure personally granted him a rare breathing technique. Now that he has divulged this information, Ma Dafei, feeling secure in his elevated status, continued. Which is how I learned of it when he sought my help for his cousin. Ye Fan interrupted him, his brow furrowing once more. This implies that Deng Li had joined this organization several years prior, explaining his choice to remain in Ping City instead of pursuing higher education. The higher-ups valued Deng Li, entrusting him with the governance of Ping City. This suggests that this organization wields considerable power, capable of placing Ping City under Deng Li's command, indicating that their influence extends beyond mere local boundaries. Why have I not heard of any organization specializing in the assimilation of underground factions? Ye Fan pondered. But his memory yielded no recollections of any entities fitting this description. After a few moments of contemplation, Ye Fan spoke again. Did these influential figures mention their intentions regarding your assimilation? No, they merely instructed us to fulfill our duties, overseeing the previously established nightclubs and casinos that paid protection fees. Ma Dafei paused for a moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, then spoke again. Previously, I overheard them mention something about a restoration. The moment the word restoration escaped his lips, Ye Fan's expression turned icy. The atmosphere around them seemed to chill. Perhaps I misheard something, Ma Dafei quickly added, sensing Ye Fan's growing ire. No, you did not mishear, Ye Fan replied, his tone exceptionally frigid. In fact, you heard quite accurately. The only organization that dares to speak of restoration is the Dynasty Organization, a faction whose paramount aim is to reinstate the reign of the former dynasty. In my past life, they instigated numerous beast tides and unveiled hidden realms within various cities, unleashing ferocious beasts. Ping City had also suffered a similar fate, nearly annihilated by a beast tide, during which my parents lost their lives. Ye Fan harbored an intense hatred for the Dynasty Organization. He had pursued them for over a decade in his previous life, yet their concealment was too profound. Every time he closed in on them, they would swiftly relocate, like cunning rabbits with multiple burrows, leaving him unable to exact his vengeance. It was astonishing to realize how deeply they had infiltrated. Looking at Ma Dafei before him, Ye Fan experienced an epiphany. No wonder he had always been unable to trace them. The Dynasty Organization had commenced its infiltration of underground factions across various cities many years ago. In his previous existence, as a king-level powerhouse, he paid little heed to these shadowy organizations, unaware that those he disregarded were, in fact, the very foundation of the dynasty organization. In this life, he could not afford to grant them any further opportunities. Contemplating the calamity wrought by the dynasty organization, with countless lives lost to their schemes in his previous life, he resolved to seize the moment. Now that he had discerned certain truths, he must act before this organization fully matured, not only to avenge his parents, but also to prepare for the future. Ma Dafei, I present you with a choice, Ye Fan declared. His mind made up as he turned his gaze towards him. What? Ma Dafei stammered, unable to meet the youth's penetrating gaze. Serve me, Ye Fan stated. Disregarding Ma Dafei's apprehension, this Ma Dafei faltered, hesitating before mustering the courage to ask, what is the second option? There is no second option, Ye Fan replied. His eyes steady on Ma Dafei. You have divulged a secret to me, and you should understand that if you do not serve me, I will not allow you to inform others about my affairs. At this pronouncement, Ma Dafei's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. Are you threatening to kill me? Not to that extent, but I possess the means to ensure your demise en route to reporting, Ye Fan answered, seemingly disinclined to elaborate. I shall grant you 1 minute to contemplate your decision. Recognizing the seriousness of Ye Fan's demeanor, Ma Dafei hesitated once more. The minute slipped by swiftly, and as Ye Fan silently counted down to the 50th second, Ma Dafei finally spoke up. I choose the first option. Are you not going to reconsider? Ye Fan inquired, a smile gracing his lips, laced with scrutiny. No more consideration, Ma Dafei shook his head. I can see, brother, that you are indeed the wise choice. Very well. Ye Fan nodded, gazing at Ma Dafei, and remarked, I shall not treat you unfairly. I will impart to you a precious technique, a rare treasure in this world. Really? Ma Dafei exclaimed, a flicker of joy illuminating his countenance as he regarded the youth before him. His heart began to waver. Indeed, being merely a child, he was all too easily swayed by others' words. Was it truly the case that he would share such a technique with me? I pledged my allegiance and now find myself at your mercy. Upon my return, I could inform my superiors that you, a mere boy of barely a decade, a novice beastmaster, could possibly contend with those of greater stature? How fortuitous. This boy appears to possess many valuable items. Perhaps I could secure a significant achievement by reporting to my superiors. Follow my instructions and cultivate your energy, Ye Fan stated, disregarding Ma Dafei's inner turmoil. He then began to chant, focusing his spirit. At that moment, Ma Dafei, still immersed in the exhilaration of acquiring a powerful technique, instinctively followed Ye Fan's lead. Soon, after completing a full cycle of energy circulation, he felt a sudden shift within himself, as a dark mist emerged from his body and soared towards Ye Fan. Almost immediately, he sensed a remarkable lightness enveloping him. What sort of technique is this? It is astonishing. Ma Dafei looked at Ye Fan, his face a mask of astonishment. The great Zhou Heavenly Soul Refinement Method, Ye Fan replied, gesturing with his hand as the dark mist dissipated into nothingness. You are practicing a technique that, once mastered, allows the practitioner to be fully controlled by the will of another. Should you harbor any treachery, a mere thought from your adversary could lead to your instantaneous demise. Upon hearing these words, Ma Dafei was left speechless, his mind reeling. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, Brother, you must be jesting. I do not indulge in jest. Ye Fan replied, observing him closely. Do you wish to return and disclose this to your superiors? It appears, Ma Dafei, that you are not as naive as you seem. Stunned by the revelation of his innermost thoughts, Ma Dafei stood frozen, as if turned to wood. Ye Fan cast a knowing glance at him and smiled, shaking his head. Do not entertain such notions. Your esteemed figures cannot unravel this. Merely utter a word, and your life shall be forfeit. Thud. Upon hearing this, Ma Dafei fell to his knees before Ye Fan. Brother, oh no, my lord, I was wrong, truly wrong, having chosen to ally with me. You must not harbor any further doubts, Ye Fan said, his tone steady. By following me, the rewards you reap shall far exceed those gained by associating with those high and mighty. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ma Dafei realized that his life now belonged entirely to this powerful figure. He dared not entertain any other thoughts and repeatedly affirmed, Your life is now mine. Ye Fan gave him a measured glance, then turned away. Rise now, return and continue with your duties. When I require your assistance, I shall summon you. The sound of retreating footsteps echoed into the distance. After a considerable time, Ma Dafei finally raised his head, gazing at Ye Fan's receding silhouette, his entire being trembling. A devil, he is a devil. Chapter 9. The devilish mentor in the school. After finishing lunch, Ye Fan returned to his dormitory, a smile gracing his features. Ding Xiang had indeed bestowed upon him an unexpected boon, not only bringing Deng Li along, but also revealing crucial information regarding the dynasty organization. Ma Dafei, having been swayed to their side, would soon uncover the arrangements of the dynasty's organization in Pingqing. At that point, they would be thoroughly eliminated. However, the primary focus now was to strengthen oneself. Ye Fan, gazing intently at the temporal dragon mark on his hand, suddenly found himself transported into the beast mastery space. Within the span of an afternoon, more than 10 days had elapsed in this realm. As soon as Ye Fan entered, the Fire Hound bounded toward him in excitement. Over this time, the Fire Hound had noticeably grown, and its strength had ascended to the rank of Black Iron 2. In the realm of beast mastery, the differences in strength levels among beasts are significant, particularly as one progresses beyond the initial ranks of Black Iron and Bronze. Initially, the disparity in power is relatively minor, but as one advances, the gaps widen considerably. Ye Fan decided to test the results of his planting. After playfully engaging with the Fire Hound, he freed his hands to extract a root and approached the nearby soil beside a small dwelling. He carefully dug a patch and planted the root, ensuring the soil was properly packed around it. Given the flow of time in the beast mastery space, it would not be long before the fire fruit matured. The fire fruit was ideally suited for the young Fire Hound, being gentle and not too intense. Before long, the Fire Hound would surpass the Black Iron rank and ascend to Bronze. The true prowess of the Fire Hound would only begin to manifest at the Bronze level, where it could unleash fiery attacks. If it consumed a sufficient quantity of fire fruit, it would exhibit commendable strength, rivaling even those beasts with superior innate qualities. As Ye Fan contemplated this, he turned his gaze toward the Fire Hound, instructing it not to touch the fruit without his permission, even if it bore fruit. The Fire Hound responded with an eager bark, displaying an innate understanding. Ye Fan smiled at this, affectionately patting the hound's head while his eyes gleamed with fervor. In his previous life, despite the skepticism of many, he had persevered to become a king-level beastmaster. In this life, endowed with the remarkable beast mastery space, exceptional breathing techniques, and the memories of his past, he was embarking on a new journey from the best possible starting point. The limits he could reach would no longer be confined to the king level. After a moment of reflection, Ye Fan exhaled deeply and, with a flick of his hand, produced a chicken leg that he had brought back from the cafeteria. Being a canine beast, the Fire Hound was particularly fond of such treats. "Come here, Fire Hound. Enjoy this delicious food," he called. The Fire Hound, filled with joy, rushed over to grasp the chicken leg in its mouth, ready to devour it. Suddenly, it paused to look up at Ye Fan, nudging its head toward the chicken leg, as if inquiring. "I won't eat. It's all for you," Ye Fan replied. Observing the hound's delight as it savored the chicken leg, a smile spread across his face as he thought, "Eat well, for our time together is bound to be long and fulfilling." The following morning, the door to Ye Fan's dormitory was rapped upon, heralding the start of a new day. At this moment, Ye Fan had exited the Beastmaster space and was standing by the window, stretching his body while practicing a series of peculiar punches. At times, he resembled a fierce tiger, at others, a graceful deer, embodying various animal forms. This was a martial art he had innovated based on ancient teachings, named the Wangxiang method. Paired with breathing techniques, it could enhance one's physique and prolong life. When perfected, it could enable one to abstain from food and resist toxins, serving as a regimen for health, particularly effective at dawn when the sun first rises. Hearing a knock at the door, Ye Fan paused his movements and turned to open it. Upon opening the door, he found Fat Li standing there, his face a picture of distress. Without hesitation, Li exclaimed, "Ye Fan, please help me. What is the matter?" Ye Fan asked, furrowing his brow at the sight of his friend. "Has Deng Chong and his crew come to trouble you again?" "No." Fat Li shook his head struggling to articulate his predicament, his face growing red. Observing his friend's demeanor, Ye Fan pondered for a moment before a smile broke across his face. Could it be that after practicing the Taotai method, your appetite has surged, yet you find yourself unable to relieve yourself, leaving your stomach bloated and in pain? "Exactly," Fat Li exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as if he had found a lifeline. He grasped Ye Fan's arm and pleaded, "Is there any way to alleviate this? It's unbearable. I feel like my stomach is going to burst." "That's quite normal," Ye Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "If I'm not mistaken, yesterday you only practiced the Taotai method as I instructed, then gorged yourself, and afterwards returned to your dormitory to lie down, correct?" Fat Li stared at Ye Fan in astonishment, finally exclaiming, "Ye Fan, you're incredible." "It's not about being incredible, it's simply an understanding of the Taotai method," Ye Fan replied, his tone serious. "The method is named for the gluttonous nature of the Taotai, which signifies its capacity for immense consumption. If you consume food without engaging the Taotai method, how can it assist in digesting the food accumulated within you? An ordinary person's digestive system cannot handle such a vast quantity, leading to bloating. You clearly weren't paying attention when I explained this yesterday." Upon hearing this, Fat Li sheepishly scratched his head, then hurriedly bid farewell and returned to his dormitory. The soundproofing in the dormitory left much to be desired, and soon Ye Fan could hear a series of raucous noises emanating from Fat Li's room. Ye Fan shook his head with a bemused smile and proceeded to the classroom, for as a student, attending classes was still a daily necessity. Before long, upon reaching the classroom and settling into his seat, Deng Chong arrived. The moment he spotted Ye Fan, he nearly faltered, almost retreating in fear. Just the day before, Defei and his crew had been soundly beaten by Ye Fan, and he had no idea what had transpired afterward. Last night, his cousin had called specifically to warn him against provoking Ye Fan at this time. If even his cousin held Ye Fan in such regard, there was no way Deng Chong would dare to confront him. His followers slinked into a corner, heads bowed, fearful of attracting Ye Fan's ire. Ye Fan, of course, noticed their reactions, but merely shook his head in response. These individuals, if not actively provoking him, would hardly warrant his attention in ordinary circumstances. Soaring in the sky, how could the majestic Kunpeng concern itself with the ants below? The bell rang melodiously, signaling the start of class. At that moment, Li Pengzi arrived at Ye Fan's side and took a seat, exhaling deeply. How does it feel? Is it clear now? Ye Fan teased, observing Li Pengzi. Yes. It's clear now, Li Pengzi replied with a shy smile, just as a stern man with a straight posture entered the classroom. Silence. The command fell, and the classroom fell into an eerie hush. Witnessing this, Li Pengzi's expression shifted, and he murmured softly, "It's the devilish instructor Pan Zhao." Why him? In contrast, upon recognizing Pan Zhao, Ye Fan shook his head, his gaze towards the man on the podium, revealing a hint of complexity. Pan Zhao was notorious in Ping City, renowned for his rigorous teaching methods and for often taking students to perilous places for training. It was precisely due to this that many of his students emerged as formidable figures in the future. Ye Fan himself had experienced a fortuitous encounter under Pan Zhao's guidance during an expedition into a secret realm, which marked the beginning of his legendary rise. To speak seriously, Pan Zhao could be considered his mentor. However, in his previous life, this esteemed instructor ultimately met a tragic fate, marginalized by the academy's higher-ups due to his forthright nature. His demotion from a celebrated teacher to an ordinary class instructor was indicative of this. He had never been afforded the opportunity to shine, with his only chance arriving when he led a rebellion against a beast wave, which ultimately cost him his life, a fate marked by unfulfilled potential. Such an instructor should be revered everywhere. Why then was he being suppressed? As Ye Fan pondered this, he narrowed his eyes. Pan Zhao's true strength in Ping City was formidable, possessing a golden 9-star roaring lion. Had he not perished in the beast wave, he might have even ascended to the eternal level in the future. Who in this small Ping City could possibly suppress such a beast tamer? This was intriguing. Ye Fan raised an eyebrow as Pan Zhao, with a cold gaze, addressed the class. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here signifies not your first success as beast tamers, but rather your first failure. At this declaration, many faces in the room altered in color. Pan Zhao continued, "Do you know why? Talent. Your D-class beast tamer aptitude inevitably places you at a disadvantage. Among your peers, other beast tamers will not need to exert themselves. Their beasts will inherently surpass yours by a considerable margin. You shall not access the finest resources. Do not be deceived by the apparent envy of those ordinary individuals. In the realm of beast tamers, no one holds you in esteem. Do you know what your class is referred to? It is called the waste class, a collective of ineptitude. Are you aware of the beasts you selected yesterday? Do you know what caliber of beasts the elite class received? Beasts of the elite grade, capable of evolving into silver or even golden creatures." These words, uttered by Pan Zhao, stirred a ripple of astonishment throughout the classroom. The elite tier, where one can easily possess beasts worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Acquiring just one, with diligent nurturing, the transition to the silver tier becomes a feasible endeavor. The silver tier essentially equates to obtaining a ticket to university. Such statements have disheartened many, inciting a sense of indignation among some. Among them, a girl of striking appearance seated in the front row rose to her feet and addressed the teacher. "If talent dictates everything, then why are we here in school?" A pertinent inquiry. Pan Zhao responded, turning his gaze toward the girl and inquired, "What is your name?" "Ma Xiaoxua," she replied. "Ma Xiaoxua, I shall remember your name," Pan Zhao affirmed, nodding as he rapped his knuckles on the desk and surveyed the audience. "What I am about to discuss pertains to what you can achieve over the next 3 years. Firstly, each month, I will take you into the school's affiliated mysterious realm for training." The mention of the realm ignited excitement among the previously disheartened crowd. Unlike Ye Fan, who possessed profound knowledge, even the most basic treasures of the mysterious realm were of immense value to them. "You all wish to go, don't you?" Glancing at their reactions, Pan Zhao nodded but added, "However, spots are limited. I have only been granted 10 slots. To gain entry into the realm, you must satisfy my expectations. On the 10th of each month, there will be a monthly examination, a beast battle, and only the top 10 performers will qualify for entry into this realm. As this month is already the 2nd, it means that in just 8 days, you will participate in your first monthly examination and your inaugural venture into the realm." Upon hearing this, the crowd buzzed with excitement, their conversations filled with anticipation. Silence. Pan Zhao's voice rang out once more, and many complied, falling silent. "Are you feeling overly confident, believing that with the chance to enter the realm, you will soon surpass others?" Pan Zhao observed the students, who were becoming somewhat self-satisfied, and his expression hardened once more. Let me inform you of another matter. For the elite class, they are permitted to enter the realm twice a month, without any limit on numbers. With this revelation, another bucket of cold water was poured over them. Pan Zhao continued, these 10 slots, I had to plead for, otherwise. With your current D-tier status, you wouldn't even qualify for entry. What you can achieve in these 3 years is to diligently train under my guidance, securing your qualification for the realm. Entering once a month will afford you rewards comparable to those who enter twice. Only in this manner will you have the opportunity for a comeback, a chance to prove to others that you are not worthless. Can you do it? As Pan Zhao's words resonated, the students exchanged glances, a few murmuring affirmatively. Yes. Amidst the silence, Li Pengzi's loud declaration caught Pan Zhao's attention, prompting him to glance at him, though his gaze ultimately drifted to the unspoken Ye Fan. In the end, Pan Zhao did not respond, merely shaking his head before gathering the books on the desk. I understand that you lack the confidence to voice such statements now. Yet I will pose this question to you every week. I do not wish for you to respond with such a lack of confidence when you graduate 3 years hence. Very well, go forth and train your beasts. I shall observe your training. Should you have any questions or matters to discuss, do not hesitate to seek me out. Off you go. As the voice faded, the students made their way toward the classroom exit. This is the daily routine at Beastmaster High. Aside from the weekly inspections, teachers generally refrain from interference. Of course, for those who are exceptionally gifted, they are afforded the guidance of top-tier instructors and protected during trials in secret realms. The prodigies are destined to stand apart from the ordinary, yet the ordinary are not without the potential to surpass the gifted. This was the first lesson imparted by Pan Zhao. In the classroom, Ye Fan also rose, preparing to step outside, when Li Fadi hastily inquired, Ye Fan, aren't you going to train your beast? I shall, Ye Fan replied, glancing at his portly friend and shaking his head. However, I believe the finest beast training comes through battle. Battle? Li Fadi was momentarily taken aback. Where shall we fight? In the north, at Silvermoon Forest, Ye Fan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Fadi's expression shifted to one of alarm. Silvermoon Forest? There are far too many ferocious beasts there. It is said that even those above golden rank reside within. People die there. That is the core of Silvermoon Forest, where the majority of beasts are of black iron rank, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Shall we go together? Li Fadi hesitated, fearful of the legends surrounding Silvermoon Forest. Yet when he met Ye Fan's tranquil gaze, he gritted his teeth and nodded determinedly. Let us go. Now that is the spirit, Ye Fan smiled, gesturing for Fadi to follow as he strode toward the school gate. Meanwhile, Pan Zhao, who had remained seated in the classroom, lifted his gaze toward the door, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. Ye Fan, I expected him to be disheartened upon receiving a D rank, yet here he is, so audacious. 2 boys, just beginning their journey as beastmasters, dare venture into the beast forest? With a shake of his head, Pan Zhao mused, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Let them face some hardship to learn their limitations. Do they truly believe that the wild beasts in that forest are as docile as those they encounter in everyday life? As he spoke, Pan Zhao turned his attention to the window, where numerous students could be seen training their beasts. Lost in thought, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Is my success solely due to the aptitude of my students? Can I not cultivate talent from an ordinary class? When the college entrance examination arrives in 3 years, I shall take great pleasure in proving you all wrong. What will you have to say then? While Pan Zhao remained in the classroom, Ye Fan and Fadi exited the school. No sooner had they stepped outside than a group of individuals converged upon them. This is it. Deng Li must have sent them to confront us, Li Fadi realized too late, pulling Ye Fan back toward the school. However, despite his efforts, Ye Fan remained steadfast. Are you the one called Ye Fan? Inquired a lean man leading the group, his gaze shifting from the flustered Fadi to the composed Ye Fan. Indeed. Ye Fan nodded, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the individuals before him. That is well, he remarked. The gaunt man responded with an abrupt shift in demeanor, instructing those behind him, quickly greet Brother Fan. Greetings, Brother Fan. The assembled crowd chorused, leaving Li Fadi utterly bewildered. Wasn't this meant to be a confrontation? Why were they suddenly expressing their greetings? Contemplating this, Li Fadi cast a glance at Ye Fan, who remained unperturbed, and began to speculate. Could it be that his childhood friend had joined a gang? Who summoned you here? As Li Fadi pondered, Ye Fan's voice unexpectedly broke the silence, his expression revealing unmistakable displeasure. Do not tell me it was Ma Dafei who sent you. How does Brother Fan know it was Brother Fei? The gaunt man was about to respond when he noticed Ye Fan's displeased countenance, which prompted him to feel a sense of foreboding. After a brief pause, he quietly confided. Brother Fei mentioned he may have offended you last time and asked us to wait for you to emerge, bringing offerings as a gesture of apology. What an imbecile. Having received confirmation, Ye Fan instantly scolded. Did I not say I would contact him if I had matters to discuss? He was well aware of Ma Dafei's ulterior motives. knowing that his life was currently in Ye Fan's hands, and that he sought to ingratiate himself. Yet, such seemingly trivial gestures could prove detrimental if scrutinized by a discerning individual, potentially exposing his vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, witnessing Ye Fan's anger, the gaunt man, already a subordinate, shrank back. However, recalling something, he hastily added in a hushed tone. Brother Dafei said that the higher-ups have all returned and reportedly will not be visiting Pingxing for the next few months. We are merely brothers who have pledged loyalty to Brother Dafei, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan's expression softened slightly. He scrutinized the gaunt man and inquired, "What did he instruct you to bring?" "Fire fruit," the gaunt man replied, promptly producing a box. Brother Dafei learned that you wagered for the seeds of fire fruit with that scoundrel Deng Chong and understood that you would require fire fruit. Thus, he specifically sent us to procure a fire fruit from the Baichao Hall as a tribute to you. Fire fruit. Ye Fan glanced at the box, his expression tinged with exasperation. He had just acquired a root and would have ample fire fruit in the future. Ma Dafei, once again, had sent him fire fruit. However, it was indeed useful, as he could feed it to the Fire Hound now. "I accept the gift." Ye Fan took the box and looked at the gaunt man, stating, "Convey to Brother Dafei that I will reach out to him if I require assistance. He need not seek me out. After all, as students, we should remain discreet." "Understood." The gaunt man replied earnestly. "Well then, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Ye Fan nodded, and the group departed in succession. While he carefully stored the fire fruit away, "Ye Fan, who were those people just now, and why were they delivering gifts to you?" Li Fati, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "You're not getting involved with gangs, are you? It's perilous. And Uncle Li would be furious if he found out. A mere underground gang could hardly intimidate me." Ye Fan shook his head, turning to Li Fati with a sudden question. "Fati, do you think we can trust sworn brothers?" This inquiry left Fati momentarily taken aback. "They are brothers. Surely we can trust them, right?" "Humph, that may not necessarily be the case." Upon hearing those words, Ye Fan shook his head, in the face of profit. "The notion of brotherhood is rendered meaningless. Fati, I bestow upon you the Tao Tai technique. Have you not contemplated the implications beyond mere power?" Upon hearing this, Fati appeared bewildered and replied, Contemplate what?" Observing Fati's expression, Ye Fan felt a twinge of exasperation. His discerning eyes, honed through 2 lifetimes, could easily perceive that Fati's confusion was genuine and unintentional. "You are truly adorably foolish," he remarked, giving Fati a pat on the shoulder before striding ahead. Li Fati lagged behind, mulling over Ye Fan's words, scratching his head in perplexity. "How am I adorably foolish?" The journey to the Silver Moon Forest did not take long. After passing through the city walls and heading north for a while, a vast expanse of forest came into view, stretching endlessly. Many cities are bordered by such forests, teeming with wild beasts. Some forests harbor exceptionally strong creatures at their core. Yet Ping City is a small one, and the most formidable wild beasts within the Silver Moon Forest scarcely exceed the bronze rank. After all, it is not a secret realm. The beasts in these woods are predominantly of inferior quality, with occasional elite specimens. Most beast hunters in the cities rely on this forest for their livelihoods, capturing beasts to sell for meat, and if fortune smiles upon them, they might catch young beasts, providing a year's worth of sustenance for an ordinary family. "Ye Fan, are we really going in there?" Li Fati asked nervously, eyeing the entrance of the forest. "Of course," Ye Fan replied, "but wait a moment." With that, he summoned his Fire Hound. In the span of half a day, over half a month had elapsed in the beast space, and this time, the Fire Hound had noticeably grown. "A black iron 2-star Fire Hound," Fati exclaimed in astonishment. "How has it grown so much in just a day or two?" "Perhaps my Fire Hound has a naturally rapid growth rate," Ye Fan chuckled, retrieving the fire fruit given by the emaciated man earlier and offering it to the Fire Hound. With excitement, the Fire Hound took the fire fruit and wagged its tail vigorously. "Go ahead and eat," Ye Fan encouraged, patting the hound's head. The Fire Hound, tail wagging, eagerly devoured the fire fruit, and the sound of the juice bursting resonated, causing Li Fati to feel hungry, his stomach letting out a long growl. Upon hearing this, the Fire Hound lifted its head, glancing at Ye Fan, then at Li Fati. After discerning the apparent camaraderie between them, it shifted aside and nudged the remaining half of the fire fruit toward Fati. I'm not eating," Fati protested loudly, blushing at the hound's clear gesture to share food. "I'm not hungry." "Wong." The Fire Hound tilted its head in confusion at Li Fati's lack of response, but soon happily finished the remaining half of the fire fruit. Ye Fan watched with a smile, pleased that his Fire Hound seemed quite amiable, even willing to share a morsel with his friend. It is well known that most beast companions are fiercely protective of their food. Even the mightiest of them abhors being disturbed during their meals. The Fire Hound's willingness to allow such proximity indicates a strong bond of recognition with its master. As time passed, the effects of the blazing fruit rapidly manifested, visibly causing the Fire Hound to grow. Its strength, previously nearing the rank of Black Iron 3 stars, soon surpassed that threshold, and within an hour. Having absorbed the majority of the fruit's potency, it successfully ascended to Black Iron 4 stars. With a playful nudge against Ye Fan's pant leg, the now noticeably larger Fire Hound had grown taller than Ye Fan's knee, a stark contrast to the diminutive creature he had first acquired. Splendid, Ye Fan exclaimed, patting the hound's head, his gaze drawn to the faint red markings beginning to emerge on its forehead, his eyes shimmering with delight. The blazing fruit indeed acted as a tremendous tonic for the Fire Hound. A single fruit could ignite its flame power, and with an additional 7 or 8, it could very well ascend to the bronze level. Black Iron 4 stars, how formidable. Beside him, Fatly gazed on enviously. His Sun Serpent had only been acquired yesterday and showed no signs of growth yet. Advancement within the Black Iron ranks is rather straightforward, Ye Fan remarked, beckoning Fatly as he ventured deeper into the forest. Upon entering the Silver Moon Forest, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The air was thick with a medley of scents, flowers, foliage, and even the unmistakable odor of beast excrement, coupled with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Fatly, release your beast, Ye Fan suddenly suggested. The Sun Serpent is a natural master of concealment, and this environment is most conducive to its abilities. Of course, Fatly nodded vigorously, summoning the Sun Serpent before him. True to Ye Fan's assertion, the serpent swiftly melded into the fallen leaves, becoming nearly undetectable unless scrutinized closely. Not long after, a distinct set of footprints appeared in the underbrush. Silver deer tracks, Ye Fan observed, assessing the signs. Just then, the bushes ahead rustled unexpectedly. There, Ye Fan exclaimed. Fire Hound, charge. With that, he raised his hand, activating his beast mastery skill, Ascend. Woof. With the enhancement of Ascend, the Fire Hound, now significantly larger, surged forward with increased speed toward the thicket. Wait for me, Fatly called out, hastily trailing behind Ye Fan, as they burst through the underbrush. Fatly was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A pristine white silver deer lay pinned to the ground, the Fire Hound clamped firmly onto its throat. The battle concluded swiftly. The Black Iron 3-star silver deer succumbed almost instantly in Ye Fan's presence. Presumably, the deer had been grazing when the Fire Hound seized the opportunity to leap forth and sink its teeth into its throat. For both beasts and humans alike, the throat remains a vital point. Chapter 12. The Lion King. Ye Fan regarded the twitching silver deer, while Fatly's eyes reflected a twinge of sympathy. That deer looks so pitiable, he murmured. Fatly, pay close attention, Ye Fan admonished sharply. The sudden shout startled Li Fatty, causing him to focus his gaze and notice that the silver deer held in its mouth a blood-stained piece of clothing. Looking down, he saw a mangled corpse amidst the grass. This was not merely grazing, it was unmistakably devouring a human. With a gasp, Li Fatty's face drained of color, and he stumbled back several steps until he collided with a large tree. Fire Dog, do not relent. On the other side, Ye Fan, undeterred, seized the opportunity for the Fire Dog to strike. Soon, under the grip of the Fire Dog, the silver deer began to convulse less and eventually fell silent. Only then did Ye Fan breathe a sigh of relief, turning to the pale-faced Li Fatty and shaking his head. Do you truly believe that beast tamers are as gentle and harmless as those creatures you see in cages at the shops? Do you realize what these creatures were called before the emergence of beast tamers? What? Li Fatty's lips quivered as he spoke. Monsters. Ye Fan's expression turned grave. When the spiritual energy of Earth manifested, these extraordinary beasts launched frenzied assaults on human cities, resulting in unimaginable casualties. Had it not been for the formidable beast tamers who subdued a few powerful monsters, humanity would have faced near extinction. Do you think the current advocacy for beast tamers is unfounded? It is precisely to defend against these uncontrollable monsters. Li Fatty was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a pause, he hesitantly asked, why was I never aware that beasts could consume humans? Shouldn't a beast like the silver deer be herbivorous? Most beasts are omnivorous. The truth is often far more brutal. You haven't heard it because the majority of ordinary people cannot afford the flesh of wild beasts, opting instead for domesticated animals like pigs and chickens. You might consider purchasing from hunters in the forest. Each could reveal the truth to you. That corpse on the ground may very well belong to a beast hunter. Ye Fan observed Li Fatty's demeanor, his brow furrowing. A beast tamer's mentality is crucial. If you are so easily frightened by witnessing a beast devouring a human, would you merely stand by and watch the silver deer consume you if I were not here today? Realizing the gravity of his earlier reaction, Li Fatty took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Supporting himself against the tree, he slowly stood up and approached Ye Fan. Upon glimpsing the grotesque corpse once more, he instinctively averted his gaze. Retrieve the body, Ye Fan's voice rang out. What? Li Fatty's scalp prickled at the thought. That was a corpse, utterly mangled. And now he was being asked to collect it? I meant the corpse of the silver deer. Ye Fan interrupted Li Fatty's protests, slightly exasperated. The meat of the silver deer is quite valuable, A creature of this size could easily fetch over $1,000. Upon hearing this, Fatty's spirits lifted. Although still uneasy, he quickly approached the body of the silver deer, a glow emanating from his hands as he collected the carcass. The beast's space possesses a storage function. However, one must ensure that the items stored within it are not consumed by the beasts contained therein. The Beastmaster's spaces expand incrementally with the increase in the number of beasts. The rotund practitioner of the gluttonous art has opened a second space, which is conveniently used for storage. As for Ye Fan's space, it resembles a paradise. Thus, utilizing it for corpses would be a sheer waste. Let us continue our search for the next beast. If we manage to defeat 5 today, we can return to rest, Ye Fan suggested, glancing at the sky. He added, the ferocity of the beasts will significantly escalate as night falls, compounded by limited visibility, making it exceedingly perilous. We must depart before darkness envelopes us. Understood, Fatty nodded. Positioning himself alongside Ye Fan. Having learned about the dangers of wild beasts consuming humans, his initial fears had intensified. Fatty, you must conquer your trepidation, Ye Fan urged gently. If you fear even this, how can you aspire to be a beastmaster? Being a beastmaster involves more than merely directing beasts for amusement. Understood, Fatty replied, nodding gravely. Subsequently, Ye Fan and Fatty traversed a considerable distance along the periphery of the Silver Moon Forest, successfully vanquishing 6 wild beasts in total, 4 of which were of the Black Iron 2-star rank, 1 was 3-star, and another was a 7-star. This gray-furred bear is truly enormous, Fatty exclaimed, gazing at the creature that resembled a small mountain. It must be worth a considerable sum. Fortunately, this gray-furred bear has not yet reached maturity. Its pelt may fetch 4,000 to 5,000, while other aspects may be comparable in value to that of the silver deer, Ye Fan remarked, exhaling deeply. Although the gray-furred bear is classified as a low-grade beast, its size offers a significant advantage. It could serve well as a novice beast for training, albeit with a higher food requirement. Fatty, you performed admirably just now, Ye Fan commended, patting him on the shoulder. In the recent battle, Fatty had played a crucial role. During the skirmish between the Fire Hound and the gray-furred bear, Fatty commanded the radiant serpent to spring forth from its camouflage of dried leaves, delivering a venomous bite to the bear's paw. The poison spread, gradually incapacitating the bear, allowing the Fire Hound to triumph over it. Just doing my part. Fatty scratched his head, acknowledging that it was his first time taking the initiative that afternoon. I believe you could specialize in serpent cultivation, Ye Fan mused, for instance, training a legion of serpentine beasts. In future battles, unleashing dozens of serpents would wield considerable power. Dozens of serpents? Fatty responded with reluctance, doubting the potency of serpentine beasts. Do not underestimate them, Ye Fan countered, shaking his head. There exists a species known as the dragon python, adorned with horns resembling those of a dragon, yet devoid of limbs, stretching hundreds of meters in length. A single sweep of its tail can flatten a small mountain, and if its venomous fangs strike, even a glory-grade beast could meet its demise. Such formidable beasts exist? Fatty's eyes gleamed with excitement. Where might I find a dragon python? Dream on, Ye Fan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at him. Dragon pythons are ancient guardians dwelling within relics, and even the most accomplished glory-grade beastmasters typically refrain from provoking them. Consider this, my friend, one must always harbor dreams. Fatty scratched his head and inquired, but why must I solely raise serpentine beasts? Because, Ye Fan explained patiently, by nurturing serpents, you will gradually develop a bond with them. Capturing their kind becomes significantly less challenging. I see. Upon hearing this, Fatty hesitated momentarily before resolutely declaring, then I shall raise serpents. I want a dragon python. Ye Fan shook his head in exasperation, yet a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes as he observed Fatty's enthusiasm while preparing the corpse of a gray-furred bear. From an initial trepidation to now yearning for formidable beasts, this day's journey had indeed paved the way for Fatty's path as a beastmaster. In the future, as long as he follows my lead, I am confident I can help him become a powerful figure. Fatty, in this life, I wish to lend you a hand. Gazing at Fatty's retreating figure, Ye Fan murmured, please, do not let me down. What Lion King? Where is there a Lion King? Hearing Ye Fan's words, Fatty leaped up in shock. Could there truly be a Lion King lurking at the forest's edge? Caught off guard, Ye Fan was momentarily speechless and finally replied, Fatty, I should lend you some money soon. You ought to get your ears checked. Chapter 13, Silver Snake Fruit on a bustling street in Ping City. Ye Fan and Fatty stood at the entrance of a shop, presenting a series of captured beasts in exchange for trade. As they showcased the silver deer and silver moon rabbits, the shopkeeper's expression gradually shifted. When Fatty produced a gray-furred bear, the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise, Are you two beastmasters? You managed to hunt a gray-furred bear? Indeed, Ye Fan nodded. We are freshmen at Ping City High School. To capture a gray-furred bear as a novice, it must be of at least a Black Iron 7-star level. The shopkeeper's demeanor brightened instantly, a broad smile gracing his face. Since you are esteemed beastmasters, I shall purchase these at the highest prices. 3,000 for the silver deer, 1,200 for the silver moon rabbit. And for the gray-furred bear, I will offer 7,000. Altogether, that amounts to 15,200. What do you think, esteemed beastmasters? Upon hearing this figure, Li Fatty's jaw dropped. His monthly allowance was only 1,000. This hunting trip yielded more than his annual living expenses. Ye Fan, amused by Fatty's astonishment, shook his head and addressed the shopkeeper. 15,000 is acceptable, but I would like to keep 10 pounds of the gray-furred bear's meat. After a few moments of hesitation, the shopkeeper quickly acquiesced. 10 pounds it is. Please wait a moment while I arrange for it. Before long, the shop's assistants helped move the captured beasts inside. And shortly after, they emerged carrying 2 large bags. Here you are, sir, 10 pounds of gray-furred bear meat, along with 15,000 coins. Please count them. The shopkeeper beamed as he handed over the items. Ye Fan weighed the meat in his hands, nodding in satisfaction, while he merely glanced at the stack of coins before tucking them away. He had no concerns about the accuracy of the transaction. A shopkeeper running a specialized establishment for the trade of beast flesh would certainly possess the necessary acumen. Fatty, let us depart. Ye Fan turned to Li Pengzi and spoke a few words before leading the way out. The rotund man hastily followed, glancing at the gray bear meat that Ye Fan was carrying, and inquired with a touch of perplexity, Ye Fan, why do you keep some of the gray bear meat? To eat, Ye Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. The blood and flesh of wild beasts are not only rich in nutrients, but also delectable. Whether for beastmasters or for oneself, the benefits are considerable. The more powerful the beast, the more potent its flesh, especially for a beastmaster like you, who practices the gluttonous techniques. It is imperative to consume beast meat, the rarer the better. Moreover, beasts themselves require substantial amounts of blood and flesh. The meat from poultry or pork serves merely to fill the belly and is utterly devoid of value. In essence, both my beast and I must consume a significant amount of wild beast meat. Li Pengzi seemed to grasp the implication. So, I would be fighting with my beast over the same bowl of meat? Hearing this, even Ye Fan could not help but take a sharp breath, staring at Li Pengzi before finally saying, Pengzi, have you not considered that you could have one bowl for yourself and another for your beast? Li Pengzi was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a silly grin, he replied, I see where I miscalculated. At this, Ye Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement, and without further ado, he hailed a cab. Where are we headed? Pengzi asked. To Baichao Hall, Ye Fan answered. Herbal essence is never in excess. Understood, Pengzi nodded eagerly. The taxi sped away, and before long, they arrived once more at the entrance of Baichao Hall. Just as they were about to enter, Ning Shui, who had been idly passing the time, caught sight of Ye Fan. Ah, he is back. In an instant, Ning Shui appeared at the door, and as Ye Fan stepped inside, he was greeted by her radiant smile. It must be said, in terms of beauty, Ning Shui ranked among the most striking in Ping City, and with her delicate makeup, she was indeed captivating. Ye Fan, having lived 2 lifetimes, possessed a heart as tranquil as still water, while Li Pengzi, on the other hand, exhibited a rather unsatisfactory demeanor. His gaze fixated on Ning Shui, nearly drooling. Little brother, long time no see. Ning Shui noticed Pengzi's reaction, yet her expression remained unchanged. Instead, she appeared increasingly curious about Ye Fan. Long time no see, Ye Fan replied succinctly, then cut straight to the chase. I wish to purchase seeds of the strong muscle grass. How much do they cost? Seeds again? Ning Shui queried, perplexed. Only yesterday he had bought seeds for the fire fruit, and now he sought seeds for the strong muscle grass. Was he planning to cultivate a herbal garden at home? The seeds of strong muscle grass were slightly cheaper than those of the fire fruit, priced at 8,000 per seed. Ning Shui responded, hesitating momentarily before adding, however, I can make an exception and offer them to you for 6,000 each. Thank you, Ye Fan replied, without further ado. Though Ning Shui was puzzled, she refrained from asking more questions. She ascended the stairs and returned shortly with a small box. Here are the seeds of strong muscle grass. Under suitable conditions, they can mature within 3 months at most. Excellent. Ye Fan accepted the box without elaboration, then casually picked up a purple fruit before saying, Please give me 3 of these silver snake fruits. The silver snake fruit, while relatively commonplace among spiritual fruits, pales in comparison to the more illustrious fire fruit. However, its affordability makes it appealing, particularly to serpent tamers, rendering it a rather niche delicacy. Without hesitation, Ning Shui promptly gathered 3 silver snake fruits for Ye Fan, presenting them with a smile. Priced at 2,000 each, the total for the 3 fruits, along with the strong muscle grass seeds, amounted to 12,000 altogether. Ye Fan extracted the money he had just acquired, counted out 12,000, and handed it to Ning Shui, before beckoning Li Fatty to depart. Li Fatty, lacking knowledge of herbs, remained silent, but turned back momentarily to glance at Ning Shui, exclaiming in admiration, This sister is truly captivating. Beware, Fatty. Beauty may not only enchant, but can also be perilous, Ye Fan interjected coolly. The remark sent a shiver down Li Fatty's spine, prompting him to swiftly turn away and quicken his pace. Perilous? In the shop, Ning Shui caught wind of this comment, her beautiful eyes glimmering with amusement. It seemed this young man possessed some insight. After a moment's contemplation, she lifted her gaze and instructed the receptionist at the door, next time this young man visits, please inform me. I shall attend to him personally. Yes, the receptionist replied, albeit perplexed. Why would Miss Ning hold such significance for an ordinary lad? Upon returning to school, the sky had darkened. In front of the dormitory, Ye Fan handed the silver snake fruits he had purchased earlier to Li Fatty. These 3 fruits should elevate your radiant sun serpent to the level of a black iron 2-star. How can I accept this? Li Fatty responded. Yet his hands eagerly accepted the silver snake fruits. Additionally, here is 1,000 yuan. Procure 5 pounds of gray fur bear meat. Ye Fan continued, offering 1,000 yuan. One must never starve while cultivating the gourmet method, lest one suffers a backlash. I cannot accept this. Li Fatty genuinely felt uncomfortable taking the money. As he had contributed little during his time with Ye Fan, it was primarily Ye Fan who had shielded him. Receiving a silver snake fruit alone was enough to bring him joy. Asking for money and meat felt excessive. Take it, Ye Fan replied calmly, observing Fatty's hesitation. What you require now is resources for growth. When you become stronger, you may repay me. This statement caused Li Fatty to ponder. Soon, he nodded and accepted the money and the gray fur bear meat. I shall take my leave now, Ye Fan said, opening the dormitory door. Ye Fan, Li Fatty called out, causing Ye Fan to pause and turn. Li Fatty, holding the meat, looked earnest as he expressed, thank you. After a brief moment of scratching his head, perhaps at a loss for words, he simply added, thank you for giving me the opportunity to become a powerful beastmaster. A smile crept onto Ye Fan's face as he observed the somewhat flustered demeanor of Li Fatty. He shook his head lightly. Fatty, the gratitude of a black iron level beastmaster is as light as a feather. Wait until you have tamed the dragon python you desire before expressing such thanks. Upon hearing this, Li Pangzi comprehended the implications, his entire body quivering slightly before he fervently nodded in agreement. Chapter 14. Conflict within the Beastmaster's realm. Ye Fan gazed at the fiery fruit saplings sprouting from the fertile soil before him, his eyes reflecting a flicker of emotion. While mere hours had elapsed in the outside world, 30 days had passed here. It was no surprise that the fiery fruit, being a root-based plant, had begun to sprout. In 3 more days, it would surely reach maturity. A glimmer of joy illuminated Ye Fan's gaze. The ripening of the fiery fruit promised a significant enhancement for his fiery canine companion. He was confident that he would secure the qualification to enter the enigmatic secret realm mentioned by Pan Zhao. However, the secret realm was not devoid of peril, for many treasures were often guarded by formidable beasts. Thus, enhancing his strength prior to entering would greatly increase his chances of acquiring more valuable items. With this thought, Ye Fan took a deep breath and planted the strong muscle grass he had recently purchased. Although it lacked the specific enhancements of the fiery fruit, its shorter growth cycle made it a commendable herb. It seemed that Ning Qinghai had indeed noticed some of his deliberately revealed capabilities. The previous fiery fruit roots had been practically given away, and this time, the seeds of strong muscle grass were significantly discounted. In the future, he would certainly have the opportunity to reciprocate their kindness. Ye Fan was not one to accept benefits without due cause, since they valued his potential and background. Once he became more powerful, giving back some trivial rewards would be a form of gratitude. Wong Wong, his fiery canine approached happily, affectionately nudging Ye Fan. He, in turn, generously produced the remaining 5 pounds of gray-furred bear meat and laid it upon the ground. In this realm suffused with spiritual energy, his beast did not require frequent feeding. Yet as he had previously conveyed to Pangzi, meat was of paramount importance for beast companions. Take your time with this meat. Later, when we go hunting, there will be plenty more, Ye Fan said, affectionately stroking the canine's head, his eyes brimming with fondness. In comparison to humans and other beasts, canine companions were the most loyal. Particularly, the fiery canine, once it recognized its first master, would not follow another beast master even in the event of its owner's demise. It would either perish alone in the depths of the mountains or succumb to starvation. Such loyalty was rare among beast kind, yet due to their less prestigious lineage, few chose fiery canines as their companions. I shall provide you with my finest offerings. One day, you will become the greatest pride of the fiery canine lineage. Ye Fan proclaimed, as if making a solemn vow. Wong, the fiery canine seemed to understand, letting out a soft bark, tearing off a piece of gray-furred bear meat and placing it at Ye Fan's feet. Observing this familiar gesture, Ye Fan chuckled helplessly. When he remained still, the canine emitted a questioning sound. Wong, this is all for you. I do not particularly relish this, Ye Fan explained, patting the canine's head once more. The fiery canine wagged its tail, yet still carried the meat back to devour it ravenously. It was evident that it yearned for the gray-furred bear meat. but it wished to share it with Ye Fan first. Ye Fan closed his eyes and began to operate the sacred entry technique, cultivating both internally and externally. A robust self is sometimes sufficient to handle unforeseen troubles. Time passed quietly. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, Li Fati knocked promptly on Ye Fan's door. Creaking. The door opened, and Li Fati, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Ye Fan, what are our plans for today?" Contemplating the day's itinerary, Ye Fan suggested, "We could train at school and familiarize ourselves with the coordination with our summoned beasts." "Sounds good," Li Fati nodded, then reached into his bag and produced a large sack of buns. "Come, let us have breakfast. Once we finish, we'll get to work." Observing the bag containing at least 20 to 30 buns, Ye Fan shook his head. "I can't eat that many." Li Fati was taken aback, asking, "Ye Fan, haven't you practiced the gluttonous technique?" "That breathing technique doesn't suit me," Ye Fan replied, "and I also prefer not to overindulge." After a moment of hesitation, Li Fati glanced at the hefty bag of buns, contemplated briefly, and extracted 2. "Then you can have these. I'll finish the rest since I'm a bit hungry." "All right," Ye Fan nodded, accepting the steaming buns. "Let us go try the combat simulation device at the academy." The school naturally provided training facilities for beast tamers, including specialized simulators that mimic beast battles, agility training devices to enhance reflexes, and gravity rooms to improve compatibility. Though the training equipment at the high school was not advanced, it was quite commendable for novice beast tamers. Before long, the two arrived at the training facility, a building with distinct floors dedicated to various training apparatuses. The first floor housed the combat simulation devices. Upon entering, the sounds of clashing echoed through the air. The expansive interior contained 5 simulation halls, each equipped with devices that would automatically generate a beast of equivalent strength based on the beast tamer's abilities. The training scenarios were meticulously crafted by researchers to nearly perfectly replicate the combat styles of the summoned beasts. Adobe Wolf. As they passed the first simulation room, the voice of a beast tamer rang out, clearly distressed as he rushed to pick up his beast that had been defeated by the simulation device's creature. Concurrently, a number appeared on the screen in the simulation hall. 1. Seeing this number, Ye Fan shook his head. The longer one battled the creature generated by the simulation device. The higher the score achieved, defeating the creature would lead to a more formidable opponent and an increase in the score. A score of 1 indicated that the tamer had barely lasted a minute, essentially standing there foolishly as their beast was swiftly overpowered by the simulation's creature. Novice beast tamers were still too inexperienced. The Adobe Wolf was an elite-level beast, and although not the top tier, its innate speed made it impossible to be taken down so easily. The score of the training device serves as a crucial criterion for assessment. During the college entrance examination, 2 stringent requirements must be met. First, the Beastmaster must attain the silver rank, and second, they must secure a score exceeding 60 on the training device. A score of 60 signifies that one has engaged in combat for an hour against a beast of the same rank without succumbing to defeat. The training devices utilized for the college entrance examination are superior to those found in schools. The beasts practiced within the school are merely of the ordinary elite tier, while the beasts in the examination's training devices are predominantly formidable elites, many of which possess innate skills. This explains why it is exceedingly difficult for students relying on inferior beasts to gain admission to university, as even if the inferior beasts reach the silver rank, their bloodline quality remains a significant drawback. Of course, achieving a score of 60 does not guarantee university admission. It merely indicates that one has passed the assessment and is afforded the opportunity to enter. For prestigious universities, there is no upper limit on the score. In previous years, some have achieved scores as high as 500, defeating beasts ranked 5 levels above in the silver tier. "Come on, let us find a device to try," Ye Fan said, turning to Li Fati, only to find him munching on a bun, his cheeks puffed out. "Ahem," Ye Fan cleared his throat. "Fati, do be mindful of your image in public." "But you told me not to care about others' opinions," Li Fati retorted. "Fair enough," Ye Fan nodded, continuing down the corridor. Upon reaching the next training hall, they witnessed a man shoving a girl, berating her. What right does a waste from an ordinary class have to use the training device? The girl's strength was evidently inferior to that of the man, and she stumbled, falling outside the corridor, followed closely by her beast being thrown out. "Ma Xiaoxue." Li Fati recognized the girl who had answered questions before the stern instructor and nodded toward Ye Fan. Ye Fan observed the scene, his expression cooling slightly as he made his way toward them. Ma Xiaoxue, clearly aware of Ye Fan's presence, felt embarrassed by the humiliating episode. "Get up." Ye Fan extended his hand to Ma Xiaoxue. "It's perfectly normal to be outmatched at times." Hearing his words, Ma Xiaoxue's embarrassment eased somewhat as she grasped his hand and stood up, glaring at the man in the training room. "These elite-class beastmasters monopolize the training area, forbidding us from using it, and the school remains indifferent. Until you demonstrate your worth, no one will value your opinions," Ye Fan remarked, turning to enter the training room. Upon hearing footsteps, the man who had earlier expelled Ma Xiaoxue turned around. Noticing the trio clad in the ordinary class uniforms, he became hostile once more. What are you staring at? As if the waste from the ordinary class is worthy of witnessing our elite class training. Who bestowed upon you such arrogance, hurling insults like waste? Ye Fan replied coolly, taking a seat on a nearby bench without further elaboration. Let us have a competition. You claim that ordinary class students are unworthy of using the training device. Let us compare scores and see who truly lacks the right to use it. Chapter 15. The revelation you wish to compete with me in training scores? Upon hearing these words, the students of the gifted class erupted with laughter, mocking the notion that the ordinary class, with their lackluster beasts unworthy even of a dog's attention, could possibly compete with them in scores. Indeed, Ye Fan maintained his calm demeanor, fixing his gaze upon the man before him, challenging, "Are you afraid to compete?" "What a joke," the man retorted, adopting a combative stance. "Today, you shall witness the vast chasm that separates the gifted from the worthless." With that, he turned and leapt onto the practice platform, pressing the challenge button. "The challenge begins. Please release your beast." He raised his hand, summoning a robust and agile spotted hyena, a creature of the black iron rank with elite bloodlines. As he released his beast, a sense of pride washed over him as he glanced at Ye Fan. However, upon noting Ye Fan's unperturbed expression, his irritation began to simmer. "Prepare to witness my prowess," he declared, raising his hand once more to unleash his beast's talent, C-grade Swift Strike, which would not only enhance his beast's speed but also marginally boost its attack power. The manifestation of this ability revealed the hyena's teeth sharpening and its muscles bulging with newfound strength. Finishing his display, the man turned again, but this time, the sight of Ye Fan's continued calmness, even accompanied by a hint of a smile, ignited his fury. He felt as if he were being ridiculed, treated as a mere clown. Just then, the practice device emanated a radiant glow, and a black iron rank golden deer materialized in the arena. This deer was long-limbed and robust, its presence suggesting a strength surpassing that of the silver deer Ye Fan had previously hunted. "Spotted hyena, attack," the man commanded, his eyes ablaze with rage as he sought to demonstrate the supposed disparity between them. Meanwhile, Ye Fan observed the man directing his hyena against the golden deer, shaking his head in disapproval. To him, the man's tactical approach resembled that of a child's scuffle, lacking any semblance of strategy and utterly failing to leverage the advantages of his beast. The earlier display of summoning his beast and its talent was nothing short of farcical. A black iron beast with a C-grade talent held no merit in Ye Fan's eyes. Soon enough, the battle concluded, and after a miscalculation, the hyena was struck in the head by the golden deer, sent sprawling and rendered unconscious. As the score of 25 appeared in the arena, the man raised his chin in triumph, believing this number to be a testament to both his beast and its talent, especially as others were only just beginning to summon their beasts. "Now it's your turn," he said, turning to Ye Fan with a hint of provocation. Ye Fan nodded and approached the platform. This time, the man occupied the position Ye Fan had just vacated. A smirk plastered across his face as he anticipated the spectacle of Ye Fan being thoroughly humiliated by the beast summoned from the practice device. He eagerly awaited the moment to ridicule Ye Fan, recalling his previous reaction. Yet, in the next instant, when the Fire Hound emerged onto the field, the man was left astounded. How could it be a black iron 4-star? Not only him, but Ma Xiaoxue, who was unaware, also displayed an expression of astonishment. Everyone else had merely acquired black iron 1-star beasts. In just a few days, how could Ye Fan's Fire Hound have ascended to black iron 4-star? Was it growing even faster than elite tier beasts? "Are you afraid?" Ye Fan inquired, gazing at the man. What of 4 stars? The beast levels in the training apparatus are synchronized," the man retorted, albeit somewhat defensively. His own rabid-toothed hyena had required a hefty sum for a spirit fruit to reach black iron 3-star so swiftly. How could this fellow possibly elevate his beast to 4 stars in such a brief span? Surely he had spent money. Who would endure the hardships of a regular class if they had wealth? They could simply hire a formidable beastmaster as a bodyguard. He was certain that he could not outperform me. Despite his wavering confidence, he remained resolute. A low-tier Fire Hound could never triumph over an elite-tier beast of the same level. Yet, this certainty did not endure long. As the battle unfolded, the man was left dumbfounded. The golden deer, while identical, presented a stark contrast to his own struggles. Ye Fan's Fire Hound maneuvered effortlessly, evading each attack with impeccable timing, just as the golden deer was about to strike. Each evasion was accompanied by a counterattack, leaving a distinct claw mark on the golden deer. The unfolding scenario left the man astounded, his gaze fixed on the clock on the wall. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes. As the numbers oscillated, upon reaching 21 minutes, the golden deer lifted its leg to kick, but exposed an opening in the process. "Fire Hound, lock its throat." Ye Fan's calm voice resonated through the arena. The Fire Hound surged forth, exploiting the gap between the golden deer's legs, and delivered a fierce bite to its throat. The golden deer thrashed desperately to dislodge the Fire Hound, yet the angle of attack was such that it could not escape. With each passing second, finally, the golden deer collapsed, and the wall clock halted at 24. I have won. The man, oblivious to the unfolding events, remained fixated on the clock. Upon seeing it stop at 24 minutes, he leapt up, exclaiming, I am at 25 minutes. You are at 24. I have won. At this proclamation, not only Ye Fan, but also Li Fadi and Ma Xiaoxue were rendered speechless, gazing at the man as though he were a fool. What are you looking at? Can't you handle a loss? Is this the caliber of the ordinary class? Noticing their gazes, the man spat, preparing to continue his tirade when Ye Fan interjected. Take a good look at my score. Upon hearing this, the man finally glanced upward, only to find the golden deer, firmly grasped by the Fire Hound, no longer struggling. Simultaneously, the score displayed on the training platform materialized, a vivid crimson 100. A perfect score. The man staggered back in shock, his mind racing with the words of some seniors he had heard. A score of 100. This could only be achieved by directly killing a beast of the same level. Note, it was a kill, not merely a defeat. The inferior grade Fire Hound had slain an elite grade golden deer. Upon uttering these words, the man's lips trembled, rendering him momentarily speechless as he gazed at Ye Fan. Now, those from the ordinary class are indeed qualified to utilize this training apparatus, thought Ye Fan as he descended from the stage, finding the trembling man's demeanor rather amusing. Qualified, indeed, the man nodded repeatedly, his head bowed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Do not underestimate anyone, even if they currently fall short of your abilities, Ye Fan remarked, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave now, and I do not wish to see you in this training room again. Yes, I shall depart at once. The man acknowledged, feeling both astonished and fearful. Scurrying away like a weasel, Ye Fan watched his retreating figure, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Such a character was hardly worth his time. Engaging with him would only diminish Ye Fan's own stature. All right, Fatty, you two may now use this training room. Ye Fan directed his gaze toward the nearby Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue. Both appeared astonished, yet Fatty, having previously hunted wild beasts alongside Ye Fan, quickly regained his composure. He took hold of his beast and ascended the stage. Seated below, Ye Fan found amusement in Fatty's clumsy combat style, when suddenly Ma Xiaoxue's voice broke through. Ye Fan, could you enlighten me on why your beast is so formidable? Turning his head at her inquiry, Ye Fan was met with a remarkably delicate face. He recalled Ma Xiaoxue, who had been one of the most diligent in the ordinary class, yet perhaps due to a lack of innate talent, she had not gained admission to university. Subsequently, she opened a training center in Ping City, which had fared reasonably well. It is not that my beast is exceptionally strong, Ye Fan pondered briefly before shaking his head. I merely discerned the golden deer's combat style. Discerned? Ma Xiaoxue queried, a hint of confusion in her voice. Isn't a beast's combat style fixed? How can one discern it? The style is not immutable, yet certain aspects remain constant. Take, for instance, basic physical attacks. If you grasp the pivotal points of force application during an attack, observe the changes in the beast's body, and even note the alterations in its breathing rhythm, you can easily enable your beast to evade the most fundamental of attacks. Ye Fan elucidated. Oh, Ma Xiaoxue replied, her understanding wavering. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, how might I learn to discern these patterns? Ye Fan shook his head, recognizing the small details that revealed much. No wonder Ma Xiaoxue had worked so hard, yet failed to gain university admission. You are too rigid. Alas, he sighed, somewhat exasperated. When you deliberately contemplate my words during battle, with each encounter, these changes will become second nature to you, allowing you to discern them. Chapter 16. Fatty's complaints. Oh. Ma Xiaoxue seemed to awaken suddenly, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. It was nothing. Ye Fan glanced at her before once again directing his attention to the stage, where Fatty Solar Serpent had been vanquished by the training apparatus's simulated beast. On the scoreboard, a prominent number 2 was displayed. I, the chubby Li, scratched my head in embarrassment. Previously, I had been exhilarated watching Ye Fan's battles, but now, facing an elite beast of the same rank, I found myself being relentlessly pursued and beaten, unable to mount a counterattack, let alone escape. That's all right, continue challenging. I will take a moment to rest, and then resume my challenges, Ye Fan remarked, glancing at Ma Xiaoxue beside him, and added, let's rotate. It will allow the beasts to recover in their respective spaces. All right, Li nodded, promptly leaping down from the training platform. However, Ma Xiaoxue felt a bit shy, aware that Ye Fan had intentionally given her an opportunity. These are merely casual gestures. Instead of dwelling on them, it is better to strengthen oneself, Ye Fan said seemingly nonchalantly, waving his hand. I believe you would not want to be cast aside again next time, would you? These words left Ma Xiaoxue momentarily stunned. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth, said nothing, and ascended to the training platform. Meanwhile, while Ye Fan and the others were still in the training room, the teacher's office for the new students was in an uproar. A newcomer had shattered the training apparatus of their rank on just the third day of school. With only a handful of classes at Pinqing High School and around 10 teachers, they all gathered around a single instrument, marveling at the glaring red number 100 displayed upon it. They had seen students defeat elite beasts of the same rank before, particularly those who had invested significantly in their beasts. Yet, to achieve such a feat in merely 3 days was indicative of exceptional combat talent. It must be a student from a family of beastmasters, otherwise, how could one become so adept at coordinating with their beast in such a short time? One instructor speculated, at the very least. This beast must belong to the strongest tier among the elite ranks, possessing a talent of B grade or above. Could it be from the elite class? Another teacher suggested. Wasn't it said that this year's elite class enrolled an A-grade student? Could it be that one? Perhaps. But didn't that student return home and won't be back until next month? Another instructor countered. The talented class could also have several B-grade talents. The instructor from the excellence class visibly bristled. Our class has Deng Li, who possesses a B-grade talent dragon armor, and with his chosen golden armor beast, he could easily have scored 100 points. I have heard of Deng Li. However, the golden armor beast lacks strong offensive capabilities, making it challenging to secure a kill, especially since they are all at the black iron level with minimal skills. I would argue that our class's Helen also stands a chance. I believe our class's Fei Lu is the most likely candidate. The group of instructors argued passionately in front of the apparatus, while Pan Zhao sat silently, not uttering a word. Their heated debate stemmed from the incentives provided by the administration to stimulate the teachers' enthusiasm for teaching, one of which was a reward for the first student to achieve a score of 100 in the training room, granting their teacher access to an exclusive mentor's secret realm. The realms accessible to mentors were not the trivial ones, but rather superior ones, filled with abundant resources that could significantly benefit even golden-level beasts. In previous years, Pan Zhao would likely have been embroiled in a heated debate with a group of individuals, his face flushed with fervor. However, this year, he found himself seated quietly. The ordinary class students sighed in unison when suddenly, one of the mentors, glancing at the names displayed on the instrument, inquired with curiosity, Ye Fan? Whose student is this? Upon hearing the name, Pan Zhao furrowed his brow, and before he could voice a response, another mentor exclaimed, He is the one who defeated a pure elite beast with a Fire Hound. How could that be possible? Fire Hound? Isn't that a low-grade beast, notoriously difficult to train? One person pondered aloud, and then suddenly recalled, Ye Fan? Isn't he the one who topped the theoretical exam at Pinqing Junior High, praised by our principal for his potential to become a Beastmaster, only to later have his talent rated as D class? He should be in the ordinary class now. After uttering this, another mentor turned to Pan Zhao and asked, Brother Pan, is Ye Fan your student? A flurry of mentors gathered around. At that moment, Pan Zhao appeared bewildered, yet the envy radiating from his colleagues brought him a sense of satisfaction. Goodness, Ye Fan is indeed a hidden talent. No wonder he dared to venture into the beast forest with his companions. Suppressing his smile, Pan Zhao maintained a calm demeanor and nodded, indeed. Brother Pan, you have a keen eye. To defeat a pure elite beast at this stage indicates a promising combat talent, remarked a mentor who had always had a good rapport with him. Surely, Brother Pan's decision to teach the ordinary class was influenced by Ye Fan? Not entirely. There are certain reasons. Pan Zhao continued to feign indifference, his gaze drifting towards the instrument obscured by the crowd. For heaven's sake, let me see. My student scored a perfect 100, and you all are crowding around me. It seems Brother Pan is about to soar once more. Your strength is already formidable. Another foray into the cloudy secret realm may leave us far behind, another mentor commented, somewhat obsequiously. Ye Fan's impressive abilities might yield commendable results in the upcoming freshman competition and intergrade contests. When Brother Pan takes flight, do remember to take us along. Just as Pan Zhao was about to concur, a sharp voice interjected, It's merely a matter of defeating a peer at the black iron level. What can a D class really achieve? In a few days, those B class students will adapt to the rhythm of beast combat and will be able to do the same. The moment this voice echoed, the previously bustling office fell silent. Pan Zhao's brow knitted further as he turned to identify the speaker, a middle-aged man with a hawkish nose. Jiang Hong, his longtime rival, had now taken over the position of mentor for the elite class. With a hint of provocation in his smile, Jiang Hong remarked, Defeating peers is nothing. True geniuses can surpass their ranks. In a few months, one of my students will undoubtedly score over 100. Indeed, the students in the elite class are all B class, and this year even includes an A class talent not seen in pinching for decades, someone whispered. The crowd discreetly returned to their previous positions. In a world where a teacher's prestige is measured by the prowess of their students, it was clear that Jiang Hong would reap significant benefits from having such a gifted group of students. It is perhaps unwise to overly flatter the inept. A class of incompetents will forever remain as such. This is an immutable truth, Jiang Hong coldly remarked, having just turned away when, suddenly, the score on the instrument shifted. 200. Immediately beneath the score, the name and the summoned beast appeared. Challenger, Ye Fan, summoned beast, Fire Hound. An extraordinary feat. Ye Fan had slain an elite summoned beast at a higher tier. Someone spoke up, and at that moment, Jiang Hong's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed that only true geniuses could achieve such feats, before his words could fully settle. He was confronted by the stark reality of a perfect score of 200, accomplished through a surpassing challenge. In the corner, Pan Zhao had naturally overheard this and could no longer contain his delight, echoing Jiang Hong's earlier sentiments. Even those from the class of incompetence can achieve such heights by the third day of school. I wonder when the students from the elite class will manage to score 200, merely surpassing one tier, as long as my students exert themselves. They could even surpass 2 tiers. Before he could finish his thought, the score on the instrument fluctuated once more, now reading 300. Yet the text below remained unchanged. Challenger, Ye Fan, summoned beast, Fire Hound. How could this be possible? In that moment, even Jiang Hong could no longer feign calmness. Within a mere minute, Ye Fan had conquered an elite-grade summoned beast by surpassing 2 tiers. The rampaging ostrich's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. On the practice platform, Ye Fan observed the rampaging ostrich, its neck severed by the jaws of the Fire Hound, and smirked. The strengths and weaknesses of this summoned beast were stark. It possessed remarkable speed. Yet if one could seize the opportunity, its long, slender neck became its Achilles heel. For Ye Fan, such blatant vulnerabilities could never evade his grasp, having locked onto the opportunity. He delivered a fatal blow, leaving the rampaging ostrich with no chance to resist. Why do you all stare at me so? Ye Fan turned to look at the dazed Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue below, puzzled. With such an evident flaw in the summoned beast, surpassing 5 tiers was hardly an issue. Below, Li Pengzi gazed at the impressive score of 300, then recalled his own meager highest score of 8 points for the day, and glanced at Ye Fan, who seemed quite dissatisfied. After a moment of silence, he resignedly muttered, Ye Fan, could you consider acting a bit more human? Chapter 17. Rewards all right. I think we've practiced enough for today. After decisively defeating the rampaging ostrich, Ye Fan lost the desire to continue challenging further. Surpassing tiers at the black iron level was the simplest. At this stage, everyone relied primarily on physical attacks. And as long as one could identify weaknesses and evade the opponent's summoned beasts, victory was nearly guaranteed unless there was a significant disparity in strength. However, as one progressed to the bronze level, summoned beasts began to acquire skills, making tier surpassing increasingly difficult. The higher one ascended, the more challenging it became. All right, below. Li Pengzi also stood up. He had challenged numerous times today, and his score had surpassed 10, while Ma Xiaoxue had fared slightly better, achieving around 15 points. Fatty, you might want to try the agility training upstairs. An idea struck Ye Fan, and he mused. A nimble snake is the most formidable of foes. Sure. Li Pengzi nodded vigorously and made his way upstairs, with Ye Fan following closely behind. Ye Fan. Just as they ascended, Ma Xiaoxue hurried after them. Is there something else? Ye Fan inquired. I wish to inquire whether there exists a method to expedite the enhancement of my white wolf. Ma Xiaoxue posed the question, evidently captivated by Ye Fan at that moment, recognizing that the latter's understanding of beast taming far surpassed her own, as she sought his advice. Upon hearing this mention of the white wolf, Ye Fan revealed a contemplative expression, yet soon shook his head. The white wolf is rather commonplace among tamed creatures, lacking any extraordinary attributes. It would benefit from a diet rich in wild beast meat, particularly consuming suitable spiritual herbs and fruits such as the strong tendon grass to bolster its strength. However, this particular beast may not be the most suitable for you. I have just observed your beast taming aptitude, which appears to be at a D-grade level with Iron Arm, although it may augment the white wolf's capabilities. A gray fur bear would align more harmoniously with you, and in conjunction with your beast taming talent, it could yield commendable combat prowess. Once you unlock the second beast space in your breathing technique, I would recommend that you consider acquiring a gray fur bear. A gray fur bear, you say? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to grasp the idea, yet such creatures appear to exist solely within the beast forest. Thus, you must venture forth to hone your skills. True strength is not attained through mere theoretical discourse. Ye Fan stated succinctly, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to ascend the stairs. With that, he and Ma Xiaoxue were not well acquainted, and offering such advice was already a gesture of camaraderie among classmates. Meanwhile, downstairs, Ma Xiaoxue's brow furrowed in concern. She was aware of the beast forest, yet as a novice beast tamer, would it be prudent to embark on such a journey? In the office, the atmosphere shattered with the announcement of a score of 300. Jiang Hong sat in silence, his face ashen. He understood all too well what it signified for a newcomer to achieve such a score on the third day. It indicated an individual possessed of formidable combat experience. Perhaps even a highly seasoned beast hunter, fully cognizant of the vulnerabilities of beasts, thus enabling them to surpass expectations in the black iron tier. Yet, How could a mere freshman possess such terrifying experience? A D-grade talent, the Fire Hound. Even he dared not claim he could achieve such feats. A natural-born combat genius? The notion flashed through Jiang Hong's mind, causing a discernible shift in his expression. Such instances were not unheard of. A Black Iron tier combatant defeating opponents 2 levels higher suggested the capacity to engage 3 levels above. In their freshman year, this Ye Fan could potentially overshadow a multitude of B and C grade students. Of course, this did not faze Jiang Hong significantly, but the implications of an entire year weighed heavily. With this Ye Fan, Pan Zhao would likely reap considerable rewards. Even if a disparity emerged later upon reaching the bronze tier, as Pan Zhao's D-grade students would lag behind. Their initial plan had been to ensure Pan Zhao remained overshadowed for 3 years. However, now, not only had the latter lifted his head, but he was practically holding it aloft with pride. After much effort to push Pan Zhao into the ordinary class, they had believed their scheme was complete. Could it be that one Ye Fan could unravel the entire plan? Gazing at the name displayed on the device, Jiang Hong's expression grew increasingly cold and severe. Brother Pan, do you see the prowess of this Ye Fan? He hardly resembles a student from the ordinary class. In a gathering of individuals, a seemingly simple-minded teacher chuckled and remarked, I suspect there may have been an error in the previous ratings. With such talent, surely one could qualify for the distinguished class. Were you all absent during the Beast Awakening ceremony? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao turned his gaze towards the affable teacher. Li Xiong, are you insinuating that someone has tampered with Ye Fan's talent rating? I did not imply that. Li Xiong hurriedly shook his head. The Beast Awakening ceremony is held in the highest regard, characterized by fairness, justice, and transparency. To suggest any fraudulent behavior in such a ceremony is a serious accusation that cannot be addressed lightly. Is that not the case? Pan Zhao responded, shaking his head. Ye Fan is rated D level, which places him among the ordinary class. Was it not your belief that those in the ordinary class were inept? Now that someone of note has emerged from this so-called group of waste, you suddenly wish to associate yourselves? Such words, Brother Pan, another instructor interjected, attempting to mediate. We have no intention of competing with you for this reward. However, given Ye Fan's commendable abilities, it seems unjust for him to remain in the ordinary class. Are you suggesting that I am unworthy to teach him? At this remark, Pan Zhao snorted coldly, releasing an aura unique to Beastmasters. Golden 9 stars. As the palpable energy enveloped the room, the expressions of numerous instructors shifted. Had Pan Zhao not been an 8th star at the end of last year? How had he suddenly ascended to 9 stars? 9 stars is already on the cusp of greatness. 1 more star, and one could glimpse eternity. During the last evaluation of instructors at Pingsheng High School, I was the unrivaled first, sweeping past the competition. Pan Zhao scoffed. If anyone here believes themselves more qualified to instruct Ye Fan, feel free to make an attempt. These words rendered many present silent, with several instructors associated with Jiang Hong displaying discomfort. Creak. Just as the tension escalated, the office door swung open, revealing a somewhat portly elderly man with graying hair. The principal. Upon seeing him, all instructors rose in respect, and Pan Zhao was no exception. Pu Mi, the principal of Pingsheng High School, despite his frail appearance, possessed unfathomable prowess as a beastmaster. Even the typically unruly Pan Zhao displayed remarkable deference in his presence. Esteemed colleagues, I have just heard that a new student has achieved a score of 300 in accordance with our established reward criteria during the drill. Pu Mi surveyed the assembly of teachers, a smile illuminating his face. Whose student is it? A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, and Pan Zhao raised his hand. Principal, it is my student, Ye Fan, who wields the Fire Hound as his beast. Your student? Pu Mi paused, a glint of surprise crossing his features, and then his smile widened. In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a student from the ordinary class who has triumphed under our reward system, achieving a perfect score while advancing 2 levels. Excellent. Excellent. After a moment, Pu Mi produced a token and tossed it toward Pan Zhao. This is the reward we previously discussed, a chance to enter the cloudy secret realm. Here is the token. Pan Zhao, please find a time to redeem it. Thank you, Principal. Pan Zhao nodded, intending to rise and express his gratitude, but he noticed Pu Mi shaking his head. Pan Zhao, it's rare to find a promising talent in the ordinary class. You must keep a vigilant eye. Understanding the implication behind Pu Mi's words, Pan Zhao patted his chest and declared, as long as I am here, anyone who dares to harm my students shall face dire consequences. You are now a teacher. You must embody the role. Constantly speaking of violence and conflict is unbecoming, Pu Mi remarked, saying no more as he turned away. I came here for no particular reason. Everyone should strive hard. In 3 months, we will have the freshman competition, and I hope all your students achieve commendable ranks. Chapter 18. The helplessness of the chubby one. As evening descended, Li Fadi and Ye Fan, having trained throughout the day, were preparing to return to their dormitory for rest. Upon entering the dormitory building, a pair of large hands suddenly lunged at them. Ye Fan reacted with remarkable speed, the moment the hands reached out. He pivoted sharply to evade, swiftly executing a slicing motion with his hand. Clang! The strike met resistance as if it had collided with stone. The large hands remained unfazed, while a twinge of pain shot through Ye Fan's hand. A formidable opponent. Ye Fan narrowed his eyes, retracting his hand, ready to counterattack once more. When a voice rang out, "You little rascal, are you intending to strike your teacher?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Ye Fan paused in surprise, looking up to see Pan Zhao. One hand gripping Fatty and the other raised before him. "Teacher." Ye Fan relaxed somewhat, addressing Pan Zhao with curiosity. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing of great importance," Pan Zhao replied, retracting his hand and releasing the bewildered Fatty. He shook his earlier hand and continued. "You scored 300 points on the training apparatus today. The principal is aware and commended your performance, so I came to reward you." "Reward?" Ye Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is there a reward for scores on the training apparatus?" "Certainly. The school has established various reward criteria. If you meet them, both teachers and students are eligible for rewards." Observing Ye Fan's lingering caution, Pan Zhao sighed. "I never anticipated that students from the ordinary class could achieve such rewards, hence I did not inform you." "Is that so?" Ye Fan relaxed, recalling having heard of such regulations. "What rewards are available?" he inquired, looking at Pan Zhao with interest. "What would you like?" Pan Zhao replied, extending his hands. "Within the limits, you may choose what you desire." "Is there a peak-grade beast with innate skills?" Ye Fan asked eagerly. Pan Zhao's expression darkened immediately. "Such beasts are priced in the tens of millions. You have merely received a freshman reward, not save the city of Pingxing. Within 50,000. Then, reconsider," he urged. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan pursed his lips, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Pan Zhao's frown deepened. He had not heard of this boy coming from a wealthy background. Why did he appear so disappointed at the mention of 50,000? Forget it. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Fan shook his head, opting for a direct cash reward instead. "Are you certain?" Pan Zhao was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered someone wishing to convert their reward into cash. Spiritual herbs, fruits, and beasts. Didn't he find these appealing? "Absolutely," Ye Fan confirmed. In the resigned gaze of Pan Zhao, Ye Fan nodded earnestly, expressing his desire to liquidate. Pan Zhao fell silent, ultimately producing a bank card, which fortuitously contained 50,000 with a password of 6/8. "Take it," he said. "Thank you, Teacher Pan." Ye Fan replied as he accepted the card, signaling to Li Fatty beside him. Ahem, Li Fatty understood the cue, clearing his throat and bravely stating, "Teacher Pan, it's getting late, we should take our leave." "Go," was all Pan Zhao uttered. Under the night sky, watching the retreating figures of the two, he appeared resigned. Yet a hint of a smile flickered in his eyes as he noticed a red mark on his arm. This lad's combat awareness is indeed exceptional. In that fleeting moment, he not only evaded my strike, but counterattacked. Had I not spoken up, I reckon he would have attempted a few more of those knife hand strikes against me. I must keep a close watch on this one. He shows great promise. Nodding, Pan Zhao seemed to recall something, casting a disdainful glance towards a nearby house. To think of meddling with my student, one ought to weigh their own capabilities first. The following day, Li Fatty and Ye Fan returned to the practice room. This time, however, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The news of Ye Fan scoring 300 points in the practice room had spread like wildfire, and within a day, nearly everyone was aware that a student named Ye Fan from the ordinary class had managed to achieve a 2-level kill of an elite beast on the 3rd day of school. Consequently, the ordinary class gained notoriety. Ye Fan had previously instructed those from the elite class not to enter that practice room, which later evolved into a decree that only students from the ordinary class were permitted to train there. Many were indignant, especially those with superior talents. Yet as the day wore on, none succeeded in attaining even 300 points. In fact, few even managed to reach 100, with most only achieving a defeat score of 90. Then, a peculiar scene unfolded. While the earlier practice rooms were teeming with students, the last one was populated by merely a handful of students clad in ordinary class uniforms. "Isn't that Brother Fan? Make way for Brother Fan." Upon Ye Fan's entrance, the previously anxious ordinary class students suddenly brightened, exclaiming in unison. This shout instantly drew the attention of those around them. "He is the Ye Fan, the one who scored 300 points by defeating opponents 2 levels higher? The ordinary class? You may not know, but he was the top of the theoretical rankings in Pingcheng. The principal even claimed he could become a formidable beastmaster. Ye Fan forever. Better get lost. Weren't you the one who called him a waste back then? And now you're singing his praises?" The principal's insight is indeed sharp. Even a D-grade talent can be so formidable. Imagine if he were A-grade. He would be invincible. The chatter among the crowd was a cacophony, reminiscent of the scene when he first enrolled. However, the tone had transformed from ridicule to one of flattery and admiration. This is the reality. When one is strong, people rush to curry favor. Yet when one falls from grace, that same crowd is quick to stamp upon you. Ye Fan. Dismissing the murmurs around him as if they were mere whispers in the wind, made his way to the back of the training room. His gaze settled on the student who had previously called out, his expression remarkably serene. The student, meeting Ye Fan's steady gaze, instinctively recoiled, acutely aware that his earlier bravado had not only missed its mark, but might have landed him in a precarious position instead. Your shout was commendable, but refrain from such outbursts in the future. Ye Fan's voice resonated, breaking the tension. The student looked up in alarm, only to see Ye Fan shake his head calmly. Confidence must come from within, he added, before striding towards the training platform. Why gather here if there's not to do? Before long, a stern voice pierced the air, causing the crowd to disperse in an instant. Ye Fan turned at the sound, spotting Pan Zhao, arms crossed, leaning casually against the wall of the training room. Realizing Pan Zhao was there to observe his training, Ye Fan allowed a smile to grace his lips, dismissing any lingering concerns as he summoned his Fire Hound and pressed the challenge button. Black Iron 4 stars. Pan Zhao, witnessing the emergence of the Fire Hound, felt a flicker of surprise. However, as a formidable figure in Ping City, he quickly nodded and focused intently on the unfolding battle. After all, as a top-tier teacher at Ping City High School, it was only fitting that he provide special guidance to a promising freshman. It's as easy as pie, he mused, taking a seat nearby. Yet, as the combat progressed, his smile gradually faded. The young man displayed an astounding agility, evading every attack from the opposing beast with remarkable finesse. How could he possess such rapid reflexes? Boom. In no time, the first beast from the simulation had fallen. Observing the score of 100, Ye Fan did not hesitate. He opted to continue his challenge. The next beast, of a higher class, met the same fate, as each assault was deftly dodged. Is he somehow predicting the opposing beast's attack patterns? Pan Zhao's brow furrowed. He had never witnessed such a unique combat style in a student, nay, in any beast battle for that matter. Throughout the encounter, it seemed as though Ye Fan were not merely combating the simulation, but rather embodying the simulator itself, exhibiting an extraordinary ability to anticipate every subsequent move of the opposing beast, including instinctive retaliatory actions post-attack. What level of theoretical mastery would be required to achieve such an effect? Pan Zhao was taken aback. Just then, the second beast succumbed to defeat. With a flash of light, the next adversary emerged, a rampaging ostrich. On the platform, Ye Fan grinned, and below, Pan Zhao mirrored his smile. The rampaging ostrich, with its remarkable speed, boasted a Black Iron 6-star rating, nearing the velocity of a bronze-level beast. This time, could even Ye Fan's calculations keep pace? As the battle commenced, the rampaging ostrich advanced, covering ground in the blink of an eye, yet in that fleeting moment, Ye Fan's voice rang out decisively. Fire Hound. Take a step left, then seize its throat. Boom. The scene unfolded almost identically to the first time, as the rampaging ostrich was swiftly dispatched with a lethal bite to its throat. Pan Zhao stood in stunned silence until Ye Fan descended from the stage, whereupon he noticed the other's relaxed demeanor. Pan Zhao opened his mouth, feeling a parched sensation within. What am I to glean from this? No, I cannot simply sit here. It is far too humiliating. Observing Ye Fan's amused expression beside him, Pan Zhao felt an increasing restlessness. Just then, the portly figure took the stage. Upon witnessing the clumsy evasion that resulted in an attack, Pan Zhao immediately rose to his feet. Liu, what are you doing? You can't even manage such a simple dodge? The moment you see an attack coming, you should direct your beast to evade. Do you even know how to command a beast? My grandmother could do better than you. On stage, Li the Fatty felt utterly overwhelmed. Good heavens! Is this devilish mentor here to scrutinize my training? Chapter 19. Into the forest again. Before long, several days had passed, and the fire fruit and strengthening grass in Ye Fan's beast space had matured as anticipated. For fire fruits, quite impressive, as he beheld the small tree bearing its fruits. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Ye Fan's eyes. He plucked the fruits and shifted his gaze towards the nearby strengthening grass. At that moment, the grass had also thrived, forming a lush patch that yielded nearly 2 pounds after harvesting. Ye Fan refrained from feeding all the spiritual fruits at once. He offered 2 fire fruits to the fire dog and consumed some strengthening grass, allowing it to successfully reach the rank of Black Iron 6 stars. Spiritual herbs and fruits should not be consumed in excess at any one time. Beasts also require a period for accumulation and digestion. Ye Fan, are we training at school again today? In the morning, Li the Fatty stood at Ye Fan's door, carrying more than a dozen buns as usual. Not today. Training at school merely refines techniques. To truly showcase our abilities, we must engage in real combat. We're heading to Silvermoon Forest today. To Silvermoon Forest. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Li the Fatty's face lit up with a grin. He had been longing for that place, where not only could he earn a fortune, but also procure some meat. Have you finished off that 5 pounds of gray fur bear meat? Ye Fan inquired, observing Li the Fatty's reaction. Indeed. Li the Fatty replied, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. He had consumed it all days ago. ever since indulging in gray fur bear meat. His appetite had become discerning, leaving him uninterested in anything else. For the past few days, he hadn't been able to smoothly practice his breathing techniques. Of course, this was not entirely his choice. As one progresses in the gourmet technique, the quality of food must also improve to fully harness its benefits. I'll make sure to gather you more food today, Ye Fan remarked with a hint of a smile, adding that he had another, more significant task at hand. Li the fatty, puzzled, asked, what more important task? You'll find out when the time comes. Ye Fan shook his head and prepared to take 2 larger bags, so as to avoid the situation where there would be too much beast meat for his beast space to accommodate. All right. Li the fatty scratched his head in confusion and turned back to his dormitory to retrieve 2 large backpacks, following Ye Fan outside with a bewildered expression. The unusual behavior of the two naturally attracted the attention of Pan Zhao, who was present at the school every day. What are these two up to again? In a classroom of a certain teaching building, Pan Zhao observed Li Pengzi and Ye Fan, each carrying a large bag, and wore a puzzled expression. They can't possibly be heading to Silvermoon Forest again. Those two rascals really treat it as a supply depot. If they encounter a bronze-level beast hunting at the outskirts, they won't even know how they met their demise. Time passed, and in just a few days, Pan Zhao's attitude towards Ye Fan underwent a complete transformation. He began to watch his training daily. Initially, Pan Zhao hoped to offer some guidance to Ye Fan, but after several days of observation, he found himself unable to interject a single word, astonished instead by Ye Fan's exceptionally keen battle instincts. Subsequently, Pan Zhao shifted his focus to guiding Li Pengzi, who trained alongside Ye Fan. This was a source of great distress for Li Pengzi, as his daily routine became one of relentless scolding. Pan Zhao never held back in his criticism, and given the poor proficiency of Li Pengzi's beast-taming skills, each of Pan Zhao's visits resulted in a barrage of harsh reprimands. However, over these few days, Li Pengzi's beast-taming skills improved significantly. Though he still faced daily scoldings, there was now a semblance of order in his previously chaotic commands. These two are truly a handful, Pan Zhao thought to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up a nearby hat and decided to check on them, lest the sole top student in their class be lost. Pengzi, hurry up. In the beast forest, Ye Fan furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Seeing Ye Fan's unusual reaction, Li Pengzi grew anxious. Is there a powerful wild beast nearby? No. Ye Fan shook his head, casting a furtive glance backward, lowering his voice. Someone is following us. Someone is following us. Li Pengzi's face paled at this revelation. Shoo. Ye Fan gestured for silence and whispered, stay close to me and don't speak. Understood. Li Pengzi held his breath, his mind racing with thoughts of the notorious tales of murder and treasure hunting in the beast forest. Could it be that someone targets us as students of Pingxing High, aiming to steal from us? Could there be poisoned arrows? While Li Pengzi was in a state of trepidation, Ye Fan swiftly navigated through the jungle, heading directly towards a bronze-level beast's habitat. He was not intending to challenge the beast, but rather to let the pursuer deal with it. Skirting the beast's territory, Ye Fan did not stop there, but continued for a considerable distance before finally pausing. Ye Fan, aren't we running away? Li Pengzi asked, still visibly anxious about the potential for violence and theft. No need, Ye Fan replied, glancing towards the nearby beast habitat. Just wait a moment. There will be some commotion there soon. As expected, after a short while, a fierce roar from a wild beast echoed not far away, indicating that someone had intruded into its territory. Let us go back, Pengzi. Ye Fan smiled, pulling Li Pengzi towards the beast's habitat. The sinister cases of murder and treasure hunting that the corpulent individual contemplated were all too common in the Silvermoon Forest, where wild beast tamers roamed freely. The loss of 1 or 2 lives would raise no alarm, prompting many to entertain malicious thoughts, with instances of stalking and killing not being rare. However, this time was decidedly different. Ye Fan was acutely aware of who was approaching. As the two returned, parting the underbrush, they found no one in sight, but rather the lifeless body of a bronze-ranked, 1-star, evil rhinoceros. A beast of bronze rank. The eyes of the corpulent individual sparkled with excitement, but quickly, a sense of trepidation washed over him. The one tracking them had the capability to slay a bronze-ranked beast. Indeed, he was not merely capable of killing bronze beasts. Silver and even gold-ranked creatures would pose no challenge for him. Ye Fan's eyes twinkled with mirth. Fear not, that individual does not come to harm us. Not here to kill us. The corpulent one was taken aback. Then who is it? Revealing that would spoil the intrigue, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he cast his gaze towards a certain direction in the forest. Regardless, he is here to protect us. He remembered the aura of Pan Zhao, who had been tailing them since they entered the forest, showing no effort to conceal his presence. Ye Fan, with his keen senses, detected this and chose to feign ignorance, allowing their mentor to assist them with any incidental troubles they might encounter. Quickly, gather the remains. This bronze, evil rhinoceros is quite valuable. This one alone is worth at least 10,000. Ye Fan urged Li Pengzi, setting aside the rhino's horn, the flesh is also quite beneficial for beast tamers. Given your current situation with meat scarcity, this beast weighs several hundred pounds. Each of us could have a substantial share to feast upon for quite some time. Understood. Li Panzi, relieved that the threat had passed, confidently set about collecting the flesh of the evil rhinoceros. Before long, Li Panzi had secured the meat and, with a spark of excitement, turned to Ye Fan. So what do we do next? Shall we continue searching for other bronze-ranked beasts? Not at all. Ye Fan shook his head. We shall head to the outskirts. Why is that? Li Panzi queried, scratching his head in confusion. Did you not say someone was protecting us? Protection does not equate to being a lackey. It suffices to take advantage of a few opportunities. Overindulgence breeds annoyance and diminishes one's worth. Ye Fan countered. One bronze-ranked beast is ample. Our purpose here is to truly experience the thrill of beast combat. Ah, I see. With that, Li Panzi fell into step beside Ye Fan. In the distance, perched upon a tree, Pan Zhao observed with surprise as Ye Fan and his companion made their way towards the forest's edge. Initially, Pan Zhao was somewhat irked to find himself unwittingly cast in the role of a bodyguard. Yet, seeing that they chose not to provoke further and instead retreated, his regard for Ye Fan rose significantly. Clearly, Ye Fan's actions conveyed an understanding of Pan Zhao's presence. Having taken a slight advantage, he resumed his own pursuits. Observing the two figures in the distance, Pan Zhao pondered thoughtfully. This Ye Fan was indeed a talent worth nurturing. Chapter 20. The Purple-Striped Snake. Li Panzi. You've done well this time, adapting to circumstances and showing improvement. With the cooperation of the Fire Hound and the fierce Sun Snake. Yet another black iron 7-star gray bear fell before Ye Fan and his companion. In this instance, the performance of the chubby fellow was commendable. He successfully evaded several attacks from the gray bear and managed to retaliate on multiple occasions. Feeling a bit bashful, he scratched his head and glanced at Ye Fan, saying, Teacher Pan scolds me daily, pointing directly at my nose. If I do not improve, he might really summon his grandmother to challenge me in beast taming. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head. Pan Zhao has always been a stern yet warm-hearted individual. Though his words can be harsh, it is simply part of his character. Even when teaching the elite class, he employs the same direct approach. After all, that is why he is dubbed the Devil Mentor. Yet, this Devil Mentor is quite benevolent towards his students. Whenever students from the regular classes approach him with questions, they usually receive satisfactory answers, albeit often accompanied by a scolding. If a different teacher were to address the same issues, they might not even bother to provide such detailed responses. Chubby, once you become stronger, you could assist Teacher Pan. Ye Fan suggested. Upon hearing this, the chubby fellow paused, then hesitantly replied, If I become stronger, can I really surpass Teacher Pan? Chubby, you must broaden your perspective. Ye Fan responded. Aren't you planning to raise a python? Surely you possess the confidence to surpass Teacher Pan? The chubby fellow was momentarily taken aback, but then decisively nodded. Then I shall indeed surpass Teacher Pan in the future. That's the spirit, Ye Fan affirmed with a smile. Now, let us explore the forest for any wild spiritual fruits or herbs. Meanwhile, Pan Zhao, having overheard their conversation, was taken aback. Am I truly that weak? Even Li Yu believes he can surpass me in the future? And raising a python? Why not just fly to the heavens? Just as he was about to scold them, he heard Li Fatty exclaim with determination, When I become more proficient than Teacher Pan, I will also tell him to have my grandmother challenge him in beast taming. Ha ha. He will surely be furious then. Pan Zhao thought to himself that perhaps he had been too lenient with Li Yu. Hey Ye Fan, what do you see over there? In the forest, as they passed a large tree, Li Fatty noticed a cluster of mushroom-like growths at the base and was intrigued, wondering if they might be some sort of spiritual herb or fruit. Hearing Li Fatty's words, Ye Fan glanced over at the cluster of mushrooms and casually remarked, That cannot be classified as a spiritual herb or fruit. It is known as explosive mushroom and barely qualifies as a low-tier fruit. Low-tier? Li Fatty questioned, puzzled. Are there ranks among spiritual herbs and fruits? Indeed, Ye Fan affirmed with a nod, explaining. What we commonly refer to as spiritual herbs and fruits is merely a general term for those infused with spiritual energy. Such natural treasures can be categorized into 4 tiers: mundane, spiritual, profound, and immortal. Each tier is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades based on efficacy and target audience. In truth, most of the spiritual herbs and fruits we encounter fall into the mundane category, such as the strong tendon grass, silver snake fruit, and fire fruit I purchased previously. Among them, the silver snake fruit is classified as a lower-grade mundane treasure, while the strong tendon grass and fire fruit are considered mid-grade. The higher one ascends, the more potent the effects of the precious materials become, significantly enhancing their influence on the summoned beasts. At the mysterious level, spiritual fruits can even alter the attributes of these creatures or augment their potential in various ways. No wonder the silver snake fruit is so inexpensive, priced at merely 2,000 each. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly, inquiring about the celestial-grade treasures and their efficacy. Such matters are far beyond our current reach, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Not to mention celestial grade. Even the mysterious grade treasures, once they emerge, will incite fierce competition among powerful beings, resulting in a bloody struggle. Indeed, Fatty Lee pondered before asking why this topic had never come up before. He could scarcely recall it being mentioned in any textbooks. For the majority, acquiring such knowledge is futile. It is akin to understanding the price differences of earthly materials without grasping their other distinctions. Ye Fan stated, as one's vision does not extend that far, naturally, one cannot comprehend much. I see, Fatty Lee responded, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He could not deny that in the time spent alongside Ye Fan, whether in the realm of summoning beasts or other matters, he had gained considerable insight. Particularly, the grand perspective that Ye Fan occasionally revealed greatly benefited him. For instance, prior to Ye Fan's remarks, his aspirations were modest, merely to possess a silver-tier summoned beast and gain admission to university. But now, a silver-tier summoned beast? In the future, I shall raise a dragon python. What a transformation! While he, Liu, remained the same person. The disparity between one who once contemplated a life of ease and another who aims to become a formidable beastmaster is bound to be vast. Of course, the primary catalyst for this change is Ye Fan. Suddenly inspired, Fatty Lee gazed at Ye Fan, who was exploring ahead, his eyes flickering with excitement. Once I have a dragon python, I will definitely procure some legendary celestial fruits for us to share. Ahead, Ye Fan, having overheard Fatty Lee's musings, smiled. This fellow, just days ago, was fixated on obtaining a dragon python, and now he desires celestial fruits. While celestial fruits may be elusive, ordinary spiritual fruits are within reach. Ye Fan abruptly halted, exclaiming, where are the spiritual fruits? Where are they? At this, Fatty Lee hurried over, his gaze drawn to a massive tree adorned with swirling purple vines, each boasting at least 7 or 8 fruits. Silver snake fruits. Seeing these, Fatty Lee grew excited. They were the perfect nourishment for his blazing sun snake. With such a bounty, the blazing sun snake would surely reach the black iron 4 stars. I'll go pick them, he declared, leaping over a tree root and heading toward the silver snake fruits. Wait. Ye Fan suddenly grasped Fatty Lee's arm, lowering his voice. Fatty, follow the vine and observe closely. Observe closely? Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee focused intently, peering up the purple vine, but discerned nothing unusual. There's nothing here, he began, only to be cut off mid-sentence. It was glaringly apparent that a section of the vine was thicker and irregularly shaped. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that a pair of eyes was hidden there. A snake. There's a serpent-type summoned beast concealed there. Holy cow. Li Pengzi initially stretched his neck to take a look, but upon realizing the situation, he nearly lost his wits and staggered back several steps. Have you seen clearly? Ye Fan's voice resonated. I've seen clearly. Regaining his composure, Pengzi couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. If Ye Fan hadn't warned him, he would have undoubtedly been bitten while attempting to pick the silver serpent fruit. That purple snake was definitely venomous. Ye Fan, let's take it down. Taking a deep breath, Li Pengzi addressed Ye Fan. No need. Ye Fan shook his head, gazing at the motionless purple serpent beast. It's a black iron 3-star purple patterned snake. This species possesses weak combat capabilities. Even an average person can kill it with a well-placed strike to its vital spot. However, it has one significant advantage. Its venom is extremely potent. If its fangs manage to pierce, unless one has innate immunity to poison, even bronze-grade beast tamers would struggle to withstand its bite. Fortunately, it didn't bite me, Pengzi replied, picking up a twig from the ground. I'll aim for its vital spot. The reason I shared all this information isn't to encourage you to attack its vital spot, Ye Fan interjected, a smile breaking across his face. With its venomous nature and being a serpent beast, it's perfect for you now that you've unlocked your second beast taming space. Perfect for me? Upon hearing this, Li Pengzi was momentarily taken aback, staring at the serpent lifting its head and gasping in apprehension. How do I tame it? What if it bites me? Taming a beast involves 2 approaches. The first is persuasion, and the second is subjugation, Ye Fan explained. I'll have my Fire Hound support you while you attempt to persuade it. If that fails, we can resort to combat. Persuasion? Li Pengzi scratched his head, hesitating as he approached the tree under the scrutiny of Ye Fan and the Fire Hound. Standing beneath the tree, he looked at the purple patterned snake, which was not too far away, and hesitantly asked, Hello, would you like to become my beast? Hearing this, Ye Fan facepalmed. When I mentioned persuasion, I meant that you should release your beast to demonstrate affinity while casting the beast taming formation. If it is persuaded, it will agree to sign a contract with you. If you don't study your theoretical lessons well, that's one thing, but with your accent, it likely won't understand you. Oh, I see. Li Pengzi responded with an awkward smile, summoning the Sunfire Serpent. He then raised his hand and began to chant the incantation, forming a circular beast taming formation before him. Fortunately, he still remembered the incantation for the beast taming formation. Hiss. Observing the formation forming in front of him, the purple patterned snake emitted a hissing sound. glancing between Li Pengzi and the Sunfire Serpent, seemingly hesitating. Roar. Beside them, the Fire Hound let out a low growl. The purple-patterned snake immediately lifted its head, noticing Ye Fan, who stood nearby with crossed arms. It was a beast, possessing intelligence, and at that moment, it appeared almost human-like in its hesitation. Was this the persuasion? The Fire Hound's mouth seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Pengzi, showcase your beast-taming talent, Ye Fan urged. All right, Li Pengzi responded promptly, raising his hand as the effects of the degrade toxin enhancement manifested on the Sunfire Serpent. Hiss. As the scene unfolded, the purple-striped serpent cast a glance at the Fire Hound, whose mouth stretched from ear to ear, then shifted its gaze to the sunlit serpent, enhanced by its venomous fangs. After a brief pause, it emitted a low, hoarse sound and charged towards the beast-taming array. In the next moment, the array contracted, enveloping the portly Ye Fan. I have successfully tamed it, Li exclaimed with delight. Indeed, quite well, Ye Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Now, let us gather the silver serpent fruits. Right. Li replied enthusiastically, collecting a total of 8 fully ripened fruits. Had they not ventured here today, these would surely have been consumed by the purple-striped serpent. Fatty, be sure to gather the vines of the silver serpent fruits as well, Ye Fan suddenly interjected. I intend to transplant them. Transplant? Li queried, confusion evident in his expression. He possessed enough knowledge to understand the importance of sustainable harvesting, aware that cultivated conditions typically did not rival those of the wild. However, as Ye Fan expressed his desire to transplant, Li did not dwell on it for long, swiftly gathering the vines and handing them to Ye Fan. Ye Fan stored the items in his beast-taming space, a smile gracing his face. The silver serpent fruits bore fruit approximately every 2 months. With this vine, Fatty would have his early-stage spiritual fruits for his 2 beasts. Ye Fan, should I continue to tame serpentine beasts of the same level whenever I open my beast-taming space? Li asked, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of acquiring a new beast. There were still many low-tier serpentine beasts available, such as the cowherd snake and the cauliflower snake. Surely, those would suffice. Not at all, Ye Fan shook his head. Those low-tier serpents are sufficient for now. Going forward, aim to capture at least elite-tier beasts. Why is that? As I have stated before, it is all about affinity, Ye Fan clarified. If you amass a collection of low-tier beasts, when you encounter an elite-tier beast, it will sense the overwhelming presence of low-tier bloodlines emanating from you. Who would wish to follow such a scent? Is that so? Li scratched his head, bewildered. Do beasts also have a hierarchy of disdain? Indeed, more than you can imagine. The lineage among beasts holds great significance, Ye Fan responded. A beast with a highly elevated lineage, even if it is of black iron or bronze rank, will instill fear in those of lower bloodlines, such as silver or gold rank. It is exceedingly rare for a beast of higher lineage to be weaker than one of lower lineage. With my collection of cowherd snakes and cauliflower snakes, even if I were to tame thousands, I would be unable to lift my head in front of a dragon python, let alone attempt to tame it. However, if the tables were turned, and I exuded the aura of a dragon python, would it not be a simple task to tame a purple-striped serpent like today's? Li pondered, a hint of confusion lingering. Precisely, Ye Fan affirmed, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Well done, Fatty, you are beginning to draw connections. Ah, well, I am still somewhat cultured, Li replied, scratching his head. At this, Ye Fan chuckled, shaking his head and gesturing to move on. Let us proceed, the day is still young. Gather more, as you now have 2 beasts. And you must acclimate to managing multiple beasts simultaneously. Understood, Li nodded, summoning the purple-striped serpent. When he noticed the serpent's seemingly melancholic gaze, he scratched his head in confusion. Why is the purple-striped serpent looking at me like that? I did not coerce it, it chose to follow me willingly. The purple-striped serpent, hiss. In the distance, observing Fat Li skillfully commanding 2 beasts simultaneously, Pan Zhao was taken aback once more. What was happening? These students had only recently learned the breathing technique, and yet they had already opened a second beast space. Had he misjudged the situation? Pan Zhao felt a flicker of uncertainty as his gaze flitted between Fat Li and Ye Fan. It was evident that Ye Fan was an exceptionally talented student, able to stand alongside Li Yu daily. Could it be that Li Yu was also a prodigy? However, his methods of beast control were undeniably inept. Was he truly someone suited for the cultivation of the breathing technique? Pan Zhao pondered, reflecting on the diversity among beings. Indeed, there were beastmasters whose skills were lacking, yet their mastery of the breathing technique was profound. There were even instances where those who had no innate talent for beast control became formidable solely through the breathing technique. These 2 youngsters were impressive. Pan Zhao nodded, a spark igniting in his eyes. The ability to open 2 beast spaces at this stage signified an undeniable advantage. Even if their talents were merely average, the numerical superiority of 2 against 1 represented a significant qualitative change. Having served as a Beastmaster instructor in Ping City for over a decade, and having taught several exceptional classes, he had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet this was the first time he felt such potential in students from two ordinary classes. What precisely this feeling entailed, Pan Zhao could not articulate. Was it boundless prospects? As he contemplated, Pan Zhao's attention sharpened, and he noticed Fat Li in a fluster, nearly biting his own tongue while attempting to command the two beasts. Wasn't this just further evidence of his ineptitude? Ye Fan, I can't shake the feeling that I'm completely flustered while trying to command them, Fat Li said, clearing the remains of a beast before him. Directing one, and then the other feels so chaotic. There's no need to feel. You are indeed struggling to manage them. Ye Fan replied with a smile. In truth, the distinction between commanding multiple beasts and a single one was not as vast as it seemed. One could conceptualize them as differing attributes of a single beast, identifying their respective strengths and weaknesses. For instance, the fiery sun snake possessed sharp fangs capable of piercing through the thick hides of certain beasts, along with a chameleon-like ability to camouflage itself in its surroundings. While the purple-striped snake, though venomous, had less formidable fangs and a more fragile physique. Therefore, should the fiery sun snake target those tough-skinned areas, while the purple-striped snake aims for softer spots and vital points. Fat Li mused. When faced with a counterattack, should the fiery sun snake utilize its camouflage to hide in the environment, while the fragile yet distinct purple-striped snake seeks cover behind obstacles? With this line of reasoning, it seemed he began to understand. Fat Li appeared to have an epiphany, staring at Ye Fan for a moment before exclaiming. No wonder the principal said you would certainly become a powerful beastmaster in the future. This theoretical framework is much easier to grasp than those in the textbooks. Adapting one's understanding to align with the environment and various circumstances is an essential capability for any strong individual. You must also learn to embrace such a mindset. Ye Fan advised, as he took a step forward, moving ahead. As dusk approached after a day of hunting, Ye Fan and his companion had successfully captured a total of 15 beast companions, most possessing a strength around 6 stars, with a few at 7, 8, and 9 stars. Not to mention a bronze-tier ferocious rhinoceros. The day's harvest was truly remarkable. On their way back, Li Fatty expressed his sentiments, pondering how next time they might catch 20 or 30 beasts. Next time, our focus will no longer be on these black iron-tier beasts, Ye Fan replied, stretching lazily. Let us go sell our spoils. We should keep 50 pounds of the bronze-tier flesh to buy some spiritual herbs and fruits. We'll train hard in the coming days. As the 10th day approaches, and we must prepare for entry into the secret realm. Agreed, Li Fatty nodded, walking ahead when suddenly recalling something. Hey Ye Fan, didn't you say you had something significant to accomplish today? What was it? I've already done it, Ye Fan answered. What? That purple-patterned serpent? Ye Fan chuckled, gazing at Li Fatty. Fatty, you should now be the first among the new students to possess 2 beast companions. Isn't that a significant achievement? Oh, Li Fatty nodded, scratching his head with a hint of uncertainty. Am I really that impressive? Chapter 22. Entering the secret realm one morning, within the beast companion space. Ye Fan activated the sacred method, swallowing deeply once more, and as he exhaled, his eyes shimmered with golden light. In just a few days, several months seemed to have passed within this realm. At this moment, his physique had far surpassed that of others. It was no exaggeration to say that even a black iron 5-star beast could be defeated by Ye Fan with his bare hands. Wong Wong. Nearby, the fire dog approached affectionately upon noticing Ye Fan had awakened. It too had made significant progress, after consuming 2 flame fruits and abundant strengthening grasses. It had reached black iron 8 stars. Outside, the school had only been in session for less than 10 days, and such rapid advancement could only be described as astonishing. If you progress a bit more, once you advance to bronze, we can embark on some grand endeavors, Ye Fan said, patting the fire dog's head and shifting his gaze to the ground beside him. At that moment, silver snake fruits, flame fruits, and strengthening grasses had all begun to sprout, filling the air with a sweet aroma. In the adjacent clearing, a small sapling had emerged. Observing the sapling, Ye Fan's gaze sharpened. It was a seedling of the mid-grade Bayou tree, which, when matured, would yield Bayou fruits that significantly enhance the growth rate of beast companions. Bayou fruits are rare ripening fruits, considered quite excellent among mid-grade spiritual fruits. Ye Fan had purchased this with the 50,000 coins awarded by Pan Zhao. The growth cycle of this spiritual fruit is quite lengthy, typically maturing once a year. Thus, the appearance of the sapling was already a considerable achievement. My beast companion space is becoming increasingly abundant. Ye Fan stretched lazily, plucking the spiritual fruits. As usual, he offered some to the fire dog, while keeping the rest for himself. Today marked the day Pan Zhao would select candidates for entry into the secret realm. Ye Fan had spent several days in seclusion, aiming to achieve greater gains once inside. Exiting the beast companion space, Ye Fan knocked on Li Fatty's door. But as soon as his hand touched the surface, the door swung open on its own. As soon as the door swung open, Li Fatty was seen seated at the table, a sizable portion of roasted evil rhinoceros meat before him, draped in a scarf and wielding knife and fork. The dormitory was permeated with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Ye Fan, have you finally emerged from your seclusion? Upon noticing Ye Fan's arrival, Li Fati promptly rose to retrieve a knife and fork from the adjacent drawer. Come, the freshly roasted evil rhinoceros meat is simply delectable. I think I shall pass. Ye Fan replied, shaking his head, his eyes shimmering with amusement as he remarked, Fatty, it seems you are on the verge of embracing a life of luxury. Do you realize what day it is today? What day? Li Fati, momentarily oblivious, glanced at the calendar. Upon seeing the bold red letters marking the day of the secret realm selection, he abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Oh no. Teacher Pan said we were to gather at 9 o'clock, and it's already 8:55. Hurry, we must gather on the playground. Li Fati fretted. Teacher Pan has not been pleased with me lately. If I am late again, he will surely have my head. Where are those two rascals? Why haven't they yet arrived? On the playground, Pan Zhao frowned as he observed the absence of familiar faces in the lineup. It was not only Pan Zhao who noticed Ye Fan and Li Fati's tardiness. From the back row, Deng Chong, who had been waiting for an opportunity to vex Ye Fan, poked his head out. Teacher, may we commence? It is already 9 o'clock, he said with a smile. Well aware of Pan Zhao's temper, he recalled the last week when 2 students were tardy and were made to stand outside. This time, with Ye Fan and his companion arriving late, he surmised their qualifications might be revoked. Do I need you to remind me? Pan Zhao retorted. Do you think my eyes are blind and cannot see the time? No. Then shut your mouth. Pan Zhao snapped, causing Deng Chong to withdraw. Confusion evident in his eyes. What is going on? Ye Fan and the others are late, yet Pan Zhao is not angry? At that moment, Ye Fan and Li Fati arrived, huffing and puffing from their considerable distance from the dormitory to the playground. Li, did I not inform you yesterday that the selection begins at 9 o'clock? Pan Zhao's gaze locked onto Li Fati, who was immediately met with a torrent of scolding. Have you transformed into a fish? Did you forget what I told you the moment you turned your head? Yes, Li Fati, mishearing. Assumed he was simply acknowledging his fault, nodding repeatedly. Laughter erupted, prompting Li Fati to look up at Pan Zhao, whose face had turned a shade of green. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he opened his mouth to relay the excuse he had concocted with Ye Fan along the way, hastily adding, Teacher Pan, Ye Fan is not feeling well. I was looking after him and forgot. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao turned his gaze toward Ye Fan. Noting that Ye Fan appeared vigorous and did not seem to be in distress, his expression shifted. Is this what you call not feeling well? Quickly return. With a glance at Li Fati, Pan Zhao chose not to utter another word, muttering a low curse as he turned away. Yes, Li Fati replied repeatedly, grasping Ye Fan's arm as they made their way to the back of the line, fortuitously positioning themselves beside Deng Chong and his group. At that moment, Deng Chong eyed Li Fati and cautiously shifted aside, adopting a wary demeanor. At this moment, Fatty Li was no longer afraid of Deng Chong. However, observing the other's reaction, he expressed his confusion to Ye Fan, saying, It seems Deng Chong is quite fearful of us. While his fear of us might be exaggerated, his dread of Teacher Pan Zhao is genuine. Ye Fan shook his head, although Pan Zhao's earlier words were overtly directed as insults towards Fatty. They nevertheless implied a certain cordiality between the two parties. Deng Chong is no fool, and he certainly comprehended this nuance. The rules for selecting positions were straightforward. Earlier, Pan Zhao had outlined the guidelines. Next to me, there are 10 spots available. If you believe you are qualified, step forward. Each person has a single opportunity to challenge the individual occupying a position. Ultimately, those standing in these 10 spots will gain entry into this round's secret realm. Upon hearing such rules, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, and one person quietly remarked, Teacher, won't the first to step up be easily overwhelmed in a battle of attrition? Indeed, Pan Zhao acknowledged with a nod. I understand your concerns about fairness. Therefore, I will grant the first individual to step up a chance for a rematch should they lose. They may challenge again. With this assurance, the crowd felt reassured. Ye Fan, should we step up first? Fatty inquired, seeking Ye Fan's counsel. Of course, we should take the lead, Ye Fan replied, sensing Fatty's apprehension. Just unleash your 2 venomous serpents. These newcomers lack battle experience. We have already slain over 20 beasts in the Silver Moon Forest. Do we not possess the confidence to defeat them? True, Fatty nodded. Consequently, when Pan Zhao announced the selection of positions, while many hesitated, Ye Fan and Fatty promptly stepped forward, with Ye Fan leading the charge. The 10 positions quickly filled. Aside from Ye Fan and Fatty, Deng Chong occupied one, and Ma Xiaoxue claimed another, while the rest were mostly unfamiliar faces. In total, there were over 50 students in the ordinary class. After excluding 10, the remaining 40+ were seeking their opponents. Before long, someone chose to challenge the reigning champion, and the two sides commenced their beast battles. Most of the ordinary class's beasts were still at the Black Iron 1-star level, with a few impressive ones reaching 2 stars, while both Deng Chong and Ma Xiaoxue boasted 3 stars. Fatty Li, following Ye Fan's advice, released the 2 serpents, one a black iron 4-star, and the other a black iron 3-star. The serpents nestled in the grass, their heads raised intimidatingly, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Almost immediately, news of Fatty's formidable beasts spread throughout the crowd. Can that rotund fellow truly be this powerful? At another position, Deng Chong glared at Fatty's serpents and muttered a curse under his breath. Should we not seek to cause him some trouble? Suggested one of Deng Chong's lackeys quietly. With over 10 of us, we could surely engage in a battle of attrition. Are you foolish? Wasting so much energy on a mere rotund fool is pointless. It would be wiser to gather more people for the secret realm. Deng Chong berated, shifting his gaze towards Ye Fan, his demeanor suddenly shifting. Why not target Ye Fan instead? You truly are dim-witted. Deng Chong smacked his lackey, exclaiming, do you not know who Ye Fan is? The master of throat locks. To challenge him would be to forfeit your beasts. Chapter 23. Conflict. The subordinate who had been slapped fell silent. Ye Fan had merely spent a few days in the training room, yet someone had recorded a video of him scoring 300 points, which quickly spread, revealing his penchant for a single lethal maneuver, the throat lock. Regardless of the beast control or techniques employed, in the end, it all culminated in a throat lock, resulting in instant demise. Consequently, Ye Fan earned the moniker Throat Lock Maniac, a title that evolved into a superstition suggesting that anyone who dueled Ye Fan with their beast would inevitably face the grip of his fire dog. This notion instilled terror in many, and thus, Ye Fan had yet to unleash his beast, with no challengers daring to step forward. Who would be brave enough to challenge him? While others sought victory, he sought life and death. After much effort to obtain a beast, being locked by him would mean immediate expulsion. Understood, Brother Chong. The subordinate who had been slapped could only nod, helplessly remarking, are we really going to let Ye Fan and that fatso enter the secret realm so easily? Let them in, Deng Chong replied, his gaze turning cold. Entering the secret realm is not exclusive to our ordinary class. The elite classes and talent classes will also participate. Once we regroup with my cousin inside, we will have plenty of ways to deal with him. Ah, so that is the plan. The subordinate rejoiced, then let us quickly secure several spots, and we can feast alongside Brother Chong. Indeed, Deng Chong affirmed, shifting his focus back to Ye Fan. Although he had intended to avoid provoking Ye Fan recently, his cousin's sudden insistence on dealing with this young man aligned perfectly with Deng Chong's desires. Once inside the secret realm, they would settle old scores together. With a fierce glare at Ye Fan, Deng Chong uttered, this time, it will be different. Meanwhile, Ye Fan sensed Deng Chong's gaze and snorted softly. He was no longer the newcomer. He had fully acclimated and had surpassed his peers significantly. This secret realm would be the moment to solidify that gap. Before long, several hours had passed, and the qualifications for entering the secret realm were finally determined. Ye Fan, the fatso, and Deng Chong were the least challenged, while Ma Xiaoxua had lost once but eventually fought her way back up. Of the remaining 6 participants, 4 were Deng Chong's subordinates, with the last 2 merely fortunate stragglers. Observing the final selection results, Pan Zhao appeared visibly dissatisfied. With his keen insight, he could easily discern that Deng Chong's subordinates had been aiding one another. Out of 10, 5 were part of Deng Chong's faction. At such a young age, forming cliques would hinder their potential. Pan Zhao refrained from voicing his thoughts, silently judging the situation before announcing the final roster. This secret realm expedition would last 10 days. Once inside, aside from the participants, no one else was permitted to leave the school. Pan Zhao offered a few instructions before leading the 10 individuals towards the secret realm at the back of the school. During this time within the secret realm, you are free to explore any location, but remember, you must return to the exit after 10 days. In the depths of the secret realm, there will be designated mentors to protect you. However, they will not intervene unless you are facing life-threatening peril. Once they do intervene, it signifies the conclusion of your journey within the secret realm. Therefore, it is imperative to prioritize your safety, as even mentors may not always arrive in time. Each year, numerous students meet their demise within the secret realm. As they journeyed onward, Pan Zhao elucidated the rules of the secret realm to the group. Toward the end of his discourse, a thought struck him, prompting him to add, healthy competition among classmates is permitted, yet the slaughter of fellow students' beasts is strictly forbidden. When engaging in beast confrontations, one must exercise caution. As he spoke these words, Pan Zhao's gaze fixated intently on Ye Fan. He was well aware of the young man's formidable prowess, ranking among the top 3 of those entering this time. The only drawback was that Ye Fan's attacks were often excessively ruthless. Any beast he confronted was likely to meet its demise, while wild beasts posed no issue. Indiscriminately killing a classmate's beast could easily lead to accusations of malevolence and subsequent expulsion. Ye Fan recognized that Pan Zhao's admonition was directed at him. He nodded in acknowledgement, but chose not to dwell on it. He had no desire to engage in conflict with these inexperienced youths. As long as they did not provoke him, he would refrain from delivering a sudden and lethal strike. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, a portal-like structure. At that moment, students from other classes had already assembled, led by their instructors. Upon Pan Zhao's arrival, the attention of the crowd shifted toward this small group, just as he had remarked. In contrast to other classes, there were no restrictions on their numbers. Oh, Brother Pan has arrived. A teacher, who shared a cordial rapport with Pan Zhao, greeted him with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Ye Fan. So this is the formidable Ye Fan from Brother Pan's class? Remarkable strength for one so young. Indeed, Pan Zhao replied. Another instructor chimed in, with Ye Fan present. Brother Pan's ordinary class is bound to acquire numerous valuable resources in this secret realm. I dare say their gains might well surpass those of our class twofold. Hearing this, Pan Zhao's brow furrowed, and he glanced at the speaker, Li Xiang. Do you believe your class can enter twice in a month and consider it impressive? Not at all. Brother Pan, I merely meant to commend the prowess of your students, Li Xiang retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. Pan Zhao's expression darkened. Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. Even from a distance, the palpable tension in the air was evident, felt even by the students present. Ye Fan was acutely aware of this atmosphere. Unlike in his previous life, they too were entering the secret realm, yet no one dared to comment, as they were truly overlooked. However, in this life, his sudden emergence had brought underlying tensions to the surface. Apart from the ordinary class, there were a total of 8 classes, 4 of which harbored animosity toward Pan Zhao, led by the prominent figure of the elite class. Among the remaining 4, 2 maintained a favorable relationship with Pan Zhao, while 1 was a mild-mannered individual who sought to avoid offending either side. As Ye Fan observed the instructors, he remained silent, mentally cataloging the students from each class. Outside, Pan Zhao provided him support. Within the secret realm, he would return the favor. Very well. The secret realm has now been opened. Classes may enter in an orderly manner. At the entrance, 2 teachers wore stern expressions, declaring themselves the guardians of the secret realm, tasked with ensuring the safety of the students. Proceed, one of them commanded. In response, Pan Zhao turned to his companions and said, Let us go. Ye Fan nodded, taking the lead along with the stout boy, advancing into the secret realm ahead of the others. This action sparked discontent among the group. Once all the students had entered and the guardians followed suit, Jiang Hong spoke up first. Pan Zhao, your student Ye Fan certainly brings you prestige. Walking ahead of the elite class, is there no decorum? Decorum? Who established these rules? Who decreed that students from ordinary classes cannot enter the secret realm before those from the elite class? Pan Zhao retorted unceremoniously. Is it my student's fault that he is swifter? Humph. Without rules, someone will eventually teach him a lesson. Jiang Hong scoffed, gazing at Pan Zhao. Do you genuinely believe that an ordinary class student can surpass those from the elite class within the secret realm? Merely having consumed a couple of spirit fruits to gain a slight edge has inflated your confidence, hasn't he? There are plenty in my class capable of slaying black iron 6-star beasts. Your Ye Fan is not the only one who can afford spirit fruits. If that is your stance, then let us wait and see. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted coldly. I'm well aware of your little tricks, forming cliques and colluding. Surely, your students have learned these tactics? You, Jiang Hong, incensed by the remark, raised his hand, his aura surging. Pan Zhao, do you truly believe that upon reaching golden 9 stars, you are invincible? I wouldn't claim invincibility, but against someone like you, I find it quite effortless. Pan Zhao replied, standing his ground, his formidable presence rising in response. Those with nothing to lose fear nothing. Besides, with both Ye Fan and Li Yu at my side, can you truly suppress us in the Beastmaster forest, where we can hunt black iron 9-star wild beasts? This statement enraged Jiang Hong, who commanded, summoning a massive silver moon wolf by his side. Its silver fur shimmered like flowing water under the sun, and with a long howl, the surrounding air surged violently. Golden 8 stars. Jiang Hong's beast had indeed risen in rank since last year. Humph. As soon as Pan Zhao beheld the silver moon wolf, a smirk crept upon his lips. It's merely a wolf. Do you understand what it means to be the king of beasts? With a roar, the golden 9-star raging lion materialized beside Pan Zhao, its commanding presence instantly enveloping the area. Gold and silver, lion and wolf, the two stood opposed, causing alarm among the many instructors who rushed to intervene, some attempting to pull Pan Zhao back, others trying to restrain Jiang Hong. Brother Pan, let it go. Let it go. Jiang Hong is just jesting. Don't take it to heart. Brother Jiang, there is no need for such grand gestures. We are teachers, after all. Let us not resort to violence. At that moment, the instructors offered their conciliatory words, aware that the 2 prominent instructors of Ping City High School were closely matched in strength and were both top-tier experts. Should a conflict arise, others might struggle to contain them. Neither party budged, their gazes locked in a fierce standoff, revealing that their rivalry extended beyond mere competition, harboring personal grievances as well. Cough. Cough. In that moment of stalemate, a somewhat aged cough broke the silence. The principal's arrival brought a sigh of relief to several instructors. In Pingqing High School, it was only the venerable Principal Pu Mi whose words carried weight. You two are just like your beasts. You cannot help but fight upon seeing each other. Observing the furious expressions of Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong, Pumi shook his head in resignation. I, Pan Zhao, conduct myself with integrity. Unlike some who only engage in factionalism and internal strife, Pan Zhao retorted. Do not slander without basis, Pan Zhao. Jiang Hong interjected coldly. What evidence do you have of my alleged collusion? Is evidence even necessary? Your actions, Jiang Hong, are well known to all. You're speaking nonsense. All right. As the two seemed poised to throw punches at one another, Pumi interjected once more. Gentlemen, let us maintain decorum. Today marks the time for their entry into the secret realm. What is there to argue about? Let us compromise. I propose this, upon their return. Whichever students' gains from the secret realm are the most substantial, I shall reward them with an elite-level beast, and their instructor will receive an additional 3-month salary. How does that sound? At this proclamation, the expressions of Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong brightened considerably, and their quarrel finally subsided. How will we determine who has acquired more? Pan Zhao inquired. The items within the secret realm possess inherent value. We shall tally them upon their return to see who has the highest total value, Pumi replied. But what if someone falsely claims items from their own possessions as gains from the secret realm? Pan Zhao pressed on, glancing at Jiang Hong. After all, our ordinary class students do not possess wealth like some others. You, Jiang Hong, are incensed once more, Pumi noted, swiftly intervening. The items within the secret realm bear unique identifiers that cannot be faked. That is more reasonable, Pan Zhao conceded, falling silent thereafter. Jiang Hong merely scoffed in response. Recognizing the lingering animosity between the two, Pumi shook his head in exasperation. He understood the depth of their enmity and felt powerless to reconcile them. His aim was merely to minimize conflict. Well then, let us await the results 10 days hence. There is no need to linger here any longer. Let us attend to our respective duties. With that, the group gradually dispersed, leaving Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong to exchange venomous glances before reluctantly sheathing their beasts. After all, the principal was present, and they had to show him some respect. In the Misty Realm, Li Fati gazed around in astonishment. Isn't this just the Silver Moon Forest we visited a few days ago? This secret realm is modeled after the Silver Moon Forest, Ye Fan explained. Since it is artificially constructed, it must have a reference point. So, there are plenty of wild beasts and spiritual treasures here? Li Fati asked. Quite so, Ye Fan nodded. You may consider this place as a higher-level Silver Moon Forest. The beasts here are stronger, and the items available are superior. Not only are there spiritual treasures, but also breathing techniques and beast cubs. As he spoke, Ye Fan gazed into the depths of the forest, noting that, unlike before, the innermost area housed not wild golden beasts, but rather a solitary silver-level creature. Li Pengzi nodded, but suddenly choked. Ye Fan, how do you know so much? What I know is far more than this, Ye Fan replied with a mysterious smile. This secret realm, after all, was where he had risen to prominence. How could he forget it? Let us go, Fatty. Since this is the place reminiscent of the Silver Moon Forest, it's our home ground. With that, Ye Fan strode forward. Hearing this, Li Pengzi surveyed the familiar surroundings and smiled, quietly releasing his two-headed serpent. Just as Ye Fan had said, this indeed was their territory. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, a group of people had gathered. It was Deng Chong, accompanied by a few followers, who had met up with Deng Li. Cousin. Deng Chong's eyes lit up upon seeing Deng Li, who was similarly flanked by 7 or 8 individuals. Where did Ye Fan go? Deng Li coldly inquired. Glancing at his cousin. In that direction. We all entered from the same place. Deng Chong responded, his expression tinged with confusion. Didn't T cousin say a few days ago that you were at odds with Ye Fan? What with the sudden change? I said I was at odds. But I only felt unsteady at that time. Ma Dafei, that useless fool, got beaten up and scared out of his wits, hiding at home every day, Deng Li replied. A cold smile emerging on his lips. Recently, I spent a fortune on spirit fruits to cultivate my beast. My golden armored beast is about to reach Black Iron 7 stars. With my dragon armor talent, who below the bronze level can defeat me? Black Iron 7 stars. Deng Chong was taken aback by the mention of such a high rank. That's impressive. Quite normal, Deng Li shook his head. Anyone who can enter the excellence class possesses elite-level beasts. With enough investment, even bronze is attainable. Speaking of bronze, how much would that cost? Deng Chong was taken aback. Although their family had some wealth, his beast had only reached Black Iron 4 stars after spending tens of thousands. To attain bronze would likely lead to bankruptcy. Truly, cousin is remarkable, Deng Chong flattered, gazing at Deng Li. With cousin's intervention, Ye Fan is in for a tough time. Naturally, Deng Li raised his head, his eyes narrowing. What I desire is not merely for him to suffer. This statement momentarily stunned Deng Chong, who cautiously asked, Cousin, are you suggesting? Deng Li nodded, his gaze chilling. Just create some commotion to ensure the guardians don't notice this side. In a secret realm, it's quite normal for a couple of people to die. Understood, Deng Chong replied, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. He had anticipated that Deng Li would want to kill Ye Fan. A thought struck him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Fool, Deng Li muttered under his breath, observing Deng Chang's reaction. He was not without vision. Dealing with Ye Fan was not merely a consequence of their last confrontation. More importantly, it was the way Ye Fan had looked at him that day. It was the first time someone had regarded him in such a manner, as if seeing right through him. This sensation unsettled Deng Li, filling him with a sense of dread. He knew all too well what lay behind him. If anyone were to discover it and expose him, it would be enough to cost him 100 lives. The restoration of the dynasty threatens to implicate the entire family. He must eliminate Ye Fan. Therefore, in recent days, Deng Li has expended considerable resources to hastily elevate the rank of his beast, a step that should not have required such urgency. He cannot allow anyone who might uncover his true identity to survive, even if the likelihood of that individual knowing is less than 1%. If blame is to be assigned, it is for that fleeting glance cast upon me that fateful day. In the depths of the jungle, Deng Li spoke, his tone laced with an ominous gravity. At that moment, in a secluded corner of the secret realm, a resounding crash echoed as a black iron 9-star Linglong demon monkey collapsed before Ye Fan and the rotund man. An elite-grade beast, indeed a formidable opponent. Observing the diminutive yet cunning Linglong demon monkey, Li Fatty exhaled in relief and settled onto the ground. This Linglong white monkey was remarkably intelligent. Currently, both Ye Fan and Li Fatty possessed considerable strength. Ye Fan commanded a black iron 8-star Fire Hound as their primary force, while Li Fatty's 2 venomous snakes lurked in the forest, poised to strike with deadly fangs. Such a combination of power could contend with beasts of lesser ranks than bronze. However, even so, capturing this Linglong white monkey proved to be a significant challenge, far exceeding the difficulty they faced when hunting the black iron 9-star beast in Silver Moon Forest. Several times, the Linglong white monkey nearly captured Li Fatty, only to be saved by Ye Fan's decisive punch. Primates, by nature, exhibit far greater intelligence than other beasts, and this elite-grade beast was no exception. Meanwhile, Ye Fan was tending to his wounded hand, remarking, "After all, primates are the closest to humans among beasts. They exhibit a wide variety of strange abilities. And this Linglong white monkey is relatively manageable. Are there any Lingming stone monkeys among such primate beasts?" Li Fatty inquired, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Given the existence of ancient remnants of mythical creatures, surely the Lingming stone monkey must also exist. There are no Lingming stone monkeys, but there are Lingming demon monkeys. Ye Fan replied, his expression becoming contemplative. In the North Sea, there resides a Lingming demon monkey capable of human speech, possessing wisdom and the ability to control numerous primate beasts. It has established a secret realm known as Water Curtain Cave. Isn't that precisely the Lingming stone monkey from our myths? Li Fatty exclaimed, animated. Not exactly, or rather, not entirely. It lacks the golden cudgel, Ye Fan explained, smiling at Li Fatty. If you manage to enroll in a university near the North Sea, you will learn more. That Lingming demon monkey is formidable. One of the top 10 beasts in the North Sea. Top 10 beasts? Is there a dragon python among them? Li Fatty pressed eagerly. There is no dragon python. Its remnants are located in the capital. Ye Fan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Li Fatty recoiled slightly. Then perhaps I shall reconsider my decision about attending university in the North Sea. That may be wise. The pressure in the North Sea is immense. And pursuing your studies there will be challenging, Ye Fan replied, pushing aside the corpse of the Linglong white monkey. On the ground, a striking blood charm flower bloomed, revealing the true reason for their arduous hunt of the Linglong white monkey. The blood charm flower, a spirit flower of moderate quality, possesses the remarkable ability to awaken the latent potential of a beast's flesh, enabling it to grow rapidly within a brief period. However, this growth diverges significantly from that induced by the white jade fruit, as it specifically targets the corporeal form of the beast. Overindulgence in this flower can lead even those beasts that ordinarily exhibit stunted growth to attain considerable size, making it particularly suitable for those beasts that rely primarily on physical attacks. The secret realm is replete with treasures, yet acquiring the blood charm flower externally necessitates a substantial financial outlay. As was his custom, Ye Fan unearthed the blood charm flower along with its root, casually handing it to Fatty Li. Your solar serpent should benefit from this. A larger physique will enhance its defensive and offensive capabilities. And given that it's not inherently a nimble beast, it should fare well after consumption. Good, Fatty Li nodded, accepting the blood charm flower, though his gaze seemed somewhat unfocused. After glancing at the flower in his hand, he turned to Ye Fan, who was walking ahead, and suddenly inquired, Ye Fan, what is the world beyond Ping City truly like? I've heard you speak of it recently, and it sounds rather perilous. Ah, the outside world. Ye Fan paused at this question, but quickly shook his head. Indeed, danger exists, yet it is accompanied by countless opportunities. Knowing all that you do now is of little consequence. Remember this. To become the formidable figure you envision, Venturing out is essential. I see, Fatty Lee replied, nodding with a semblance of understanding. Then I must strive to gain admission to a good university and experience the world beyond. Ye Fan smiled, continuing his stride as he spoke. In truth, attending university is not the only pathway to the outside. Numerous grassroots organizations are eager to accept students who have graduated from beast-taming high schools. These organizations vary widely, some dedicated to eradicating beasts, others focused on restoring humanity's former glory, and some founded on religious beliefs. There are even those committed to environmental preservation, such as collecting trash in the North Sea. Quite fascinating. Of course, there are malevolent factions as well. Some cults cause harm to themselves and others, so one must exercise discernment. Those skilled beast tamers who establish their own sects are also a form of such organizations, he added. Beyond these options, you may also venture forth as an individual. As long as your strength is formidable enough, no one can impede you. Ultimately, it is power that holds the key in this intricate world. High above the secret realm, two guardians, a man and a woman, wore masks that concealed their identities. Both possessed avian beasts and had cultivated their breathing techniques to an advanced level, granting them exceptional vision. At this moment, they hovered in the sky, observing the students embarking on their exploration of the secret realm below. The ordinary class Ye Fan demonstrates commendable strength. On his inaugural venture into the secret realm, he has managed to slay a black iron 9-star beast. At this rate, it is highly likely he will transcend to the bronze level during this journey, remarked the female guardian. Though clad in a standard uniform, her figure was undeniably alluring. A hint of amusement danced in her eyes, revealing her approval of Ye Fan's performance. I find his companion noteworthy as well, she continued. For one so young, his ability to command two beasts speaks volumes of his proficiency in breathing techniques. The male guardian also spoke, yet his gaze remained fixated on the stout individual. After all, the mastery of breathing techniques is paramount. If one can swiftly elevate their proficiency, even without exceptional beast-taming skills, they could still be deemed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, the male guardian continued, the quality of this year's freshmen at Pingqing High School is truly remarkable. Not only have we encountered A-grade beast-taming talents unseen for decades, but the proportion of B-grade students is also notably high, with even 2 unexpected surprises in the D-grade class. In 3 years, we might witness someone gaining admission to Kyoto University. Pingqing High has certainly endured its hardships and is now reaping its rewards. The female guardian smiled, reflecting on the years without emerging talents. The higher-ups had gradually diminished their regard for Pingqing. If this trend continues, perhaps in a few years, both you and I will be summoned back. Having lived in Pingqing for over a decade, it has become my home. Returning is not a simple endeavor. The male guardian shook his head, intending to express more, but his attention was suddenly drawn to a certain area in the forest. Is that Dang Li from the elite class? What is he gathering such a large group for? Upon hearing this, the female guardian also glanced in that direction. Upon a brief observation, her brow furrowed. It appeared they intended to confront Ye Fan. I heard they seemed to have some prior conflicts. This group of students, upon entering the secret realm, neglects their true purpose and instead engages in infighting at an alarming rate. The male guardian exclaimed, what a disappointing bunch of rascals. Should I intervene to deter them? The female guardian suggested, noticing his irritation. Perhaps a gentle warning? No need. Let those rascals be, the male guardian replied, clearly vexed. Ye Fan is evidently experienced in hunting. What do they think they can achieve by bothering him in such terrain? If a duel occurs in the secret realm, should anything go awry, I will keep an eye on it. He interrupted the female guardian. I am rather curious to see how these infighting youngsters will be dealt with. Chapter 26. Unconventional Strategies. Fatty, catch. In the afternoon, deep within a secluded thicket, Ye Fan had gathered 3 mushrooms resembling explosive fungi, but with a striking red hue. Tossing them to Li Fatty. What are these? Li Fatty inquired, scratching his head as he inspected the vivid red mushrooms. These are berserk mushrooms, a low-grade spiritual herb. Consuming them temporarily enhances the combat strength of beast tamers, but afterward, one will suffer a period of weakness lasting about an hour, Ye Fan explained, brushing the dirt off his hands. Essentially, it's akin to a stimulant, Li Fatty remarked, tucking the berserk mushrooms away. Upon discovering that his large backpack was nearly full, a smile spread across his face. Is this our bounty on just the first day? What bounty? These are merely low-grade items. We are still on the outskirts of the secret realm. If we could attain bronze-level strength and delve into the inner areas, the treasures there would be far superior. And we might even procure some excellent beasts, Ye Fan responded, his eyes still twinkling with a hint of amusement as he regarded the contents of his overflowing backpack. In his previous life, until the end of the first semester of his second year in high school, he remained on the periphery of activities. Yet in this life, on merely the first day of entering the secret realm, his gains already surpassed those of the entire previous year. This astonishing harvest can be attributed to Ye Fan's past experiences, but more significantly, It underscores the importance of strength. The stronger their combat capabilities, the further they can delve into the secret realm, thus acquiring better treasures and achieving greater enhancements, a positively reinforcing relationship. A mere black iron 1-star can only scavenge on the outskirts. A monthly excursion into the secret realm might yield nothing at all. By the time one's level increases, the valuable items would have long been claimed, leaving only the refuse. Progressing swiftly ensures that one remains ahead of others, maximizing the chances of obtaining all the finest treasures. Let us divide the spiritual herbs and elixirs we obtain today, allowing the beasts to consume them for rest. Tomorrow, we shall venture deeper, Ye Fan declared as he rummaged through his backpack. Meanwhile, Fatty Li also unpacked, and under Ye Fan's judicious distribution, both bags of spiritual herbs and elixirs were allocated in the most suitable proportions. Before long, with the consumption of the herbs and elixirs, Ye Fan's Fiery Hound experienced another breakthrough, ascending to Black Iron 9-star. Fatty Li's two beasts, the Solar Serpent, rose to Black Iron 5-star after consuming an additional Blood Charm flower, while the Purple Striped Serpent advanced to Black Iron 4-star. Wow, this feels surreal, Fatty Li exclaimed, gazing at his two visibly strengthened beasts. At this stage, unless one hails from a wealthy family, elevating beasts to Black Iron 4 or 5-star is virtually impossible. Yet here he was, having accomplished this with two beasts. Can a mere D-class be this formidable? Fatty, you've fallen into your old habits again, Ye Fan's voice chimed in. Have you forgotten what I told you? You must possess vision. Oh, right, vision. Fatty Li nodded, pondering for a moment, then suddenly scoffed. Such a trivial black iron, how laughable. Ye Fan was momentarily taken aback by this display, then chuckled helplessly. Ye Fan, look at me, do I exude the aura of a strong individual now? Fatty Li asked, furrowing his brow and lowering his voice. Not much of a strong aura, but your delusions of grandeur seem to have grown, Ye Fan replied, standing up with his backpack. All right, let us find a safer spot to set up camp. Wait for me. Fatty Li, still lost in his performance, hurriedly followed Ye Fan into the woods. Clang, clang, clang. Deep within the forest, the sound of hammering on wooden stakes echoed as Fatty Li worked on the tent, while Ye Fan gathered some herbs to burn for pest repellent, scattering the ashes around their vicinity. After all, this was a forest, and the mosquitoes were no ordinary pests. Many could be considered beasts themselves. Although their power maxed out at Black Iron 1-star, a bite could leave one with a swollen lump for at least 4 or 5 days. Done, Fatty Li declared at a moment, setting down his hammer and looking proudly at the two well-erected tents. Ye Fan, come see how I pitched my tent. Let me take a look. Ye Fan turned his head and beheld the masterpiece crafted by the hefty man, nodding in approval. Well done, my friend. Your wilderness survival skills are evidently becoming quite refined. Li Fatty scratched his head and, with a sigh of relief, remarked on the commendable quality of the tent. The expenditure of 100 or so yuan was indeed worthwhile. It was both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, facilitating easy ingress and egress. However, as he admired the tent, a sudden unease washed over him. Where's the door of my tent? Not far away. Ye Fan, who had just praised the hefty man, also raised an eyebrow. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. You didn't, by chance, install the side with the door facing upwards, did you? Li Fatty scratched his head, looking at Ye Fan's expression, and was about to explain when, unexpectedly, a throng of individuals emerged from the jungle. Deng Chong. Upon seeing the leader of the group, Ye Fan's gaze turned icy, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. Beside him, Li Fatty quickly summoned his two beasts. At last, I found you. Deng Li's voice echoed from the crowd, and moments later, he stepped forward, glancing at the two beasts of the hefty man with a smirk. Black Iron 4 stars and Black Iron 5 stars. Fatty, it seems you've come across some fine treasures in this secret realm. Li Fatty recoiled, ready to retort. But Ye Fan interjected. Deng Li, have you come to seek me out because you believe you can exact vengeance for your cousin? Hearing this, Deng Li immediately turned his gaze to Ye Fan, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the same demeanor from their previous encounter. Ye Fan, you must know why I am here, don't you? Take a guess, Ye Fan replied with a slight smile, maintaining his calm demeanor. If you wish to battle, then let us do so. Last time, you refrained from intervening while I dealt with your cousin. I was left unsatisfied. Arrogant. Deng Li spat, summoning forth a beast that resembled a spiny creature clad in golden armor. Dragon armor. With a renewed brilliance, the golden shell of the beast was once again fortified, displaying scales that signified a significant increase in defensive capability. The dragon armor golden beast is quite fitting for someone like you, who fears death, Ye Fan remarked nonchalantly, then whistled. In the jungle, a patrolling Fire Hound pushed through the underbrush and leapt to Ye Fan's side. Black Iron 9 stars. The sight of the Fire Hound, nearly reaching Ye Fan's waist, sent a chill through the crowd. How is this possible? Deng Li's expression darkened. Just a few days ago, your Fire Hound was only Black Iron 4 stars. You should say, a few days prior to that, My Fire Hound was merely Black Iron 1 star. Ye Fan replied with a subtle smile. What? Is a genius from class be frightened by a single Fire Hound? Only Black Iron 9 stars. What's there to be boastful about? Dang Li muttered, glancing at the 15 individuals behind him. I have 15 people here. Can you withstand us alone? A rabble, no matter how numerous, remains a rabble. Ye Fan countered, raising his hand. Beast, ascend. Light descended as the Fire Hound grew even larger. Ye Fan took the initiative, stepping forward, launching the attack before Dang Li and the others could react. Fatty attack. Upon hearing this, Fat Li readily agreed, and the two poisonous snakes swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Heading towards the crowd. With a clang, the Fire Hound raised its sharp claws and struck heavily upon the shell of the golden-armored beast, producing a dull thud. However, this blow seemed to inflict little damage upon the creature. Humph! With my golden-armored beast in conjunction with the dragon armor, it is impossible to breach its defenses without reaching the bronze level of beast mastery. Observing this scene, Dang Li's voice turned cold, but in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. Ye Fan, how dare you? Before he could finish, a fist landed heavily on his chest, sending Dang Li staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he fell to the ground. Who told you that I must break through your golden-armored beast's defenses? Ye Fan's voice rang out, and amidst the crowd, Dang Li looked up in panic, only to see Ye Fan flexing his fists, his gaze frigid. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. A beastmaster is not merely someone who commands beasts. The Fire Hound lunged into the crowd, and at the same time, Ye Fan's fists followed suit. Fight him with your beasts. Surround him, do not let him come close. There are snakes. I've been bitten by a snake. Fire Hound. Block the Fire Hound. It is coming for me. At the forefront of the crowd, the golden-armored beast, nestled within its shell, heard the ensuing chaos behind it, and cautiously extended its head from the shell, observing Ye Fan and the Fire Hound wreaking havoc among the crowd. For the first time, it cast a doubtful glance at its own sturdy shell. Chapter 27. A violent beating. Ye Fan fought like an adult confronting a child. In the sky above, the female guardian, witnessing Ye Fan standing out amidst the throng, shook her head. This was the first time she had seen a beastmaster engage in combat with their fists. Previously, they had trained in martial arts, preparing to become warriors or beast hunters. You have not seen the true situation, the male guardian immediately countered, his gaze fixated on Ye Fan, exhaling deeply. I previously mentioned that his companion possessed superior breathing techniques. Little did I expect that Ye Fan's proficiency in breathing techniques far surpassed that of his companion. He is not merely a martial artist. His physical prowess is significantly beyond that of his peers due to his superior breathing techniques. Breathing techniques? The female guardian expressed her astonishment. How long has he been practicing? How could he possibly possess such formidable strength due to breathing techniques alone? It was evident that even the 4-star iron-backed wolf could hardly withstand a few of his punches. One could only imagine that his breathing technique, if ordinary, must be at least at the 2nd level or above. The male guardian shook his head. It should not be an ordinary breathing technique. He must come from a family of strong individuals who have passed down a rare breathing technique, and he must have practiced it extensively. Are there strong individuals in Ping City? Certainly, although most have retired from the front lines, living their lives in peace and tranquility. The male guardian spoke slowly, his gaze deepening. With the surname Yi, and residing in Ping City, could it be that one? But that individual has no descendants. Upon hearing this, the female guardian quickly lowered her voice. Do not speak of that individual. They are quite sensitive about others discussing their matters in private. Regardless of the truth, we must keep a close watch on Ye Fan. The male guardian shook his head. If my suspicions are correct, it is no wonder Ye Fan possesses such strength at this moment. What about those students? Should we intervene? The female guardian once again expressed her concerns, seemingly apprehensive about the potential for dire consequences. That young man possesses a certain restraint. Had he truly intended to strike, Dang Li would likely have been severely injured by the first blow. The male guardian pondered momentarily before adding, those who were bitten by the snake may require assistance. As for Li Yu, Ye Fan's instruction to act was merely a directive to engage. He unleashed the snake to bite, squandering the profound mastery of his breathing technique. In the depths of the jungle, anguished cries echoed, as individuals suffered from snake bites, beatings from Ye Fan, and attacks from the fire dogs. Each bore visible marks of their distress. The overwhelming nature of the battle had been predetermined the moment Ye Fan bypassed the golden-armored beast. They sought trouble with him, relying on the belief that he could not breach the defense fortified by the dragon armor. They charged forward, emboldened by this misconception. Little did they know, Ye Fan was unorthodox in his approach. Unable to breach the golden-armored beast's defenses, he simply retaliated against the assailants. The golden-armored beast was far too sluggish to provide assistance, and with a black iron 9-star fire dog alongside Ye Fan, a black iron 4-star combatant, it was akin to wolves among sheep. Those unaccustomed to close combat were swiftly overpowered, bruised and battered, pleading for mercy. Just moments ago, they had boasted of teaching him a lesson. Now, they were rendered speechless. Ye Fan meandered through the crowd with an air of nonchalance. Soon, he reached the end of the line where Deng Li sat, dazed and panting heavily, having endured punches, dog attacks, and snake bites. He was undoubtedly the most unfortunate among them. He had envisioned various outcomes, even the possibility of unforeseen events, yet he had never anticipated anything quite so unexpected. Isn't a beastmaster supposed to rely on their beasts for battle? Can one truly resort to using their fists? Ye Fan, do not go too far, Deng Li protested, gazing at Ye Fan, whose lips curled into a mocking smile. As a beastmaster, do you find this victory to be honorable? You brought 15 individuals to confront just 2 of us, and you question my integrity and victory. Ye Fan chuckled at this remark, squatting down to meet Deng Li's gaze. Let me enlighten you. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. If I wish to end your life, I could do so at any moment. Dare you? Deng Li retorted, aware of the implications. His voice faltered mid-sentence, but Ye Fan merely smiled wider, leaning closer to whisper. I know, but do you dare to speak it aloud? At these words, Deng Li's pupils dilated in fear, his eyes reflecting a tumult of dread. He truly understood. Those things that are unfit for the light shall forever remain hidden. Ye Fan scoffed, opting not to elaborate further, clapping his hands before turning away. All right, you may leave now. As his words echoed, the group scurried away in haste. Deng Li remained rooted in place for a time before gritting his teeth and limping away. Ye Fan let them depart without further hindrance. Nearby, Fat Li observed the fleeing students with unease, voicing his concerns. What if they return with reinforcements? They won't. Several of them were bitten by the snake, including Deng Li. They won't be able to get far. The guardians will likely escort them out, came the reassuring reply. Ye Fan replied, stretching lazily, seemingly implying, they are merely insignificant shrimp. It serves no purpose to trouble them. What is truly intriguing is to lure out the formidable fish behind them. Shrimp? Fish. At these words, Li Fati appeared perplexed. What do you mean? Ye Fan explained. It's a simple analogy about fishing. You would derive no benefit from knowing these trivialities. Instead, ponder your own circumstances. Where will you sleep tonight? With time still on their side, he added, shall we engage in a game of seesaw and jump in tonight? Embarrassed by this suggestion, Li Fati scratched his head and replied, I'll go make arrangements. With that, he turned, swinging his arms, evidently ready to take action. Behind him, Ye Fan observed Li Fati's retreating figure, his gaze growing contemplative. He was undoubtedly allowing Deng Li to escape intentionally. After all, without this small shrimp as bait, how could one discern the identity of the great fish lurking behind? Such a maneuver carried significant risk, yet it was somewhat mitigated by Pan Zhao's constant protection, who followed them closely. This devilish mentor of the Golden Nine Stars possessed formidable combat prowess. At this moment, the fishing rod was set, and bait cast. Awaiting a catch from the depths, Ye Fan pondered the potential size of the fish lurking beneath. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Hopefully, it would not be an old acquaintance. Those bitten by the snake, come with me. As Ye Fan anticipated, Deng Chong and his companions hadn't ventured far before the guardian appeared. Only one. The male guardian at that. Why? Came a voice from the crowd, perplexed. Among the snakes that bit you, one is a purple-patterned snake, whose venom is lethal enough to kill a bronze-level beast, the guardian stated coldly. Do you believe your physique surpassed that of a bronze-level beast, capable of withstanding this snake's venom? Guardian, save us. Upon hearing this, the crowd lost their composure, as some began to show signs of poisoning, their faces turning a shade of purple. The guardian did not elaborate further, merely counting the individuals present. When he reached Deng Li, the latter suddenly inquired, if you take us out, does that mean our qualifications for this secret realm are revoked? Indeed, the guardian nodded. Hearing this, Deng Li's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched. Although they had been searching for Ye Fan, they had also collected numerous valuable items. Remaining in the secret realm for 5 days would yield considerable benefits. Exiting now would leave them at a significant disadvantage. Ye Fan and Deng Li lowered their voices, fear mingling with a burgeoning hatred in their eyes. This Ye Fan must die. Guardian, we were bitten by Ye Fan and Li Yu. What about them? Deng Chong interjected, his voice laced with anger. They harmed fellow students and inflicted such severe injuries. Shouldn't they be punished? Did your teacher not inform you before entering that dueling with beasts is permitted? The guardian, already displeased with this group, snorted coldly and turned his gaze toward Deng Chong, his overwhelming presence bearing down upon him. Do you truly believe I am blind to your actions in the forest? Chapter 28. The short-legged lizard Ye Fan, are you awake? Early the next morning, Fat Li emerged from the tent, stretching lazily. Just as he began to speak, he noticed Ye Fan striking a peculiar pose while practicing a form of martial arts. What kind of technique is this? Fat Li inquired, his curiosity piqued. This is a practice for wellness, Ye Fan replied, executing his final punch, then exhaling deeply. Turning to Fat Li, he smiled and asked, what is the matter, Fat Li? Are you interested in learning? I think I shall pass on the wellness practice. Fat Li quickly shook his head, retrieving a large quantity of provisions from the tent. Life is fleeting, it is better to enjoy it. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head. It mattered little that Fat Li chose not to learn the Wangxiang technique, as it was more suited for those with a calm disposition and required years of dedication to reveal its benefits, qualities not particularly aligned with Fat Li. Ye Fan, where are we headed today? Fat Li mumbled through a mouthful of food. Are we still searching for good finds like yesterday? Essentially. But today I intend to be more audacious, Ye Fan responded. How do you feel about pursuing a bronze-level beast? Bronze level? Fat Li choked momentarily before hurriedly adding. But bronze-level beasts have already grasped beast mastery skills, while our beasts are still at black iron. ISNT hunting across realms a bit too perilous? Risk begets reward. A bronze-level beast possesses only one skill. Once we familiarize ourselves with it, it should be manageable, Ye Fan replied, exuding confidence. Besides, the bronze-level beast we are targeting is not particularly formidable, and its weaknesses are quite apparent. Then I have no objections. Fat Li did not hesitate long. After all, when they first entered the beast forest, he had accompanied Ye Fan on a 3-star hunt against wild beasts. Now, with 2 beasts of his own and Ye Fan's beasts having reached black iron 9 stars, taking down a bronze beast should pose no significant challenge. What are those 2 planning now? Are they daring to venture into the territory of bronze-level beasts? In the sky, as Ye Fan and Fat Li were packing up their tent, the female guardian took notice of them. Let them go. It is good for young people to have some vigor. We just need to be vigilant, the female guardian remarked, shaking her head with a smile. Yesterday, they managed to repel 11 students in total, 8 of whom were from the elite class. I suspect Li Xiang will be displeased. Their current instructor is Pan Zhao, known for his volatile temperament. What can Li Xiang say unless Jiang Hong stands up for him? The male guardian shook his head, seeming intrigued by the mention of instructors. He turned to the female guardian and asked, what is the animosity between Jiang Hong and Pan Zhao? They've been at odds for over a decade since we arrived in Pingxing. It appears to stem from a girl they both admired during their school days. As the conversation unfolded, the female guardian became intrigued. Leaning in to share, they were renowned prodigies in Pingxing, said to be as close as brothers. Both pursued their studies at a university in Bihai, where they reportedly fell for the same girl. Yet, being good friends, they agreed to compete fairly rather than let a woman drive a wedge between them. Eventually, it appeared that the girl favored Pan Zhao. Later, during a routine mission assigned to Jiang Hong and the girl, a calamity struck. Most of their group perished, and she tragically lost her life in the secret realm. Pan Zhao sought to uncover the truth, but Jiang Hong remained tight-lipped, creating a rift between them that only deepened over time, culminating in enmity that persisted even back in Pingxing. Was it Jiang Hong who killed her? The male guardian expressed skepticism. While Jiang Hong might be petty, he was a young man of notable talent and integrity. Surely he would not stoop to such depths. The details remain murky, with some claiming a beast tide erupted from the secret realm, others alleging an assassination by a cult targeting the academy's top students, and some insisting it was indeed Jiang Hong. Only the 2 of them hold the truth. The female guardian shook her head, noting that their rivalry had endured for many years, evenly matched until last year when Pan Zhao experienced a fortuitous event that granted him an unexpected advantage, leading to his first victory over Jiang Hong in a teacher's competition. It seems more drama is on the horizon. The male guardian interjected. Contemplating the implications, the young scion of the Ji family is now a student of Jiang Hong, an exceptionally rare A-class talent. While Pan Zhao has also nurtured a promising heir, Ye Fan, seemingly from a prestigious lineage. With 3 years in high school ahead, the rivalry between these 2, along with their respective mentors, is bound to intensify, necessitating a resolution. The female guardian sighed in resignation, hoping that the animosity between the teachers wouldn't spill over into the rivalry of their students. After all, they hail from the same city and should ideally support one another. I see no harm in it, as long as they refrain from crossing the line into violence. Healthy competition is beneficial, the male guardian remarked, seemingly unperturbed. Both Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong have retreated to this smaller city of Pingxing. Yet, when one considers the broader context of their peers in the Beastmaster realm, their capabilities are quite commendable. Perhaps this rivalry is what fuels their strength, with both determined to outdo the other. This fierce drive can be a formidable catalyst before they ultimately seek to vanquish one another. Ye Fan, have we arrived? In the dense forest, feeling a sense of oppressive atmosphere, Li Fati lowered his voice. Are you sure this bronze-level beast is manageable? It feels quite stifling here. Absolutely, it's manageable, Ye Fan replied, halting abruptly. Ahead, a protruding tree root obstructed their path, and the once unruly thicket transformed into a neatly trimmed expanse. This is the spot, Ye Fan murmured, recognition dawning upon him. He then picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it towards the tree root. With a soft thud, the stone arced gracefully, soaring over the root before landing silently beyond it. This scene struck Li Fati as rather bizarre. He gazed at Ye Fan, his mouth agape. Ye Fan, you aren't even shouting. Before he could finish, a colossal beast, towering at a staggering 3 meters, burst forth from behind the tree roots. Its roar overwhelming the surroundings and causing the grass to bow down in submission. Holy smokes, a bronze 3-star short-legged violent lizard. The sight of the emerging beast sent a chill down Li Fatty's spine as he turned to Ye Fan. Is this what you call not strong? Indeed. It lacks strength, at least in terms of intelligence, Ye Fan replied, a smirk playing on his lips. He then spun around. Now, Fatty, we must flee. As his words fell, Ye Fan had already begun to sprint, while Li Fatty wished fervently for 8 legs to quicken his pace. Boom, boom. Deep within the Beastmaster forest, a short-legged violent lizard pursued the two, who maneuvered through the terrain to evade it. The lizard wreaked havoc, demolishing any obstacles in its path with ease. Ye Fan, how do we deal with this short-legged violent lizard? After narrowly avoiding its jaws, Li Fatty summoned every ounce of strength to accelerate once more, shouting at Ye Fan, at this rate, I'll be run to death. Do not panic. Ye Fan's voice reached him, breathless from their prolonged sprint. He then bent down to pick up a large stone, coming to an abrupt halt, and hurled the stone into the rainforest ahead. Roar! Another furious bellow echoed, and in the next moment, a silverback gorilla emerged from the jungle, its massive jaws agape. Another one? Li Fatty's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Ye Fan, what on earth are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Fan grabbed him and pulled him backward, and they rolled into a nearby ditch. Shoo! Ye Fan signaled for silence, and then raised his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Without a moment to utter a word, the sound of 2 massive beasts colliding erupted from behind, followed by a chorus of roars. All set. Hearing that, Ye Fan let out a sigh of relief, his entire demeanor relaxing. He turned to the still terrified Li Fatty with a smile. You may peek out now. Cautiously, Li Fatty extended his head from the ditch, witnessing the short-legged violent lizard and the silverback gorilla locked in a fierce struggle, as if they were avenging a deep-seated grudge against one another. Goodness, they've just gone at it without realizing that you provoked them. This is the weakness of the short-legged violent lizard. It's simply too dim-wit, Ye Fan smirked. As for the silverback gorilla, it possesses a strong territorial instinct. Typically, creatures encroaching on its territory are met with hostility. Given that the lizard charged into its domain, it's no wonder they are at each other's throats. So, we are simply waiting for them to exhaust one another? Li Fatty seemed to grasp the situation and inquired eagerly. They will not reach a conclusion, at most. One will retreat after sustaining injuries. Ye Fan shook his head. Even if wounded, a bronze 3-star elite is not easily dealt with. Then our target is not them? Li Fatty asked. Certainly not. Ye Fan smiled, then brushed off the dirt from his clothes and stood up. Now, let us venture to the lair of the short-foot Tyrannosaurus. We shall lure it away and seize its home. Chapter 29. The Inferior Transformation Fruit. Wow. Ye Fan, you are truly audacious. In the lair of the short-foot Tyrannosaurus, as Ye Fan reached for the golden fruit on the nearby rock wall, Fatly, filled with admiration and curiosity, asked, what exactly is that, worth such a great risk? It is indeed worth it, and immensely so, Ye Fan replied, nodding. He carefully gathered 4 fruits into his embrace, revealing that these fruits were known as the Inferior Transformation Fruits. They could elevate the bloodline of lowly beast tamers, even advancing them to elite status. For those of elite bloodlines, consuming one would rapidly enhance their power levels. Originally, the short-foot Tyrannosaurus was merely an ordinary, inferior-grade lizard. It was the presence of this inferior transformation fruit that had gradually transformed it into the elite-grade bronze beast it was now. At this rate, we have arrived just in time. In a year or two, this short-foot Tyrannosaurus may very well become a silver-grade beast. Such a precious fruit. Hearing this, Fatly was taken aback, his eyes widening. This must be of spiritual quality. It is a premium within the common tier, but not yet spiritual. Ye Fan shook his head, explaining that it primarily targeted inferior-grade beasts, claiming its value was relative to students like them who started from humble beginnings. After uttering this, Ye Fan stored the last inferior transformation fruit, gazing at the vines and several unripe fruits on the rock wall, hesitating momentarily before ultimately deciding. Let us withdraw. We can return for the vines another time. With that, Ye Fan swiftly retreated, with Fatly closely following. Just after they exited, the short-foot Tyrannosaurus returned, battered and bruised, into its lair. Clearly, it had not fared well against the silverback gorilla. Roar. Upon discovering that the fruits it was guarding had vanished, a furious roar echoed throughout the outskirts of the secret forest. Fortunately, we fled quickly. Had we waited a few more minutes, we would have likely been caught, Fatly remarked, glancing back at the distant thicket and exhaling deeply. But soon after, he grew excited. Where are the inferior transformation fruits? Let me see them. Here they are. Ye Fan smiled, opening his backpack to reveal a total of 6 golden fruits. They smell delightful. Fatly sniffed the air, but suddenly, his stomach growled. Slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head and asked, "Are these fruits edible for humans?" "Best reserved for beasts. Humans should avoid them," Ye Fan replied, splitting one of the fruits in half. "Here, Fatly, these 3 are yours. It would be wise to give them to a beast. Doing so increases the chances of elevating it to elite status." Fatly hesitated, fully aware of the fruit's value, yet he turned to Ye Fan and said, "I haven't contributed much. You should use them for the Fire Hound first. After all, it is the main force, and it would benefit from an early enhancement." "No need. 3 fruits are sufficient." Ye Fan smiled at his friend and added, "Do not use the fruits blindly. It is best to contemplate the future direction of your beast. For instance, regarding your blazing sun serpent, as I previously mentioned, if it primarily serves a defensive role, you ought to feed it more relevant items such as weight-enhancing spiritual herbs and fruits. In doing so, when you employ the inferior transformation fruit, its bloodline elevation will align accordingly. The enhancement of a beast's bloodline is selective. It typically advances in the direction of its inherent strengths, akin to an evolution." "Understood." Fatly nodded, stowing away the fruit, his expression betraying an unmistakable excitement. The enhancement of a low-grade beast's bloodline brings about substantial improvement. In terms of potential and overall performance, it will undergo a qualitative transformation. Nearby, Ye Fan observed Fatly's reaction with a smile in his eyes, also glancing at the fruit in his hand. This marked the inception of his own rise to prominence. A serendipitous discovery of the conflict between the short-legged violent lizard and the silverback gorilla, leading to the acquisition of the inferior transformation fruit, an elite-grade beast. While its enhancement may seem significant, at times, such an improvement can indeed open a door for you, a gateway to strength. The future is becoming increasingly intriguing. After putting away the inferior transformation fruit, Ye Fan mused. "I concur," Fatly chimed in, scratching his head, suddenly recalling that when his father brought him to school a few days ago, he mentioned that if he couldn't handle it, he could return and learn pig slaughtering, which could serve as a craft. Uncle Lee is rather candid in his speech. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head. "My father didn't say much when he sent me off, just urged me to study diligently and strive for a good university. It was my mother who, over the phone, tearfully advised me on numerous matters." As he spoke, Ye Fan's gaze flickered, memories of his parents surfacing in his mind. They were merely an ordinary family, running a modest restaurant, diligently making ends meet for many years. Had it not been for the subsequent beast tide, the path I took in my past life would surely have allowed them to live comfortably. Contemplating this, Ye Fan let out a sigh, a smile gracing his face. "It feels wonderful to be back during their time. Once the secret realm concludes, let us return home together." With a thought, Ye Fan turned to Fatly. "Sure." Upon hearing this, Fatly nodded. "If my father knew that within just over 10 days of school, I could simultaneously command 2 beasts, he would surely burn incense in gratitude." Hearing this, Ye Fan smiled, saying, "You should have Uncle Lee prepare plenty of incense. It's likely there will be much more to burn in the future." "Brother Jiang, look at Ye Fan. He is absolutely disregarding humanity." In the office, an irate Li Xiang approached Jiang Hong, echoing the guardian's sentiments. "He and Li Yu have expelled 8 students from our class. Yet only 32 made it into the excellence class. Even Deng Li was sent out by him. Isn't this jeopardizing the future of our class? The gains from a single expedition in the secret realm are substantial. His disruption will undoubtedly hinder our class's future performance. I believe it is imperative for Pan Zhao to provide an explanation. What does it signify that he has not uttered a single apology in light of such substantial losses? Does the presence of Ye Fan imply a disregard for the futures of other students?" Seated nearby, Jiang Hong listened to Li Xiang's complaints with a hint of displeasure on his face. "I have heard about Deng Li's situation. The guardian stated that they provoked Ye Fan, with 15 of them being restrained and beaten by a pair of others. To provoke and yet be inferior in skill, what more is there to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji's expression darkened while Li Xiang's face stiffened, before his tone softened considerably. "Jiang Ge, I am merely concerned that if this continues, Ye Fan may become uncontrollable." Jiang Hong shook his head, remarking, "To be uncontrollable is precisely what he aims for. His D-level beast mastery talent speaks volumes. I do not believe he can achieve much. To become a dragon, one must possess the bloodline of a dragon. Even a 4-legged lizard dreams of soaring to the heavens. Such aspirations are merely foolish. However, I have heard that Ye Fan's Fire Hound has already reached the ranks of Black Iron 9 stars." Li Xiang responded with a note of concern. "This time in the secret realm, it may very well advance to bronze." "And what a bronze? Speed in one instance does not guarantee speed for eternity. It merely signifies the purchase of some spiritual fruits," Jiang Hong retorted, still shaking his head. "Next month, on the 1st, Ji Jie will return. Given his family background, he too will attain the bronze level by then. No matter how formidable Ye Fan may be, he cannot overshadow the A-level students who have not emerged from Pingsheng for decades. The disparity between D and A levels is clear to both of us. Let us not forget that this minuscule secret realm is merely a privilege granted by some academies. What truly matters is the freshman's secret realm 3 months from now. In 3 months, will it not be sufficient time for those like Dang Li to catch up? Li Xiang fell silent at these two inquiries, and after a considerable pause, he managed an awkward smile. You are indeed far-sighted, Jianggu. I have been hasty. Do not always focus on undermining Pan Zhao over trivial matters. Jiang Hong shook his head, his gaze deepening. I know him too well. To subdue him, one must earn his respect. Chapter 30. Hellhound as night fell. Ye Fan entered the tent and silently stepped into his beast mastery space. He transplanted some of the herbs he had acquired into the soil. Glancing at the Fire Hound wagging its tail beside him, taking out the inferior mutation fruit, he pondered for a moment. Having successfully obtained the inferior mutation fruit, he could now commence the Fire Hound's progression towards a higher bloodline. Prior to this, he had made ample preparations, feeding the Fire Hound flame fruits to lay a solid foundation, ensuring that its evolutionary trajectory would not veer off course. Fire Hound, come here, he beckoned, placing the inferior mutation fruit before the creature. Upon seeing the fruit, the Fire Hound's eyes widened, clearly captivated by the innate allure of this bloodline-enhancing fruit. Woof woof. The Fire Hound's excited barks echoed as it anxiously circled the fruit, yet it refrained from taking a bite. It was awaiting Ye Fan's permission. A smile appeared in Ye Fan's eyes as he crouched down, patting the Fire Hound's head. Go ahead, we must become stronger. Woof, the Fire Hound responded, swiftly devouring the 3 inferior mutation fruits laid before it. After consuming the third, a radiant light suddenly enveloped the Fire Hound, enveloping it in a luminous glow. This is the radiance of evolution, signifying that the bloodline of the Fire Hound is on the cusp of a remarkable enhancement. Nearby, Ye Fan observed this scene and nodded, settling into a meditative posture to commence the cultivation of the sacred entry technique. The advancement of this technique is equally profound. Ye Fan's prowess is already formidable, and with his robust physique, even the average black iron 4-star opponents would find it challenging to withstand his strikes. The wonders of the sacred entry technique extend beyond mere physical enhancement. As his mastery of breathing techniques deepens, his constitution will shatter a bottleneck, enabling him to employ extraordinary methods. A beastmaster, after all, should never be the weak link. With a deep breath, Ye Fan exhaled slowly, raising his gaze once more to find the brilliance emanating from the Fire Hound gradually dimming. After waiting a while, the Fire Hound's transformed appearance was revealed. It had grown significantly, now standing at Ye Fan's chest height, its fur shifting to a slightly muted shade of red, adorned with a fiery mark upon its forehead, and ethereal flames dancing around its paws. Hellhound. Observing the new form of his companion, Ye Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was a Hellhound, one of the rare elite beasts capable of wielding fire. With a joyful bark, the Hellhound approached Ye Fan, playfully licking his palm, a gesture of camaraderie typical among canine beast companions, marking its new scent. You're magnificent. Ye Fan stroked the Hellhound's forehead, feeling a comforting warmth emanate from it. I must bestow upon you a name, otherwise, if you evolve again, I shall have to change it. A smile graced his face as he pondered for a few moments before declaring, since you have evolved from the Fire Hound, I shall call you Little Fire. How does that sound? With an affirmative bark, the Hellhound nudged Ye Fan's palm. Then it is settled, Little Fire. Ye Fan nodded and rose to his feet. Come, showcase your new abilities. Can you breathe fire? Upon hearing Ye Fan's inquiry, a hint of confusion flickered in the Hellhound's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, it tentatively opened its mouth. A sound emerged, but quickly subsided. A flicker of flame appeared within its mouth, but dissipated into black smoke almost instantly. With a soft whimper, the Hellhound seemed somewhat embarrassed, opening its mouth again, this time producing only a wisp of black smoke. It's perfectly fine. You're still at the black iron level, so it's natural that you cannot wield fire yet. Ye Fan reassured, patting its head. Once you reach the bronze level, you should awaken your first fire-based skill. Once that skill manifests, controlling fire will become significantly easier for you. The Hellhound responded with a bark, nuzzling Ye Fan affectionately. In the future, when you are in the Beastmaster's space, you can help yourself to the ripe fire fruits. Those are specifically cultivated for you to enhance your fire control abilities. Just refrain from meddling with the others. I will select an appropriate quantity for you. Hearing this, the Hellhound glanced toward the grove of spiritual herbs and fruits, trotting eagerly to the fire fruit plant and nodding toward Ye Fan. Is this what you're referring to, Ye Fan? Indeed, he nodded. The Hellhound's mouth stretched into a grin, joyfully bouncing on the spot. The sight of this little fire creature brought a smile to Ye Fan's face as well. As a Beastmaster, witnessing the happiness of one's beast evokes a profound sense of gratification. How can one articulate this feeling? It resembles the delight one experiences as a child when a father buys candy, and you see your small, pudgy hand holding a 2-yuan lollipop, beaming with joy. Whoa! Ye Fan, has your Hellhound grown this large? In the morning, as soon as he emerged from the tent, Fat Li exclaimed upon seeing the hellhound, which was now about the height of Ye Fan's chest. It is indeed a hellhound now. I named it Little Fire, Ye Fan replied with a smile. Casting a glance at Fat Li. By the way, how is your beast? Did that mutated fruit go to it? It went to the solar serpent, Fat Li answered, scratching his head. Oh, Ye Fan, can you help me determine what my solar serpent should be called now? With that, Fat Li summoned the solar serpent, which had undergone a significant transformation, now considerably larger and adorned in a black hue with yellow, cauliflower-like patterns. Black flame serpent, Ye Fan remarked, nodding. This evolution was commendable, retaining the solar serpent's characteristics. Although its venom had diminished considerably, its potential for growth had expanded, making it comparable to other serpentine beasts of its rank. Black flame serpent? Fat Li scratched his head. I thought the solar serpent would evolve into a python. The evolution of the solar serpent does not typically lead towards becoming a python. Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Isn't it said that a snake becomes a python, and a python becomes a flood dragon? Fat Li asked timidly. I understand you wish to reference the dragon transformation, but that requires a specific bloodline, Ye Fan elucidated. The lineage of a beast is remarkably intricate. The examples you mentioned do exist. For instance, descendants of ancient species may evolve into unique serpentine beasts. Initially weak, possessing draconic bloodlines. They may evolve into dragons if conditions permit. However, such beasts would undoubtedly exhibit distinct characteristics, even when compared to the same species. What kind of distinctions? Fat Li inquired curiously. Does it mean they have horns or peculiar tails? Those traits indicate a manifestation of inherited bloodline characteristics, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. A conspicuous feature of draconic bloodlines is the dragon's eye. Dragon's eye? It refers to eyes that are notably large, with the iris occupying a significant portion. And when they move, there's an unintentional glimmer of golden light, Ye Fan explained. There are many draconic bloodlines, but not all become powerful. So you needn't be overly concerned. Eyes that are notably large, with the iris occupying a significant portion. Fat Li seemed to fixate on the first part of the statement, echoing it. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Ye Fan with a hint of confusion. Ye Fan, can humans possess draconic bloodlines? Indeed, Ye Fan replied. However, such individuals typically descend from ancestors who were among the first beastmasters to vanquish dragon progeny. Does slaying dragon offspring truly confer such a bloodline? It seems implausible. Dragon blood is highly toxic, and only those who have bathed in it and survived possess these traits, which they can then pass down. I have heard that only 2 families currently exhibit this bloodline, and as the lineage continues, the number of those with dragon-like eyes diminishes significantly. I see, Li Fati mused upon hearing this. He then glanced at Ye Fan and whispered, by the way, during the summer break after middle school, didn't your cousin come to visit you? I believe his eyes resemble what you described as dragon eyes. My cousin? Ye Fan's expression turned inquisitive. Which cousin are you referring to? The one living in the urban village. His name escapes me. Li Fati scratched his head. But his eyes are quite large, predominantly iris, and when he yawns, there's that golden light you mentioned. I asked you back then if there was something wrong with his eyes. Urban village. At this mention, Ye Fan's brows furrowed. His memories of relatives were scant, as he had ventured out to make his own way after his parents perished during the beast tide in Pengqing. With a century having passed, he retained little recollection of distant relatives. Did he have a cousin with dragon-like eyes? In his past life, he had only heard of families with descendants bearing such traits in Kyoto and Bihai, but none with the surname Yi. After pondering for a moment, Ye Fan ultimately shook his head. Those with dragon eyes are extraordinary. If my cousin truly possessed such a bloodline, I would certainly remember. Regardless, these matters bear no relevance to us. Even if it were true, it would not concern us, Ye Fan stated. Dragon progeny is merely one of many ancient species. It's sufficient to know about them, pay attention if encountered, and otherwise, let it be. We should move on. Today marks the 3rd day. We must hurry to find some valuable items, striving to elevate the level of our beast mastery before exiting the secret realm. As he spoke, Ye Fan walked ahead, with the hellhound following closely, its dark red tail swaying with an air of authority. The elevation in bloodline quality from having 2 beasts was substantial. Throughout the entire 3rd day, Ye Fan and Li Fati hunted in the vicinity of the forest's edge, defeating numerous 8-star and 9-star wild beasts, and even managing to slay a bronze-tier creature. At this rate, we shall soon be able to hunt in areas closer to the core region during our next venture, Li Fati remarked as night descended. He lit a fire, roasting a piece of monstrous rhinoceros meat while stretching. At this hour, the elite class should be too intimidated to approach here. We've managed to keep them at bay. That's true, as everyone is just beginning. The competition will undoubtedly intensify in the days to come. Ye Fan tore off a piece of the roasted meat. The benefits of being a new arrival are quite remarkable. Even the teaching zones are segregated. After the first semester, the upperclassmen will join us, and some can be rather unpleasant. Let them be annoying. Just beat them up. Li Fati exclaimed. Those who bully the weak are the most detestable. Feel free to strike, but the senior classes do hold some promising talents, especially in the third year, where there is one rumored to have reached the silver 9 stars. Both his family and the school are preparing resources for him, hoping he can make a leap towards gold before the college entrance examination. Ye Fan responded, seemingly recalling something, and added, "That person must be the cousin of Deng Chong's cousin. Does he really have a cousin's cousin?" The chubby boy was taken aback upon hearing this. Of course, otherwise. Why would I mention his cousin's cousin? Ye Fan replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. But it's not a big deal. He doesn't share the surname Deng and may not necessarily stand up for someone like Deng Chong. Deng Chong is too reckless and lacks intelligence. His cousin's cousin isn't foolish enough to support him. That's a relief. The silver 9 stars is indeed a bit outrageous, Li Fati murmured in response. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled but chose not to elaborate further, tearing off a piece of roasted meat to eat. It must be said that being with Li Fati, perhaps due to his influence, had made Ye Fan more talkative and less aloof than in his previous life. However, this was quite pleasant, after all. Having been given a second chance at life, it was essential to remedy past regrets and savor each day in the present. Hey Ye Fan, do you think that when I have a dragon python, I'll be eating roasted meat? Li Fati raised his hand, seemingly about to share grand aspirations when suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket. Shortly thereafter, a creature resembling a honey badger emerged, its forehead appearing as if coated in white ash, looking like a lost little beast. Upon seeing Ye Fan, Li Fati, the hellhound by the fire, and the 2 snakes, it paused momentarily but then seemed to feel cold and squatted down not far from the fire. What kind of beast is this? It looks really unique, Li Fati remarked, just as he was about to reach out to touch it when Ye Fan's voice abruptly interrupted. "Fatty, don't touch it." The urgency in his tone caused Li Fati to retract his hand in surprise. What's wrong? Seeing Ye Fan's furrowed brow, Li Fati voiced his confusion. "Shoo." Ye Fan gestured for silence, looking at the honey badger-like creature with raised hands. The little creature noticed Ye Fan's actions, snorted, and extended its 2 paws, rubbing them in front of the fire. After basking in the warmth for a short while, the little beast's gaze shifted to the grill in front of Ye Fan, where a large piece of rhinoceros meat remained. "Do you want to eat this?" Noticing the creature's gaze, Ye Fan spoke while gesturing. "Chirp chirp." The little creature made a sound, nodding in a surprisingly human-like manner. Ye Fan didn't say much more. He sliced off a piece of roasted meat and tossed it to it. The little creature eyed the piece of meat cautiously, sniffing it with its nose before confidently grabbing it to eat. Despite its small size, it devoured the roasted meat with remarkable speed, finishing a piece in no time. Seeing this, Ye Fan cut off another piece and tossed it over. This continued until the large chunk of rhinoceros meat was nearly finished, at which point the little creature patted its belly and ceased picking up the pieces Ye Fan threw. Chirp chirp. Rising to his feet, the little creature emitted a sound towards Ye Fan, seemingly expressing gratitude, before swiftly disappearing into the thicket from whence it came. At that moment, Li Fati, who had remained silent until now, let out a long breath. Gazing at Ye Fan, he exclaimed, "Damn, such a tiny creature can consume so much. It's going to eat all the meat." "It may be small," Ye Fan replied, also relieved, casting a glance at the rotund man. Suddenly, he inquired, "Fatty, do you know the strength of that little being we just encountered?" "How strong?" "Bronze 1 star, Ye Fan answered, picking up a piece of meat and placing it into his mouth. "Bronze 1 star? Isn't that easy to handle? Why were you so anxious upon hearing that level?" Li Fati asked, puzzled. "Other bronze 1 stars may be manageable, but this little fellow is a different story." Ye Fan shook his head. "It's called the little badger, and it has no kin among its kind. It is unique within its species. Its bloodline ranges from inferior quality to elite peak grade. The one we just encountered was of elite grade, quite exceptional." Li Fati responded, "But it's so small, it shouldn't be that formidable." "On the contrary," Ye Fan replied, "this type of beastmaster is exceedingly troublesome. They possess innate resistance to toxins, and their skin is exceptionally hard, impervious to both fire and water. Coupled with their small size and agility, it is virtually impossible to kill it at the same level unless one possesses overwhelming power." At this point, Ye Fan looked at Fatty with a wry smile, adding, "The most critical aspect is that these creatures hold grudges." "Holds grudges?" Li Fati was taken aback. "To what extent?" "Just from that brief pat on its head, it could pursue you for 3 days. Ye Fan elaborated. "This beast is known as the jungle bully. Once a conflict arises, it will relentlessly battle its perceived enemy until either the adversary escapes to a place beyond its reach or is vanquished. Consider this. If such a tenacious bronze-level little badger were to clash with us, could we possibly remain in this secret realm?" "Damn, that is quite exaggerated," Li Fati gasped, glancing at his hand before promptly slapping it. "Unless you can overpower it, it's best to treat it with utmost respect," Ye Fan remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes at Fatty's reaction. "Absolutely. My badger brother deserves all the admiration," Li Fati hurriedly affirmed. Then, struck by a thought, he continued, "Ye Fan, If that little badger is so formidable, wouldn't it be an impressive beastmaster? It is impressive, yet this type of beastmaster possesses a strong resistance to recognition, making it nearly impossible for beastmasters of the same level to gain their approval. Ye Fan replied helplessly. One failed contract, and you must be prepared to be chased and bitten by this little badger for dozens of kilometers. Chapter 32. Wang Lingzi, that's quite intense. Li Fatty exclaimed in astonishment. Such a unique beastmaster. There are many unique beastmasters. Ye Fan smiled. I know of a parrot-type beastmaster that excels in mimicking human speech, capable of imitating the voice of anyone it has encountered so perfectly that even the closest relatives of the original owner would struggle to differentiate. There's also a monkey-type beastmaster known as the monk-faced Buddha monkey, which has a red face and wears clothing adorned with prayer beads, resembling a monk from a temple. The diversity of life is truly fascinating. Indeed, merely listening to your account is rather intriguing. Beside him, Fatly expressed a sense of yearning. Ye Fan, how did you acquire such extensive knowledge about beastmasters? Is it all learned from theoretical studies in middle school? Not entirely, Ye Fan replied. Much of it comes from personal experiences and observations. If one is genuinely interested, there are countless ways to gain understanding. True, Fatly nodded. About to say something further when suddenly, a furious roar resonated from deep within the jungle, accompanied by the distinct sound of a small badger. What is happening? Fatly raised his head, focusing his gaze ahead, where he beheld the small badger confronting a silver-gray wolf of the Bronze 2 rank with fierce growls. An uncanny scene unfolded. The small badger appeared exceedingly agitated, incessantly emitting piercing shrieks at the silver-gray wolf, which assumed a defensive stance yet was retreating. A clear bite mark visible on its leg. Just as Ye Fan had indicated, an ordinary beastmaster of the same rank could hardly contend with the small badger. The wolf's attempts to retaliate were futile, and it soon found itself on the receiving end of the badger's wrath, eventually fleeing with its tail tucked between its legs. The small badger pursued closely, its diminutive form belied by remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, both creatures vanished into another thicket. That small badger is truly ferocious, chasing a beast so much larger than itself, yet the latter seems utterly intimidated, Fatly remarked, having witnessed the entire encounter. If it cannot win, what can be done? That silver-gray wolf is likely to endure considerable torment in the days to come. Ye Fan, having observed the scene as well, chuckled and shook his head, then stood up and began to walk away. This area is too close to the inner forest. There could be bronze-level beasts lurking. Let us move to the outskirts to avoid potential nighttime attacks. All right, Fatly replied, shouldering his backpack and rising to his feet, simultaneously blowing his whistle. In the next moment, the black flame serpent and the purple striped serpent slithered toward them from a short distance away. The night in the forest is notably perilous. Thus, beasts typically rest around the camp during the night, serving as a form of protection. The sound of footsteps echoed through the jungle as they approached a more vibrant area at the forest's edge, where it was evident that some students had successfully formed teams and settled nearby. Ye Fan paid little heed to these individuals as he and Fatly departed from the edge of their camp. Ye Fan, as they navigated through a narrow passage, a sudden voice called out, followed by a figure emerging from the darkness. Both Ye Fan and Fatly were taken aback by this unexpected apparition, and upon recognizing the figure, Ye Fan's brow furrowed. Ma Xiaoxiu, what are you doing here? The once graceful visage of Ma Xiaoxiu was now marred. Her face was dirty, and she bore numerous wounds, as if she had undergone a fierce battle. I encountered a gray bear at the outskirts this afternoon and couldn't manage to defeat it during our skirmish, which led to me losing my backpack, she admitted, a hint of shame in her voice, so I had no choice but to sleep on the ground. As she spoke, she gestured toward a makeshift bed of leaves and branches in the shadows nearby. What did you manage to gather? Ye Fan inquired. Fortunately, yesterday and today I stumbled upon some strong grass, which I have shared with my beasts. Ma Xiaoxiu replied. My white wolf has reached the rank of Black Iron 4 stars. The rank of Black Iron 4 stars is quite commendable. Hearing this, Ye Fan was somewhat taken aback, as Ma Xiaoxiu had exhibited rather mediocre performance in her previous life. Although she had entered the secret realm a few times, she had always lagged behind. Yet, in this lifetime, her progress has been rather impressive. To achieve the rank of Black Iron 4 stars at this point places her among the upper echelon of all newcomers. Fatty, give her the extra backpack and tent, Ye Fan casually remarked, as a thought crossed his mind. Sure, the fatty nodded, retrieving a spare backpack and tent from the beast space and handing them to Ma Xiaoxiu. Thank you, Ma Xiaoxiu replied gratefully, her eyes reflecting appreciation as she looked towards Ye Fan. One must always leave room for maneuvering and prepare alternative plans whenever possible, Ye Fan stated calmly. If you wish to swiftly elevate your beast level, I recommend heading eastward. You may encounter some rewarding opportunities. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxiu nodded repeatedly. All right, let's go. With that, Ye Fan took a step forward, continuing on his path, leaving Ma Xiaoxiu behind. Soon, After covering a considerable distance, Li Fatty approached with a question. That Ma Zioxu seems quite decent. Why not let her join us? Our secrets are invaluable. I will not allow untrustworthy individuals to approach us, Ye Fan replied, glancing at the fatty. As for whether a person is good or bad, that cannot be discerned at a glance. You just told her that she seems to have some ambition, and you casually offered a few words. If she manages to gain something, it would also be a kindness. Ye Fan remarked, a subtle smile gracing his face. Sometimes, seemingly inconsequential gestures can yield unexpected rewards. I understand, Li Fatty nodded. After spending several days with Ye Fan, he had begun to grasp his way of thinking. Keeping strangers at bay, yet offering help when the other party appears genuinely decent is acceptable. Suddenly, as they walked, a group of individuals emerged ahead, clearly having spotted Ye Fan and his companion. 7 or 8 of them stood steadfastly on the narrow path. What the heck? Are they highway robbers? Li Fatty gasped, instinctively attempting to retreat. With the guardians present, daring to seize a classmate's gains would likely result in expulsion from the school. Ye Fan shook his head, showing no fear as he strode towards the path. Soon, they encountered the group. At the forefront stood a girl with an exquisitely crafted appearance, lazily leaning against the roots of a tree. Upon noticing the two approaching, she spoke in a remarkably gentle voice, soft and melodious. Ye Fan, shall we make an acquaintance? You must be Wang Lingzi from the elite class, Ye Fan replied calmly after appraising her. You know me? Wang Lingzi appeared somewhat surprised. Of course, Ye Fan nodded, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Wang Lingzi can be considered a prodigy, having assembled a group of followers in her previous life, often opposing Ji Jie out of defiance towards her A-level status. However, during the college entrance examination, her performance faltered, leading her to attend university in a remote city, where she eventually married and had children, disappearing from public view. At that time, Wang Lingzi was quite renowned. Her family belonged to the prominent entrepreneurs of Pingqing, and she herself possessed the rare B-level special beast taming talent, enabling her to share vision with her beasts and effortlessly uncover opportunities that eluded others. Before the examination, she was regarded as a celebrated genius in Pingqing. This intriguing young woman had crossed paths with Ye Fan during his senior year, marking her as a person of genuine character. Since you know me, you must be aware of the Lingzi group, Wang Lingzi began. I've heard about your issues with Deng Li. My relationship with him is not amicable either. Would you consider joining me? He certainly would not dare to trouble you then. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan shook his head and replied, I dislike joining others' organizations. What is wrong with that? It's quite advantageous to engage together. The safety is enhanced, and the rewards are plentiful, Wang Lingzi countered. We are like-minded individuals. Ye Fan's expression turned helpless as he glanced at the group surrounding Wang Lingzi, shaking his head. This was hardly a legitimate organization. It was clearly a collection of individuals with various ulterior motives. Some sought the support of Wang Lingzi and her family, others aimed to gain benefits from her, and some merely wished to exploit her unique talents for their own gain. If they were truly united, they would not have been so severely oppressed by Ji Jie in the past. What's wrong? Do you disagree? Wang Lingzi frowned at Ye Fan's reaction, pouting slightly. I've heard of your formidable martial skills, having defeated over 10 of Deng Li's associates. However, now that we are in the realm of iron, and soon to reach bronze, your martial prowess will become less relevant as your beasts acquire skills. The power of 1 or 2 individuals is limited. If you wish to stand against Deng Li and his cohort, joining me would be your best option. Stand against Deng Li? Ye Fan chuckled with resignation. He had never regarded Deng Li as a serious threat, since learning of the dynasty organization's schemes and pitching. His focus had been on the sinister cult lurking behind Deng Li. Don't underestimate it. Once you reach the bronze level, beasts will indeed surpass humans significantly. Winning through mere martial skills will be quite difficult. Sensing Ye Fan's skepticism, Wang Lingzi emphasized, moreover, we have already confronted bronze-level beasts today, coming very close to defeating them. That is the strength of teamwork. Observing Wang Lingzi's tenacity, Ye Fan shook his head and turned to Li Pangzi. Show her, fatty. All right. Li Pangzi responded, unwrapping a package and placing it on the ground. As Wang Lingzi caught sight of the flesh of the malevolent rhinoceros, her eyes widened with astonishment. Is it truly that formidable at the bronze level? As Ye Fan spoke, Wang Lingzi suddenly lifted her head, meeting his calm gaze. She parted her lips, feeling her mouth slightly dry. You have already advanced to bronze? She inquired. There is no need to showcase your skills when bronze slays bronze. Ye Fan shook his head and exchanged a glance with the rotund Li, who promptly stowed away his belongings. Wang Lingzi fell silent. It was evident that she understood the significance of a black iron defeating a bronze. After a few moments of hesitation, she prepared to respond. But I possess a spirit sovereign. I am aware of your spirit sovereign, Ye Fan interjected, yet it does not signify much. It merely suggests that you might have a slight edge in opportunities, but seizing those opportunities requires strength. He stepped forward, continuing. You would do well to contemplate how to become stronger rather than squander your talent. At his words, the expressions of those around Wang Lingzi shifted. some appearing irate and wanting to voice their discontent, but they ultimately remained silent. As Ye Fan and his companion departed, Wang Lingzi gazed at his receding figure with a profound look. Ye Fan was truly audacious. One individual, sensing Wang Lingzi's unease, approached and remarked, "An outcast like him would only bring discord. It would be better not to include him." Yet, the others hardly regarded them, let alone consider joining. Wang Lingzi shook her head. Clearly, the impact of Ye Fan and his companion's ability to defeat bronze-level beasts had left her quite shaken. The strength of their group was commendable, with most members exceeding Black Iron level 5, yet even they faltered in the face of the skills exhibited by bronze-level beasts, resulting in utter chaos. How can two D ranks possess such formidable combat prowess? Soon, 5 days in the secret realm passed, culminating in the morning when the gates opened, allowing the students to exit in sequence. At the entrance, the principal made a personal appearance, with the mentors present, while Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong sat at opposite sides. Silent. Students exiting, please register the items you acquired in the secret realm and tally their total value, the principal announced. The student demonstrating the most outstanding performance and acquiring the highest value will be rewarded with an elite beast. The news sparked excitement among the students, especially those who had reaped substantial rewards, their faces beaming with joy. Lu Song, total value of items, approximately 11,000. Zhao Li, total value of items, approximately 36,000. At a nearby table, an elderly man wearing reading glasses and sporting gray hair was responsible for the tallying. His keen eyesight allowed him to assess the value of the students' items with a mere glance. In no time, most of the exiting students had been evaluated, with most values ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. It appeared that the students had fared quite well. Ma Xiaoxiu, total value of items, approximately 3,000. The announcement sounded somewhat jarring, drawing the attention of several mentors. Upon realizing she was from the ordinary class, their gazes shifted back to Pan Zhao. Most of my items have been utilized, Ma Xiaoxiu clarified, meeting Pan Zhao's scrutinizing gaze. Used as used. Pan Zhao nodded, poised to speak when he was interrupted by a series of announcements. Li Shui has obtained items valued at approximately 1,000 yuan. Qian Kuan has acquired items worth around 500 yuan. The subsequent announcements all pertain to the remaining students from the ordinary class, each yielding no more than 1,000. Pan Zhao's expression darkened. Upon hearing that the last student had garnered nothing, he could not suppress his incredulity. Have you been merely wandering in the secret realm for 5 days, without finding anything? The student stammered in response, but Teacher Pan, my beast is merely a Black Iron 1-star. I cannot defeat any other beast. This remark left Pan Zhao momentarily speechless. He scoffed and retorted, what are you still doing here? If your beast is inadequate, then practice. Standing here is nothing short of embarrassing. Yes, several students mumbled. Heads bowed as they slipped away. Meanwhile, a few teachers beside Jiang Hong observed the scene with a sense of amusement. It seems it's just as I thought. I doubted the ordinary class students could truly rise. Even Ye Fan seems to be in a similar predicament. Looking formidable is one thing, but venturing into the secret realm requires more than just fighting. One must also find things. Before long, the remaining students emerged, and as Wang Lingzi stepped out, the attention of several teachers shifted towards her. With her innate talent as a spirit sovereign, she was undoubtedly at an advantage in such a secret realm. Her haul should be substantial. Absolutely. You know how simple treasure hunting can be for someone with her talent. True to expectations, after the evaluation, Wang Lingzi had amassed nearly 110,000 yuan worth of items. 110,000. Upon hearing this figure, many students exhibited expressions of astonishment. This bounty was equivalent to tenfold that of her peers. Impressive, Jiang Hong remarked, his approval evident. Indeed, Wang Lingzi nodded, although her gaze drifted backward. Why haven't Ye Fan and his companion emerged yet? What are they up to? As the crowd waited, the portal of the secret realm suddenly reacted. All eyes converged. And abruptly, a beast carcass was thrown forth. Short-legged violent lizard. The sight of the beast's remains altered the countenance of many teachers. They were well aware of the lizard's power. It was mindless and rampaged with reckless abandon, possessing a bronze-level awakened skill that unleashed a seismic shockwave. Quite formidable indeed. Some second-year students had suffered at its hands the previous month. Yet, it had been hunted. Before anyone could speak, the portal trembled. And then the voice of Li Fatty broke the tension. Wow, this short-legged violent lizard is incredibly heavy, and our beast space is already full. As he spoke, he waved his hands, and when he felt the collective gaze upon him, he instinctively glanced at Ye Fan. What is going on? Ye Fan was equally startled to find a throng gathered. An air of silence enveloped them until the principal, smiling, broke the stillness. Li Yu, did you and your companion hunt this short-legged violent lizard? Yes, Li Fatty affirmed, not contemplating further. Ye Fan mentioned the secret realm would open at 10. We figured we had enough time to take down this short-legged violent lizard, so we went. Upon hearing these words, the principal nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to Ye Fan beside him. Ye Fan, we are currently assessing the value of the treasures acquired from the secret realm. Would you mind sharing your findings with us? Not at all, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he looked over at Li Pangzi. Understanding the cue, Li Pangzi unfastened the bundle strapped to his back. As he opened it, gasps of astonishment erupted. The large pack was brimming with various spiritual herbs, elixirs, and flowers, overflowing with abundance. With a thud, the package was set upon the table, momentarily stunning even the elder responsible for the appraisal. He glanced at the two young men before rummaging through the contents, retrieving item after item until the table was nearly filled. After several silent moments, he announced the total value. Ye Fan and Li Yu, your haul is valued at approximately 550,000. The revelation of such a figure sent waves of astonishment through the room. 5 times that of Wang Lingzi. 550,000. The first to express disbelief was Wang Lingzi, who, better than anyone, understood the circumstances within the secret realm. It was common knowledge that many spiritual herbs were guarded by formidable beasts. Acquiring such a vast quantity seemed impossible. Ye Fan opened his mouth to speak, but Wang Lingzi suddenly recalled his earlier words. Seizing opportunities relies on one's strength. It dawned on her that Ye Fan was capable of vanquishing more than just a mere bronze-tier beast. A cough escaped the principal, Pumi, as he turned his attention to the bundle behind Ye Fan. But what of the beast remains? They are hardly worth anything, he interjected. Ye Fan quickly preempted any further inquiry. I assure you, all that remains is the flesh of the beasts. Pumi was momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening in surprise. Yet he refrained from probing further. Instead, his gaze turned to Li Pangzi, a smile resurfacing. Li Yu, did you acquire anything else? Nothing left, it's all empty now. Li Pangzi replied, raising his hands in surrender. The beasts devoured everything else. At this, several teachers couldn't help but mutter under their breath. Nonsense. You just claimed your beast space was full. My space is filled with provisions, nothing else, Li Pangzi insisted. Shameless. Who fills their space exclusively with food? The collective murmurs grew louder, and a sense of unease permeated the atmosphere. Clearly, the treasures displayed were not the entirety of their spoils. The contents of Ye Fan's bundle and their respective beast spaces undoubtedly concealed even more valuable items. With a valuation already at 550,000. One couldn't help but wonder about their true earnings from this expedition. Had they ventured into the secret realm solely for the purpose of procurement? Well done, came Pan Zhao's voice from a distance. Your combined acquisitions surpassed the total earnings of an entire class. His words, though provocative, seemed inconsequential at that moment. Pan Zhao had finally regained his composure after holding his breath in disbelief. Is Wang Lingzi truly that remarkable? My 2 companions alone outmatch your entire class. Jiang Hong's expression darkened as he focused his gaze on Ye Fan, who remained unfazed. Rising from his seat, he prepared to depart. Jiang Hong, are you not going to review the results? Pan Zhao called after him, but Jiang Hong merely scoffed dismissively, waving his sleeve as he exited. Jiang Hong's face was turning an alarming shade of green. Observing Jiang Hong's expression, Pan Zhao felt a surge of amusement. As he glanced at Ye Fan and Li Pangzi, he increasingly found them to be quite agreeable. Even Li Yu, whom he previously thought was a complete disappointment in beast taming, seemed much more palatable now. Principal, shouldn't we issue the rewards? Pan Zhao voiced, a hint of urgency in his tone. Oh well. Pumi sighed helplessly, casting a reproachful glance at Pan Zhao. He cleared his throat and turned to Ye Fan and Li Pangzi, stating, this is what I had previously established. The individual who reaps the greatest rewards from this secret realm will receive an elite-grade beast. However, there is only one beast available. So you must decide among yourselves who shall receive it. Give it to Ye Fan. He contributed the most, Li Pangzi declared without hesitation. Very well. Pumi nodded, his gaze shifting to Ye Fan as he prepared to retrieve the beast from the storage. However, Ye Fan's voice interrupted. Can the beast be converted to cash? What? Pumi was momentarily taken aback, while Pan Zhao, growing anxious, interjected, you absolutely must take the beast. The principal has a collection of well-trained beasts, all starting from black iron 9 stars, with a high potential to advance to bronze level. My current beast requires a significant amount of resources. I do not need a second one in the near future, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Pan Zhao, looking at Ye Fan's resolute demeanor, could only exhale in frustration. The beasts provided by the principal are certainly exceptional. Even if they do not reach the pinnacle of elite status with innate skills, they are still quite remarkable within the elite tier and can be nurtured to a high level without issue. To suggest converting it to cash is simply absurd. Are you certain you wish to pursue that? Pumi, clearly surprised by Ye Fan's stance, remarked. Aren't you even going to inquire about what kind of beast I would offer you? I need not ask, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head once more. You little rascal. You are quite amusing. A smile appeared on Pumi's face as he regarded Ye Fan. yet he chose not to elaborate further. He waved his hand. Very well. An elite-grade beast of black iron 9 stars will be valued at the market average of 600,000. I shall have the finance department tally it up, and your teacher will distribute it to you. Thank you, Principal. Ye Fan clasped his hands in gratitude and nodded at Li Pangzi. Li Pangzi understood the cue. Hoisting the package from the ground and bidding farewell to the teachers. We will take our leave now. Please do not touch the short-legged violent lizard. I will return shortly to retrieve it. With that, the two of them, each carrying a hefty load, strode towards the exit, resembling merchants returning from a supply run. The teachers watched with wide eyes as the pair departed, and Pumi smiled at their retreating figures. Finally, he turned to Pan Zhao, saying with a knowing look, Pan Zhao, it appears that your fortune is quite favorable this year. Clang, clang, clang. Upon returning to their dormitory, as Ye Fan and his companion shut the door, Pan Zhao's knocking resounded loudly. Li Pangzi, noticing the door was nearly dented from the force, hurried to open it. As he did, he heard Pan Zhao express his displeasure. You two really, why would you refuse that elite beast? I can't believe you wouldn't even listen. The main reason is that I still need to train my own beast. Ye Fan replied. Upon hearing Pan Zhao's remarks, Ye Fan felt a sense of helplessness and was about to reiterate his explanation when Pan Zhao erupted in anger. Nonsense. You two are merely inferior beast tamers. What is there to cultivate? This is a sheer waste of resources. Not at all, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he summoned his beast. The hellhound materialized, raising the temperature in the dormitory noticeably. A bronze-level hellhound? Is this your newly tamed beast? Pan Zhao was taken aback. Not quite, Ye Fan responded, a smile breaking across his face. We obtained 6 deformation fruits from the secret realm, which elevated our beast's bloodline levels to elite. Deformation fruits? You managed to acquire those? Pan Zhao was somewhat astonished. Yes, it was guarded by that short-legged violent lizard just now. Ye Fan explained. Ah, that explains why you let it go. Pan Zhao ceased to dwell on the beasts and turned his attention to Li Fatty. Li Yu, where are your beasts? Let me see them. Okay. Li Fatty, already intimidated by Pan Zhao, hurriedly summoned his 2 beasts, the black flame snake and the purple striped snake. Both black iron 6-star beasts appeared before them. Observing the creatures, Pan Zhao fell silent and glanced at the bundles laid out on the ground. How did you two manage to gather so many items in the secret realm? Mainly luck, Li Fatty scratched his head, but Pan Zhao interjected, did I ask you? Upon hearing this, Li Fatty promptly fell silent. Pan Zhao turned to Ye Fan, who simply smiled, and said, I suppose it could be considered good fortune. Good fortune? Pan Zhao scoffed, but did not press further. As a teacher, he refrained from prying into his students' secrets. All right, in the coming days, you should go home and rest. Consider it a holiday. After a while, Pan Zhao announced, turning to leave. Understood, Ye Fan nodded, a smile gracing his face. Li Fatty also beamed, but questioned. Why are we getting a holiday? Are you a curious child? You receive a break and yet you're not pleased? Pan Zhao scolded. If you're not happy, come back and practice daily. Happy. Li Fatty quickly agreed, prompting Pan Zhao's expression to soften slightly. He glanced at Ye Fan and solemnly stated, do not rest for too long. You must return before the secret realm opens next month. You're astute. You should understand what I mean. Understood, Ye Fan affirmed, nodding. Pan Zhao then shot an annoyed glare at Li Fatty and grumbled, Li Yu, if you possessed even half of Ye Fan's intelligence, I could spare myself from being vexed by you twice a day? Li Fatty, unable to voice his frustration, watched as Pan Zhao departed. Then pulled a face and leaned closer to Ye Fan, quickly asking, what does Pan Zhao mean by that? Why are we suddenly getting a holiday? It merely means we should lay low for a while, Ye Fan replied, regarding Li Fatty. Fame brings trouble. Our gains in the secret realm were substantial, and our exploits have spread. We are bound to encounter some issues. Rather than waste energy engaging with others here, it's wiser to take a discreet break and rest for a time. It won't hinder our training. Ah, I see. Upon hearing these words, Li Fatty nodded, implying that they had indeed become quite famous. Ye Fan responded, expressing his surprise at the principal's sudden actions. Initially, they had been quietly amassing wealth, and although others might have speculated about his prowess, they merely recognized that he was quite capable. However, following this recent event, everyone was now aware that they had vanquished a bronze beast in the secret realm and had amassed a significant bounty. This was an entirely different notion, thrusting them into the limelight. For the foreseeable future, all eyes would likely be upon them. This was still without Ye Fan having opened his bag. Should he account for everything, a considerable number of individuals at the school would likely attempt to rob them. Contemplating this, Ye Fan felt a bit helpless but chose not to dwell on it. After all, it would be nice to return home, see his parents, and attend to some matters. Chapter 35. Returning home after stating this, Ye Fan unwrapped his parcel and began to tally the fruits of his recent expedition. Indeed, the haul was substantial, certainly exceeding 1 million. This exemplified the stark contrast between beast tamers and ordinary individuals. Upon reaching the bronze level, even a single beast could be worth several thousand. Moreover, They had discovered superior spiritual herbs and medicines, whereas ordinary beast hunters, despite their remarkable skills, could only capture low-tier iron beasts, risking their lives with each hunt. Nearby, Li Fadi leaned closer, his interest piqued. Ye Fan, what exactly is the skill your hellhound has comprehended at the bronze level? I witnessed it unleash flames that engulfed several meters around, instantaneously obliterating that short-legged lizard. That was incredible. The skill is called Overheat Burn, and it's quite a decent one, Ye Fan replied with a smile. This morning, on the 5th day within the secret realm, his hellhound had achieved a breakthrough to the bronze level and grasped its first beast skill, Overheat Burn. This skill allowed the hellhound to temporarily unleash an internal surge of high temperature, enveloping the surrounding area in flames for a brief period. Although somewhat akin to self-detonation, it would not harm the beast itself, but would leave it momentarily weakened, serving as a potent area of effect attack. Emboldened by this newfound confidence, Ye Fan resolved to hunt the short-legged lizard for its inferior mutation vine within the next 2 hours. This led to the scene of Li Fadi carrying the short-legged lizard. That skill is so cool, Li Fadi exclaimed, a hint of envy in his voice. I wonder what skill my beast will comprehend at the bronze level. Regardless of the skill acquired, it is essential to practice diligently and learn when to employ the beast's abilities during combat, Ye Fan advised. This is merely the first skill. As the beast's levels rise and their numbers increase, the mastery of their skills will also grow more complex. We are just beginning, so it is crucial to avoid cultivating a lazy habit. Understood, Li Fadi nodded, appreciating Ye Fan's words of wisdom. All right, let's tidy up our belongings. We will be heading home tomorrow. Ye Fan began to clear the items from the table, pondering for a moment before advising Fadi, upon your return. Your parents will undoubtedly inquire about your extravagant eating habits. You may simply inform them that as a beastmaster, one must replenish substantial amounts of nutrition. It's all right. I naturally consume a great deal, Fadi replied, rendering Ye Fan momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he responded, then it settled. Early the next morning, Pan Zhao arrived to present the duo with the principal's reward of 600,000, distributing 300,000 to each as they made their way to the station. Fadi, seeing such a vast sum of money for the first time, was momentarily entranced, only to be met with Pan Zhao's barrage of admonishments about being responsible with their newfound wealth. The bus departed with a series of rapid clatters. On the platform, Pan Zhao gazed at the vehicle speeding away and let out a deep sigh. These two rascals, they should be more settled at home now. With that remark, he turned and walked back toward the school. However, he had not ventured far when a long-winged bird soared swiftly overhead, pursuing the direction of the departing bus. In broad daylight, was it not known that flying beastmasters were prohibited within the city? Such ignorance of the rules. Pan Zhao frowned at the sight of the bird. Every city has its own regulations. Some permit the use of flying beasts while others do not. Each month, several visiting beastmasters unknowingly breach these local ordinances and face penalties. For incidents like this, cities have specialized enforcement teams, and within an hour, the reckless beastmaster employing the long-winged bird would be apprehended and duly educated. Shaking his head, Pan Zhao expressed his discontent. Such individuals were ubiquitous. Being a beastmaster did not grant one the right to flaunt their flying beasts. Mom, I'm back. In the restaurant, Ning Qingxia, who had been polishing the tables, halted upon hearing that voice. She looked up to see Ye Fan struggling with numerous bags, momentarily taken aback. Ye Fan, how did you return? The teacher granted us a holiday. Observing the slightly aged Ning Qingxia, Ye Fan said nothing further, placing his belongings down and embracing her gently. Mom, you've worked hard. Ning Qingxia was caught off guard by the embrace, instinctively patting his back. What's wrong? Did you face any grievances at school? Not at all. Ye Fan shook his head, releasing her and retrieving the money Pan Zhao had given him from his backpack. Li Yu and I performed remarkably well in the school's secret realm, and the principal rewarded us with 60,000. We each received 30,000. Upon seeing the stacks of cash, Ning Qingxia's expression turned anxious as she hastily began to stow the money away, her eyes wide with alarm. So much money? It's not an excessive amount. I am now a beastmaster, Ye Fan smiled. Can a beastmaster truly earn such a sum? Ning Qingxia questioned, pulling Ye Fan closer and whispering, you must not be deceiving me. Is this really the principal's reward? If you doubt me, you can always ask our teacher. Ye Fan replied, then I shall inquire. Ning Qingxia felt a twinge of unease and took out her phone to dial Pan Zhao's number. Ye Fan remained silent. 300,000 was indeed a substantial amount for an ordinary family, and it was perfectly natural for his mother to be concerned. It would be prudent for her to confirm the matter. Hello, is this Teacher Pan? This is Ye Fan's mother. The call was quickly connected, and after a few inquiries and receiving confirmation, Ning Qingxia hung up, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. Ye Fan, are you truly that impressive? I heard from Teacher Pan that you are among the most remarkable beastmasters of this year's new students. Absolutely, Ye Fan replied, feeling completely at ease with his mother. a smile gracing his features as he spoke with a hint of pride. Mom, don't underestimate me. I am now a bronze-level beastmaster. Is it really so impressive? Ning Qingxia was somewhat taken aback, clearly aware of the significance of beastmaster rankings. Indeed, you needn't worry about our livelihood in the future, Ye Fan assured her. I could easily earn several thousand just from a single hunting trip in the Silvermoon Forest. My son is truly remarkable, Ning Qingxia exclaimed, though her expression turned cautious. However, the Silvermoon Forest is quite perilous. It would be wise to avoid it as much as possible. Just focus on your studies and aim for a good university. There's no need for you to worry about the family, she advised, her face brimming with happiness. Now, wait a moment while I share this good news with your father. Okay, Ye Fan nodded, not saying much more, his eyes sparkling with delight as he watched Ning Qingxia head towards the kitchen. According to routine, his father should emerge in less than 3 seconds. What? A bronze level? And he received 300,000? Sure enough, a gasp echoed, and soon Ye Fan's father, Ye Qilin, strode out from the kitchen wielding a ladle. Dad, Ye Fan called as he looked at Ye Qilin. Good lad, impressive indeed, Ye Qilin exclaimed, taking several strides toward Ye Fan with palpable excitement. Quickly, let me see what your bronze-level beast looks like. All right, Ye Fan replied, summoning his hellhound. Wow, what a massive creature. Ye Qilin marveled at the sight of the hellhound. It must be several times larger than our little Bai. About that, Ye Fan chuckled in agreement. Ye Qilin had once been a beast master himself, albeit at a lower level. Bai, a white-haired dog, was his first beast and rather ordinary. Currently at the level of a black iron 3-star, known for its intelligence and entrusted with guarding the family home. You're doing well, very well, Ye Qilin said, circling around the hellhound in awe. He then clapped Ye Fan on the shoulder, reflecting, if only I had your talent back in my day. I might not have struggled to get into college. Hearing this, Ye Fan smiled and, pulling his father closer, said with a hint of mystery, Dad, would you like to become a powerful beastmaster? Chapter 36. Repaying kindness, become a powerful beastmaster? Ye Qilin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Ye Fan with curiosity. Lowering his voice, he asked, do you have a way? Yes, Ye Fan nodded, casting a meaningful look at Ye Qilin. The bond between the two, being father and son, was evident in their unspoken understanding. Ye Qilin looked up and called out to the back, Qingxia, I'm taking Ye Fan to procure some fine items. We shall return shortly. Go ahead, the shop isn't busy anyway, Lin Qingxia replied. Just don't take too long, come back early. All right, Ye Qilin nodded, taking Ye Fan by the hand. Ye Fan, carrying a parcel, stepped outside and hopped onto a tricycle, heading homeward. Before long, the two arrived at the ancestral home. As soon as the door opened and Ye Fan stepped inside, Xiao Bai leapt towards him. Ye Fan embraced Xiao Bai affectionately for a moment before unwrapping the parcel to reveal an iron bone fruit, which he promptly offered to Xiao Bai. What a fine lad. An iron bone fruit costs tens of thousands, Ye Qilin exclaimed, but before he could elaborate, Ye Fan had already opened the parcel. Look at this. Ye Qilin was taken aback to see the parcel brimming with spiritual herbs and medicinal ingredients. Father, I have encountered a tremendous opportunity. You will soon become an exceptional beast master with ease, Ye Fan replied, lowering his voice deliberately. I met a peerless powerhouse who imparted to me the myriad insights and techniques he acquired throughout his life. Peerless powerhouse. How formidable. Ye Qilin paused, momentarily stunned. A mysterious smile graced Ye Fan's face as he leaned closer to Ye Qil's ear. Have you heard of the king level? The mention of those two words made Ye Qilin shudder, his expression shifting dramatically. The one above glory? Indeed, Ye Fan confirmed. Without hesitation, Ye Qilin swiftly closed the door and ushered Ye Fan into the inner room. Once inside, Ye Qil's joy was palpable as he urged Ye Fan. You must not divulge the fact that you have acquired the king-level inheritance to anyone. Of course, Ye Fan nodded, his gaze fixed on Ye Qilin. But father, you haven't yet answered. Do you aspire to become a formidable figure? Certainly, Ye Qilin replied, but you know well that my talent for beast mastery is lacking. I am also of D rank. I can manage against ordinary people, yet I have already passed that age. Talent in beast mastery does not determine everything. With sufficient opportunity, even those devoid of innate talent can achieve greatness. As for age, there are countless examples of late bloomers, Ye Fan responded. Not dwelling on the matter further, he gently urged Ye Qilin to sit down. Father, I am now going to transmit to you a breathing technique. Please make sure to memorize it. A breathing technique? Ye Qil's expression grew serious as he adjusted his demeanor. Go on, he said earnestly. No need to be so grave, Ye Fan smiled. You should be familiar with breathing techniques. What I am about to share will alter the flow of energy, starting from the heart. Over the following moments, Ye Fan calmly instructed Ye Qilin in the breathing technique. Before long, Ye Qilin completed the exercise. Suddenly, he exhaled a breath that was dark and murky, resembling impurities. What an extraordinary breathing technique. I feel as though my body has become significantly lighter, he exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Ye Fan, his spirit visibly rejuvenated. This breathing technique is known as the Mingjing method, capable of purging impurities from the body across 7 layers. With dedicated practice over the years, one can achieve longevity and a lightness akin to that of a swallow, with eyesight as keen as that of an eagle. Upon reaching a higher realm, one can become impervious to toxins and resilient against both heat and cold. Ye Fan responded with a smile in his eyes, suggesting that his father could find a reason to pass this technique on to his mother, noting that their long exposure to a greasy environment must have left them with considerable residue in their bodies. Practicing this method would be exceedingly beneficial. Indeed. Yi Lingheng nodded repeatedly, rising to his feet, and as he moved, a series of popping sounds emanated from his body. This breathing method must be quite extraordinary. Well, it is best kept a secret, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. The Mingjing method, while not the pinnacle of breathing techniques, was suitable for his father and others of their age, as many top-tier methods necessitate early practice and possess specific requirements. Given their advanced years, the efficacy of such techniques may not be optimal. This method is likely the most fitting for his father, being easy to learn and primarily capable of extending life and providing immunity to toxins, thus ensuring their safety against the malice of the unscrupulous. Father. The breathing method is merely a step to become a formidable beast tamer. The level of the tamed beasts is equally crucial. With that, Ye Fan unveiled the package he had brought, placing it before his father. These are the spiritual herbs and fruits I acquired from the secret realm. Although Xiao Bai is considered quite aged among the white-haired dogs, suitable spiritual fruits can significantly enhance its potential. Bestow them upon Xiao Bai. They are too precious for my use. Yi Lingheng shook his head. I have plenty. These are specifically selected for Xiao Bai, the most suitable for it. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingheng hesitated, glancing at Ye Fan. Are you truly sincere? Of course, Ye Fan affirmed. Father, I am already a bronze-level beast tamer. Such spiritual herbs and fruits are not difficult for me to procure. You know how it is in Pingcheng. A bronze-level beast tamer can lead a very comfortable life. Indeed, Yi Lingheng nodded, accepting the spiritual fruits. I shall be at home for the foreseeable future. When you have time, we can venture into the Silver Moon Forest together for some training. I am entirely confident in ensuring your safety at the forest's outskirts. Ye Fan stated seriously. Moreover, it would also provide an opportunity for you to refine your beast taming skills. That is certainly agreeable, Yi Lingheng nodded, recalling his own aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of beast taming. With this newfound path, the heart of a warrior within him began to beat anew. But how do we explain this to your mother? If you go, she will worry. If I take Xiao Bai with me, she will absolutely forbid it. Is this a challenge for you, father? Ye Fan chuckled. You usually concoct excuses for sneaking off to enjoy a drink quite effortlessly. We shall embark secretly. And once you grow stronger, we can reveal it to mother as a delightful surprise. You little rascal, Yi Lingheng remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingheng swore softly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. All right, I shall endeavor to accompany you when I find some free time. That sounds splendid, Ye Fan replied with a smile, glancing at Yi Lingheng before suddenly exclaiming, Father, I am determined to attend a university in Kyoto in the future. You might want to prepare in advance and give mother a heads up, as we will all be moving there. By next year, I should reach the silver rank. And during my training, I can save some money to purchase a home in Kyoto upon graduation, which should not pose any issue. Absolutely no problem, Yi Lingheng chuckled. Just the other day, your mother was reminiscing about her desire to travel to Kyoto. Good, Ye Fan nodded, though a complexity flickered in his eyes. He had initially worried that his father and the family would be reluctant to relocate. In his past life, he had broached this topic during his university years, but it had always been dismissed by his mother, who claimed it would hinder him. While his father remarked that life in Kyoto was not as comfortable as it was here, it turned out that his parents were indeed willing to go to Kyoto. They simply lacked the means before. Now that he had demonstrated sufficient capability to secure a stable life for the family, everything was poised to change. Reflecting on this, Ye Fan nodded. This was precisely what he desired, everything moving towards a brighter future. What he had previously lacked, and what his family had been deprived of, was now within reach. This feeling was truly delightful. Ye Fan did not divulge everything to his father. Rather than revealing that he had been reborn as a king-level being, he preferred to simply inform him that he had inherited the legacy of a king-level powerhouse. Knowing too much would not only be difficult for them to accept, but would also lead to increased concern. Chapter 37. The forest. I feel as though it has been many years since I last visited this place. At the entrance of the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Lingheng gazed at the expanse of the forest with a sense of nostalgia. Pingcheng was a modest city, considered to be on the 18th tier, and the journey from school to Yi Fan's home took less than an hour. However, the school mandated that students reside on campus for management purposes. Even though the distance from his home to the Silver Moon Forest might be shorter than that from the school, the distinction between beast tamers and ordinary citizens is truly vast. With a population of around 300,000 in Pingcheng, the number of high school students does not exceed 1,000. a ratio of less than 1 in 300. Among the beast tamers, there are many who lack talent and do not receive opportunities. Ordinary families cannot afford the cost of enhancing a beast. Elevating a common beast to bronze rank requires substantial financial investment, often in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. How many can bear such a burden? Take, for instance, those in Ye Fan's class who could not even vie for a position in the top 10. Without access to secret realms, the Silver Moon Forest is exceedingly perilous. Relying solely on their beasts for growth could result in stagnation at the Black Iron rank for years, or even regression due to insufficient nourishment. In contrast, the reason many of them succeeded in their former lives, including the chubby one reaching bronze rank, was largely due to the 10 slots that Pan Zhao had secured for them. In previous years, students from ordinary classes truly had nothing. This disparity elucidates why the divide between beast tamers and ordinary individuals, as well as between weaker beast tamers and the more formidable ones, is so pronounced. A powerful beast tamer can earn the equivalent of several years' income for an ordinary family with a single hunt. The stronger they become, the weaker the lesser ones remain. Moreover, many individuals find themselves unable to dedicate their lives solely to the mastery of beast taming. When the pursuit of higher education eludes them, they must contemplate the responsibilities of family life, often burdened by the relentless quest for financial stability, potentially limiting their journeys in life. Father, this is merely the beginning. There will be more opportunities ahead, Ye Fan remarked with a hint of mirth in his eyes, observing the noticeably larger black iron 5-star creature, Xiao Bai, beside his father, and nodding in approval. The spiritual fruits he had prepared for Xiao Bai were primarily focused on enhancing physique and strength, which would likely guide its future evolution. The inferior mutated fruit had already been sown, and it would not be long before it bore fruits for Xiao Bai's consumption. For creatures that lack the opportunity to wield elemental powers in their attacks, size and strength become paramount advantages. Has mother learned the breathing technique? Ye Fan inquired, recalling something. Indeed, Yi Lingkeng responded, a smile gracing his face. I was informed through a dream by your grandfather, who said it should only be passed down to us. And I have already imparted it to you. It is quite effective. Ye Fan chuckled at the mention of his father's words regarding the dream. Yet he refrained from further comment, summoning his Hellhound. Xiaohua, come forth. The Hellhound emerged, momentarily pausing upon seeing Yi Lingkeng, but soon, as if detecting a familiar scent, it affectionately approached Yi Lingkeng, then lowered its head to sniff Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai reciprocated the gesture. As this is a customary behavior among canines, and before long, the two beast companions were frolicking together. After observing their playful antics for some time, Ye Fan finally interjected. All right, we must attend to our main task. Upon hearing this, the Hellhound promptly stood at attention, and Xiao Bai exhibited a lively demeanor. Father, let us proceed. Ye Fan waved at Yi Lingkeng. The two ventured into the beast-taming forest, and at that moment, Yi Lingkeng's astonishment was just beginning. Ye Fan's Hellhound was exceptionally powerful, and with Ye Fan by his side, they effortlessly dominated the forest's perimeter, rendering ordinary beasts powerless against a single strike. However, Yi Lingkeng quickly adapted, eagerly directing Xiao Bai into battle, gradually finding his rhythm. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and under Ye Fan's guidance, Yi Lingkeng successfully commanded Xiao Bai to single-handedly hunt down a wild beast of black iron 3 stars for the first time. I have independently slain a wild beast of black iron 3 stars, he declared, exhaling deeply as he gazed at the fallen white wolf, turning his attention to Ye Fan. Remarkable, Ye Fan replied with a smile, gesturing to his father. That will be all for today. It is past 6 o'clock. We should sell the meat and return home. Lest mother begin to inquire. All right, Yi Lingkeng responded, somewhat reluctantly, for he had once been a beast tamer himself, and the thrill of directing beasts was immensely satisfying. Ye Fan, noticing his father's expression, also smiled. This is the realm of beast tamers, who would willingly resign themselves to a life constrained by mundane struggles if given the choice to become a formidable beast tamer. At the city meat shop, upon seeing Ye Fan's arrival, the shopkeeper greeted him with a beaming smile. Recently, Ye Fan has visited numerous times, each occasion more frequent than the last, accompanied by increasingly formidable beasts. The shopkeeper, not lacking in perception, recognizes that this seemingly ordinary young man is likely far from commonplace, perhaps destined for greatness. Young brother. It's been a while, the proprietor greeted warmly. Upon noticing Yi Lingkeng beside Ye Fan, he paused momentarily. Old Yi, you two have come. To his surprise, Yi Lingkeng hadn't anticipated that Ye Fan would choose this particular meat shop. He typically sourced his meat from here for his restaurant, purchasing only conventional pork and poultry. Over the years, they had become familiar acquaintances. Ye Fan glanced at Yi Lingkeng, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the shopkeeper. This is my father. He has some free time today and is joining me for a hunt in the Silver Moon Forest. The shopkeeper was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, Goodness, old Yi. This young man is your son? Indeed, Yi Lingkeng replied with a nod. maintaining an outward calm while inwardly reveling in the shopkeeper's reaction. Your son is remarkable. At such a young age, he can hunt bronze beasts. The proprietor's praises flowed freely, and Yi Linkheng transitioned from restraint to hearty laughter as their conversation flourished. I'll take all the beast meat today. We are old friends, so give me the best price. Ultimately, the shopkeeper, unable to refuse, escorted Yi Linkheng to the street corner, insisting on stuffing a package of fine cigarettes into his pocket, accompanied by further compliments. Father, how does that feel? At the street corner, Yi Fan teased, observing the shopkeeper's astonished expression. Quite good, Yi Linkheng replied, though the joy in his smile was unmistakable. The shopkeeper, in reality, was quite affluent, and such treatment filled him with satisfaction. Right now, it's just an ordinary person treating you this way. In the future, even beastmasters will speak of you with such respect, Yi Fan remarked, hoping his father would grow stronger so that others would continue to regard him with reverence in his absence. Absolutely, Yi Linkheng affirmed, nodding vigorously. Tomorrow, we shall return. Tomorrow? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at this. Are you not worried about mother finding out? Once I grow stronger, it won't matter even if she knows, Yi Linkheng replied, sharing a knowing glance with Yi Fan, and both chuckled. Their relationship had always been amicable, devoid of barriers. Dear, that Li Dayun mentioned he is moving today. At the breakfast table, Yi Linkheng casually remarked while eating a piece of meat. You know, we've always had a good rapport, and I plan to take Yi Fan to lend a hand. Moving again. Lin Qingzia's brow furrowed at this news, scrutinizing Yi Linkheng. Your friends seem to be prospering. But why are they moving so frequently? I'm not sure. It might be, Yi Linkheng admitted, feeling slightly guilty. Are you planning to go out for drinks again? Lin Qingzia seemed to perceive something amiss. Not at all. Why would I take Yi Fan if I were going to drink? Yi Linkheng defended. Glancing at Yi Fan beside him, Yi Fan understood immediately and hurriedly raised his chopsticks. It was indeed true. They had just encountered Uncle Li while out shopping for groceries, and he had mentioned it to father. Isn't Li Dayun living in the east of the city? How could he have met you? Lin Qingzia expressed some skepticism, yet she refrained from probing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. All right, you two should return early. Don't come back too late. Understood, Yi Linkheng responded, quickly finishing his meal and rising to head outside. Yi Fan, hurry along and don't stay out too late. All right, Yi Fan agreed, gulping down a few mouthfuls, wiping his mouth, and standing up as well. The two men hurried out, and Lin Qingzia shook her head, not entirely convinced of their excuse to move. She chose to believe they were merely off to enjoy a day out. After all, with Yi Fan having reached the bronze level, his future seemed secure, which eased her worries considerably. Allowing them some leisure time was acceptable, especially since the restaurant was rather quiet that day. As she lifted her bowl and prepared to serve herself some vegetables, she noticed the small white dog, which had been napping at the door, shake its head and follow them outside. A hint of confusion crossed her face. Am I seeing things? This little white dog seems to be growing bigger by the day. Days passed, and one morning, Yi Linkheng was quickly finishing his breakfast when he set down his chopsticks. Before he could speak, Lin Qingzia interjected. Today is your uncle's birthday. Aren't you going? My uncle's birthday? Yi Linkheng was taken aback, but soon he hesitated, saying, perhaps I shouldn't go. Why not? He is family, after all. Lin Qingzia replied, glancing at him, as if aware of his reluctance. She added, I heard they will be moving away next year, and we want to have the chance to see them again. Now that Yi Fan has made some accomplishments, it might be a good opportunity to show our faces. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan perked up, having forgotten he even had an uncle. Yi Linkheng hesitated, but after a moment's thought, he nodded. Taking Yi Fan along wouldn't hurt. After all, his cousin and we have a decent relationship. Last time, his cousin came to visit us for a few days. Then you should leave early today and buy a decent gift, Lin Qingzia instructed as she stood up, indicating that she would manage the shop. All right, Yi Linkheng nodded, getting up and beckoning to Yi Fan, who followed suit. At the door, noticing the troubled expression on Yi Linkheng's face, Yi Fan curiously asked, Dad, do you really have an uncle? Of course. Your uncle is quite remarkable, and he has always treated us well. However, he moved away a few years ago, Yi Linkheng replied, seemingly recalling some past memories. Shaking his head, he added, never mind, let us go buy some things. Yi Fan felt increasingly certain that there was more to the story. Suddenly, he recalled what Li Fadi had said about having a cousin who was a dragon SI. Coupled with what his father had mentioned earlier about having a cousin, could it be that Li Fadi was right all along? Did he truly have a cousin who was a dragon SI? In a family possessing the dragon's eye, one can only surmise the depth of their significance. The protagonist, Yi Fan, reflected upon the coherence of his past, realizing that despite his father's illustrious past, he himself had not yet risen to prominence. Glancing at Yi Linkheng, he suddenly spoke, Father, is it true that the esteemed family does not regard you highly? Upon hearing this, Yi Linkheng's expression stiffened momentarily, before he managed a wry smile. You impudent boy, must you speak so bluntly? Indeed, Yi Fan replied with a grin, reassuringly patting his father's shoulder. Do not worry, father, now that I am here, We shall hold our heads high. Certainly. Yi Linking nodded, though a shadow of concern crossed his face. However, their gifts have been rather extravagant. What shall we offer in return? You are unaware that during my previous visits, others presented rare spiritual herbs and fruits, while I brought mere bags of fruit. It was quite embarrassing. Indeed, that is somewhat humiliating. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before devising a plan. He hailed a taxi and declared, "Come, father. We are heading to the spiritual herb hall." The spiritual herb hall? Yi Linking questioned, puzzled. Are we not able to simply take some from home? The herbs and fruits at home are intended for our beasts. What I seek is of a different caliber, Yi Fan explained. A different caliber? Yi Linking hesitated. Isn't that rather expensive? I did not bring much money. Purchasing spiritual fruits does not necessarily require currency. Bartering is also an option, Yi Fan replied with a mysterious smile. That very morning, the inferior mutation fruits he cultivated in his beast space had ripened, 6 in total, each worth approximately 500,000. This would suffice for acquiring a high-quality longevity fruit. With that, Yi Fan entered the taxi. Yi Linking hesitated but ultimately followed suit. The taxi sped along, soon arriving at the entrance of the spiritual herb hall. That's the young man's snow sister mentioned. The receptionist recognized Yi Fan immediately and hurriedly went inside to inform others. The young brother has arrived? Inside, Ning Shui, who had been idly waiting, was slightly taken aback by the news. It had been over 10 days since Yi Fan's last visit, and she had assumed he would not return. Just as she pondered this, Yi Fan entered with Yi Linking. Ning Shui greeted them with a smile. Young brother, it has been a while. Indeed it has. Yi Fan responded with a smile, as Yi Linking observed in surprise. What a small world. It seems you know everyone here. Yi Fan chose not to elaborate to Yi Linking, and instead turned to Ning Shui, contemplating briefly before asking, do you have longevity fruits? I require the highest quality. Longevity fruits? Ning Shui was momentarily taken aback at the mention of the fruit's name. These were not for beasts, but rather for humans, known for their life-extending properties. Often gifted to esteemed elders, they held considerable prestige, valued at 1 million each. Are you in need of longevity fruits for a family elder's birthday gift? Yi Fan succinctly replied. Ning Shui refrained from further inquiries, feeling a surge of anticipation. Just as Ning Qinghai had suggested, this young man indeed came from a notable background. In celebration of an elder's birthday, a grand gift of longevity fruit was prepared. I paused momentarily to inquire with our esteemed host, suppressing the flutter in my heart. I turned to Yi Fan. He nodded, and Ning Shui swiftly ascended the stairs. At that moment, Yi Linking approached and asked, what exactly is longevity fruit? It's a spirit fruit that has been exaggerated, Yi Fan replied, shaking his head with a smile. However, presenting it as a gift is indeed quite prestigious. This statement held truth. Longevity fruit was, in fact, somewhat inflated in reputation. It merely appeared attractive and tasted delightful, possessing a modicum of spiritual essence. For individuals, its effects were comparable to that of excellent beast-taming meat. As for the claims of prolonging life, those were mere embellishments. If such effects truly existed, it would not be classified as a common grade item, but rather as a spirit grade one, highly coveted by many. Young brother, we do have longevity fruit upstairs. Let us discuss it there. Soon after, Ning Qinghai descended with a smile upon his face. Yi Fan nodded to Yi Linking, and the two ascended the stairs together. This time, they were not on the second floor, but rather on the third, in a private room where tea was promptly served. Before long, the server presented the longevity fruit. The fruit resembled a large, plump peach, exuding an enticing aroma. Young brother, this particular piece is among the finest in our current batch. Ning Qinghai remarked with a smile directed at Yi Fan. It is undoubtedly an excellent choice for a gift. And I shall offer you the most favorable price. 880,000 for each piece, a lucky number. Very well. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Fan nodded, seemingly unfazed, and turned to Ning Qinghai, saying, might we consider a trade? Ning Qinghai appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. Of course. If you have suitable spirit fruits to offer, this should suffice, Yi Fan replied, producing 2 inferior transformation fruits. Each inferior transformation fruit yielded 6. And he set aside 3 for Shao Bai, as the surplus held little further utility. Upon seeing these fruits, Ning Qinghai's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded repeatedly, proclaiming, this is more than enough. In terms of rarity, inferior transformation fruits were indeed more scarce than longevity fruit. Altering one's bloodline, no matter how inferior, was an entirely different matter. Please take these. He instructed the server to collect the inferior transformation fruits, and Ning Qinghai's gaze towards Yi Fan transformed entirely. Whereas earlier he had merely speculated that the individual before him hailed from a powerful lineage, he was now almost certain of it. Clearing his throat, Ning Qinghai hesitated for a few moments before asking, may I inquire your name, young friend? Yi Fan, came the reply. At this, Ning Qinghai pondered for a moment, and his expression changed as he suddenly recalled something. Ah, so you are Yi Xiaoyu, he exclaimed. Too kind. Ning Tangzu, Ye Fan replied, picking up the longevity fruit from the table. My father and I must attend to the elders' celebration, so I shall not trouble you further. Ye Xiao, you please. Do not hesitate, Ning Qinghai said, rising promptly, almost ushering Ye Fan out of the spirit herb hall, before letting out a long sigh of relief. Tangzu. It seems Ye Fan is quite the formidable newcomer in this year's cohort at Pingxing High School. I have heard he has already attained bronze rank. Ning Shui remarked from the side, as the spirit herb hall was well informed and quickly learned of Ye Fan's reputation. In comparison to his family, the bronze figure seems insignificant. Ning Qinghai shook his head and glanced at Ning Shui, appearing somewhat relieved, as he remarked that they might have indeed befriended the right person this time. Is there a prominent family named Yi in Pingxing? Upon hearing this, Ning Shui was puzzled, but soon her expression shifted dramatically, her voice dropping to a whisper. Could it be that one? She looked towards Ning Qinghai, pondering if Ye Fan's background was perhaps too formidable. Formidable, indeed, to the point of instilling fear, Ning Qinghai replied, shaking his head. Let us keep this matter to ourselves to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Chapter 39. Gift Giving. After securing the longevity fruits, Ye Fan and his companion made their way to the residence of their esteemed uncle. The location was in Chunfeng Village, which sounded like a mere urban village. However, upon arrival, Ye Fan was taken aback by the sight of sprawling buildings designed in a medieval palace style. This was no ordinary urban village. It resembled a noble's castle. What exactly does my uncle do? Ye Fan wondered, stealing a glance at Yi Lingheng. He is a powerful individual associated with the military, Yi Lingheng responded. A military powerhouse? Ye Fan frowned at this revelation, knowing many military figures, all of whom belonged to his era. Let us discuss this upon meeting. Ye Fan chose not to dwell on the matter, following Yi Lingheng with a contemplative gaze. Next year, we shall relocate, lay down our arms. And with the surname Yi in Pingxing, possessing Dragon Eye bloodline, so many clues intertwined, yet I find no corresponding figures in my memories. This is puzzling. At the entrance, 2 guards barred their path, stating, no entry without a pass. Yi Lingheng felt a bit awkward and replied, I am Yi Lao's nephew, Yi Lingheng. Hearing this, the guards hesitated, retrieving a roster. Soon, they located Yi Lingheng's name at the bottom of the list, nodded, and stepped aside to allow their entry. Good, Yi Lingheng acknowledged, leading Ye Fan through the entrance. Father, you're quite the catch. I see your name is at the very end of the list, Ye Fan remarked with a smile. You cheeky boy, at least I'm on the list, Yi Lingheng retorted. Before he could elaborate, a dignified figure approached them, presumably Yi Lao's son. There to greet the guests. Elder brother, Yi Lingheng greeted with a smile upon seeing him. Lin Cheng. The newcomer appeared somewhat surprised, his brow furrowing slightly. However, he said little more, simply gesturing for them to enter. With this brief exchange, Ye Fan sensed the disdain emanating from the elder, which instantly heightened his aversion towards this family. Yi Lingheng said nothing in response, merely nodded and led Ye Fan further inside. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall, where Yi Lingheng pushed open the door. The spacious room was already filled with guests, a vibrant assembly of elegantly attired individuals, creating a lively atmosphere. As the door creaked open, numerous gazes turned towards the entrance. However, upon recognizing Yi Lingheng, many swiftly averted their eyes, returning to their lively conversations. It appeared that Yi Lingheng was indeed not held in high regard. This scene caused Ye Fan to shake his head slightly. Father, let us find a place to sit, he suggested. Very well, Yi Lingheng replied, scanning the area before settling into a secluded corner. As they took their seats, the surrounding guests remained silent, some wearing expressions of disdain. Ye Fan sensed the atmosphere, his gaze drifting to a figure across from him, where he discerned a glimmer of golden light in their eyes. The dragon's eye. Ye Fan's expression shifted slightly. It was indeed the dragon's eye. Suddenly, he fell silent, observing the crowd in the illuminated hall, amidst fervent discussions. He noted that many possessed similar golden glimmers in their eyes. This sight, even for Ye Fan, elicited a sharp intake of breath. The Dragon Slayer's lineage. So many with the dragon's eye. How could there be such a multitude among the younger generation? Ye Fan's heart raced. The bloodline of the dragon's eye was known to dilute over generations, with fewer descendants bearing the trait. Yet here, there were no less than 30. Such a number was inconceivable. Father, are all these people from the Yi family? Ye Fan suddenly inquired, glancing at Yi Lingheng. Indeed, though there are not many from your uncle's branch. As for the others, your grandfather is the youngest, ranking 28th, nearly 20 years younger than your uncle, Yi Lingheng explained. Your ancestor was quite the romantic, marrying 7 wives. Your uncle and grandfather share the same mother, so we are closely related. Hearing that number, Ye Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. Well, that's that then. Old Yi is here. Soon, amidst the clamor of the guests, an elderly man ascended the stage. With silver hair yet a youthful visage, he appeared quite sprightly for his age, his steps steady and his brow arched with authority. Flattering words flowed abundantly as one guest after another approached the stage, offering gifts. A nearby attendant loudly announced each donor. While some addressed the elder as grandfather and others as ancestor, each with their own form of address. Old Yi engaged briefly with each guest before moving on to the next. This scene rendered Yi Linxing's countenance somewhat unnatural, as if a realization struck him. Meanwhile, Ye Fan felt a pang of sympathy for his father. Such a grand occasion was undoubtedly a spectacle, and carrying fruits on stage was hardly fitting for someone of his father's stature. It was no wonder he had hesitated to attend, as any ordinary individual would have long since relocated to a different city. Everything will be fine, father. Ye Fan patted Yi Linxing's shoulder, offering a smile as he revealed a box containing the birthday fruits. This year, we shall not be embarrassed. All right. Comforted by Yi Fan's words, Yi Linxing felt reassured, cradling the box of birthday fruits. Once most of the Yi family members had ascended the stage, he stood up, box in hand, and together with Yi Fan, made their way forward. As they reached the stage, many eyes turned towards them, an array of smiles illuminating the faces of the onlookers. Evidently, they were all eager to witness what the descendant of the Yi family, who had graciously presented fruit the previous year, would offer this time. As soon as he took the stage, Yi Lao's gaze fell upon Yi Linxing, and he gave a slight nod. Subsequently, he gestured to a nearby attendant, seemingly conveying something. The attendant, understanding the unspoken message, nodded in acknowledgement, took the item from Yi Linxing's hands, and swiftly set it aside without uttering a word. Observing this scene, Yi Linxing felt a tinge of helplessness. He already surmised Yi Lao's concern, likely apprehensive about him making a fool of himself. He had instructed the attendant not to unveil the contents of the box. It suffices that you are here, Yi Lao's voice resonated. Hearing this, Yi Fan lifted his gaze and immediately noticed the gentle look in Yi Lao's eyes directed towards Yi Linxing, a gaze imbued with warmth and affection. Regardless of what you bring, you are all my family. Chapter 40. The gift. The words were delivered with a softness that momentarily left Yi Linxing taken aback. He gazed at the kindly Yi Lao, instinctively nodding in response. Yi Lao's attention remained fixated on Yi Linxing for a considerable time, as if he discerned a change within him, and he slowly nodded in approval. You have changed significantly this year. It is very commendable. Uncle, you flatter me. Yi Linxing replied, pulling Yi Fan closer. Do greet our esteemed uncle. Greetings, uncle, Yi Fan spoke. Good. Yi Lao nodded, shifting his gaze to Yi Fan. His expression subtly altered. Fanner, you two have undergone considerable transformation. I have heard of your achievements at Pingxing High School. You are doing quite well. Thank you for your kind words. Uncle, Yi Fan replied, feeling no significant aversion towards the kindly elder. Ah, you both resemble your grandfather. Yi Lao remarked with a hint of nostalgia. It is a pity he was too impetuous in his youth. Otherwise, he might have left you more than just memories. After expressing this sentiment, Yi Lao appeared slightly unwell and began to cough vigorously. Uncle, you have spoken too much today and seem fatigued, the attendant promptly approached, only to be waved off by Yi Lao. I do not require assistance. I am most aware of my own condition. His words were imbued with a sense of authority, and a flicker of irritation glimmered in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Fan clearly observed the glimmer of golden light within Yi Lao's gaze, more radiant than that of anyone present. It resembled a pair of luminous eyes. An air of subtle authority emanated from him, causing the attendant to recoil in alarm. Hastily retracting his hand, watching this unfold, Yi Fan felt a sense of astonishment. The intensity of Yi Lao's dragon-like gaze suggested a high concentration of draconic lineage within him. I have aged. My health is indeed somewhat compromised. Yi Lao soon resumed his gentle demeanor, the golden light fading as he turned his attention back to Yi Linxing. Next year, we shall be relocating to Kyoto as a family. Would you like to join me? Yi Linxing was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Yi Fan and shook his head. Fan is still in high school. I can arrange for him to attend a high school in Kyoto. Yi Lao insisted once more. This time, Yi Linxing was momentarily at a loss for words, but Yi Fan interjected, Uncle, I will strive to gain admission to a university in Kyoto on my own, and I will bring our family along with me. Upon hearing these words, a smile appeared on Elder Yi's face as he praised, You, my boy, possess great ambition. In that case, we shall await your arrival in Kyoto. After uttering this, Elder Yi waved his hand, and Yi Linxing promptly bid farewell, making his way to the audience below. Yi Fan hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately could not resist turning back as he descended the stage. Approaching Elder Yi, he lowered his voice and said, Grandfather, have you been feeling quite unwell lately? Whenever you exert yourself, does it feel as though countless fine needles are piercing your body, causing unbearable pain? Initially puzzled, Elder Yi's expression changed upon hearing this. He looked at Yi Fan and lowered his voice. You are aware of my hidden ailment? Most dragon eye bearers exhibit such symptoms. I observed just now that your dragon eye seems markedly more pronounced than that of ordinary descendants, suggesting you have encountered some fortuitous event that has intensified your ancestral bloodline. Yi Fan explained confidently. However, the blood of dragons is highly toxic, unless one is a first-generation dragon slayer. If the bloodline density of a second generation surpasses a certain threshold, it can lead to a backlash from this ancestral bloodline. It appears you have already suffered from such a backlash. If this situation is not promptly remedied, your health will continue to deteriorate until you are completely consumed by the dragon's blood. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi's complexion shifted once more. With a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes, he glanced at Ye Fan and whispered, "Do you have a solution?" "Yes, but there are many people here. If you have some free time soon, please come to my home to see me," Ye Fan replied before taking his leave and rejoining Yi Linkheng at the table. "What did you just say to grandfather?" I noticed his eyes widened in surprise. Yi Linkheng inquired in a hushed tone. "I mentioned that I know how to treat his ailment," Ye Fan casually replied. "Ailment? Does that mean grandfather is ill?" Yi Linkheng's expression changed as he processed this revelation. "Certainly. Otherwise, why would he have retreated from the front lines?" Ye Fan shrugged. "How do you know you can cure him?" "Father, why are you asking so many questions?" Ye Fan responded, casting a glance at Yi Linkheng. Suddenly, he added, "It's not as if you will be the one to treat him." Ugh. This remark left Yi Linkheng momentarily speechless. After a pause, he muttered softly, "You little rascal, you're not even giving your old man any face now." "Not at all." Ye Fan shook his head, recalling something. He then asked, "Didn't you mention that we have a cousin who is on good terms with us? Why hasn't she come?" "About your cousin." Yi Linkheng lowered his voice again and leaned closer to Ye Fan. "You know your cousin is not favored by your uncle and his family, so it's likely she didn't attend today. But my cousin is also not well regarded by uncle," Ye Fan remarked, surprised. "Why is that? After all, your uncle is the head of this household, and such large families often face internal conflicts. Moreover, your cousin has married far away to Beihai, which diminishes her standing at home. It's not surprising she did not come. She probably informed your grandfather in advance," Yi Linkheng explained, as he picked up a piece of food from the dishes being served. "Your cousin's situation is quite unfortunate. She moved to Beihai alone, without any familiar faces. I've heard she hasn't been faring well there." "I see," Ye Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, the banquet concluded, and the guests began to depart in succession. It was evident that most of them were not from Pingqing. Outside the banquet hall, the sound of helicopters resonated continuously. Ye Fan and his companions approached Yi Lao to bid farewell, waving cheerfully before taking their leave. Lacking a helicopter, they could only walk away. What a pity for Lin Cheng, nearly 40 years old before finally encountering some opportunity. Observing the departing figures, Yi Lao sighed and thought of something, his brows furrowing slightly. "Yet, my grandson seems to possess some extraordinary qualities. However extraordinary, he is merely a D grade, lacking even the esteemed Longtong bloodline of the Yi family." A voice interjected from the side, belonging to Yi Lao's eldest son, Yi Gahai, who had always held an unfavorable view of Yi Linkheng over the years. "The Longtong bloodline may not necessarily be a blessing." Yi Lao shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned his attention to the gifts at the end of the table. "Let me see what gift Lin Cheng has brought for me. Last time it was a watermelon. Perhaps this time it will be a pineapple." Yi Gahai spoke, seemingly discerning his father's thoughts. "Father, it is best not to look. Given your recent health issues, it would be unwise to stir up anger. Even if it were a stone gifted by family, I would still find it delightful." Yi Lao shook his head, adding, "Moreover, that is the son of the youngest. The glory of your father back in the day is bound to be overshadowed." Yi Gahai remarked, seeing Yi Lao's determination. He ceased further discussion and presented the box gifted by Yi Linkheng before his father. "Open it," Yi Lao commanded. Upon hearing this, Yi Gahai opened the box, and at the moment the bountiful longevity fruit appeared, he was momentarily taken aback. "This," he uttered, seemingly incredulous. "Where did that fellow Lin Cheng acquire the funds to buy this longevity fruit?" Yi Lao also appeared momentarily stunned, as if recalling their earlier conversation, a profound expression crossing his face. Gifting longevity fruit for a birthday does not seem to be a common practice in Pingqing. "Father, why do you look so glum?" On the road outside, Ye Fan observed Yi Linkheng's gloomy countenance and inquired with a smile. "Is it because you spent a fortune on something that your uncle did not appreciate?" "Not quite. 880,000 would suffice to purchase a house in Pingqing." Yi Linkheng replied, shaking his head. "Your uncle is simply kind-hearted. I do not blame him, it just stings a bit." "Well, it's not your father's money. It's mine," Yi Fan replied, nodding. With a flourish, he produced a low-grade transformation fruit, adding, "In fact, I still have more of those I spent today." "More?" Yi Linkheng was astonished upon hearing this. "Of course, I possess an abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits," Yi Fan responded, producing another low-grade transformation fruit. "Such a clever lad," Yi Linkheng exclaimed, promptly taking a low-grade transformation fruit. "This item is indeed remarkable, capable of enhancing beast bloodlines, not to be underestimated. For an ordinary family, it would take a lifetime of toil to acquire just a few." After admiring it for a while, Yi Linkheng eventually returned the low-grade transformation fruit. "This is for your father." Yi Fan shook his head and once again retrieved a low-quality transformation fruit, placing all three into his father's hands. intended to enhance Xiao Bai's bloodline level. These are for Xiao Bai, he said, but Yi Linkheng quickly gestured to decline. Yet, Yi Fan interrupted. My beast has already reached the elite level. It would be of no use to me. Yi Linkheng paused, then reluctantly accepted the low-quality fruits. You rascal. It seems you have acquired all the good things now. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded, then suddenly inquired. Father, are you familiar with our family's history? Family history? Upon hearing this, Yi Linkheng exhibited a contemplative expression. After a few seconds, he shook his head. I do not know. Yi Fan responded with a hint of exasperation. Next time. If you don't know, just say so. There's no need to pretend to ponder. He pressed on. Surely. You must know about the strong figures in our family and their deeds. Chapter 41. The Turmoil of Dragon's Eye. Strong figures? There are quite a few, Yi Linkheng began. But Yi Fan quickly gestured for him to refrain from listing them. After all, the members of their generation in the Yi family were quite formidable, Yi Fan concluded. I just heard from my uncle that something seems to have happened to my grandfather, which is why he hasn't looked after us. Yes, I have barely seen your grandfather. From the moment I was born, he had reportedly gone to the front lines, and by the time I could recall, he had already passed away. At this point, Yi Linkheng sighed. Your grandmother was never in good health. Upon receiving that news, she wept daily and soon departed this world herself. I was just over 10 years old at that time. During that period, did the other Yi family members not offer us any assistance? Yi Fan inquired. They did. Your uncle's family was initially quite supportive, providing for my education and daily living expenses, Yi Linkheng replied with a sigh. However, I was rather unambitious, achieving only a D rank and failing to stand out in high school, which led to gradually diminished contact. Only your cousin's family has continued to treat us well. Oh, I see. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. Essentially, it meant that Yi Fan's uncle and grandfather were brothers. After the grandfather's death, his family initially cared for Yi Linkheng. But as he became less accomplished, such support waned, ultimately transforming into neglect and ridicule. Father, everything will be all right. Patting Yi Linkheng on the shoulder, Yi Fan reassured him. In the future, we shall become powerful and earn everyone's respect. I don't mind. It's just that we are family, and it's unfortunate it has come to this. Yi Linkheng replied, wanting to say more, but ultimately falling silent, letting out another sigh. That night, upon returning home, it was already quite late. Lin Qingxia was already in bed, and Yi Fan returned to his room. Creaking open the door, he found Lin Qingxia waiting. How did it go? She asked. About the same, Yi Linkheng replied, though today, Uncle mentioned that I have changed significantly and praised both me and Yi Fan. That's good to hear. Did Lena come? Lena did not come. She was at elder brother's house for a banquet. Yi Linkheng shook his head, then suddenly turned to Lin Qingxia. Qingxia, I wish to continue becoming a beastmaster. Continue to be a beastmaster? Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingxia was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively glancing through the window towards the entrance where the small white creature, barely knee-high, was lying. Could it be that the small white one? Yes. I have fed it numerous spirit fruits, and now it has already ascended to the 6th star of black iron. Yi Linkheng responded, producing a low-grade transformation fruit, which was given to him by Yi Fan. This fruit has the ability to elevate a low-quality beast to elite status. At that moment, perhaps influenced by some items at the banquet, Yi Linkheng suddenly laid his cards on the table, looking at Lin Qingxia with a serious gaze, stating, Fanner has received the legacy of an unparalleled powerhouse. The breathing technique I mentioned to you earlier was bestowed upon me by him. His strength is formidable. And during this time when I have been making excuses to go out, I have actually been accompanying him to hunt in the Silver Moon Forest. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia was rendered speechless. Qingxia, I no longer wish to remain content with mediocrity. Yi Linkheng's tone was profound. Do you know what my feelings were at today's banquet? What? I failed to bring honor to my son, and instead, I required his consolation. Yi Linkheng spoke, shaking his head. In the past, it would have been one thing if I were alone, but Yi Fan should not have to endure the disdain of others because of me. These words left Lin Qingxia in a contemplative silence. After a moment, she finally responded, Have you truly thought this through? Yi Linkheng nodded. Becoming a beastmaster was once my dream. Now, Fanner has opened a path towards strength for me, and if I do not seize this opportunity, I will regret it. If you are certain, then it is settled. Lin Qingxia nodded, embracing Yi Linkheng. Once this month's rent for the shop expires, we shall close it, and I will accompany you. Since our marriage, it seems I have not seen your beast in a long, long while. Meanwhile, in another bedroom, Yi Fan was blissfully unaware of his parents' conversation, nor did he anticipate the profound impact that today's banquet would have on his father. In terms of mindset, having lived a century in his previous life, he had long become indifferent to the opinions of others, so he merely felt a tinge of pity for his father. For himself, it held little significance. At most, he was curious about which family this was. On the bed, Yi Fan once again donned a contemplative expression. Dragon's Eye Kyoto. Pitching. No, that is not right. After a moment, a thought suddenly struck him, and he sat up abruptly. a memory of a great upheaval surfacing in his mind. The Dragon's Eye disturbance. Could it be? The moment this term emerged, Ye Fan found it hard to believe. In his past life, a significant turmoil had erupted in Kyoto, roughly 4 years later. This upheaval nearly reached the core of the government. The cause was a rebellion led by a faction of Dragon's Eye wielders, which gained immense momentum and occupied several key positions in Kyoto. Ultimately, it was only due to the urgent return of several powerful individuals from the front lines that this rebellion was suppressed. All Dragon's Eye wielders were ruthlessly eliminated, and the rebels were exiled. This news had been suppressed at the time, and coincidentally, Ye Fan was attending university in Kyoto, having witnessed the turmoil firsthand. Later, the government announced that it was instigated deliberately by a dynasty organization, and he did not think much of it. However, now, as all the clues stacked up, the only event that conformed to this description was indeed that upheaval. The Dragon's Eye disturbance actually originated from the Yi family. Ye Fan inhaled sharply, recalling the benevolent elder Yi, a retired military magnate who had devoted his life to the nation. Such a figure would never incite a rebellion, unless, of course, Elder Yi had passed away. Although his health had been precarious, it was not so dire as to suggest he would not survive another 4 years. Ye Fan's speculations grew increasingly alarming. Someone must have orchestrated Elder Yi's demise and infiltrated the dynasty organization. This was nearly earth-shattering news. Families endowed with the Dragon Eye bloodline hailed from a lineage of illustrious dragon slayers, the very pioneers of this era. No one would suspect that their descendants would conspire to restore a feudal dynasty, a notion that was undeniably perilous. He resolved to warn his elder to be wary of those around him. Casting his gaze outside, he was suddenly startled by a dark shadow that flitted past, resembling a colossal avian beast soaring low. Woof, woof. Little Bai at the door sprang up, barking anxiously at the sky, as if sensing something amiss. Ye Fan furrowed his brow and swiftly rolled out of bed. Upon exiting his room, he encountered Yi Lingkong, who was about to open the door. Ye Fan pressed against it, lowering his voice. Father, you and mother stay inside. Do not emerge unless I call for you. Initially suspecting a threat, Yi Lingkong grew tense at his son's words, wishing to push the door open, but Ye Fan urged him once more, you must listen to me. All right, Yi Lingkong acquiesced, releasing his grip on the door. Outside, Ye Fan treaded lightly towards the courtyard, his steps quiet, unlike Little Bai who remained alert. He did not linger in the courtyard. Instead, he opened the door and ventured down a secluded street. Soon, under the moonlit sky, he found himself at a narrow alley. Before him lay a dead end. And at this moment, he halted, calling out, come out. Is it amusing to linger in the sky? With a thud, the sound echoed, followed by the flapping of wings. And a figure clad in black robes descended before Ye Fan. You are quite bold, he remarked, his gaze sweeping over the long-winged bird beside the robed figure. A frown creasing his brow, a Bronze Star elite beast that could still take flight. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Fan raised his hand. You do realize this area is under a flight ban, do you not? I am aware, but it is merely a fine. How many enforcers are awake at this hour? The black-robed figure replied, regarding Ye Fan with a hint of mockery. You certainly possess a commendable resolve to protect your family, bringing me to such a remote location. Indeed. Ye Fan nodded, scrutinizing the figure before him. Is there no one else in the dynasty organization to send? Just you? At this, the black-robed man's expression sharpened. Kid, you know of the dynasty organization? Otherwise, why would I have sent Deng Li to inform you? Ye Fan replied calmly. You have a knack for timing. Arriving just as I return home. What? Afraid to make a move at school? Are you provoking me, kid? The figure cloaked in black spoke. His gaze fixated on Ye Fan. I am well aware of your background. You are the son of the most inept member of the Yi family, and no one will come to your aid. I suggest you retract that statement. Ye Fan's tone suddenly turned frigid. Angered, the cloaked man taunted, but the truth remains. You possess quite the audacity, Ye Fan replied, and in the next moment, the hellhound emerged from the beast-taming space. Beast, ascend. Ye Fan raised his hand, channeling a radiant energy. Upon witnessing the towering hellhound before him, the cloaked man exhibited a flicker of surprise. A bronze 2-star? Yet, almost immediately he chuckled. Boy, I am not a novice like those in your school. With that, the cloaked man lifted his hand, gathering light. Beast, Gale. However, this luminescence did not envelop his beast, but rather dispersed outward. A fierce wind howled, tooling their hair. The force was so great that a sign from a barber shop at the alley's end was blown away, as if it were a mere ball. Such a talent capable of altering the weather was rare among C-class individuals. Ye Fan stood firm, sensing the atmospheric changes around him, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet another unique beast-taming talent. Individuals like this, if deployed as warriors on the front lines, could serve as exceptional assets for area disruption in battle. Ordinarily, they are indeed rare military assets. But now, this talent was being employed as a distraction for the purpose of murder. Is the restoration of the dynasty truly that alluring? Ye Fan mused, now resolute. If his opponent sought his life, he would not hold back. Little Fire, attack. A low, guttural roar erupted from the hellhound's maw as it sprang forward, nearly instantaneously pouncing upon the long-winged bird. The cloaked man reacted swiftly, vaulting onto the bird, which then soared into the sky once more. You cannot defeat me, boy. The cloaked man did not ascend too high, allowing Ye Fan to clearly hear his words. Long-winged bird, deploy featherfall. The cloaked man commanded, and in the next instant, the bird flapped its wings, its feathers appearing to be drawn forth like a multitude of small swords cascading from the heavens. Given the sheer volume, they blanketed the area surrounding Ye Fan for several meters, a sight that was nothing short of alarming. Clearly, the cloaked man understood that he could not afford to linger with Ye Fan. He unleashed the beast's skill the moment he arrived. A killing strike right from the outset. Humph. Ye Fan gazed at the sky filled with razor-sharp feathers yet smiled, almost as if he anticipated the cloaked man's words. As soon as the black-cloaked man finished speaking, Ye Fan let out a soft scoff and swiftly retreated. His speed was astonishing, evidently surpassing the cloaked man's expectations. This attack missed its mark, and in the sky, the cloaked man was momentarily taken aback as he watched Ye Fan emerge unscathed from the lethal range. You were quite right. You are not a novice like those in school. Ye Fan's voice rang out, but regrettably for the cloaked man, I am no novice either. The tactic of directly attacking the beast tamer through their beasts was one I have grown weary of. Standing amidst the gale, Ye Fan patted the hellhound beside him and let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, he had endured countless battles against beast tamers. Some were mere duels, while others were life and death struggles. His wealth of combat experience, marked by treachery and counter-treachery, was so profound that it rendered him capable of discerning the intentions of a young man effortlessly. This man, clad in a black robe and in his 20s, merely needed to shift his gaze for the truth to reveal itself. The skill known as Rain of Fallen Leaves, it seemed, could not be deployed a second time in quick succession. Observing the silent figure in the sky, Ye Fan spoke with a hint of mockery, suggesting that if the black-robed man intended to assassinate him, he would have to descend from above. Birds, in their predatory pursuits, often find themselves most vulnerable to retaliation. Do you dare to come? At these words, the black-robed man's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he regarded the fearless youth below, whose taunts unnerved him. From this fledgling, he felt an unsettling sensation akin to being chastised by a teacher who had uncovered his weaknesses. How could he be so confident that his long-winged bird could strike him down without consequence? For the first time, the black-robed man hesitated. Despite having set his sights on success, he understood that the aerial advantage of the long-winged bird was undeniable, yet if he delayed, it would not be long before he exposed himself. The most effective and swift course of action would be to attack. By choosing to strike, he was essentially gambling that Ye Fan would not seize the opportunity. What is the matter? Afraid? Ye Fan, having waited in vain for a response, allowed a smile to grace his features. I suggest you return swiftly. If you fail to eliminate me for too long, the enforcement team is likely to catch wind of your presence. I know you fear death. Fret not. I don't blame you. Damn it. The black-robed man seethed with anger upon hearing this, fully aware that Ye Fan was attempting to provoke him. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Long-winged bird, attack. In an instant, the long-winged bird spread its wings, its massive form gliding ominously toward Ye Fan, exuding an intimidating aura. Come. The black-robed man's voice rang out, laced with fury. He could not believe that a mere D-rank youth, armed with only a 2-star hellhound, could possibly retaliate against his long-winged bird amidst the tempest. This strike was destined to be lethal. As the howling winds filled the sky, Ye Fan, observing the approaching long-winged bird, suddenly chuckled. You claim to have thoroughly investigated my background, yet you remain oblivious to my nickname at school. With a swift change in demeanor, Ye Fan's expression turned cold. Little fire. Lock its throat. As he retreated, the hellhound sprang forth, its jaws opening wide. In that moment, the long-winged bird had yet to reach its target. He had anticipated my attack. The black-robed man's countenance shifted dramatically. He had fallen into a trap. Ye Fan had been biding his time for this very fierce confrontation. The long-winged bird, barreling straight ahead, could not possibly alter its course in such a brief span. With a deafening roar, the scene unfolded in a bizarre manner. In the very next heartbeat, the long-winged bird found its throat laid bare before the hellhound's mouth. With a thunderous thud, the long-winged bird was ensnared, its powerful momentum clashing with the desperate struggles, as both beast and bird plunged forward into the abyss. The figure clad in a black robe tumbled to the ground, his gaze fixed upon the long-winged bird, its throat ensnared. In haste, he raised his fist and charged forward. Observing this scene from a distance, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head once more. How could one claim to understand me so thoroughly without even knowing the skills of my beasts? As his words fell, Ye Fan lifted his hand again. Little fire, unleash overheated combustion. A roar erupted, and the hellhound was enveloped in a magma-like crimson hue, terrifying flames brewing within it. In an instant, it burst forth like a bomb. No. The black-robed man's eyes widened in horror as the flames surged toward him, engulfing him in the next heartbeat. Ye Fan stood firm, the wave of fire halting just shy of 5 centimeters from him. This was the limit of overheated combustion, and it was precisely why he had chosen to retreat moments earlier. From the moment the black-robed figure had opted to attack, Ye Fan had already envisioned the outcome. It was not the black-robed man's lethal strike, but his own. At such close range, even if the beast could withstand the onslaught, the Beastmaster would surely perish. Hiss. Soon, the flames dissipated, revealing a charred corpse and the remnants of a dark avian creature nearby. Well done, little fire, Ye Fan remarked, approaching the now weakened hellhound. He retrieved a spirit fruit, intending to offer it to the creature. The hellhound emitted a gentle sound of submission, but refrained from taking the fruit from Ye Fan's hand, nudging its head toward the ground instead, signaling for Ye Fan to place the fruit down. This was a habit learned recently from Little White, a refusal to eat from tables or accept food offered by human hands, embodying a clear sense of etiquette. Seeing this, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head, affectionately ruffling the hellhound's fur before feeding it the spirit fruit. You are my beast. In my eyes, you are my best companion. So there is no need for formalities. The hellhound responded with a playful nudge against Ye Fan. He then crouched down, observing the charred remains of the black-robed man. Smirking slightly as if delivering a eulogy, in your next life, remember not to provoke others without your parents. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause erupted from behind Ye Fan. What a remarkable duel between beastmasters. The voice startled Ye Fan, and he sprang to his feet, adopting a defensive stance, his body tensing. Fists clenched, veins prominent on his arms. Someone had approached him unnoticed. This was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Yet, upon turning to face the individual, Ye Fan was momentarily taken aback. Grandfather, what brings you here? As he spoke, Ye Fan's poised punch halted midair, creating an awkward pause. Didn't you ask me to come find you? Elder Yi replied with a smile. I happened to see this individual and wanted to gauge your beastmaster skills. I must say, I am quite astonished. He paused, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Fan, your prowess as a beastmaster seems far beyond that of a mere novice. Grandfather, you flatter me, Ye Fan responded, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards the venerable Yi Lao, who had served on the front lines for many years. I have encountered some remarkable fortuitous events. Fortuitous events? Yi Lao nodded slightly upon hearing this, refraining from further inquiries, yet a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. The good fortune of one's descendants is indeed a cause for celebration. Having fortuitous events is a blessing. One must seize such opportunities. Understood. Ye Fan nodded and gestured towards the corpse behind him. Do you not wish to know who that man was, who came to battle me today? Who? Yi Lao inquired, his gaze narrowing as he looked at the body. His eyes fell upon a scorched piece of clothing that seemed to bear an iron badge, emblazoned with a pattern resembling a character for king. Members of the dynasty organization? Yi Lao furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. I shall alert the higher authorities regarding the situation in Ping City. I do not recommend that course of action, esteemed elder, Ye Fan interjected, shaking his head. The presence of this individual at such a time signifies something of great importance, as you must surely comprehend. Ever since the emergence of beast tamers, various regions have intensified their control over them, regardless of Ping City's perceived backwardness. It is inconceivable that a beast tamer capable of flight could appear here so easily at this moment. 20 minutes have elapsed since our arrival, and even with the storm conjured by that cloaked figure, someone should have taken notice by now. Yet, there has been no sign of activity. It is evident that the enforcement agencies around Ping City, particularly near my residence, have deliberately concealed or ignored the appearance of this cloaked individual. This revelation caused Yi Lao to ponder deeply once more, yet soon he appeared somewhat enraged. The enforcement agency in Ping City has colluded with the dynasty organization. How dare they? Yi Lao, we have underestimated the dynasty organization, Ye Fan remarked from the side. From my previous understanding, the dynasty organization has consolidated all the underground factions in Ping City. They are not merely a visible force orchestrating a rebellion. They are simultaneously laying plans in numerous locations. In larger cities, this may be manageable, but in a place like Ping City, which is already lax in defense, it is likely that many enforcement agencies have been infiltrated, with some local families complicit as well. Today's cloaked figure is the perfect example. Unbelievable, Yi Lao replied, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He then turned to Ye Fan and suddenly asked, Fanner, how do you know about the dynasty organization? And it seems you have considerable insight? By chance, I stumbled upon some clues regarding this organization and uncovered certain information related to it. Ye Fan answered without hesitation. I see, Yi Lao nodded, glancing at Ye Fan with an expression that seemed sincere, casting aside any doubts. He proceeded to inquire. How did you ascertain that the dynasty organization has consolidated all the underground factions in Ping City? Upon hearing this, Ye Fan smiled, looking at Yi Lao with a hint of profundity. Yi Lao, we now occupy different heights, and thus our perspectives differ. You perceive the upper echelons of the dynasty organization, while I behold the very roots of this malignant entity. The words momentarily left Elder Yi at a standstill, but soon he regained his composure, displaying a smile as he nodded appreciatively at Ye Fan. Fanner, your insights are commendable. So, your suggestion is to avoid alarming them, is it? Indeed, Ye Fan affirmed. You must be aware of how cunning and troublesome the dynasty organization is. Once they sense danger, they will swiftly retreat. A couple of purges will hardly inflict any pain upon them. To truly strike at their core, we must seize the opportunity, tracing the roots and gradually unraveling the underground factions I am familiar with. The black-robed individuals we encountered were deliberately lured out by my means, revealing certain matters concerning law enforcement agencies. I can certainly continue to provoke them. As a mere bronze beastmaster, especially with you unwell, they will not regard me with much seriousness. Through repeated tests and provocations, by the time they realize what is happening, we will have already identified the individuals and organizations colluding with the remnants of the dynasty in Pingxing. At this point, Ye Fan's voice turned frigid as he glanced at Elder Yi and whispered, when that time comes, we shall sweep them all away, severing the roots. The coldness of his words, imbued with a steely resolve, even stirred Elder Yi's emotions. He gazed at Ye Fan, acutely aware of the remarkable transformation in his grandson, eager to inquire further, yet uncertain how to approach the subject. However, how can you ensure your safety? This time, they sent a bronze 5-star. Next time, it may very well be silver. Ultimately, Elder Yi refrained from asking more, and instead replied with gravity, do you require me to dispatch individuals to protect you discreetly? Elder Yi, you may send someone to safeguard my family, as the dynasty organization has always been despicable and may target them, Ye Fan responded. As for myself, you need not worry. Our teacher is a renowned powerhouse in Pingxing, and while I am at school, he will shield me. That arrangement is acceptable. Elder Yi was not one to hesitate. Ye Fan's words had clearly resonated with him, prompting a decisive response. Within a year, procure a detailed list for me, and I shall take care of it. He glanced at Ye Fan, his expression somewhat frosty as he added, as long as I remain in Pingxing. If the dynasty organization dares to extend its reach here, they shall pay a hefty price. Understood, Ye Fan nodded, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. With Elder Yi's support, his plan to eradicate the dynasty organization in Pingxing would be considerably more feasible. Now, Elder, it is time to discuss serious matters. Serious matters? Elder Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Regarding the treatment of your hidden ailment, Ye Fan began, a smile dancing in his eyes. Did you not come to see me for this very reason? At this, Elder Yi was taken aback, instinctively responding, Fanner, do you truly know how to treat my ailment? Of course, I happen to know some methods for countering the backlash of the dragon's eye, Ye Fan replied, turning his gaze toward Elder Yi. However, you must first disclose how you replenish the bloodline of the ancient lineage that resulted in your blood concentration exceeding the threshold. This, Yi Lao hesitated but did not conceal the truth, saying, I acquired a precious blood sample from a dragon lineage in a secret realm, and coincidentally, I recently obtained a formula on how dragon seers can enhance their bloodline. Thus I utilized the dragon blood. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan maintained a composed demeanor. Yet internally, he was somewhat astonished. To acquire dragon blood from such a secret realm, it undoubtedly indicated a high level of that realm. Entering such a place and obtaining dragon blood suggested that Yi Lao's strength was quite formidable, even within the upper echelons of the military. Fortunately, the method of replenishment involved direct supplementation through the blood. Ye Fan nodded. Generally speaking, the descendants of such a unique ancient bloodline, like the dragon seers, replenish their bloodline primarily through dragon lineage blood, although alternative methods do exist, including certain rare herbs, specialized beasts, or even unique ancient weapons, all of which could serve the purpose. Since this was the case, it would be relatively manageable. Ye Fan gestured with his finger, presenting two alternatives, one that yielded quick results but would incur some loss of strength, and another that was slower but would have minimal impact on one's power. Two methods. Yi Lao was momentarily taken aback. His backlash had persisted for quite some time, and he had consulted numerous physicians, none of whom could identify a remedy. Indeed, some treatments had exacerbated the condition, which was why he had been compelled to withdraw from the front lines so hastily. Indeed, Ye Fan replied with confidence. Both methods could effectively address the backlash from the Dragon Seer bloodline. It was merely a matter of Yi Lao's choice. This caused Yi Lao to hesitate for a moment before he inquired, what is the method that yields quick results? Bloodletting, Ye Fan answered succinctly. By employing a special technique, we can replace the dragon lineage blood within your body with ordinary human blood. This would lower the bloodline concentration below the threshold of backlash, thereby eliminating any adverse effects or damage. Yi Lao frowned slightly at the mention of a special technique, but refrained from probing further. Instead, he asked, would this method significantly diminish my strength? Certainly, Ye Fan affirmed with a nod. The Dragon Seer's prowess relies on their inherent strength, which is fundamentally rooted in their bloodline. Losing the bloodline naturally results in diminished capabilities. Upon hearing this, Yi Lao decisively shook his head. What about the method with slower results? This one is comparatively complex, requiring the use of a specific medicinal formula and necessitating a revision of your breathing technique. Yi Fan explained. A revision of the breathing technique? Yi Lao's brow furrowed once more at this revelation. The breathing technique is essentially the foundation for beast tamers. Their spatial manipulation and formidable combat abilities are largely attributed to their mastery of this technique. At advanced levels, it grants a multitude of capabilities, as exemplified by Ma Dei's acquisition of the thunder breathing technique, which, at its pinnacle, allows for attacks imbued with faint lightning. A revision of the breathing technique would severely diminish his combat abilities, making the loss seem greater than that of bloodletting. No, this is the optimal treatment plan. Yi Fan shook his head. The Dragon Eye practitioners do not rely on beast taming. Most modern Dragon Eye practitioners develop using similar breathing techniques as ordinary beast tamers. A growth strategy that is fundamentally flawed. The regimen I suggested to grandfather, involving the use of specific herbs and the modification of breathing techniques, is intended to transform him into a true Dragon Eye practitioner. Although his strength may temporarily decline once he adapts, he will emerge even stronger than before, a genuine Dragon Eye practitioner. Upon hearing this, Yi Lao's pupils contracted slightly, revealing his understanding of the true implications of Yi Fan's words regarding a genuine Dragon Eye practitioner. The original Dragon Eye practitioners honed their essence, their bodies akin to dragons, capable of splitting mountains with their might. Chapter 44. The 9 Transformations of the True Dragon. I choose the second option. Soon, Yi Lao nodded. The superiority of the two methods was evident at a glance. Good, Yi Fan replied, pausing momentarily as he gazed at Yi Lao across from him. Suddenly, he spoke. Grandfather, I now require you to invoke a blood oath through the Dragon Eye lineage, ensuring that you will not divulge the breathing method I imparted to you today in any form, nor will you harm me or my family in any way. The mention of a blood oath momentarily stunned Yi Lao. A blood oath is a vow directed at ancient species and those possessing ancient bloodlines. These ancient beings are considered favored by the heavens, inherently powerful, yet bound by certain constraints. Among these constraints is the blood oath itself, which, once invoked, becomes enshrined within the bloodline. Should one violate it, the bloodline will explode, and the transgressor shall perish. Initially, this oath was discovered by the first beast tamers as a means to subdue and control ancient species. In modern times, however, aside from those with ancient bloodlines, few are aware of its existence, as neither the beast nor the human with a bloodline would disclose the existence of such a binding vow. Grandfather, what I am about to reveal to you will send all Dragon Eye practitioners into a frenzy, Yi Fan asserted, meeting Yi Lao's gaze. It is not that I doubt you, but I must ensure the safety of myself and my family. Very well. Yi Lao did not press further. He closed his eyes. And soon, the sound of a dragon's roar filled the air. From his heart, a dragon-shaped emblem appeared. I, Yi Mao, vow by the essence of my bloodline, shall never divulge in any form. As Yi Lao completed the oath, the dragon's roar subsided, and the heart's dragon emblem glowed red before vanishing. This signified the establishment of the oath. With the oath in place, Yi Fan exhaled and said to Yi Lao, "This is not a suitable place. Let us converse at my home." Agreed. Yi Lao nodded, watching his grandson walk ahead, a flicker of confusion surfacing in his eyes. What could possibly be the breathing technique that would drive all Dragon Eye practitioners into a frenzy? Uncle, what brings you here? Inside the house. Upon seeing Yi Lao follow Yi Fan in, Yi Linkheng, seated upright in the hall, was taken aback. I have some matters to discuss with Fanner, Yi Lao coughed, glancing awkwardly at the small white figure beside Yi Linkheng. Father, mother, it's all fine now. You may return to rest. I have some important matters to discuss with grandfather, Yi Fan said, noticing Yi Lao's discomfort and smiling at Yi Linkheng and Lin Qingxia. Oh, very well then. Yi Linkheng nodded in agreement and turned to walk towards the room, while Lin Qingxia remained behind, politely saying, Uncle, you and Fanner take your time to talk. There is fruit on the table. All right, Yi Lao responded with a slight smile. As the door closed, the two entered Yi Fan's chamber. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression gradually turned serious. Uncle, what I am about to share is a technique practiced by the first generation of Dragon Eye practitioners, specifically designed for those with dragon bloodline heritage. This technique is called the True Dragon 9 Transformations, consisting of 9 levels. With each level mastered, the dragon blood within one's veins becomes more potent, and the physique endowed by the bloodline strengthens correspondingly. Upon reaching the higher levels, one can even wield power comparable to that of true dragons. Upon hearing the name True Dragon 9 Transformations, Yi Lao's expression shifted slightly. He recognized it as a breathing technique of the first-generation Dragon Eye practitioners. Is this technique part of your fortunate encounters? He inquired. No need for further questioning, Uncle. Yi Fan replied, a subtle depth glimmering in his eyes. In his previous life, he had slain a genuine Dragon Eye practitioner and acquired the true Dragon 9 transformations, which rendered him indifferent to the so-called Dragon Eye practitioners. He still held a degree of trust in Yi Lao, but it was not absolute. Hence the necessity for Yi Lao to swear an oath. The higher the realm of the beast tamers, the more enticing the items he could present, apart from his parents. He maintained a vigilant heart towards everyone else. Uncle, please pay close attention to the following technique. Yi Fan began to narrate the true Dragon 9 transformations. And as he spoke, Yi Lao focused intently, synchronously cultivating as per Yi Fan's words. As time passed, Yi Lao suddenly let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was a minor backlash from altering his breathing technique. After all, individuals of their caliber possessed considerable mastery over such techniques, and transitioning would incur certain costs. After this single drop of blood, Yi Lao's breath stabilized, and before long, he exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. Within them, golden light flickered, lingering for a while. I have successfully entered the first transformation of the true Dragon 9 transformations, Yi Lao announced, rising to his feet. A formidable aura surged forth from him, and then Yi Lao raised his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. This comfortable feeling has not graced me since I began to experience backlash. Congratulations, Uncle, Yi Fan said with a smile. Your strength is formidable. Although it has diminished slightly for now, once you achieve the second and third transformations, it will swiftly return, perhaps even surpassing your previous state. I can feel it. Yi Lao nodded, gazing at Yi Fan, whose demeanor remained composed and respectful. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. I also possess a prescription specifically targeting blood vitality, Yi Fan stated, procuring paper and pen to write down the prescription, which he then handed to Yi Lao. After scrutinizing the valuable prescription for a while, Yi Lao lifted his gaze and said, such a precious technique and a rare prescription. I cannot accept them without reciprocation. Fanner, whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. Once my strength is restored, even in the capital, I shall command a measure of respect. I can fulfill most of your wishes. I assure you, within the permitted conditions. I can procure 3 items for you. We shall discuss this later. Yi Fan shook his head, expressing his current weakness. Many items would be of no use to him at this moment. Once I reach Kyoto, should the need arise, I will seek your assistance. Very well. Yi Lao replied readily, now understanding why Yi Fan had previously insisted on making that vow. For a Dragon Eye wielder, the true dragon's 9 transformations held an irresistible allure. Even he himself would undoubtedly be captivated. Fanner, are you truly not coming with me to Kyoto? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Lao inquired once more. There is still over a year. We can certainly eliminate the royal organization in this place. You must have encountered extraordinary fortune, yet in a place like Ping City, it cannot be fully realized. I will go to Kyoto eventually, Yi Fan reiterated, but I have certain ties here in Ping City. I must fulfill my obligations before I can depart with a tranquil heart. Understood, I shall not press further. Yi Lao nodded, rising to his feet. In the time to come, I will ensure the safety of your family. Here is my communication talisman. Take it with you. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you will have a contingency. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan ceased to refuse and accepted the communication talisman, placing it within his bosom. As they reached the door, Yi Fan hesitated and finally spoke. Yi Lao, be cautious of those around you. These words caused Yi Lao to pause, turning back with a hint of confusion in his gaze. He was perceptive and, meeting Yi Fan's eyes, revealed a look of incredulity. Are you suggesting that the Yi family, Shu? Yi Fan gestured for silence, his eyes dark and profound. It is merely a conjecture. Just be more observant. Darkness is darkness, and light is light. One cannot disguise the truth, for there will undoubtedly be discrepancies. Chapter 45. Return Yi Fan. Has uncle left? At the doorway, seeing Yi Fan returning, Yi Linkheng stepped out of the room. He has departed, Yi Fan replied, glancing at Yi Linkheng. Father, I specifically instructed you not to come out. Why were you waiting in the living room with Xiao Bai? I was concerned for your safety, Yi Linkheng answered. Who knew that your esteemed uncle would come to find you? Hearing this, Yi Fan chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to disclose matters regarding the royal organization. Some truths were better left unspoken, sparing them undue worry. With his uncle's assurance, he felt at ease regarding his parents' safety. Thus, in the days to come, he could focus on contending with the school and the royal organization in Ping City. Father, please give the inferior transformation fruit to Xiao Bai and see how it evolves. An idea struck him, and he called to Xiao Bai, who was still stationed at the door. Xiao Bai dashed over, and Yi Linkheng promptly produced the inferior transformation fruit. In no time, 3 inferior transformation fruits were consumed by Xiao Bai, a radiant glow enveloping him. Before long, a beast with fur gleaming like steel stood before them, the Steel Hound. Observing the diminutive creature before him, which bore a striking resemblance to a hellhound, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging it as a formidable specimen among elite beast tamers. Steel Hound. The novel appellation surprised Yi Linkheng momentarily. However, He quickly shifted his gaze to the small white creature, calling out, Xiaobai. With a soft whimper, Xiaobai lowered its head and nuzzled against Yi Lincheng, signifying the bond between beast and tamer, which remains steadfast regardless of the beast's prowess. Yi Fan interjected, Father, in Pingcheng, you will undoubtedly be regarded as a commendable beast tamer. Indeed, Yi Lincheng responded with a nod, then turned to Yi Fan and remarked, by the way, your mother has consented to my continued role as a beast tamer. Really? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Doesn't Mom worry about you? She does, yet she still agreed. Yi Lincheng replied, a smile inadvertently gracing his face. She said she would accompany me. Is it because she fears you will indulge in drinking every day? Yi Fan quipped, a smile also appearing on his face. In his memories, his parents shared a harmonious relationship, having weathered the trials of a modest life while remaining deeply in love, a love that many would envy. Father, once you become a powerful beast tamer, please refrain from following the footsteps of our ancestors and marrying multiple wives. Yi Fan jested, recalling something amusing. How could I dare? Yi Lincheng quickly retorted, casting a glance toward the bedroom. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned closer to Yi Fan and whispered, one wife is more than sufficient for me. In Qinfeng village, as he observed an elderly man approaching from a distance, Yi Guihai displayed an expression of mild surprise. Father, where have you been at this late hour? I merely took a stroll, Yi Lao replied, glancing at Yi Guihai with a troubled demeanor. Guihai, what do you think of the dynasty organization? The dynasty organization? Yi Guihai was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, it masquerades as a revival of the ancient dynasty. Yet it is nothing more than a malevolent cult that harms the populace. Indeed, it is a nefarious organization, Yi Lao concurred, then sighed deeply. But why, I wonder? Do so many people choose to align themselves with it? This question left Yi Guihai in contemplation. Those valiant souls fought valiantly to dismantle the oppressive regime of the ancient dynasty, which was subjugated by ancient beasts and royalty. Countless generations have sacrificed themselves to thwart the return of those ancient beasts, who were exiled, yet constantly yearn for their return. We remain their heirs. Yi Lao spoke earnestly, emphasizing that this history should be known by all, particularly by families like theirs, who are descendants of the original dragon slayers and must not forget their legacy. I am aware of this, Yi Guihai nodded, observing his father's troubled expression. He softly inquired, Father, what troubles you today? Did you witness something unsettling? I witnessed the corruption of a local law enforcement agency and received an unexpected piece of advice, Yi Lao replied, turning to face Yi Guihai. Suddenly, he declared, Guihai, the Yi family does not permit any individual who betrays the glory of our ancestors to exist. Recently, you dispatched some trusted confidants to thoroughly investigate the detailed interactions of the Yi family over the past year. Any anomalies must be meticulously recorded, with each individual verified to determine if they are linked to the dynasty organization. Once confirmed, they shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Yi Lao's voice was not particularly harsh, yet his words bore the weight of thunderous intent. This ominous aura caused Yi Guihai, standing nearby, to shudder involuntarily, his expression swiftly changing. Clearly, Yi Lao implied that there was a traitor within the Yi family who had allied with the dynasty organization. I shall certainly uncover the truth, Yi Guihai responded, his brow furrowed. As the eldest son of the Yi family, he felt it was his duty to uphold the family's honor. Go, Yi Lao gestured, watching Yi Guihai depart. Suddenly recalling something, he added, Guihai, in the future, make an effort to engage with Lincheng and the others. This statement left Yi Guihai momentarily stunned. However, he quickly stiffly acknowledged and took his leave. Observing this scene, Yi Lao shook his head slightly. It was evident to him that Yi Guihai did not harbor significant malice towards Yi Lincheng. Rather, he was deeply concerned about preserving the Yi family's honor and could not bear to witness such a pitiful descendant of the Yi lineage, especially since Yi Lincheng was the last ember left by his renowned brother. Perhaps, in time, everything will change. Lost in thought, Yi Lao uttered a phrase, hands clasped behind his back, as he walked towards Qinfeng village, his frail silhouette seemingly carrying a hint of regret that drifted away with the wind. The ensuing days passed with tranquility, interrupted only once when the father of the chubby boy visited to express gratitude for Yi Fan's care at school. During this period, no other visitors arrived, and the dynasty organization had remained silent since their recent defeat. Father, during my time at school, please refrain from venturing alone into the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Fan cautioned Yi Lincheng before departing. You are unfamiliar with the habits and territorial ranges of those beast tamers. Engaging in combat could lead to unforeseen incidents. You may frequent the beast fighting arena in the city center, where beast tamers can compete, enhancing their skills and earning rewards. Understood. Yi Lincheng nodded, accepting Yi Fan's counsel. And remember to practice the breathing technique I provided. It is beneficial for your health. Eat well. There is no need to worry about finances. It will be more than sufficient. The spiritual herbs and fruits for Xiaobai should be adequate. I have stored them in my room. Just follow the list I prepared for feeding. Do not flaunt our wealth. Try to keep Xiao Bai's situation discreet. Although Pingcheng is small, the system is sound, and both beast tamers and ordinary citizens are protected. Typically, no one dares to provoke you. Should you encounter insurmountable trouble, feel free to call me. As he departed, Yi Lingheng and Lin Qingxia barely had the chance to exchange a few words, while Yi Fan meticulously imparted various instructions, from the grand to the mundane, until it was time for the vehicle to leave, at which point he bid farewell to the two. Take care of yourselves. I will return when I can. At the station, Yi Lingheng and Lin Qingxia stood together, watching the departing vehicle. With a sigh, they exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Yi Lingheng who broke the silence. I can't shake the feeling that our roles as parents and child have somehow swapped. He seems to be more talkative than we are now. Chapter 46. At the school gates, after a prolonged wait, Li Pengzi spotted Yi Fan's leisurely approach and hurried over. Yi Fan, why are you only arriving now? Didn't we agree to meet at 10 o'clock? Li Pengzi had returned 2 days earlier, and during Yi Fan's absence, he had endured relentless scolding from Pan Zhao. Typically, Yi Fan's presence kept Pan Zhao's scrutiny at bay. There were some matters on the road, Yi Fan replied, a hint of amusement in his eyes. When the dynasty organization made a move against him, he would not be foolish enough to wait for them to come knocking. As soon as he disembarked, he sought out a discreet location to summon Ma Deifi and inquire about the latest developments concerning the dynasty organization. Ma Deifi had limited information, but informed Yi Fan that the organization would soon dispatch a silver-tier beastmaster to initiate new plans. Reportedly because the envoy sent a few days prior had been secretly assassinated. The envoy in question, if nothing unexpected had occurred, was likely the bronze-tier beastmaster who had previously attempted to assassinate Yi Fan. What's the matter? Yi Fan inquired, observing the plump figure beside him. Nothing, just curious. Li Pengzi replied, nodding without pressing further. Instead, he pulled Yi Fan closer and whispered, Yi Fan, what's the current tier of your beast mastery? Bronze 4 stars, why? Yi Fan turned to face him, puzzled. The A grade from the elite class has returned to school, Li Pengzi responded in a hushed tone. He came back with a bronze tier beast, 2 of them actually, one being an elite level peak beast. Jie is back. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded in approval. That is excellent. Li Pengzi had initially intended to share a few cautious words, but upon seeing Yi Fan's apparent interest, he hesitated before eventually saying, he is quite formidable. Yesterday he shattered your previous record of 300 points, scoring over 370. Indeed, Yi Fan acknowledged with a nod. After all, as an A grade, one must possess a certain level of prowess to merit such a title. Aren't you worried? Li Pengzi asked. It feels like he could become your rival. What is there to worry about? Yi Fan replied, his gaze deepening as he looked at Li Pengzi. This city is far too small. Without a worthy opponent, it becomes quite tedious. Upon hearing this, Li Pengzi scratched his head, contemplating Yi Fan's expression. It seems my perspective has yet to broaden. Huh. You will eventually expand your horizons, Yi Fan affirmed, nodding as he regarded Li Pengzi with a hint of inquiry. What is the strength of your 2 beasts? Both are black iron 8 stars, Li Pengzi answered swiftly. I've been feeding them spiritual herbs and fruits according to your recommendations. Black iron 8 stars. You're nearing bronze, Yi Fan remarked, then produced a degraded mutation fruit. Here, take this degraded mutation fruit for your purple-striped snake. Your strength should elevate to a new level. Degraded mutation fruit. Upon seeing the inferior metamorphic fruit in Yi Fan's hand, Li Fatty expressed his surprise. How do you still possess this? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, stretching lazily. Let us proceed to the training device and retrieve my records. As they entered the school, a considerable number of individuals gathered in the training room upon hearing the news. Gasps of astonishment erupted when the Hellhound of bronze 4 stars made its appearance. How is this possible? In just 1 month, a bronze 4 stars? It surpasses Jie's beast mastery level by 2 tiers. Furthermore, he has acquired a new beast, implying he can control 2 beasts now? No. This Hellhound must have evolved from his previous fire dog. Yi Fan has proven formidable. Is he attempting to surpass Jie's score? Ascending through the ranks at the bronze level is no trivial feat, and whether one can even achieve 300 points remains uncertain. While discussions ensued behind him, Yi Fan wore a smile as he gazed at the beast manifested by the training device, shaking his head. Indeed, ascending to higher tiers presents greater challenges. But one must attain that level first. How difficult can a bronze-level beast be, especially one that he has painstakingly nurtured? Little Fire, showcase your abilities, he called out, observing the Hellhound in the distance. A low, guttural roar emanated as the Hellhound opened its mouth, flames surging forth. Witnessing the elite-level beast materialize from the training device, it unleashed flames like rays of light. The opposing beast appeared to freeze in place, failing to evade, and was enveloped in flames instantaneously. Soon, the fire subsided, revealing a charred remains of the training device beast. The air fell into a heavy silence, and after a moment, the device gradually displayed a score of 100. Many were left astounded by this display. What just transpired? Was that the Hellhound's skill? The fire-breathing ability is astonishing. Before the murmurs faded, the next beast emerged from the training device, and the Hellhound again unleashed its fiery breath, effortlessly obliterating this beast as well. At this point, many faces reflected disbelief. It can use its skills consecutively. What manner of creature is this? Wasn't it stated that most skills of bronze-level beasts can only be employed once within a short duration? Why can he continuously command his beast? Before long, the third beast appeared, yielding the same outcome. The fourth followed suit. 400. As the score materialized on the training device, Ye Fan nodded, deciding against further challenges, and waved for Li Fati to return. Turning around, he found the onlookers in a state of shock. Today a score is 400. Should anyone manage to exceed it, I shall return. Addressing the crowd, Ye Fan spoke slowly as he descended from the platform. Pan Zhao had also arrived, observing Ye Fan's descent from the stage, his gaze subtly shifting. This insufferable brat has encountered another fortuitous event. As a mentor, his perspective naturally diverged from that of the students. It was evident that the fire-breathing ability was not a skill inherent to the Hellhound. It is the very flame bloodline of the creature, inherently capable of spewing fire. Yet the majority of the power within this lineage can only be activated upon reaching the silver tier. This is precisely why silver is deemed the starting point. Only upon attaining silver does the bloodline shackles of the beast become unbound, thereby allowing one to harness various elemental powers, fire, water, thunder, falling stones, and so forth. What has he fed the beast to awaken the fiery essence within its bloodline, enabling the Hellhound to shatter its bloodline constraints even at the bronze tier? Pan Zhao felt a twinge of judgment and a hint of trepidation. There are indeed spiritual fruits capable of prematurely breaking the bloodline shackles, at least at the spiritual tier. Yet this lad is merely bronze. Where could he have procured spiritual-grade fruits? Teacher Pan. As Pan Zhao was lost in thought, Ye Fan had already approached him, greeting him with a slight smile. How do you find my performance? Are you satisfied? Quite so. Pan Zhao suppressed the tumult of emotions within, replying with a veneer of calm, yet could not restrain himself from asking, how did you achieve this? I obtained some good things, Ye Fan responded, a grin breaking across his face. It was only a few days prior that he had successfully unlocked the ability for the Hellhound to manifest its bloodline attributes. This was a scheme he had long orchestrated, having prepared fiery fruits and subsequently cultivated several types of spiritual fruits, such as jade fruits and flame mushrooms, specifically tailored for the Hellhound within the beast space. These spiritual fruits accelerate the growth of the beast, although the enhancement for a bronze-tier creature may be marginal. The pivotal factor lies in the activation of the bloodline shackles. Each spiritual fruit consumed loosens these shackles, and with the accelerated flow rate of 30 to 1 in the beast space, the time was ample to unfasten the restraints ahead of schedule. While the overall power may not have seen a significant increase, the activation of the flames is tangible, and the resultant lethality is unmistakable. With this newfound ability, your Hellhound will be formidable even before reaching the silver tier, Pan Zhao remarked, a glimmer of delight illuminating his gaze. Just days prior, he had witnessed Jijia's beast in combat, and had been concerned that Ye Fan would be overshadowed upon his return. Yet now, Ye Fan had showcased capabilities beyond his tier. Even if the fire abilities at the bronze tier are not overwhelmingly powerful, they are sufficient for him to dominate in bronze tier beast confrontations, not to mention Ye Fan's own formidable combat experience. What does it matter if you possess an A-grade terrifying enhancement and an elite peak beast? Every strike I deliver feels akin to wielding a beast skill. How will you counter that? In just a few days, the monthly secret realm will commence. Looking at Pan Zhao, Ye Fan wore a faint smile. I hope for greater rewards. Chapter 47, Resentment's Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's expression subtly shifted as he glanced at the 400 points displayed on the podium, a realization dawning upon him. Ye Fan had rushed directly to this training apparatus upon his return, indicating that he was likely aware of Jijia's arrival. He aimed to suppress this A-grade talent, which had not emerged in Ping City for decades. In this secret realm, Jijia will also be present, accompanied by his 2 formidable beasts. Exercise caution should you encounter him. Understood, Ye Fan nodded. Observing Ye Fan, Pan Zhao felt a tinge of concern and hesitated before speaking. The talent of an A-class Beastmaster is exceptionally terrifying. Do not let a momentary clash of egos cloud your judgment. I will not engage in a rivalry driven by pride, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head, though a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. At this juncture, Pan Zhao refrained from further discourse, watching Ye Fan depart with Li Pangzi, his expression tinged with surprise. He distinctly sensed Ye Fan's animosity towards Jijia. This hostility felt more akin to the rivalry he shared with Jiang Hong rather than mere competition between students. It struck him as strangely familiar. Their developmental paths should scarcely intersect. What could possibly account for such intense enmity? Jileida, how is the strength? Is it appropriate? In the Yingzhi class, Jijia sat at his desk, where a sycophant was eagerly massaging his shoulders. This sycophant was no ordinary individual. He hailed from a family of considerable means and possessed remarkable beast mastery talent. Yet, in the presence of a genius like Jie, he maintained a subservient demeanor. Before Jie was not just a gifted individual, his lineage was also extraordinarily prominent. He should have been studying in the capital, yet for reasons unknown. He found himself in Pinqing for high school. It's satisfactory, Jie replied calmly from his seat, shaking his head at the throng of admirers surrounding him. Pinqing was too small, too backward. These individuals were regarded as the most talented beast masters of their cohort, yet in his eyes, they were insignificant. The scions of prestigious families from the capital, irrespective of their talents, could easily outshine them with the use of spiritual fruits and herbs, ensuring they never fell behind at the starting line. However, in Pinqing, at this stage, there wasn't even a single bronze-level beastmaster to pique his interest. What about Ye Fan? Has he returned to school? Jie suddenly inquired, a thought crossing his mind. Not sure, but he should be back soon. The secret realm is about to commence, came the reply. Before the words could settle, a figure burst in. Ye Fan is back. He shattered Jileada's record in the training room, scoring 400 points, and declared that anyone who can break that record will be challenged. Two voices rang out like thunder, causing several individuals to rise, their expressions filled with astonishment. For 100 points? A bronze-level beastmaster. How could anyone possibly achieve such a score? Jie, too, appeared taken aback for a moment, but swiftly composed himself. What was the nature of the battle? He inquired. It was quite effortless, the individual replied, breathlessly. He possesses a hellhound, seemingly evolved from the previous Fire Hound, capable of incessantly unleashing fire breath as a beast skill. The training device could not recognize it, and was swiftly defeated in a single strike. Incessantly unleashing fire breath. Jie's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. However, being from a prominent family himself, Jie's perspective was naturally broad. It was likely that he had chosen the Fire Hound, utilized spiritual fruits to optimize its evolutionary path, and employed special spiritual fruits at the bronze level to unlock the bloodline restraints of the Hellhound in advance. In this manner, the Infernal Hound's fire-based abilities were unleashed, granting it a significant advantage among the bronze-tier beast tamers. This Ye Fan exhibits a certain audacity. He must have someone guiding him. A smile flickered across Jie's face as he remarked, truly worthy of being a direct descendant of that esteemed figure, even in such decline. He can still exert some pressure on me. Direct descendant of that esteemed figure? Upon hearing this, a nearby student displayed a peculiar expression. Wasn't Ye Fan merely a student from an ordinary family? I heard his parents ran a restaurant in the western district of Pinqing. What do you know? Jie scoffed, then rose to his feet. Prepare yourselves. Perhaps we will encounter each other in the secret realm. You are all prodigies from Pinqing. Do not fall behind that portly fellow beside Ye Fan. Others already possess 2 beasts, all of which are of the black iron high tier. Ye Fan, how have you been at home lately? In the dormitory, Li Fati looked at Ye Fan and sighed. You have no idea. Ever since my father discovered my prowess with beast taming, he drags me around to visit relatives, boasting to everyone. If it weren't for me, he would have thrown a banquet. After all, your family has never produced a beast tamer. It's only natural for your father to be a bit overjoyed. Ye Fan nodded, a hint of jest in his tone. Do not lose yourself in the flattery of common folk. You are now a beast tamer. Understood. I must maintain perspective, Li Fati replied. Oh, you've even learned to answer back. Ye Fan chuckled, surveying the room with a smile. How is your practice of the gluttonous law? You should be on the verge of opening your 3rd beast space. Ye Fan, your insight is remarkably sharp, Li Fati responded. Scratching his head, I had intended to show off a bit. Next time, do remember to mention it earlier. Ye Fan nodded slightly. At this point, the advantages of the gluttonous law began to manifest. Many beast tamers had yet to unlock their 2nd beast space, while the portly one had already opened his 3rd and would likely achieve his 4th within months. Victory through quantity. That is the essence of the gluttonous law. In a few years, Li Fati should possess 7 or 8 beasts. Gaining admission to a university would be effortless. Let us make haste to the beast taming forest tomorrow. I shall contract a bronze-tier serpentine beast for you, Ye Fan proposed, adding, coincidentally, I am also in need of a new beast. Ye Fan, have you opened your 2nd beast space as well? Li Fati inquired, somewhat astonished. I have, Ye Fan confirmed, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. His space was not tiered, but rather a vast expanse, unrestricted in the number of contracts. However, Ye Fan would not make random contracts. He sought only the finest quality and the most harmonious pairings, progressing steadily towards the most impeccable combinations. That sounds splendid. You have no idea. While you were away these past few days, I ventured alone into the Silver Moon Forest and was chased by bronze-tier beasts for several kilometers on multiple occasions. Li Fati spoke, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why do I feel that when I accompanied you, those beasts were so docile and never attacked recklessly? Once you have become thoroughly acquainted with the various scents of the beasts and familiarized yourself with their territorial ranges, habits, and distinct attack patterns. You will be able to achieve mastery. Ye Fan replied, this is how one becomes familiar. He continued, the Beast Encyclopedia. Just remember the contents of this book, which costs around 50 yuan a volume, and you should be fine. Upon hearing this, Li Fatty scratched his head. Isn't that what we learned in middle school? Indeed. Ye Fan affirmed, that book is several thousand pages thick. Li Fatty huffed, is there a simpler method? There is a simpler approach, Ye Fan nodded, which involves venturing out more. Once you've been gored by an aggressive rhinoceros a few times, you'll likely become quite familiar. Goodness. Isn't that akin to Shin tasting every herb, but for beast tamers? Li Fatty shook his head repeatedly, and then glanced at Ye Fan. I think I'd rather stick with you, Ye Fan. It's safer and more reliable. You can certainly accompany me, Ye Fan smiled. But you must put in the effort and not let down my expectations. I hope we can be partners fighting side by side. You understand, right? Of course. Li Fatty nodded vigorously, looking at Ye Fan. If only Pan Zhao spoke like you do, that would be wonderful. His words are always harsh, berating me as if my beasts were nothing but dung. He scolds me daily, and it makes me question my very existence. His scolding is for your own good. Ye Fan chuckled helplessly. I know he means well, but his words are so harsh, it feels as though he fears I might thank him, Li Fatty replied. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. Ye Fan, do you think Pan Zhao's unpleasant tone is the primary reason for his continued singleness? He must have been quite the blunt fellow in his youth, likely not appealing to any girls. At the entrance, Pan Zhao, poised to knock, froze mid-action. His arms suspended in the air, veins bulging. My singleness is due to other reasons. Who can say they had no admirers in their youth? I was quite popular. Thank you very much. Chapter 48. The Rock Python. The next day, the two rose early and made their way to the Silver Moon Forest. Fatty, what has your purple patterned snake evolved into? Ye Fan inquired during their journey. The Soul Serpent, Li Fatty summoned his beast, revealing a small, dark snake adorned with red spots. Impressive, Ye Fan remarked, observing the creature. The Soul Serpent is quite a formidable species among snakes, possessing long fangs and a potent venom. At the bronze level, it is likely to acquire ambush skills, and upon breaking the bloodline shackles at the silver level, its venom will become extraordinarily powerful, with the possibility of harvesting toxins for the creation of top-tier poisons. And what about my black flame snake? Fatty pressed. At the bronze level, it is likely to learn stealth or enhance its own defensive abilities, Ye Fan nodded. Upon reaching the silver level and breaking the bloodline shackles, the black flame snake will be able to utilize some fire-based skills, which is also quite impressive. Hearing this, Li Fatty lamented. It seems the black flame snake is quite the catch. He then asked, what exactly are bloodline shackles? To elaborate would be intricate, but you can understand it as a threshold. Upon reaching a certain level, your beast will gain additional abilities, Ye Fan explained. Understood, Li Fatty replied. Li, the chubby one, nodded thoughtfully and glanced back. What are you looking at? Someone asked. I'm checking if Pan Zhao followed us, he replied, absent-mindedly touching the large bump on his head, a consequence of being caught cursing Pan Zhao in the dormitory the previous day. I can't shake the feeling that Pan Zhao is spying on us. Every time I scold him, he seems to know. Last time, I mentioned that I would surpass him and let my grandmother challenge him with her beasts. When I returned, he always taunted me with, go on, call your grandmother over. Don't you think Pan Zhao is a bit abnormal? Maybe he has some peculiar preferences? Don't say that, Ye Fan interjected, his eyes filled with exasperation. It was no wonder Pan Zhao often berated the chubby one. Whenever they ventured out, Pan Zhao would covertly keep watch, listening to the chubby one's every word. Just those two remarks alone could fuel Pan Zhao's teasing for an entire week. Chubby, what are your thoughts on a third beast? Ye Fan asked as he surveyed the Silver Moon Forest, while also observing Li. At that moment, Li, still nursing the bump on his head, hesitated before responding. Ye Fan, just help me choose. I can't make your choices for you forever. Ye Fan shook his head, a hint of seriousness in his gaze. You must carve out your own path and learn to think for yourself. Li paused, absorbing Ye Fan's words, and then nodded. I have two beasts, a black flame serpent, which has decent defense but average attack, and a soul serpent, which is highly toxic but quite frail. What I need now is a beast with formidable offensive capabilities. What do you mean by formidable offense? Ye Fan pressed for clarification. I mean great strength, preferably a large physique, Li replied. What type of serpentine beast fits that description? I'm not sure of the exact breeds, Li scratched his head, but I think a python would be best. It doesn't necessarily have to be venomous, as long as it enhances my combat ability. The two I currently have mostly rely on your hellhound when you're around to be effective. If I can get a beast that can take the front lines, my team will be well-rounded, with offense, defense, and poison. Hearing this, Ye Fan nodded in agreement. You see, as you contemplate your beasts, your path toward the future will gradually become clearer. What you perceive on your own differs from what others illuminate for you. I think I understand a bit now, Li scratched his head again. So, should I capture beasts following this structure? Yes, and you can add some variations, Ye Fan replied. For instance, consider whether to include a winged serpent for aerial combat, or perhaps a treasure-hunting beast that lacks combat prowess. All these choices depend on your vision. You're practicing the Dowdy method. Having a sufficient number of beasts will cover all your weaknesses. Understood, Lee nodded vigorously, looking at Ye Fan. But finding pythons in this forest will be quite a challenge. Fortunately, it's not impossible. Ye Fan responded, following the hellhound, his pace quickening as they moved forward. Lee Fatty trailed behind, while two serpentine beasts swiftly glided through the grass nearby. As they matured, the duo's hunting synergy had significantly improved, and along the way, they occasionally hunted some spirit beasts guarding the spiritual herbs. Now, they traversed the outskirts of the forest with ease, and even within the inner regions. It was rare for spirit beasts to impede their path. Soon, they passed through a thicket, parting the underbrush ahead, revealing a lengthy river, the dark river of the Silver Moon Forest. Observing the waterway, Ye Fan nodded discreetly and turned to Lee Fatty, stating that a certain type of python favored resting along the banks of such dark rivers. Following this river, they should be able to locate it with relative ease. Is it that type of python? Lee Fatty asked, extending his hand to point ahead. Ye Fan followed his gaze and saw a large stone above the river, where a grayish python coiled, seemingly at rest. That's it, the rock python, he affirmed, recognizing the creature that resembled a massive tiger. This spirit beast was of elite caliber, possessing a robust physique, a colossal size, and formidable attack power, capable of ensnaring even a gray rhinoceros larger than itself, precisely the kind of spirit beast they desired. It looks quite intimidating, Lee Fatty remarked, yet he silently summoned his two spirit beasts. This rock python was not of a high level, merely a black iron 7-star, evidently not having matured for long. You shall tame this spirit beast yourself, Ye Fan declared, observing as Lee Fatty directed his two spirit beasts to launch an assault on the rock python. The two elite-level black iron 8-star spirit beasts were comparable in both level and grade, making this task manageable for Lee Fatty. No problem, he replied, clearly brimming with confidence. However, as the battle commenced, Ye Fan shook his head at Lee Fatty's flawed command of his spirit beasts. Each beast alone could contend with the rock python, yet together they struggled merely to engage it. While the rock python had the advantage of size, Lee Fatty's command was rather lacking. No wonder teacher Pan Zhao scolded him daily, Ye Fan mused, feeling somewhat helpless. Although it had not been apparent before, Lee Fatty's shortcomings became glaringly obvious when he fought alone. His tactics and combat awareness in beast battles were indeed quite poor. Yet, at least he was making progress. Recalling how Lee Fatty had struggled to command two spirit beasts during their first encounter, a smile returned to Ye Fan's face. The inadequacy of the spirit beasts mattered little. After all, everyone requires time to grow. Boom. After a while, the rock python fell to the ground under the assault of the two serpentine spirit beasts, offering little resistance against Lee Fatty's spirit beast contract. Defeating and then taming an opponent provided the highest success rate for capture. Spirit beasts possess intelligence. When approached with the intent to tame, they weigh the benefits of following you. However, when subdued, their choice is simply between life and death. I'm so exhausted. Lee Fatty exhaled. After a hard-fought effort, Fat Lee finally subdued the rock python, taking a deep breath as he approached Ye Fan, a smile gracing his face. At last, I have my third beast companion, he declared. With that, Fat Lee summoned the imposing rock python, which materialized beside him, prompting a nod of approval from Ye Fan. In the future, you should differentiate the spiritual fruits you cultivate for your beasts. Allocate those that enhance defense or possess fire attributes to the black flame serpent, while those that strengthen size and weight should be given to the rock python. Among serpent-type beasts, size reigns supreme. The stronger they are, the larger they grow. Fat Lee nodded thoughtfully. How enormous must a dragon python be then? Hearing this, Ye Fan smiled and gestured towards the dark river before them, which was twice as wide and 3 times as long. Goodness, how colossal would that be? If it were to appear, it could easily crush an entire building. Indeed, Ye Fan agreed, his expression turning serious as he seemed to ponder something. However, beasts of such magnitude will never have the opportunity to manifest in the realm of ordinary humans. Why is that? Fat Lee inquired. It is chronicled in history. Ye Fan replied. Before the modern era, there existed ancient feudal dynasties whose rulers revered powerful beasts, jointly subjugating and exploiting the common folk. Subsequently, the emergence of the first beastmasters disrupted this balance, igniting a wave of rebellion. Eventually, the dynasty fell, and those ancient beasts were either exiled beyond the realm or retreated into hidden sanctuaries. It was a prolonged tug-of-war, even to this day. The front line continues to battle those ancient beasts. None of the formidable ancient beasts can breach these defenses, which is why we enjoy a peaceful and harmonious modern society. Is that so? Fat Lee mused. So the reason we seldom encounter powerful beastmasters is that they have all gone to the front line? Most of them, yes. Many also seek strength by exploring secret realms, Ye Fan answered, shaking his head. Since the revival of spiritual energy thousands of years ago, this world has transformed. We are all striving to attain a sanctuary. It sounds as though we have uncovered some hidden truths. Fatly scratched his head. With so many powerful individuals emerging over such a long period, why have we not completely annihilated the ancient beasts beyond our realm? Beasts reproduce as well. The early pioneers of humanity exhausted their strength in the expulsion efforts. If it had been feasible, they would have eradicated them during the initial era, Ye Fan explained, shaking his head again. Moreover, it is often difficult for people to unite. Not everyone is willing to fight on the front line, and many harbor ulterior motives, seeking to subvert this world. Internal strife is severe, and external warfare has reached a stalemate, which is detrimental to humanity. 500 years ago, we advanced over 1,000 kilometers into their territory, yet now we have been pushed back, confined to skirmishes within 100 kilometers of the border. Are we regressing then? Fatly pondered aloud. At this rate, will there come a day when those expelled ancient beasts return? That will not happen. The higher-ups are making efforts. Ye Fan responded, determined to eradicate the insidious cult that thrives on internal strife, to unearth extraordinary talents, and to fervently encourage the development of beast tamers. Things will improve. Hearing this, Li Fati nodded, proclaiming, in the future, I too shall fight on the front lines. Then you must first strengthen yourself at the black iron level. You're not even considered cannon fodder on the battlefield. Ye Fan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right, it's time to seek the beast I desire. What kind of beast do you want? Li Fati's expression brightened with curiosity. You'll find out once we arrive. Ye Fan replied with a mysterious smile as he ventured into the forest. Li Fati quickly followed suit, and the two of them navigated the woods, gathering spiritual herbs and fruits while vanquishing some beasts along the way. Ye Fan, we are approaching the heart of the forest, Li Fati said, a hint of concern in his voice as he observed Ye Fan's unwavering advance. Once we reach the core, silver-tier beasts will be lurking about. No worries. They should be nearby, Ye Fan assured, nodding as he slowed his pace, moving cautiously through the underbrush. Li Fati mimicked him, reducing his speed as well. The only sounds in the jungle were the chattering of insect-like beasts. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, and Ye Fan's voice pierced the air. Fati, take cover. Startled by the command, Li Fati hesitated momentarily, but the sharp sensation prickling his back compelled him to leap into the nearby bushes without a second thought. A piercing shriek echoed through the air as Li Fati looked up to see a massive eagle-like beast narrowly miss him, its talons nearly grazing his skin. Failing its attack, the eagle swiftly ascended, soaring high above. Indeed, it is here, Ye Fan's voice rang out beside him, the Gale Eagle, a bronze 6-star beast at the pinnacle of elite rank. Fati, move aside. I intend to engage this Gale Eagle in a proper battle. The mention of elite pinnacle and bronze 6-star sent chills down Li Fati's spine, prompting him to roll into the bushes for safety. Ye Fan, do you require assistance? He inquired from his hiding place. No need. This Gale Eagle is quite formidable, and your beast is far too weak. Just stay hidden, Ye Fan instructed, gazing upwards where he could faintly discern a figure flitting through the trees. It's observing me, searching for my weaknesses. Standing firm, Ye Fan subtly beckoned, summoning his hellhound to his side, its ears perked and alert. Suddenly, the wind stirred again as the Gale Eagle swooped down, its wings unfurling like a vast shadow, its immense presence bearing down with overwhelming force. This was no ordinary attack. Ye Fan remained steadfast, feeling the surrounding grass crushed flat under the sheer pressure of the wind. A sacrificial assault, he muttered, recognizing the beast's technique. In a swift motion, he pivoted his body. In an instant, a pair of gleaming talons slashed through the air before him, tearing up a substantial patch of earth. Little fire, unleash a fiery assault upon it, Ye Fan commanded as the Gale Eagle missed its target. Roar! The hellhound opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. However, this fiery assault was rendered ineffective as the Gale Hawk, with its remarkable speed, deftly evaded the attack, soaring back into the air. Soon after, the Gale Hawk dove down once more, this time crashing into a nearby sapling, its claws leaving deep imprints upon the bark. Had it made solid contact, not even Ye Fan, let alone the hellhound, would have stood a chance. This creature proved to be a formidable adversary. Watching the hellhound's attack miss once again, Ye Fan gritted his teeth, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. The Gale Hawk was a flying beast, characterized by its astonishing speed and formidable offensive power, possessing an expansive field of vision, perfect for Ye Fan's needs. I must capture this Gale Hawk. With that thought, Ye Fan gazed skyward, calming his mind and regulating his breathing. Ground to sky, the principle remained. When the opponent dove, it was the prime opportunity for a decisive strike. Little fire, retreat a bit, Ye Fan commanded, shifting his stance and fixing his gaze directly above him. The hellhound complied, sensing the pressure exerted by such a fierce beast. Here, Ye Fan halted beside a stone and suddenly enacted a weightless backward fall. The Gale Hawk, of course, would not let such an opening pass. almost within a second. It descended rapidly from the heavens, its claws aimed directly at Ye Fan's head. It has arrived. As the eagle's talons loomed larger in his vision, Ye Fan inhaled deeply, feeling as though his heart had momentarily ceased. Mere centimeters away, the talons grazed Ye Fan's throat, and at that instant, he swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to the Galehawk's head. With a dull thud, the impact was substantial. After a month of training in the beast-taming realm, Ye Fan's physical strength had attained the level of 7 or 8 stars in black iron. The strike sent the Galehawk reeling, crashing heavily against a nearby rock. Now, little fire, lock its throat, Ye Fan commanded, and the Hellhound responded with a fierce howl, leaping onto the Galehawk's back and sinking its teeth into it. This was clearly not a fatal blow. The Galehawk struggled, its wings unfurling as a faint glow began to emanate from them. This indicated the activation of its innate ability, which often bore tremendous power and could unleash devastating damage once employed. I advise you not to proceed. Ye Fan's voice pierced the moment, interrupting the Galehawk's incantation. Its movements abruptly halted, leaving it in a state of confusion. This interruption was due to the Hellhound, whose fiery breath was intensifying around its grip on the Galehawk's throat. Before you unleash your innate ability, my Hellhound is more than capable of incinerating your throat. Ye Fan squatted down, observing the Galehawk's piercing gaze fixed upon him, and remarked, "You are a born jungle hunter, endowed with remarkable speed and offensive prowess. Yet, there is one crucial aspect that a hunter must never overlook, the strength of the prey." Chapter 50. Taming in the heart of the jungle, there exists no true hunter. Perhaps, in one moment, you are the prey, and in the next, your roles may dramatically reverse. Once again, Ye Fan extended his hand, conjuring a mystical array for the Beastmaster's contract. "Submit, for you have no other choice." The Gale Eagle, with its proud neck arched and keen eyes fixed upon its adversary, remained reluctant to imprint its mark. It was only when the flames from the Hellhound's maw surged forth that it finally yielded, emitting a piercing cry. In the next instant, the contract was sealed, and it was whisked away into the Beastmaster's realm. A smile graced Ye Fan's face as he raised his hand, summoning the Gale Eagle. At that moment, a flicker of human-like astonishment gleamed in the eagle's eyes. Clearly, it had beheld the vast expanse of spiritual herbs and fruits within Ye Fan's domain, a sight it had never encountered, having battled for survival in the perilous Silver Moon Forest. "Follow me. This shall not tarnish your dignity. Rather, it is the beacon of your future glory," Ye Fan spoke, lifting his arm. The Gale Eagle hesitated momentarily in the air before swiftly descending, folding its wings, and alighting upon Ye Fan's shoulder. With a smirk, Ye Fan summoned the Hellhound to his side, gently stroking its head before turning his gaze toward the bushes where Li Fatty lurked. "Fatty, come out." "Wow, Ye Fan. You are truly formidable," Li Fatty exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. He had witnessed the entire confrontation between Ye Fan and the Gale Eagle. The tension had been palpable, and he felt his heart race at the thought of Ye Fan making even a single misstep that could have led to his demise at the talons of the eagle. Yet, throughout the ordeal, Ye Fan had stood his ground, with no obstacles in sight, save for that final, decisive blow that secured his victory. His confidence was terrifying. "The stronger the beast you seek to tame, the more you must exhibit your own strength," Ye Fan replied, patting the Gale Eagle on his shoulder. He beckoned to Li Fatty, declaring, "Let us depart. Today, we have gathered our beasts. Now, let us procure some spiritual herbs and fruits before returning." "Oh right." Li Fatty nodded, somewhat dazed as he walked beside Ye Fan, occasionally glancing at the Gale Eagle perched on his shoulder, still feeling as though it were a surreal experience. Just a month prior, Ye Fan had only recently acquired the Hellhound, yet now, a mere month later, he had faced and vanquished such a formidable beast, without even employing its innate abilities. At the pinnacle of elite tier, this was indeed the finest beast an ordinary person could hope to command. "When will I ever be as strong as you, Ye Fan?" Li Fatty mused, trailing behind. "I feel as though our disparity has only widened since before." "Do not be disheartened. Your path is distinct from mine," Ye Fan responded. "Perhaps you see me as powerful now, but in a few years, you may find my strength less impressive. Look ahead. You are the first in this cohort to possess 3 beasts, which makes you an extraordinary talent in your own right. Do not belittle yourself. But it is your teachings that have empowered me," Li Fatty replied. "Your skills are but one aspect. It is ultimately your own determination that will shape your future." Ye Fan replied, casting a serious glance at Li Pangzi, and remarked, "The same cultivation technique may not yield results for others even after a lifetime of practice. Your achievements in such a short span of time are a testament to your potential. Remember how Deng Chong once humiliated you? Now, do you still regard him with any respect? You must have confidence." Li Pangzi nodded, clenching his fist in self-encouragement. "I too can become a formidable force." "Exactly," Ye Fan affirmed, a trace of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Truth be told, Li Pangzi's current prowess is quite commendable among the newcomers. However, His timid and insecure demeanor has been shaped by years of feeling inadequate. A person who cowers in fear can hardly evolve into a true warrior. Hence, Ye Fan often shares motivational words with him, guiding him towards becoming a strong individual. Moreover, he resolved to share this philosophy of strength with his father upon returning home. A smile graced Ye Fan's face as he ventured into the forest, contemplating the seeds he had sown, whether for his friend or concerning the dynasty organization. It wouldn't be long before these seeds would take root and flourish. Meanwhile, in the forest behind, Pan Zhao furrowed his brows as he observed Ye Fan, who was effortlessly maneuvering between the trees. During the recent battle, he had nearly intervened multiple times. The swift and lethal Gale Eagle posed a significant threat. Ye Fan's combat style, while audacious, was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Although Ye Fan ultimately tamed the Gale Eagle, Pan Zhao felt dissatisfaction with his reckless approach. He understood that while this young man possessed an extraordinary combat intuition, instincts are not infallible, and the unpredictable nature of battle could alter outcomes dramatically. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. If he continues to gamble with his life, does he not value it? He resolved to have a word with him. Yet, in the same breath, Pan Zhao couldn't help but commend Ye Fan. This kid truly is astonishing. It feels as though his progress is terrifyingly rapid. A hellhound with its bloodline shackles broken at the bronze level, coupled with a peak elite bloodline Gale Eagle, such a combination rivals even that boy from the G family. In fact, his beast mastery level is even higher. He possesses a formidable aerial combat beast like the Gale Eagle. In terms of combat power, he could easily surpass his opponents. At this point, Pan Zhao expressed his astonishment, a peculiar smile flickering in his gaze. That scoundrel Jiang Hong, who believed that possessing an A-grade beast would ensure his superiority over others, would surely be taken aback to witness a D-grade individual overshadowing his prideful A-grade beast. Ah, and that Li Yu, he is rather impressive as well. Having opened 3 beast mastery spaces, just a few days ago, when I inquired about it, he refused to divulge any details. This rascal, does he not trust even his own mentor aside from Ye Fan? As night fell, Ye Fan and Li Pangzi concluded their day's hunting. At their current level, their pursuits primarily revolved around bronze-tier beasts, with several low-star bronze creatures and numerous 5- and 6-star ones to be found. Today, you single-handedly hunted the bronze beast. How does it feel? Ye Fan teased as he observed the plump figure beside him tallying his spoils. Not bad. The bronze level seems rather underwhelming. Li Baozi scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. But after all, I had 3 against 1, which feels a bit unfair. In the world of beast tamers, fairness is a mere illusion. Victory is the only concern. Even a 20 against 1 is still a triumph, Ye Fan replied, a smile gracing his face. As they walked through the forest, the sound of crunching leaves echoed softly beneath their feet. Yet, in the next moment, the echoes multiplied abruptly. Ye Fan halted, grasping Li Baozi's arm, and gazed toward the dense thicket of trees. Come out, we are all fellow travelers. There's no need to hide. As his words fell, over a dozen figures emerged from behind the trees. Clad in leather armor, they wielded firearms and bore knives at their waists. Clearly hunters who relied on capturing beasts for their livelihood. You have a keen eye, young brother, spoke a burly one-eyed man, a large blade at his side, accompanied by a fierce-looking white wolf. Not too shabby, Ye Fan replied, casting a glance at the man before suddenly asking, from the Lone Wolf Guild? At this, the leading man was taken aback. You know of our Lone Wolf Guild? It is the most renowned mercenary guild of beast hunters in Pingqing. How could I not be aware? Ye Fan responded, a hint of coldness in his gaze. Beast hunters are not always solitary. Many form teams for hunting, often organized as mercenary groups that take on contracts from employers or hunt in the forests for survival. Pingqing boasts several such guilds, with the Lone Wolf Guild being the most notorious, established by a self-styled lone wolf who is a beast master of considerable skill. His white wolf has thrived on the spoils of thievery for years, possessing the strength of a bronze 3-star. The guild thrives on blackmail, robbing travelers, and even committing murder to silence witnesses, activities they revel in. However, the unique nature of the Silver Moon Forest hampers law enforcement from gathering evidence, thereby emboldening their brazen behavior. Encountering the Lone Wolf Guild could mean a day wasted, and if one lacks money, their life may be at stake. Such warnings circulate widely among their peers. In his previous life, Ye Fan had worked part-time with a mercenary guild and had heard of their infamy, even experiencing their plundering firsthand. Since you are aware, there is no need for me to elaborate, the one-eyed leader remarked, drawing his large blade and pointing it at Li Baozi. I just overheard this plump fellow bragging about your hunting success. Hand over your bounty, and I shall refrain from making this difficult for you today. Otherwise, you know the consequences. You think you're so clever, Li Baozi muttered under his breath, raising his hand as the glow of his beast illuminated the air. Click, click, click. Simultaneously, the sound of firearms being readied rang out from the opposing side. This startled Li Baozi, who turned to Ye Fan. Ye Fan, those firearms. Fear not. At 7 paces, the gun is swift, Ye Fan assured, shaking his head. As for within 7 paces, I understand. Li Fadi took the initiative, nodded slightly, and the brilliance in his hand brightened once more. A mere firearm, how audacious. We were approximately 70 paces away from them. Ye Fan's voice resonated. If you charge over there, you'll likely be riddled with bullets. Awkwardly, Li Fadi, who had initially prepared to take action, retracted his hand and gazed at the lone wolf across from him, saying, "Ah, brother, don't take it to heart. I was merely jesting." Chapter 51. The Lone Wolf Mercenary Group. Ha! You young lad indeed possess some courage. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, the lone wolf grinned, his great sword embedded in the ground. I, lone wolf, am also a man of my word. Leave the goods, and I assure you I will not harm you. Fatty, hand it over, Ye Fan suddenly interjected. At this, Li Fadi was taken aback, looking at Ye Fan with a hint of astonishment. He understood Ye Fan's temperament well. He would never suffer such a loss. We are 70 paces away, Ye Fan spoke in a deep voice, taking the pouch from Li Fadi's hand and advancing towards the lone wolf. Soon, Ye Fan halted a few steps before the lone wolf, extending his hand. The items are here. If you desire them, come and take them. At these words, the lone wolf's expression shifted slightly. But upon seeing Ye Fan's youthful visage and ordinary student uniform, he relaxed his vigilance. A mere teenager from a regular class, even if he were a beastmaster. What could he possibly do against me? Very well. The lone wolf lifted his great sword, and beside him, the white wolf followed as they approached Ye Fan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Before long, the lone wolf reached out, grasping Ye Fan's pouch and pulling with force. However, this effort proved futile as the pouch remained firmly in Ye Fan's grasp. You little brat, do you dare to fool me? The lone wolf reacted, eyeing Ye Fan, and without further ado, swung his sword. I not only intend to deceive you, but I shall also kill you, Ye Fan's icy voice echoed. In the next moment, to the lone wolf's astonishment, Ye Fan raised his arm and struck the blade directly. Clang! The blade veered, and Ye Fan released the pouch, his other hand seizing the lone wolf's throat with a vice-like grip. Roar! Beside them, the white wolf howled, ready to charge, but simultaneously, a radiant glow erupted, and the hellhound also roared, pouncing forward. The disparity in size and strength allowed the hellhound to swiftly overpower the white wolf, pinning it down. Meanwhile, Ye Fan maintained his grip on the lone wolf's throat, his other hand blocking the blade. You are exceedingly bold. At this moment, the lone wolf's complexion changed, his tone betraying a hint of trepidation. Having hunted in the forest for so many years, do you not know that one must remain vigilant at all times? Knowing I am a student of Pingqing High School, you should have heightened your caution. Yet, relying on your firearm, you not only approached but sought close contact with me. Ye Fan fixed his gaze upon the lone wolf, a smirk playing upon his lips. Disarm yourself, or you shall surely meet your demise. Upon hearing these words, the lone wolf gritted his teeth, caught in a stalemate, when suddenly, a piercing cry from a bird echoed, followed by a panicked voice from one of his subordinates. The lone wolf turned his gaze, only to witness a swift winged eagle snatching one of his subordinates and soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, subtle hissing sounds emerged from the grass as colossal rock pythons, shadowy black flame snakes, and ghostly serpents coiled in the underbrush revealed themselves. To his astonishment, the two seemingly ordinary students donned in standard uniforms commanded 5 beasts between them. Even the lone wolf, upon witnessing this scene, realized that these 2 students were formidable adversaries. Suddenly struck by a thought, the lone wolf trembled, observing the frigid countenance before him, and stammered, "Why, you are Ye Fan? You know me?" Ye Fan furrowed his brow. However, after casting a glance at the crowd behind the lone wolf, he spoke again. "I shall reiterate, surrender your weapons, or you shall meet your demise." As he spoke, Ye Fan tightened his grip, causing the lone wolf's face to flush crimson. "Put down your firearms." The lone wolf struggled to gesture, and his subordinates promptly complied. Ye Fan nodded at the portly man, who swiftly gathered the firearms, totaling 15 in number. With a smile, the portly man approached Ye Fan. Understanding that Ye Fan never yielded an inch, to attempt robbery was tantamount to courting death. "I ask you, how did you come to know of me?" Nodding at the portly man, Ye Fan's attention returned to the lone wolf. The latter hesitated, but the pressure around his neck rendered him nearly speechless. "I shall not inquire a second time, and you may certainly attempt to deceive me in my presence." Ye Fan's voice possessed an air of penetrating insight, suggesting that any falsehood would not be tolerated. "Why, yes, it is the higher-ups," the lone wolf stammered, his body trembling slightly. "The higher-ups? The dynasty organization?" Ye Fan probed. "Indeed. They have promised a reward of 1 million for your death," the lone wolf confessed. "Thus, you sought me out for the bounty. I did not seek you. I merely intended to commit a robbery," the lone wolf replied, his gaze flickering. Had he known it was Ye Fan from the outset, he would have simply shot from a distance. How fortuitous that you stumbled upon me, Ye Fan remarked, narrowing his eyes. Aside from you, which mercenary groups have allied with the Dynasty organization? The Dawn Mercenary Group and the Strong Brother Mercenary Group, the Lone Wolf replied, hesitating for a few moments before adding. And also, the Radiance Mercenary Group. The Radiance is involved as well. Ye Fan was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had joined the Radiance Mercenary Group for a time, led by a man of faith in the Holy Light, known for his generosity and kindness towards his subordinates. Consequently, the Radiance Mercenary Group was the largest in the city. It was astonishing that they too had joined the Dynasty organization. Ye Fan's expression grew slightly colder. Indeed, one could know a person's face, but not their heart. After a moment of silence, Ye Fan simply shook his head and smiled. If even the descendants of dragon slayers could betray their ancestral glory, the duplicity of a so-called righteous gentleman was hardly surprising. Am I free to leave now? Beside him, the Lone Wolf cautiously spoke. I have divulged everything I know. Do you believe you can leave? A hint of coldness flickered in Ye Fan's eyes. You expect me to allow my enemy to return and betray me, only to continue their pursuit? You, a veteran of the blade, entertain such naive notions? Upon hearing this, the Lone Wolf's expression shifted dramatically. Summoning all his strength, he raised his great sword high, declaring, I will fight you. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, and the Lone Wolf's voice abruptly ceased. His eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground. Ye Fan had crushed his throat. Fatty, take action, Ye Fan commanded. Turning to the hefty companion, Li Fatty trembled slightly, gazing at the icy demeanor of Ye Fan. Are we going to kill? He inquired. Each of them has blood on their hands, the lives of countless innocents. They deserve to die, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he regarded Li Fatty. Never show mercy to your enemies. If you must kill, do so decisively, leaving no room for future troubles. Li Fatty hesitated but ultimately nodded. A feral howl echoed through the jungle as hellhounds charged at the group. Above, winged eagles swooped down with haste, and serpentine beasts slithered swiftly through the underbrush. The forest was filled with the sounds of wailing. The fate of those unarmed against 5 ferocious beasts was already sealed. Clean up the battlefield, Ye Fan ordered after some time, his expression remaining calm as he surveyed the scene ahead. Li Fatty, obviously experiencing his first kill, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Ye Fan, we just killed many people. Those who need to be killed have been dealt with. Do you recall what I told you? In the world of beast tamers, internal strife is never absent. This malignant mercenary group would have led many more to their demise. Ye Fan responded, giving Li Fatty a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not let your thoughts be too narrow. True strength is marked by the swift resolution of grievances. If you feel guilt for slaying a villain, will you wait for them to pay respects at your grave? I understand, Li Fatty nodded, suppressing his discomfort as he approached the bodies to collect items from their belongings. Clearly, their day's work had yielded more than mere toil. Many of the bags were filled to the brim, their contents surpassing even Ye Fan's own haul. How many have we robbed today? Li Fatty mused aloud, opening one bag only to discover the bruised corpse of a woman, evidently a victim who had suffered greatly at the hands of these men, ultimately meeting a tragic end. These fiends truly deserve to die. Disgusted by the sight, Li Fatty turned his head and spat. They are nothing but beasts. Chapter 52. Deception and betrayal. Such overtly beastly individuals are easily identifiable. At least one knows they are beasts. Ye Fan replied, a gentle yet imposing figure flashing in his mind, snorting softly. It is the ones that wear the guise of humanity that are truly troublesome, a moment's inattention, and you might mistakenly regard them as human. With a hint of irritation, Ye Fan found it hard to fathom that such a devout follower could covertly engage in such despicable acts. In his previous life, he had regarded this individual as a brother. The mercenary group named Dawn, which one would assume to embody hope, had instead become the greatest darkness preceding dawn. Ye Fan shook his head and turned to the plumply Fatty. Once you gain the ability, make it your utmost priority to eradicate these malignant entities. I understand, Li replied, nodding gravely as he gazed at the distant corpse. Let us return, Ye Fan said, picking up the bag from the ground and making his way towards the forest's exit. Li followed closely behind. Soon, a pack of wild beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, entered the forest. Aside from the scattered bloodstains on the ground, the forest once again fell into a tranquil silence. Not long after, Pan Zhao arrived, his gaze shifting slightly as he surveyed the scene before him. He had witnessed the entire ordeal and observed Ye Fan's response, but at that moment, he did not admire Ye Fan's quick thinking or decisiveness. Rather, he felt a sense of resonance with the young man, a shared animosity towards the dynasty organization. Pan Zhao's expression grew contemplative as he noticed the boy staring at the ground. Their brief exchange had been telling. It was evident that Ye Fan was taking measures against the dynasty organization, and he had already attracted their attention. How audacious of this bronze-level youth to provoke such a colossal entity. Pan Zhao's lips curled into a cold smirk as a thought crossed his mind. This group from the Dynasty organization certainly deserved their fate. In Ping City, did they dare to attempt to eliminate Ye Fan without consulting him first? Days later, as the secret realm was set to open once more, both Ye Fan and Li were naturally included in the selection list. However, it was somewhat unexpected that Ma Xiaoxu did not make the cut. It was said that she had sustained severe injuries while hunting in the Beast Forest days earlier and had been sent to the hospital. Meanwhile, Deng Chong and others had their spots revoked by Pan Zhao under the pretext of internal strife. Consequently, this time, many new faces appeared among the ordinary class members entering the secret realm. Pan Zhao was indeed formidable, with just a mention of internal conflict. He stripped Deng Chong and his companions of their places. Did he not fear that Deng Chong would retaliate? In the interim of queuing to enter the secret realm, Li remarked, recalling Deng Chong's incredulous expression with amusement. Retaliate? That is Pan Zhao we're talking about. How many can suppress him in Ping City? Besides, how could anyone disrupt a teacher's lesson? Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Such a teacher was indeed rare, affording opportunities to all while not indulging those who would monopolize resources through cliques. Rare indeed, but his words can be quite cutting, Li said, just as he caught the sharp glare from Pan Zhao and quickly fell silent. Let us go. It's time to enter the secret realm, Ye Fan said, patting Li on the shoulder. Gather as many valuable items as you can this time, and keep them well hidden to avoid any sudden award ceremonies. An award ceremony can be quite delightful, money and prestige to be gained, Li replied. Exposing one's strength and gains for mere coin is rather unwise, don't you think? Ye Fan cautioned. As the two individuals entered the secret realm, Pan Zhao observed them from the entrance, his gaze shifting to the other side, where Jiang Hong happened to look back at him. Their eyes met in the air, igniting a palpable tension. Brother Jiang, the weather is quite pleasant today. Shall we go for tea? Suggested Pan Zhao. Brother Pan, I recently acquired a fine bottle of fruit wine. Let us go and taste it, countered Jiang Hong. Before either could continue, the teachers nearby, having long harbored concerns about a potential conflict, swiftly intervened, each calling upon the two to restrain them. Pan Zhao, who had been contemplating how to confront Jiang Hong, found his burgeoning anger interrupted. Glancing at Jiang Hong, who showed no intention of speaking, he decided to withhold further remarks. At that moment, the significance of the upcoming secret realm excursion seemed diminished. In just a couple of months, the new students' trial would commence, followed closely by the freshman competition and the faculty contest. These events were the true focal points. A mere verbal spat could only annoy the other for a day, whereas triumph in the competitions would afford him the satisfaction of vexing the opponent for months on end. Previously, Pan Zhao's words would seldom provoke Jiang Hong, who would often respond with sarcastic quips that irked Pan Zhao. However, ever since Pan Zhao's victory in last year's faculty competition, even the slightest provocation would trigger Jiang Hong's ire, leading to frequent exchanges of heated insults. The reason for this was straightforward. Defeat was a bitter pill to swallow. I'll prepare thoroughly this time. Not only will my students excel, but I shall also surpass you, he mused, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Hong. Turning his attention to a teacher with whom he maintained a reasonably amicable relationship, Pan Zhao suddenly opened his arms. Since there is good wine to be had, let us indulge today. The teacher, taken aback, noted that this was the first time Pan Zhao had accepted his invitation after numerous attempts. Why are you dawdling? Let us go, Pan Zhao urged, patting the teacher on the shoulder before turning to another. Zhao Ji, join us. Zhao Ji, surprised and flattered by the invitation, nodded in agreement. Pan Zhao was known for his solitary nature, making this sudden camaraderie unexpected. Very well, Zhao Ji replied, eager to cultivate a closer relationship with Pan Zhao, considering such an opportunity invaluable. Winning once was merely a stroke of luck due to a fortunate encounter before last year's faculty competition. Surely, no one believes I'll have such luck every year, he thought as Pan Zhao departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Hong coldly watched Pan Zhao leave, muttering an insult before scoffing. Let us go for tea, he finally said, his hands clasped behind his back as he stepped away. The teacher who had spoken earlier and the other two exchanged glances before following him. In the secret realm, Li Pangzi observed the crowd exploring and turned to Ye Fan. What plans do we have for this expedition? We'll gather spiritual fruits in the inner area for a couple of days. Once your beasts reach the bronze level, we will venture into the core, Ye Fan replied, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The core? That area is inhabited by silver-tier beasts, Li Pangzi exclaimed, his face turning pale. Ye Fan, you must be reckless. The strength of silver-tier beasts is formidable, and we would certainly be outmatched if we entered. I suggest we head to the core, not to engage in battle with silver-tier beasts, Ye Fan remarked, shaking his head. The core holds numerous treasures, albeit guarded by silver-tier beasts. However, we can devise strategies to navigate this challenge. What sort of strategies? Li Fati inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. What else can be done? Ye Fan responded, patting his companion's shoulder. We can employ subterfuge, divert attention, and outmaneuver the guardians, trick the tiger, and consume the wolf. As Li Fadi pondered these idioms, he appeared momentarily dazed, but soon enough, he scratched his head, seemingly grasping the implications. So what you're suggesting is to deceive and mislead. Quite close, Ye Fan affirmed. Quite close, Li Fadi exclaimed, astonished. Are silver-tier beasts also susceptible to such trickery? If humans can be deceived, then why not beasts? Whether silver-tier or even golden-tier, they are not exempt from such tactics, Ye Fan replied, nodding with confidence as he summoned 2 beasts and ventured into the secret realm. Behind him, Li Fadi watched Ye Fan's retreating figure, drenched in sweat. Surely, he jested. He wouldn't genuinely attempt to deceive silver-tier beasts for their treasures, would he? Chapter 53. Wine and tea. The first day's hunt proved exceptionally effortless. With the assistance of the Gale Hawk and Hellhound, along with 3 snake-like beasts nearing the bronze tier, Ye Fan and Li Fadi conducted a sweeping hunt along the forest periphery. With Ye Fan's familiarity with the secret realm's terrain, they returned with their bounty overflowing. Capturing prey feels remarkably easy now. Fadi beamed by the campfire during the night, roasting meat as he spoke. As long as those bronze-tier beasts aren't of the 8 or 9-star variety, it feels like we can effortlessly subdue them. Dealing with bronze and black iron beasts is quite routine, and most of them are rather ordinary, Ye Fan replied. Ultimately, elite-tier beasts have a low upper limit. Only those at the pinnacle of the elite tier can showcase any significant prowess at this stage. Hey, Ye Fan, I've often heard you mention the bloodline levels of beasts. But so far, I've only heard you refer to inferior, elite, and elite pinnacle. What lies beyond elite? Li Fadi scratched his head. Beyond elite? Ye Fan's face lit up with a smile. The next level is the exceptional tier, followed by the extraordinary tier. Beyond that, we encounter direct descendants of ancient species, which can be classified as relic tier. Do these beasts of higher bloodline possess any unique characteristics? Li Fadi pressed further. Do the exceptional and extraordinary tiers have more innate abilities? Having more innate abilities may not be particularly beneficial. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the innate capabilities. Ye Fan explained, glancing at Fadi. Take my Hellhound, for instance. It required a plethora of spiritual fruits to barely unlock its bloodline shackles at the bronze tier. However, exceptional beasts naturally have their bloodline shackles released from birth, allowing them to wield elemental powers corresponding to their attributes: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Goodness, does that mean black iron can contend with bronze? Li Fadi was taken aback. Not quite so exaggerated. Ye Fan shook his head. The growth of beasts is still a factor. It may simply take less time. Moreover, it is said that beasts with a more potent bloodline may inherently possess greater strength. Most extraordinary beasts are born as bronze or silver. It can be stated that the majority of beasts begin their journey from the black iron tier, advancing to bronze to unlock their first skill, and to silver to break the bloodline shackles. However, those beasts with a stronger bloodline can often transcend these limitations imposed by nature. Elite-tier creatures come with innate abilities, while those of exceptional quality can disregard bloodline constraints. And extraordinary beings are born with considerable prowess. As for the rare breeds, they possess the capability to summon the ethereal shadows of their ancestral bloodlines, showcasing immense strength. Thus, Li Fadi nodded, suggesting that while it may be relatively easy to contend with a peak elite bloodline beast at the bronze level, facing an extraordinary or exceptional tier beast would prove to be quite challenging. This is a valid understanding, Ye Fan concurred, contemplating and then addressing the plump companion. This explains why the current examinations for beast tamers emphasize practical combat skills. At the same tier, most beast tamers find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over a wild beast whose bloodline surpasses that of their own. Yet, if one can meet certain standards, a qualitative transformation occurs. For instance, just the other day, I defeated a Gale Eagle using my Hellhound. From that moment forth, the minimum standard for the beasts I tame has elevated to peak elite. As this accumulation progresses, if one day I manage to conquer an extraordinary beast of the same tier, would it not signify a significant leap in the quality of my tamed beasts? Oh, I see. Li Fadi nodded vigorously. And what of the affinity you mentioned earlier? Affinity is included in this context. It essentially enhances your success rate in taming higher-tier beasts. Ye Fan elucidated. Not all beasts will submit upon defeat. The more formidable the beast, the more challenging it is to subdue. A higher affinity signifies a greater likelihood of acceptance. Then why don't you specialize? Li Fadi inquired. I do not require specialization, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. If I can triumph at a higher tier once, I can certainly do so again. If one fails, I simply switch to another. That is indeed a valid point. Li Fadi acknowledged, glancing enviously at the Gale Eagle perched on Ye Fan's shoulder. Your Gale Eagle is incredibly striking. Its speed is unmatched. What is the name of its innate skill? As he spoke, Li Fadi momentarily faltered. Ye Fan looked up at him and remarked, the skill is called Divine Bird Strike. Correct? Yes, that's it. It suddenly vanishes for a moment and then reappears. Li Fadi nodded enthusiastically, likening it to a teleportation effect. Not quite teleportation. Ye Fan clarified. The innate skill facilitates a temporary acceleration of its speed, allowing it to exceed a certain threshold, creating the illusion of sudden disappearance. Observing Fatty's envious gaze, he added, "You could also acquire a flying serpent in the future, like the winged serpent I mentioned to you." "Absolutely. A flying beast would be truly magnificent," Fatty asserted with conviction. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan allowed a subtle smile to grace his features. To be candid, most flying serpentine beasts are somewhat grotesque, possessing mutations that result in wing-like appendages. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the rustling of the jungle caught their attention. Several beasts instantly raised their heads, displaying vigilant expressions. Within their line of sight, a diminutive beast was wringing its paws, entering their field of vision. "Oh, it's that fellow again." Watching the summoned beast before him, Fatty Lee was somewhat astonished. Could this be the same diminutive badger from before? It seemed so. Beside him, Ye Fan nodded with a smile. A month had passed, yet this little badger had not grown significantly, now reaching the rank of bronze 2 stars. Chirp. Clearly, the little badger recognized the two of them, exhibiting a moment of human-like hesitation. It looked up and spotted the Gale Hawk perched on Ye Fan's shoulder. This bird was its natural enemy, renowned for its swift speed, capable of effortlessly piercing through its hide or exploiting its vulnerable spots. This time, the little badger hesitated, gazing at the campfire before Ye Fan and his companions, only able to nervously scratch at the ground. It appeared somewhat pitiable. "Come here," Ye Fan said. Smiling at the scene, he beckoned to the little badger while gently patting the Gale Hawk on his shoulder, signaling it to remain quiet. The little badger hesitated, but soon, upon realizing the absence of hostility from the two, it approached the fire. "Here, eat some meat." Ye Fan sliced off a piece of meat and tossed it to the little badger. Clutching the meat, the little creature first glanced at the Gale Hawk on Ye Fan's shoulder. Noticing that the bird was not paying attention to it, it began to eat. "Such a perceptive little creature," Fatty Lee remarked, finding the situation amusing. During their last encounter, it had acted like a little tyrant. One might think they were bullying it this time. Given the presence of its natural enemy, such behavior was quite understandable. Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head, reaching out to gently pat the little badger's head. The nature of these summoned beasts, often embroiled in conflicts with others, frequently led to their demise. Especially in the presence of natural foes. Their numbers were relatively few. In the Silver Moon Forest, one would hardly see a little badger. Chirp. As Ye Fan's large hand stroked its head, the little badger paused momentarily, but soon returned to its meal. Under the small campfire's glow, after a hearty feast and warming itself by the flames, the little badger stood up, called out to Ye Fan and Fatty Lee, and then turned to disappear into the jungle. It had even learned to say goodbye. Observing the small figure vanish, a smile lingered in Ye Fan's eyes. "I feel a bit sorry for it," Fatty Lee remarked thoughtfully, looking at Ye Fan. "Why not consider taking it into a summoned beast space in the future? It would not accept your taming. After such 2 meals, it might just refrain from biting you when it sees you again," Ye Fan replied, shaking his head with a somewhat solemn tone. Moreover, for a creature like the little badger, the jungle is truly its best home. It has grown accustomed to a life of fierce competition and conflict with other beasts. To remove it from that existence and place it under the control of a beastmaster may not be in its best interest. It could even have the opposite effect. Some summoned beasts are born solely for relentless battle, not for anyone else, but for themselves. With those words, Ye Fan rose to stretch his body and headed towards the tent. "It recognizes us now. Next time we come, we can bring it more food. Some spiritual herbs or fruits would be delightful for it. It is not impossible that one day it could dominate this secret realm through relentless battles, which would certainly be intriguing." Chapter 54. The bloodline of the anew in the sky. The 2 guardians from before continued to survey the ground. Upon witnessing the 2 individuals leisurely feasting on roasted meat by the campfire before retreating to their tents for rest, a look of helplessness crossed the male guardian's face. Ye Fan and Li Yu were indeed quite relaxed, while others were engaged in a relentless hunt against a beast throughout the night. These 2, however, had spent their days sweeping through the mountains and their nights indulging in roasted meat and sleep, as if they were on a vacation in the secret realm. Ye Fan was exceptionally powerful, possessing a hellhound that had unlocked its bloodline shackles, and he had somehow acquired a Gale Hawk. Within the forest, there was no beast capable of restraining him. The female guardian remarked, unable to restrain herself. Could this lad truly be someone from that esteemed family? Such a rapid rate of advancement seems rather extraordinary. The geniuses of Kyoto's generation might only be on par with his progress. The male guardian nodded, and despite his initial reservations, he could not help but say, "I investigated this child's background, yet found nothing. All family records pertaining to his father have been encrypted. The lineage of his father must be that esteemed individual. Yet, it cannot be, as all the grandchildren of that person are currently studying in Kyoto. And the information regarding their descendants, including illegitimate ones, has been made public. I have not heard of such a figure," the male guardian responded, deep in thought. Could he be a descendant of that person's fraternal brother? Their family is indeed formidable. Isn't that brother of his the commander we had back in Pingxing? The female guardian expressed surprise. Didn't he go to the front lines at just 20? I haven't heard of any offspring. Perhaps, the male guardian replied thoughtfully. The pressure on the commander back then was immense. Many sought to harm him. Even if he had descendants, they likely would not have been disclosed. His gaze grew somewhat profound. The commander was also a D-grade back then, and at the age of 22, he counterattacked hundreds of kilometers into enemy territory. Had he not led our Sky War army into battle, the outer defense lines would have surely crumbled over 40 years ago due to that upheaval. Calculating the time. If we consider when the embers were left, Ye Fan's father should currently be around 40 years old, having given birth to Ye Fan at 25. The female guardian deduced. This data should be verifiable, don't you think it worth checking? Indeed, it is worth exploring, the male guardian replied with a slight nod, his gaze scanning the forest, carrying a hint of complexity. If this is indeed the case, then there exists a deeper connection between Ye Fan, you, and me. Gale Hawk. Unleash the divine bird's assault. Within the forest, the Gale Hawk's figure flickered into view, its piercing cry momentarily startling a nearby giant brown bear. In the next instant, the Gale Hawk appeared, its sharp claws piercing through. It was a decisive strike. The Gale Hawk soared into the sky, and the giant brown bear fell lifelessly to the ground. Such strength. Nearby, witnessing the Gale Hawk's performance, Lee Fatty marveled, not saying much else as he picked up his bag and knife, heading toward the giant brown bear. Such collaboration has become second nature. At this moment, Fat Lee's 3 summoned beasts have arrived at the Black Iron 9 stars, and with the aid of spiritual fruits, it is anticipated that within a day or two, they will ascend to the bronze level. Their current prowess is formidable, rendering them nearly unbeatable among their peers at the bronze rank. Suddenly, as he was clearing the remnants of a giant brown bear, the sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. Fat Lee immediately stood alert, with the 3-headed serpent encircling him. Ye Fan also raised his hand, positioning the Hellhound and Gale Eagle protectively by his side. The underbrush rustled, and soon, a disheveled figure emerged from the thicket. Upon recognizing the individual, Fat Lee exclaimed in surprise, Wang Lingzi? Hearing her name, Wang Lingzi paused. Ye Fan, Li Yu, what are you doing here? Hunting, Ye Fan replied, his gaze fixed on Wang Lingzi. What's wrong? Ji Jia has sent his lackeys to scour the entire forest perimeter. Wang Lingzi responded quickly. One of his subordinates, Long Wu, is exceptionally strong and is currently pursuing me. Long Wu. Ye Fan furrowed his brow at the mention of the name. He recalled that Long Wu was the son of a servant from Ji Jia's family, accompanying them for studies. Though he possessed immense strength, he was typically accompanied by 3 or 5 ordinary individuals who would be no match for him. Ji Jia remains as cautious as ever, fearing expulsion by the guardians. He sends his servants to do his bidding. Ye Fan narrowed his eyes, turning to Wang Lingzi. What of your companions? Where have those who vowed to protect you gone? Upon hearing this, Wang Lingzi clenched her teeth, her expression darkening. Under Ji Jia's pressure, no one dares to speak up for you, right? Ye Fan seemed to discern her plight. Now, you should understand what I meant last time. Wang Lingzi opened her mouth to respond, but a towering figure gradually emerged from the forest behind her. Wang Lingzi, you're quite the runner. With the sound of heavy footsteps, 7 or 8 individuals followed the robust man. He appeared incredibly formidable, easily standing nearly 2 meters tall, strong as a yak. As the group approached, Wang Lingzi attempted to flee, but was seized effortlessly by her pursuers, lifted as if she were a mere chick. Where's the loot? Hand it over. Long Wu shouted at Wang Lingzi, but then his gaze fell upon Ye Fan and Li Yu standing in the forest. His eyes narrowed. Which class are you 2 from? Have you submitted your earnings? Brother Long, that S. Ye Fan and Li Yu, one of Long Wu's companions whispered. Oh, so these are the 2 my young master mentioned. Long Wu nodded, carelessly tossing Wang Lingzi aside before striding toward Ye Fan and Li Yu. Seeing this, Fat Li whispered, should we take action? Unlike before, Fat Li was no longer inclined to flee. Instead, he felt a surge of eagerness to engage. Ye Fan, too, would not retreat. He slightly nodded, eyeing Long Wu as he approached, and suddenly inquired, are you Long Wu? Long Wu paused, as if taken aback by the seemingly rhetorical question. What's the matter? Do you have an issue? Not at all. Ye Fan shook his head, gazing at Long Wu, as if struck by a thought, and suddenly smiled, saying, isn't it said that the bloodline of your ancestors originates from the Kuei Nyo? Why then are you called Long Wu? It would be more fitting to name you Nyo Wu, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Long Wu was momentarily taken aback, his large, bell-like eyes fixed on Ye Fan in disbelief as he stammered, how do you know that? With a slight smile, Ye Fan revealed his familiarity with this loyal lackey of Ji Jia, a descendant of a bloodline that was rather remote and not particularly powerful. I have often wondered what the Ji family could possibly offer you, the descendants of the Kuei Nyo bloodline, that would compel you to be so utterly devoted. Ye Fan seemed to ponder this, looking at Long Wu with a gentle smile. Your ancestors were once great figures who slaughtered ancient relic species. As their descendants, do you not feel a sense of shame in serving others, betraying the glory of your forebears? You seek death. Long Wu's anger flared at these words. He had heard many rumors, but this was the most intolerable. Today, I shall turn you into a pulp. With a thunderous punch, Long Wu's physical prowess was on full display, his muscles rippling with strength. The force of this blow caused many onlookers to change their expressions slightly. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Fan firmly caught the punch, and in Long Wu's astonished gaze, he spoke again, with a hint of pity. It is no wonder that those with a relic bloodline are treated like mere servants by the Ji family, considering how weak you are. Shut your mouth. Long Wu swung his fist again, only to have it caught once more by Ye Fan. The two exchanged blows rapidly, their fists colliding in a flurry. After dozens of exchanges, Ye Fan forcefully pushed Long Wu back, nearly causing him to stumble. You've been pushed back by someone with greater strength, Long Wu fumed. Preparing to charge again, but Ye Fan's voice rang out. You are no match for me. If this continues, you will only meet your demise. Chapter 55. Even when beating a dog, one must look to its master. At these words, Long Wu froze, glancing at Ye Fan, who remained unfazed, his hands trembling involuntarily. He realized he was completely overpowered in terms of physical strength by someone of the same age. Do you also possess a relic bloodline? Long Wu questioned, suppressing his emotions as he spoke. Me? I doubt it, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Now that he understood his heritage, he knew it was impossible that he had no trace of a relic bloodline. However, he could only say that he had not inherited it. If he possessed the Dragon Eye bloodline and practiced the breathing technique, his physical strength at this moment would likely be at the bronze level. Without a bloodline, how can your body be so strong? Long Wu inquired again. I practice a breathing technique. Has your master not provided you, the descendants of the Anew bloodline, with a suitable breathing technique? Ye Fan countered. This response left Long Wu momentarily speechless. Can we cultivate breathing techniques? Why not? Those with the dragon eye can cultivate, and those with the phoenix wing can as well. Are your Anew ancestors somehow more special than them? Ye Fan answered, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Can you not try it for yourself? Long Wu, with a tremor in his fists, glanced at Ye Fan beside him, seemingly lost in thought, before shaking off his hands and declaring, let us depart. With that, he took the lead, leaving the rest of the group in a state of bewildered silence. Their leader had left. It was improbable that they would confront Ye Fan alone, so they hurriedly followed in his wake. In the depths of the jungle, only Wang Lingzi remained, seated as if she had just been lifted and dropped by Long Wu. Still in a daze. What is this Anew bloodline? She pondered aloud. Nearby, Li Fati chimed in. Is it akin to the Long Tong bloodline? Sort of. Ye Fan replied. It represents a lineage of the ancient beastmasters who inherited their blood through unique means. Those possessing such bloodlines often exhibit remarkable physical strength, resembling bronze bulls, and the more potent their lineage, the more likely they are to develop horns. Ye Fan nodded but added, however, it may also carry a curse. Those of the Anew bloodline often lack intelligence. No wonder Long Wu seems like a simpleton. Li Fati nodded, a hint of envy in his gaze. Those born with bloodlines seem incredibly powerful, naturally superior to the rest. It's as if their ancestors fought for their advantage, ensuring that one individual's ascendance elevates their descendants. Ye Fan concurred, yet, it's not without limitations. Most bloodlines come with restrictions, and not all are formidable. Even the descendants of the most potent dragon bloodlines must contend with the potential backlash of dragon blood. If they were truly invincible, would Long Wu, a scion of such a lineage, still need to serve others? Indeed, Li Fati agreed. Let us move on to hunt our next beast. Ye Fan shook his head and began to walk away. Ye Fan, Wang Lingzi's voice broke the moment. He halted, turning to her, his brow furrowing slightly. What is it? Are you not leaving? No, she replied, shaking her head, her gaze lingering on him, hesitating. Ye Fan, thank you. It was but a small effort, he said, waving his hand dismissively. I feel I've burdened you, Wang Lingzi confessed, guilt evident in her tone. Long Wu is a confidant of Jijia. By thwarting him, you may soon draw Jijia's attention. He commands a significant number of followers, perhaps 4 or 5 dozen this time, and they may come seeking retribution. Come seeking trouble with me? Ye Fan scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. He relished the thought of confrontation. With the Hell Hound and Gale Hawk at his side, he could easily handle any adversary below the silver rank, even A-rank foes. In his previous life, he had endured countless treacheries, ultimately betrayed by a so-called brother of decades. If they came for him now, it would be the perfect opportunity to exact revenge. I only fear they do not come. Ye Fan shook his head, casting a glance at Wang Lingzi. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not entertain the notion of forming a Lingzi group. A collection of individuals with disparate motivations will inevitably fall apart at the slightest provocation. Wang Lingzi appeared contemplative, glancing between Ye Fan and Li Fati before finally asking, do you still require additional assistance? As Ye Fan was about to decline, Wang Lingzi hurriedly interjected, I possess a spirit sovereign and can assist you in treasure hunting. This predicament with Jijia arose primarily due to my involvement. So consider it my way of repaying you. I require no remuneration. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan's brow furrowed slightly, but he soon waved his hand and turned away. Come along. The spoils will be divided according to effort. Surprised by his words, Wang Lingzi's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as she gazed at Ye Fan and the others who were preparing to leave. Very well. Ji, the great leader, is formidable. The bronze 4-star illusory spirit deer in your hands is akin to a mere chick. Its combat prowess is unmatched. Who among our peers can rival Jijia? As an illusory spirit deer collapsed with a resounding thud, praises erupted from the surrounding crowd. Jijia, amidst this throng, wore a smile as he absorbed the flattery. What significance does a bronze 4-star hold? With that, Jijia beckoned, and his beast, swift as a cheetah, rushed to his side. He casually offered a piece of meat to his beast and inquired, Where's Long Wu? Why hasn't he returned yet? Collecting protection fees from a dozen individuals has taken him half the day. Nearby, someone eagerly remarked, Only the Lingzi group remains. They may have encountered some resistance. Lingzi group? Jijia scoffed upon hearing the name. A woman from a small family in Pingqing. Had it not been for their ancestral spirit sovereign being somewhat useful, would I allow her to linger in the secret realm for this long? Indeed, Wang Lingzi is unaware of her own limitations. She deserves to be dealt with appropriately. A sycophant quickly responded. Soon, Brother Long Wu will surely bring that woman back to apologize to Yuji. Just then, a group emerged from the thicket, with Long Wu, who had been thoroughly beaten by Ye Fan, at the forefront. Young master, upon seeing Jijia, Long Wu knelt on one knee, stating, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me. Failed in your duties? At these words, Jijia's brow furrowed as he observed the bruises and wounds on Long Wu's fists. Did someone from the Lingzi group defeat you? No, it was not someone from the Lingzi group. I vanquished them. It was Ye Fan. I encountered him while pursuing Wang Lingzi and lost in battle. Ye Fan. This revelation momentarily stunned Jijia. He intervened to protect Wang Lingzi? No, it was I who issued the challenge. Fool. Jijia was instantly filled with ire. Are you not aware that Ye Fan possesses bronze strength? I am aware. Long Wu began, wanting to explain, but Jijia interrupted him with another cold snort. You were defeated. It's fortuitous that I have been unable to locate them these past few days. Their arrival presents me with an opportunity. Jijia spoke with chilling resolve. You recall where you encountered them, right? Yes, in the eastern part of the forest, not far from that large silver fir, Long Wu promptly replied. Lead the way and trace their steps. Find their whereabouts. Jijia commanded, and the group responded eagerly, seemingly unable to contain their desire to hunt down Ye Fan. Young master. This statement caused Long Wu to hesitate slightly. Ye Fan was indeed formidable, possessing 2 powerful beasts. Yet, he was but a single individual. And I cannot believe he possesses any further capabilities. Jijia replied, his gaze somewhat frigid. Even when striking a dog, one must consider its owner, without incurring some cost. How could one expect success? Upon hearing this, Long Wu could only nod, bowing in respect, though a subtle change flickered across his expression. Chapter 56, Unveiling Ye Fan. Beneath a stone 15 meters ahead lay a rare spirit herb. In the dense thicket, Wang Lingzi's voice suddenly resonated. At that moment, she was activating her spiritual essence, her eyes shimmering with a faint blue light. Squeak. As her voice faded, a golden-furred mouse swiftly darted back from the jungle. Ye Fan moved in response, and indeed, found a mid-grade spirit herb, the concentration grass, beneath the stone. Beside him, Fatty Lee stared at the spirit herb, momentarily choked. This marked their 14th spirit herb or fruit discovered that day, and they had scarcely exerted any effort, aside from 2 guarded by beasts. The rest were found in the wild. It was utterly astonishing, Fatty Lee exclaimed, exchanging a glance with Ye Fan. A hint of surprise flickered in Ye Fan's eyes. His sensitivity to spirit herbs was quite acute, yet it paled in comparison to the treasure-seeking prowess of the golden-furred mouse, a renowned beast for such endeavors. The ease with which they found so many spirit herbs was beyond his expectations. The golden-furred mouse can maximize the potential of your spiritual essence, Ye Fan remarked, slightly inquiring. This cannot be the beast you selected at school, can it? Indeed not. Wang Lingzi shook her head. It is a creature specifically trained by my family. My spiritual essence is a hereditary talent. My father and grandfather both possess this gift. Hearing this, Ye Fan nodded slightly. It is true that a minor portion of beast mastery talents are hereditary, though such inheritance is often unstable. Instances of 3 consecutive generations inheriting the same beast mastery talent are exceedingly rare. Your Wang family must thrive on treasure hunting, correct? Ye Fan paused before asking. Yes. We collaborate with the Spirit Herb Pavilion, supplying a substantial quantity of spirit herbs and fruits annually, Wang Lingzi replied with a smile, glancing at her golden-furred mouse. Do not underestimate this little fellow. As it levels up, it not only locates spirit herbs and fruits, but also their seeds and roots. Quite formidable. I am aware of that. Ye Fan nodded, observing Wang Lingzi's cheerful demeanor. However, his thoughts drifted to other matters. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured dismissively. The purpose of treasure hunting is to enhance one's strength. Do not conflate the two. Your talent is indeed highly useful, yet it does not augment your own combat power. A black iron 6-star golden-furred mouse remains a B-grade beast, and your prowess seems to fall short compared to your peers of the same age. This statement struck at Wang Lingzi's vulnerability. She paused, bewildered. So, have I strayed in my direction? There was a problem from the outset. Logically, with the number of spirit herbs and fruits you've gathered, you should possess at least bronze-level strength even with sheer effort. Instead, you established the Lingzi group and allocated a significant portion of your resources to others. Ye Fan shook his head, acknowledging that there was nothing inherently wrong with forming a team. However, a truly effective team should provide support rather than become a burden. Indeed, Wang Lingzi nodded slowly, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she turned to Ye Fan. Thus, I believe that joining you is a splendid and wise choice. Ye Fan was momentarily taken aback by her words, but he quickly waved it off. Let us proceed to a more central area for hunting, in hopes of acquiring some valuable treasures. Within the dense jungle, a fierce battle was underway against a colossal bronze 8-star grizzly bear. This creature was a formidable beast, reigning as a king in the inner realm. Yet at that moment, it was being scorched by the flames of hellhounds, its fur charred and its appearance pitifully disheveled. Were it not for the relentless assault of the hellhounds, the bear would not have been so beleaguered. Yet it was not alone. Venomous spirit snakes and rock-hard stone pythons emerged from the underbrush to ambush it, while the elusive black flame snake struck from the grass below, keeping the bear in a constant state of distress. Most critically, a swift gale eagle circled overhead, its innate instincts as a beastmaster warning it of the lethal threat posed by this aerial predator. At that moment, the gale eagle swooped down, its talons, empowered by beastmaster skills, tore through the bear's fur, piercing flesh and heart alike, delivering a fatal blow. With a thunderous crash, the grizzly bear collapsed. Behind it, nestled within its lair, a spirit fruit resembling a rare Lingzi mushroom emerged, quietly thriving upon the cliff that bordered the nest. Half of the fruit had already been consumed. With remnants of its roots strewn about, it was evident that this was the primary reason for the bear's ascension to the bronze 8-star rank. The blood spirit mushroom, a premium treasure among common-level items, could rival certain ordinary low-grade spirit materials, serving as a potent elixir for rapidly enhancing a beast's rank. Upon seeing the partially devoured blood spirit mushroom, Ye Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a marvelous find. Quickly, Fatty, gather it up. With this half of the blood spirit mushroom, along with all the herbs in your backpack, it should be sufficient to elevate your 3 beasts to bronze, he urged. Understood. Li Fatty replied eagerly, hastening forward to pluck the blood spirit mushroom. Ye Fan followed suit, extracting the remaining roots of the mushroom. Meanwhile, Wang Lingzi took it upon herself to retrieve the grizzly bear's carcass with her small knife. Has a bronze 8-star grizzly bear truly fallen so easily? Wang Lingzi marveled at the sight before her. It was her first time witnessing Ye Fan and Li Yu exert their full strength against a beast. Their synergy was palpable, demonstrating remarkable composure and even lighthearted banter amidst the chaos. The hellhounds provided frontal firepower, the rock python attacked from the side, while the black flame snake and spirit snake lay in wait for their moment to strike, and the gale eagle remained poised to unleash a decisive blow from above. Such seamless cooperation clearly indicated that they were no novices in hunting such high-level beasts. This is what it means to be a beastmaster, Wang Lingzi thought, glancing at Ye Fan and Li Yu with a mix of awe and a burgeoning desire for such exhilarating battles. I shall diligently practice my breathing techniques, striving to attain a second beast-controlling space and capture a formidable beast for battle. With a resolute determination, Wang Lingzi has already stored away the corpse of the giant brown bear and turned to Ye Fan, inquiring, "What shall we do next?" Next? Upon hearing this, Ye Fan glanced at Li Fatty, pausing momentarily before stating, "For now, let us casually search for spiritual herbs and fruits. Once Fatty's beast reaches the bronze level, we can embark on significant endeavors." Significant endeavors? This remark left Wang Lingzi somewhat perplexed. What kind of significant endeavors? Let Fatty explain, Ye Fan replied, stepping forward. Wang Lingzi cast a glance at Li Fatty, who scratched his head and leaned in closer to whisper, "Are you all heading to the core?" Wang Lingzi was taken aback by Li Fatty's words. The core was home to silver-level beasts, vastly different from the surrounding environment. I conveyed the same to Ye Fan. Li Fatty responded, "But Ye Fan believes we can use strategies to obtain what we desire." "What strategies?" "I'm not certain," Li Fatty admitted, scratching his head again while glancing at Ye Fan's receding figure. He then added, "But since Ye Fan says it's feasible, it must be." With that, Li Fatty hurried after Ye Fan, leaving Wang Lingzi behind. Watching their silhouettes fade away, she felt a sudden sense of unreality. Just yesterday, she had been engaged in a battle of wits with the black iron beasts on the forest's outskirts, and today, she was hunting high-ranked bronze beasts within the forest. Furthermore, she was about to venture into the heart of the forest to confront silver beasts. This stark transformation in her circumstances was solely due to her association with Ye Fan. Who exactly is Ye Fan? As she observed the two figures gradually disappearing, Wang Lingzi mused, the level of these beasts is hardly comparable to degrade. Chapter 57. The core boss Ji, we have located Ye Fan and the others. On the fourth day within the secret realm, the news finally reached Ji Jia. You found them? Where are they? Ji Jia inquired, looking at the rather shifty-eyed informant. Returning to Boss Ji, they have entered the core area of the secret realm. We did not dare to probe further due to our limited strength, the informant replied. Wang Lingzi is with the ordinary class Li Yu and him. Entered the core of the secret realm? Ji Jia's brows knitted together. Are you certain this information is reliable? Absolutely reliable, the informant confirmed. My beast talent allows me to detect life forms within a certain area for a brief period. Near the forest core, I sensed the three of them. But in such a fleeting moment, I could not ascertain their exact whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia no longer doubted, although a look of confusion lingered in his eyes. They dare to enter the core, where silver-level beasts reside. Boss Ji, perhaps Ye Fan knows he has offended you and has sought refuge in the core area, one suggested. This statement alleviated some of Ji Jia's doubts, yet he remained cautious. He waved his hand and commanded, Long Wu, take 20 individuals to approach the edge of the core and verify whether they are indeed in that area. You should accompany Long Wu. Casting a furtive glance at the shifty-eyed individual, Ji Jia added, once the location is confirmed, signal us with a flare. Understood, Long Wu nodded, saluting before departing. A group swiftly assembled and ventured into the forest. Ji Jia, perched at a height, observed the departing figures, a rare glimmer of caution flickering in his gaze. At this juncture, what justified his audacity to approach the core? Ye Fan, are we truly intent on confronting the silver-tier beast? Li Fadi inquired, muffling his footsteps as he walked between the trees. Have we arrived here only to question our resolve? Ye Fan replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he glanced at the apprehensive Li Yu and Wang Lingzi. With the right approach, confronting a silver-tier beast is not insurmountable. Ceasing his stride, Ye Fan continued, look ahead. Do you not see the telltale signs of trampling among the weeds? Indeed, Li Fadi affirmed. Then it follows that beasts are afoot nearby. Ye Fan gestured towards the thicket ahead, resembling the mouth of a cavern. Such entrances are typically the lairs of beasts. Wang Lingzi, seizing the chance to respond, interjected. This is the territory of the silver-tier cloud leopard, an elite at its peak, known for its swiftness and keen sense of smell. Nodding, Ye Fan turned to Li Fadi. Fadi, where are the stinky fruits I asked you to prepare? Right here, Li Fadi produced a small pouch of pale yellow fruits. The juice of these stinky fruits emits a potent odor, which is quite effective against the cloud leopard, sensitive as it is to scents. Ye Fan stated, taking the stinky fruits from him. Thus, we must apply the juice to ourselves. The cloud leopard will disregard us upon detecting the foul scent, allowing us to pass undetected. Li Fadi added, that's partially correct. Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he elaborated on his strategy. We will spread the juice of the stinky fruits in various locations outside, and we too must be doused in it. Shortly, I will send the swift-winged eagle in to provoke the cloud leopard. Once it emerges in pursuit of my beast, we shall swiftly enter to retrieve the spiritual fruit. The cloud leopard is exceedingly vigilant and will not chase far. Our window will be brief, around 1 or 2 minutes to collect the fruit. After acquiring it, we must make a hasty retreat while continuously dispersing the juice from afar. We must reach a river within half an hour to wash off the scent, or else the cloud leopard will detect the lingering odor of the stinky fruit juice, track us down, and pursue relentlessly until we are escorted out of the secret realm by the guardians. Is this truly so exhilarating? Li Fadi queried upon hearing this. So, we essentially lure the tiger from its lair and persistently throw smoke bombs until we escape? Precisely, Ye Fan affirmed. The plan is not overly complicated. It hinges primarily on 2 factors, the timing of our entrance and reaching the river to cleanse ourselves within half an hour. How does this plan relate to my beast reaching the bronze tier? Li Fadi suddenly asked. Survival, Ye Fan responded, casting a glance at the corpulent figure beside him. Should the plan falter, they would have no choice but to attempt a forceful takedown of the clouded leopard. Li Pangzi was momentarily taken aback. Could the plan truly fail? There exists no scheme devoid of risk, and one must always prepare for contingencies. Ye Fan replied succinctly, urging them to ready the concoction. The spirit fruit guarded by the clouded leopard was quite extraordinary, and the potential rewards undoubtedly justified the risks we were about to undertake. Upon hearing this, the trio swiftly sprang into action. Although their minds had been steeled for this moment, the pungent, repugnant essence of the green goo still caused Wang Lingzi to grimace. This is utterly foul, she remarked, yet without further hesitation, She smeared the liquid across her skin. Ye Fan followed suit. And soon the three of them were covered in the nauseating substance, scattering it throughout the forest with abandon, its stench pervasive. That should suffice, Ye Fan declared. Clapping his hands together, he summoned the Gale Eagle, gently patting its head while whispering instructions. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. And the eagle let out a piercing cry as it soared into the clouded leopard's lair. Hide, he commanded, and the trio concealed themselves within the nearby thicket. Before long, the Gale Eagle burst forth, closely followed by an earth-shattering roar. In the dappled shadows of the forest, they beheld a clouded leopard, towering nearly 3 meters high, emerge with ferocious grace. Its massive frame and menacing visage were awe-inspiring. With a single swipe, it uprooted a great tree, and in the blink of an eye, it leaped a distance of over 10 meters. This spectacle caused both Li Pangzi and Wang Lingzi to change their expressions, realizing the formidable power of the beast they faced. How are we to overpower such a creature? Li Pangzi trembled at the thought of Ye Fan's words. Stop dawdling. Now is the time. Hurry and seize the spirit fruit. Ye Fan's voice rang out as the clouded leopard thundered away, prompting him to take a bold step forward, followed by a graceful leap into the lair. Li Pangzi and Wang Lingzi, momentarily stunned, quickly followed Ye Fan into the den. What on earth is this? Li Pangzi exclaimed, gazing at 4 or 5 resplendent spirit fruits gleaming beside the clouded leopard's nest. Harvest fruit, a low-grade spirit fruit, yields every 3 years. Consuming one elevates one's level by a star. Without wasting words, Ye Fan grasped the root of the harvest fruit and pulled with vigor, uprooting a substantial mass of roots, causing several fruits to tumble to the ground. Li Pangzi and Wang Lingzi hurriedly gathered the fruits, urgently stowing them away in their beast space. We must not leave any trace of scent. With a forceful flick, Ye Fan tossed the roots to the corpulent fellow and then hurled several stinking fruits in every direction. Caught in a flurry of panic, Li Pangzi struggled to secure the spirit fruits when Ye Fan's voice rang out again. Now, flee. Do not look back. The clouded leopard's furious roar echoed through the forest. Clearly, it sensed the intrusion into its lair and was racing back. My goodness, how could so little time have passed? It felt like mere seconds. In that instant, Li Pangzi grasped the gravity of their predicament. Yanking the roots back into the beast space, he dashed toward the exit. With Wang Lingzi closely in tow, Ye Fan hesitated for a brief moment before unleashing the hellhound, which breathed fire, engulfing the entire lair in flames. Chapter 58. What is happening? In the sky, the Guardians were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the sudden inferno erupting in the forest. A fire element silver beast was engaged in battle at the core. The male Guardian squinted, his expression shifting dramatically as he focused his gaze. Ye Fan had set the lair of the colorful cloud leopard ablaze. What? The female Guardian was equally astonished, her gaze drawn to the scene below. At that moment, the colorful cloud leopard stood at its doorstep, observing the raging fire within its lair and the surrounding green, viscous juice, seemingly lost in contemplation. However, it soon caught a scent, fixating its gaze on the direction where Li Fatty and the others had fled, releasing a furious roar. At this moment, it had yet to detect the scent of Ye Fan and his companions. It was merely a fleeting thought that led it to recognize 3 moving large stinky fruits, connecting them with the green liquid at its doorstep, arriving at a conclusion. It pondered how such foul fruits could be at its entrance. Outrageous. They steal from me and burn my home. With a thunderous roar, the colorful cloud leopard set forth, its feet seemingly stirring the clouds with lightning, moving at an astonishing speed, covering dozens of meters in a single breath. Along its path, all trees were knocked askew. Filled with fury, it aimed to tear apart these thieving intruders. It's over, they've been discovered. In the sky, the female Guardian panicked. This Ye Fan is far too audacious. The last time he provoked a bronze-level beast, and now he dares to challenge a silver-level one. Next time, will he confront the overlord of this secret realm? Do not be hasty, the male Guardian's voice interjected. Ye Fan seems to have a backup plan. Backup plan? The female Guardian was taken aback. Suddenly, a series of beast roars erupted from the jungle, as the colorful cloud leopard, seemingly possessed, not only toppled trees, but also attacked unrelated inner beasts. Most of these beasts were high-star bronze level, although they were no match for the colorful cloud leopard. Their instinctual territoriality compelled them to retaliate. This Ye Fan is exceedingly vexatious. After observing for a while, the female Guardian discerned a peculiar pattern. He had deliberately chosen paths that passed by the lairs of those beasts, allowing the swift wind eagle to spread the juice of the stinky fruits upon them. The colorful cloud leopard, unable to distinguish their scents at that moment, instinctively attacked upon detecting the moving foul aroma. This is truly a case of the city gates aflame, affecting the fish in the moat. The male Guardian shook his head helplessly. This fellow is indeed audacious. Last time he approached bronze, but now he dares to provoke a silver-level beast several ranks above him. He must be after that harvest fruit, the female Guardian speculated. With that fruit, he could swiftly ascend to silver. Once he reaches silver, he might not need to provoke the overlord beast within the core next time. The male guardian observed intently, and upon witnessing Ye Fan successfully leap into the river while the colorful cloud leopard was still entangled in a fierce struggle with a massive brown bear, he could not help but turn away. This hardly resembles the feat of a novice. I cannot watch any longer. Success! Success! The river flowed tumultuously, and as Fatty Lee finally climbed up, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief, sitting beside the package with a sense of having survived a calamity. Thunderous roars echoed from the thicket across the way, causing Fatty Lee to withdraw his head slightly. He turned to Ye Fan and inquired, Ye Fan, we merely pilfered a few spiritual fruits meant for those below silver rank. Why does it react as if we burned down its home? Upon hearing this, Ye Fan smiled subtly and shook his head. I do not know. Perhaps it is rather petty. He added, if it were not so miserly, it would not resort to indiscriminate attacks. It might catch up with us soon. I see. Fatty Lee nodded, reflecting that anger often incites impulsiveness, which in turn can cloud one's judgment. Ye Fan patted Fatty Lee on the back as he began to walk away, urging him to stay put a moment longer since the creature was likely in pursuit. Wait for me. A timid voice emerged from the side. It was Wang Lingzi. I did not bring extra clothing. As her words fell, Ye Fan glanced over, noticing that her clothes clung to her form after the water incident, accentuating her curves unmistakably. I have some extras, he remarked, tossing her a garment before turning to hasten his pace. All right, Wang Lingzi accepted the clothing, momentarily dazed as she watched Ye Fan stride ahead. Isn't he a man? Not even a glance. Dongwu. I sensed the presence of Ye Fan and the others. From the grass nearby, Dongwu, leading his group, suddenly heard the voice of the previously shifty-eyed individual. Where? Dongwu pressed. Just ahead. I feel they are drawing closer. The individual replied. Prepare the signal flare to notify the young master. Dongwu commanded, swiftly climbing over a slope with his group closely following. Just as they crested the incline, Ye Fan and his companions were leisurely approaching from the opposite direction. Both parties momentarily froze in surprise. Dongwu. Ye Fan's gaze focused on the leader of the opposing group. What business do you have with me now? Dongwu opened his mouth, ready to deliver a stern retort, but hesitated. At that moment, the shifty-eyed individual stepped forward, pointing at Ye Fan, declaring, It was Boss Ji who sent us to find you. Jia, I am aware. Ye Fan nodded. Where is he? Is it just you lot? Just us. The individual replied, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. He has not arrived. What gives you the right to impede my path? Ye Fan's voice rang out. And at once, the Hellhound and Gale Eagle appeared at his side. The days spent in the secret realm were not in vain. The Hellhound had reached the bronze 5-star rank, while the Gale Eagle had attained bronze 7-star. Meanwhile, Fatty Lee's beast also manifested, revealing 3 bronze-ranked creatures. The emergence of these 5 beasts instantly thickened the atmosphere. What do we do now? The shifty-eyed individual recoiled at the sight. Dongwu, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Ye Fan and clasped his hands together, stating, The young master said to deal with the dog by addressing its master, hence I wish to speak with you. Yi Xiong, why do you need so many people here? Ye Fan replied, narrowing his eyes, and with a smirk, he remarked, Who is the dog here? Are you Long Wu? This statement instantly made Long Wu grit his teeth. It was merely a metaphor. A metaphor? Are you uncertain about that, Long Wu? Ye Fan scoffed. To serve as a servant for others, even if it is for a lifetime, remains servitude. I am not a servant, Long Wu retorted. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, a signal flare shot up into the sky, followed by a loud explosion. Who fired the signal flare? Long Wu's expression changed immediately. Brother Long, it was me. From the back, one person raised his hand. Did Big Brother Ji not say to find Ye Fan and inform him? Why should we fear him? Fool. Long Wu cursed. Ye Fan is right here. You fired the signal flare. Are you not afraid he will send us all out? Idiot. Truly an idiot. Calling for help. As he gazed at the signal flare in the sky, Ye Fan revealed a cold smile, thinking, It is not only you who can summon others. He then turned to look at the Plumply. This gesture left Lee bewildered. What is this about? Should I call for help? I have no one to call. Bring out the stinky fruit and throw it at them, Ye Fan whispered softly. Oh, Lee suddenly understood, and without further ado, he took out the stinky fruit and hurled it towards Long Wu's group. You scoundrels, watch as I summon people to deal with you. Several individuals were struck squarely by Lee's stinky fruit, the foul odor wafting through the air, prompting many to curse loudly. Let us go, Ye Fan commanded, and the 3 quickly darted toward the nearby forest. Don't chase. Long Wu blocked one of those hit by the stinky fruit, his gaze intense. We cannot defeat them. They are nearby. We will wait for the young master. But that fatso threw dung at me. The person retorted angrily, the stench of the stinky fruit overwhelming, reminiscent of something unpleasant. Long Wu also turned his head, the odor affecting him, yet a glimmer of doubt appeared in his eyes. Why doesn't Ye Fan strike at this moment, merely tossing a couple of stinky fruits? Can these stinky fruits also summon help? This doubt did not linger long. as suddenly, a roar echoed throughout the inner circle. Roar. Chapter 59. The plump man's exclamation by the riverbank. The colorful cloud leopard leaped across the great river, chasing after the few stinky fruits until it reached the river's edge. Initially, the scent had vanished, leaving it anxious as it prowled along the bank. Yet, within moments, the scent re-emerged. You cannot escape. With its cavernous mouth agape, the colorful cloud leopard sprinted swiftly through the forest, nearing the outskirts. Those with black iron and low bronze tier beasts sensed its presence and scattered in fear. Roar. With a furious roar, it crested a high slope, and Long Wu and his companions were momentarily stunned to see the silver tier beast charging forth. How can there be a silver tier beast at the forest's edge? Long Wu's eyes filled with astonishment. Quick, retreat. Roar. The colorful cloud leopard moved with such speed that it had already locked onto the group struck by the stinky fruit as Long Wu's warning barely reached their ears. At this moment, it perceived this group as intruders trespassing into its home. A roar erupted, and claws swept through the air as some individuals frantically attempted to command their beasts to intervene, yet they could not stem their retreat. The 20-strong team faced a silver-tier cloud leopard, resulting in a nearly one-sided massacre. Jun, it is time for us to act. Observing the chaos below, the female guardian called out the name of her male counterpart. If we do not intervene, those people will perish. It is not yet the appropriate moment. The male guardian, named Jun, responded, casting a glance at the female guardian. Our duty is to ensure their safety without disrupting the natural order of the secret realm. The cloud leopard has not yet struck. It is merely pursuing those individuals carrying the foul fruit. We shall intervene at the last possible moment. Very well. You nodded. Her gaze fixated below, a hint of tension evident in her demeanor. Clang. A collision occurred as the cloud leopard's claws swept towards Long Wu. He braced himself against the onslaught, yet the immense force sent him crashing into a nearby tree before he slid down to the ground. The cloud leopard emitted a low, guttural growl as it regarded Long Wu, seemingly sensing the latent bloodline within him, and refrained from further assault, redirecting its focus once more onto the fleeing individuals bearing the foul fruit. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping through the outskirts of the forest, dispatching a black iron tier beast with a mere strike. Meanwhile, the fleeing individuals began to comprehend the dire situation. It was evident that the cloud leopard was targeting them. It must be that fat fool's fruit, one exclaimed angrily, tearing off his clothing and tossing it aside, prompting the others to follow suit. Though they discarded their garments, the cloud leopard remained undeterred in its pursuit. In a state of panic, they cast off their pants as well. Why is it fixated on us? Feeling the relentless presence of the cloud leopard behind them, despair washed over the group. We are doomed. We are utterly doomed. The speed of the cloud leopard was astonishing, and it became clear they could not outrun it. They were mere moments away from meeting a grisly fate. Captain G has arrived. A voice cried out in elation as a large contingent appeared in the distance, arms flailing wildly in excitement. Captain G, we are here. We are here. Upon hearing the commotion, Jia, who had rushed to the scene after deploying a signal flare, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the exposed individuals. You just spoke, and suddenly, without warning, the cloud leopard charged from behind. Jia's expression shifted dramatically. A silver-tier beast. You fools. I sent you to find Ye Fan, not to provoke a silver-tier beast. Jia scolded furiously, his hesitation vanishing as he ordered, fall back. At his command, the group hesitated, one murmuring, Captain G, aren't we going to save them? They are fools. Are you also a fool? That is a silver-tier beast. How can we save them? Jia retorted sharply, glaring at the speaker. The Guardians will step in to ensure their safety. If we do not retreat, shall we wait to be sent out alongside them? This rhetorical question made the individual shrink back, silencing any further protests. The group began to withdraw like a receding tide, leaving the bewildered, bare individuals behind. Captain G, where are you going? We are here, quickly save us. Before the voice could fade, the cloud leopard had already arrived behind them, faced with such an overwhelming advantage. One person collapsed on the spot, while another attempted to flee but was swiftly pinned down by a powerful paw. With a thunderous roar, the cloud leopard opened its gaping maw, ready to vent its fury by crushing one of them. However, a formidable aura surged forth, pushing the beast back several meters. Just as it was about to pounce again in its rage, it caught sight of the man standing calmly before it, prompting an immediate shift in its demeanor. The creature cautiously closed its mouth and began to move with measured steps, clearly aware of the power emanating from the man opposite it. Retreat, Jin commanded, his voice cold and authoritative. Upon hearing this, the cloud leopard immediately flattened its ears, lowered its head, and hastily departed, evidently fearful of any further action from Jin. He stood still, watching the creature leave before turning to the group behind him. You few have lost your trial qualifications. State your names and exit the secret realm, he declared. The individuals were in shock, and upon hearing his pronouncement, a few expressed discontent. We were all harmed by Ye Fan. Must we also be expelled? I do not wish to reiterate the rules of the secret realm, Jean replied, his gaze indifferent. If you have grievances, feel free to lodge a complaint with your instructor. Upon hearing this, the outspoken individual shrank back. Within the realm, the judgment of the Guardian was beyond reproach. Even if they attempted to complain outside, they might face further reprimand. The group fell silent as Jean cast a cold glance at them, pulled out a notebook, and instructed. Retrieve your pants, and then tell me your names. Wow, Ye Fan, that cloud leopard is incredibly formidable. It annihilated Long Wu and his group without them being able to retaliate at all. From a nearby vantage point, Ye Fan and his companions witnessed the cloud leopard's dominance over Long Wu's group. Li Fati remarked, somewhat astonished, with so many injured and beastmasters harmed. Ji Jia must be furious with you. They haven't sustained any serious injuries, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Ji Jia is too cowardly. I expected at least some attempt to intervene, yet he simply retreated. There are still 2 days left in the secret realm, and Ji Jia likely doesn't wish to risk his life for a few subordinates. While they are numerous, defeating a silver-level beastmaster may prove challenging, Wang Lingzi analyzed. Draped in the coat Ye Fan had given him. After this, he should refrain from troubling us, especially after suffering so many casualties. He may not come after us. Ye Fan retorted coldly, but that does not mean we cannot seek him out. Wang Lingzi hesitated slightly. Ye Fan, are you planning to confront Ji Jia? Hearing this, a flame ignited within Ye Fan, but he suppressed it, lowering his voice. We will discuss it when the opportunity arises. For now, let us proceed. With that, Ye Fan rose and stepped deeper into the heart of the forest. Ye Fan, where are we headed next? Li Fati inquired eagerly, finding a place to rest. We utilized the bountiful fruits gathered today, Ye Fan replied, pausing for a moment, his gaze fixed upon the colorful cloud leopard that was poised to depart across the river. This leopard, having engaged in numerous battles during its pursuit, bore considerable injuries, and with its den destroyed, it had no refuge at this moment. It was at its most vulnerable. We must hastily prepare. Tonight, we shall capture this colorful cloud leopard. The suggestion of capturing the leopard left Li Fati momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but seeing Ye Fan already moving forward, he could only take a deep breath and glance at Wang Lingzi beside him. Goodness. I suspect Ye Fan has been intent on this colorful cloud leopard from the very beginning. Chapter 60. Setting off this Ye Fan, how infuriating. Retreating to the outskirts of the forest, when Ji Jia heard from Long Wu about their encounter with Ye Fan, he felt a surge of anger and cursed vehemently. Young master, it was our negligence, Long Wu said in a lowered voice. It was primarily those fools who took the initiative to provoke and recklessly fired signal flares that ruined everything. Ji Jia spoke, not blaming Long Wu but instead rebuking. Are the beast tamers of Pincheng all such fools, acting without thought? His words did not go unheard, and several nearby individuals changed their expressions. However, after the initial shift, many approached with forced smiles, reassuring Ji Jia, don't be angry, Boss Ji, it was just a few fools who caused the trouble, it won't happen again. With nearly 2 days remaining until the conclusion of the secret realm, we can continue searching for Ye Fan. Ye Fan is not as foolish as you, making unnecessary noise. At this moment, he is undoubtedly very vigilant. Ji Jia seemed to grow more irate, contemplating the 2 fools, had they not been expelled by the Guardian. I would have taught them a lesson. Standing there, Ji Jia pondered for a while, ultimately glancing at the surrounding students. He sighed, conceding, fine. I won't seek trouble with him this time. Let us just get through these 2 days peacefully. There will be ample opportunities to deal with him afterward. As night fell, by the campfire, the 3 were roasting meat, while Ye Fan was feeding his Gale Hawk the bountiful fruits. A total of 5 fruits, 3 were given to the Hell Hound and 2 reserved for the Gale Hawk, would elevate their powers to bronze 8 stars and bronze 9 stars, respectively, bringing them quite close to silver strength. Ye Fan, why didn't you keep 1 bountiful fruit for the Gale Hawk? That way, it could reach silver level. Li Fati inquired, watching Ye Fan's actions with some confusion. The bountiful fruit is only effective for those below silver and cannot directly aid a beast in breaking through to silver, Ye Fan responded, shaking his head. Moreover, silver is a minor threshold. Beasts must unlock their bloodline shackles to unleash their attribute powers at this level, and it is not an easy feat to surpass. Oh, I see, Li Fati nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking. Why do we have to choose to hunt the colorful cloud leopard at night? Visibility is poor at night, and the cloud leopard, being a feline, possesses excellent night vision. Isn't this disadvantageous for us? You make a valid point, Fati. Ye Fan acknowledged with a slight nod before expressing somewhat helplessly. If it were up to me, I would not choose to hunt at night either. My beast requires time to digest the bountiful fruit, but if tonight passes, the formidable recovery ability of the cloud leopard will restore its combat prowess. Therefore, is this not our optimal plan? Li Fati paused. There are no such things as optimal plans. Sometimes the opportunity exists only for a fleeting moment, and we must seize it. Ye Fan replied, and my Gale Hawk and Hellhound possess excellent night vision capabilities. Furthermore, with Wang Lingzi among us, her spirit quintessence will play a significant role. In fact, the impact of night battles on us is quite limited. Wang Lingzi, overhearing this, was momentarily taken aback. The striped rat is inherently adept at nocturnal activities, and your spirit quintessence can share vision, providing me with additional sight during the night. Ye Fan explained. In the midst of a jungle skirmish, visibility is paramount, especially when confronting a swift beast like the cloud leopard. If its presence vanishes from your line of sight, you are highly likely to fall victim to its ambush from the shadows. I see. Wang Lingzi nodded thoughtfully. I will report back at all times. No need. In this battle, you must prioritize your own safety. Inform me when I require your updates, Ye Fan instructed. Command your striped rat well. My Hellhound is of the fire element, and it will likely ignite a swath of underbrush during combat. Understood, Wang Lingzi nodded. And what about me? Li Fati interjected. You? Upon hearing this, a smile flickered in Ye Fan's eyes. Of course, you will fight alongside me. Fighting side by side, Li Fati shuddered with excitement. The thrill of hunting beasts beyond one's level can invigorate any beastmaster. Chirp. As the three deliberated, a familiar sound echoed, and from the nearby thicket, the little badger emerged once more. This little fellow truly recognizes us, Li Fati smiled. This little badger, Wang Lingzi paused, looking at Ye Fan. Do you know it? Indeed. It has joined us by the fire for several nights, and we always share some meat with it, Ye Fan replied, extending his hand. This time, the little badger showed little resistance, allowing Ye Fan to place his hand upon its head. It actually doesn't bite you, Wang Lingzi exclaimed in surprise, seemingly recalling something. When we last entered, it was just half a month ago, right? You in the ordinary class were not present, and someone was curious enough to tease this little badger. And what happened? They ended up being chased from the inner area to the outskirts, and the one who provoked it was ultimately escorted out by the guardian. Wang Lingzi recounted, observing the little badger being petted by Ye Fan, seemingly tempted to reach out as well. Squeak. Before her hand could even touch it, the little badger bared its teeth and emitted a threatening sound. Wang Lingzi jumped back, quickly retracting her hand. It is quite difficult for a beast like the little badger to warm up to others, Ye Fan remarked with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Its acceptance of my touch stems from our familiarity, and furthermore, my Gale Hawk is its natural enemy, providing a certain degree of intimidation. With a hint of regret, Wang Lingzi gently rubbed her hands as she gazed at the little badger, her eyes brimming with affection. After observing it for a while, she suddenly exclaimed, the little badger seems to be injured. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan narrowed his eyes and looked closely. Indeed, the little badger bore a scar on its leg, indicating it had been hurt for some time. The wound had already scabbed over, appearing rather inconspicuous. Fatty, give it some spirit fruits, Ye Fan instructed. Glancing at Li Fati beside him, bloodgrass or white jade fruit would be suitable. All right, Li Fati replied, carefully retrieving the bloodgrass and white jade fruit from his backpack and placing them gently before the little badger. Chirp. The little badger stared at the spirit herbs and fruits in front of it, momentarily taken aback, before looking at Ye Fan with a human-like expression of inquiry. There for you, Ye Fan nodded, tenderly patting the little badger's head before rising to his feet. Now, you should warm yourself by the fire and eat before you leave. After speaking, Ye Fan turned to Fatty. We should set off. If we delay any longer, it will become difficult to find our way. Understood. The three of them packed their belongings and swiftly ventured deeper into the jungle, while beside the small fire. The little badger watched as Ye Fan and his companions disappeared from sight, glancing at the white jade fruit in its paws, feeling somewhat dazed. What are Ye Fan and the others up to? In the sky, as Ye Fan moved, Zhen's gaze followed intently. Judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading towards the core. They're going to the core again, you remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhen's expression darkened. Isn't the chaos from the daytime enough? Working overtime at night, are we? This time, they likely aren't seeking to provoke other beast tamers, you surmised. Realizing that Ye Fan had fed all the harvest fruits to his beasts, indicating they were following the path of the cloud leopard that had departed. Cloud leopard? Zhen was momentarily taken aback, shifting his gaze within the core to see the cloud leopard resting beneath a large tree, its bare ground littered with scars. This scene caused Zhen to twitch his lips. Does this cloud leopard have a grudge against Ye Fan? He seems fixated on it. It looks so pitiful, you commented. It hasn't done anything wrong. Its spirit fruit was stolen, its home burned, and now it has to endure Ye Fan's surprise attack at night. Pitiful is hardly the word. This cloud leopard has taken more than just a handful of lives in the beast tamer forest. If it perishes, it deserves it. If the principal hadn't insisted on placing it in the secret realm for student training, I would have eliminated it in the beast tamer forest, Zhen replied, shaking his head. I'm merely pondering whether Ye Fan and the others can prevail. The disparity between silver and bronze is quite substantial. The gap is significant. Besides, That is a peak-level silver 2-star beast, capable of wielding elemental forces and possessing 2 awakened beast skills. A bronze-level beast tamer would find it exceedingly difficult to overcome. Ye Fan has a bronze 9-star Gale Eagle and a bronze 8-star Hellhound, so the difference shouldn't be too great, you interjected. It's just unfortunate that his talent is rated D, which does not provide any significant enhancement. If he had a talent above sea level to bolster his beasts, given his terrifying combat intuition, he might stand a chance. We shall see. I find it quite challenging. The nearby town shook its head, bracing for action. Knowing that Ye Fan and his companions were destined to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Cloud Leopard, the trials faced by such prodigious talents were notoriously arduous. To act would be prudent. Should the beast possess hidden tricks, they would face unwarranted expulsion. Yet, to refrain from action posed the risk of witnessing a life extinguished, leading to an even greater injustice. Ye Fan, truly, was pushing us to work overtime on this late evening. Chapter 61. Fierce Battle in the Depths of Night. The footsteps of the trio were muffled, and under the dim moonlight, Li Fati and Wang Lingzi trailed closely behind Ye Fan, acutely aware of the sound of their own heartbeats. They must be nearing their destination. Suddenly, Ye Fan halted, his gaze fixed intently on a great tree not far ahead, his expression turning grave. The two behind him felt their hearts race at his words. Wang Lingzi, send your Jinshao mouse to scout the area and ascertain the position of the Cloud Leopard, Ye Fan commanded swiftly. Fatty, conceal your ghost snake and black flame snake in the nearby underbrush. Prepare the rock python for immediate summoning. Understood, they both replied in unison, releasing their beasts. The diminutive Jinshao mouse advanced quietly towards the tree. At that moment, Wang Lingzi activated her spirit vision, her eyes emanating a faint glow as she shared the mouse's perspective. As the Jinshao mouse explored, having just passed the tree, Wang Lingzi suddenly shuddered, nearly losing her balance. Is it on the other side of the tree? Ye Fan inquired. Noting her reaction, yes, right at the very center of the trunk, Wang Lingzi confirmed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The surroundings were devoid of underbrush. Only a few trees stood, presenting minimal obstacles. Good, Ye Fan nodded. Direct the Jinshao mouse to perch on a distant tree, climbing as high as possible to share its vision, while you remain concealed. Aside from when I instruct you to report, avoid drawing the Cloud Leopard's attention. Not a problem, Wang Lingzi assured him. Fatty, command your snakes to be ready for action, Ye Fan instructed, raising his hand as the Hellhound and Gale Eagle materialized beside him, shortly followed by the manifestation of his ascendant talent. Although the D-grade talent boost was modest, its versatility proved advantageous. Let's go, Ye Fan urged, stepping forward. A knife typically used for butchering meat appearing in his hand, the Gale Eagle perched on his shoulder, and the Hellhound at his feet. Li Fati leaned forward as the black flame snake and ghost snake darted rapidly through the nearby grass. Soon, they were within 10 paces. Ye Fan made his move. Hellhound, unleash fire, he commanded. As the words fell, the Hellhound opened its mouth, and flames surged towards the tree trunk, spreading upon impact. A roar erupted next. The Cloud Leopard, having just fallen into a slumber, leapt from the flames, its gaze locking onto Ye Fan and the surrounding inferno with clear recognition. This creature was the instigator of its torment. Fatty, Ye Fan observed the fury in the Cloud Leopard's eyes, his own gaze calm as he spoke. Almost immediately, Fatty's voice rang out, Ghost Snake, deploy Toxic Mist. With a hiss, the ghost snake emerged from the underbrush, its mouth agape as a thick cloud of green venom surged towards the Cloud Leopard. This is the skill of the spectral serpent at the bronze level, unleashing a stored cloud of venom that possesses considerable lethality upon direct impact. The Rainbow Cloud Leopard, however, is remarkably swift and evades the toxic mist, retaliating instead with a powerful swipe that sends the spectral serpent flying. In the next moment, it charges towards Ye Fan, seeking vengeance. It is coming, it is coming. Ye Fan, witnessing the Rainbow Cloud Leopard effortlessly dispel the ambush of the spectral serpent as it approaches them, the portly companion begins to panic. Just assist from the side. No need to confront it directly, Ye Fan calmly advises, unwavering in his stance against the approaching Rainbow Cloud Leopard. Hellhound, Gale Eagle, let us advance. With a roar, the sounds of the hound and the eagle resonate as Ye Fan swiftly moves forward. Beside him, the Hellhound collides with the Rainbow Cloud Leopard at an accelerated pace. Bang! The two summoned beasts immediately engage in a fierce struggle. However, the Hellhound is overpowered by the Rainbow Cloud Leopard and is pinned to the ground. As the leopard raises its paw to pursue, Ye Fan's dagger strikes. Swoosh! The dagger slices through the wound on the Rainbow Cloud Leopard, inciting a furious roar as it turns to pounce on Ye Fan. Reacting swiftly, Ye Fan sidesteps the leopard's claw, and at that very moment, he kicks off from its body and leaps away. Hellhound, overheat burn, he commands, and flames erupt instantly around the Hellhound. Roar! Simultaneously, the Rainbow Cloud Leopard does not remain passive. As the flames blaze, purple lightning surges from its form. In an instant, it vanishes from sight. Thunder rumbles and flashes. Its innate skill akin to that of the Gale Eagle. While still airborne, Ye Fan deduces quickly and speaks up. Wang Lingzi, report your position. To your right rear. Wang Lingzi's voice echoes urgently, clearly indicating that the Rainbow Cloud Leopard has launched a surprise attack. This leopard is indeed quite clever. Within mere seconds, without much deliberation, Ye Fan deliberately sidesteps. Roar. The massive head of the leopard grazes past Ye Fan's ear, so close that he can almost smell the foul stench from its mouth. Gale Eagle, Divine Bird Strike. Ye Fan thrusts his dagger forward once more and retreats. Swoosh. The voice of the Gale Eagle rings out in the sky, darting toward the ground like a flash, its claws slicing through the air with fierce momentum. The strike lands solidly, leaving a substantial gash on the Rainbow Cloud Leopard, awakening its ferocity as it lets out a deafening roar. Roar. At that moment, electric light erupts from its body, and in an instant, lightning spreads outward in all directions. Ye Fan contemplates, enveloped in the electric magnetic field. He chooses not to retreat, but instead raises his hand. Portly 1, Rock Python. All right, comes the enthusiastic response. As a brilliant glow envelopes the Rock Python, appearing before Ye Fan, the lightning is suddenly neutralized, and a faint luminescence glows upon the Rock Python. Its bronze-level mastery skill hardening, transforming its body into solid rock, ideally suited to counter the Rainbow Cloud Leopard's lightning-based assault. There remains one more skill yet to be unleashed. Ye Fan traversed past the Rock Python, and at that moment, the Hellhound charged once more, engaging in a fierce struggle with the colorful Cloud Leopard. Today, it seems you have no place to escape, he remarked, observing the colorful Cloud Leopard's evident struggle. With a swift motion, he pivoted his dagger and surged towards the creature. Swiftwind Hawk, launch a sacrificial attack. The hawk circled above, its claws descending like iron. With a vicious swipe, it tore open another wound. And as the colorful Cloud Leopard, entangled with the Hellhound, lifted its head to bite, Ye Fan's dagger glimmered coldly at that very moment. A swift sound echoed as the dagger grazed the leopard's throat, leaving a deep gash. Roar. The colorful Cloud Leopard bellowed, blood oozing from the wound as it attempted to retaliate against Ye Fan, only to be ensnared once more by the Hellhound. Time passed, and under the relentless assault, the leopard gradually weakened. Despite its furious roars and attempts to bite, it never unleashed its final skill. Such a troublesome adversary, Ye Fan thought, as a forceful impact sent him staggering back. He paused at a distance, observing the wound he had inflicted upon the leopard's throat, which had inexplicably ceased to bleed. His expression subtly shifted. This colorful Cloud Leopard was indeed worthy of its silver rank, its throat remarkably resilient. However, this was where it would end. Lowering his stance, he prepared to execute a decisive strike against the roaring leopard. Ye Fan, be careful. Wang Lingzi's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Look above you. At her warning, Ye Fan's demeanor hardened as he looked up, discovering a thunderbolt, as thick as a barrel, coalescing above him, now descending with tremendous force. The Heavenly Thunder Punishment. A highly accurate beast skill, possessed terrifying lethality, its only drawback being the time required for accumulation. In that brief moment, it had been stealthily gathering its power for the impending strike. Ye Fan quickly redirected his gaze to the colorful Cloud Leopard, which, under the relentless assault, now displayed a fierce glint in its eyes, revealing a hint of human-like malice deep within. It had succeeded. Chapter 62, The Plan Boom. The lightning struck down, and in that critical moment, Ye Fan suddenly smiled. The intellect of a silver-ranked beast was still too limited. No skill could guarantee a hit. With that thought, amidst the thunder, a swift wind hawk darted in, moving with incredible speed, directly propelling Ye Fan away just as the thunder grazed him. The thunder crashed onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying surge of electricity. Ye Fan, carried by the swift wind hawk, swiftly rolled across the ground, always ahead of the electrical current. Roar. Witnessing this, the colorful Cloud Leopard emitted an anguished roar. Almost simultaneously, the Hellhound lunged forward, seizing its throat. Soon, amidst the struggle and devoid of any skills left to employ, the colorful Cloud Leopard fell silent under Ye Fan's command, collapsing onto the ground. It's over. Observing the fallen leopard, Fat Li let out a sigh of relief, while Wang Lingzi beside him appeared somewhat exhilarated. We won. We truly defeated a silver-ranked beast. In the arena, Ye Fan regarded the two of them, who were now filled with joy, a smile gracing his lips as he discreetly sheathed his dagger. Fat Li, go collect the body. Ye Fan rose to his feet, casting a sidelong glance at the portly Li, his expression subtly shifting. Beasts of silver rank or higher possess corresponding attribute spirit orbs within them, which are both costly and immensely beneficial for beasts that align with the attributes or for beastmasters whose breathing techniques resonate with those attributes. Spirit orbs? Upon hearing this, the stout man paused, hastily making his way toward the corpse of the colorful Cloud Leopard. In a matter of moments, he raised a violet orb in his hand. This orb was crystal clear, and within it flickered hints of lightning, seemingly corresponding to the leopard's electric attribute. Is this the one? Indeed. Ye Fan nodded. Accepting the spirit orb. The lightning attribute spirit orb is relatively rare, and this particular piece is valued at no less than 300,000. In a place like Ping City, acquiring such an item is exceedingly difficult. 300,000. The stout man was taken aback. 300,000 did not seem exorbitant, especially when compared to a well-tamed elite beast. While a silver rank spirit orb is not expensive, the demand for attribute spirit orbs among all silver rank and higher beastmasters is substantial. Generally, these orbs are not for sale. If they are, it is usually in exchange for orbs that meet their specific needs. Ye Fan shook his head and explained gently, as one ascends in rank as a beastmaster, many transactions often occur through barter rather than currency. I see. Lee nodded thoughtfully, scratching his head. Bartering feels quite primitive. Primitive, yet highly effective, Ye Fan replied, stowing away the orb. In the future, we must strive to acquire as many spirit orbs as possible, silver rank and above. Obtaining a sufficient quantity of spirit orbs of the same attribute, along with their requisite levels, is the simplest and most effective means of enhancing the rank of our beasts. Aside from acquiring rare materials, regardless of whether for our beasts or for our own use, they are invaluable. What kind of spirit orb should I use? Lee inquired. You? Ye Fan pondered briefly. If you intend to cultivate your breathing technique, it would be best to utilize a non-attribute spirit orb. Your breathing technique primarily affects the physical body, making the non-attribute orb the most suitable for you. Non-attribute? This revelation left Lee momentarily stunned. Isn't it said that beasts of silver rank unlock their bloodline shackles and thus possess attribute powers? Non-attribute is indeed a form of attribute power, Ye Fan clarified. More precisely, it can be referred to as a flesh attribute. Many beasts are non-attribute, relying solely on their robust physical forms for survival. He continued to elucidate. The ratio of beasts capable of wielding elemental powers to those that cannot is approximately equal. However, beasts that can wield elemental powers are considerably more troublesome. Hence the corresponding spirit orbs are somewhat more precious. Non-attribute spirit orbs are not difficult to procure. They are highly versatile and are primarily utilized by beastmasters to assist in the cultivation of their breathing techniques. In the marketplace, many individuals exchange non-attribute spirit orbs for the attribute orbs their beasts require. Now I understand, Lee said, nodding contemplatively. It seems that as our ranks ascend, we encounter more diverse elements. None of this was ever mentioned by Pan Zhao. Without reaching the requisite rank, such discussions would be futile. Ye Fan shook his head, remarking that in the future, there would be much more for them to comprehend. Entering the realm of silver signifies that they have truly crossed the threshold into the world of beast tamers. At this moment, they have merely glimpsed some of the scenery within. What about me? What kind of spirit orb should I cultivate with? Wang Lingzi interjected, raising her hand. That depends on the breathing technique you practice, Ye Fan replied, glancing at Wang Lingzi. Your cultivation likely revolves around a breath technique related to concealment and stillness, correct? Indeed. It is our family's ancestral breathing technique. Once mastered, it allows one to move with the grace of a swallow while effectively cloaking oneself from detection. Wang Lingzi quickly explained without reservation. A wind-type spirit orb should suffice, Ye Fan stated without much contemplation. He then looked at Wang Lingzi and inquired. Does your family not have any beast tamers of silver rank or above? No, our lineage comprises only 3 generations, and each generation typically produces just one successor with the spirit talent, Wang Lingzi replied, her expression somewhat awkward. My grandfather is the strongest beast tamer in our family, stuck at the 9th star of bronze for several years now. I see, Ye Fan nodded slightly, observing Wang Lingzi's apparent discomfort. He suddenly declared, in the future, you shall be the first to break that mold. Wang Lingzi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded affirmatively, stating, I will strive for that. Very well, Ye Fan acknowledged. Choosing not to elaborate further, he waved his hand. Fatty, quickly collect the carcass of the colorful cloud leopard. This is essential. There are many other silver-ranked beasts residing here, so be cautious. Understood, Li Fatty responded, while he and Wang Lingzi swiftly began to gather the leopard's remains. Before long, the trio was laden with their spoils, retreating deeper into the forest under Ye Fan's guidance. These 3 little ones have truly succeeded, Yu remarked, observing Ye Fan and his companions as they withdrew. His tone carried an unmistakable astonishment. It has only been a little over a month since school commenced, and already a freshman has managed to hunt a silver-ranked beast. Not quite a hunt. It was more of an assassination, Zhen interjected, shaking his head. The colorful cloud leopard was injured and unable to utilize its full range of elemental powers. Nevertheless, it is an impressive feat. A bronze slaying a silver. I have never witnessed such a thing in Ping City over the years, Yu remarked, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Especially that Ye Fan. He is formidable. If we set aside his D-grade beast talent, I would even argue that he stands shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies of the capital at his age. His acute battle instincts and mastery over beasts and timing are far beyond what one would expect from a mere adolescent beast tamer. It is terrifyingly mature. Perhaps he is a natural-born combat genius, endowed with sufficient knowledge of beast taming. Otherwise, he would not have evaded that lightning strike, Jin mused. His gaze fixated on Ye Fan, gradually shifting in intensity. This lad truly bears a resemblance to the former commander. I concur, you nodded. As the secret realm concludes, you might want to investigate. If he truly possesses the bloodline of the commander, we, as former members of the War Heaven Army, should offer him our utmost support. If he indeed carries the commander's bloodline, I would advise caution against excessive attention. Rather, it would be prudent to maintain a respectful distance. The town shook its head, representing the will of the guardians from higher echelons. To show favoritism towards him would only allow those with ulterior motives to perceive something amiss. The city is quite small, teeming with all manner of tricksters. Thus, one must exercise caution and remain vigilant. 2 days later, as the secret realm concluded, the guardians escorted everyone out. This time, Ye Fan and his companions did not linger until the end, exiting the secret realm early. The principal did not organize any prize activities. He merely waited at the entrance and exchanged a few words with the guardians, casting a slightly surprised glance at Ye Fan. As numerous students returned, news spread about Ye Fan provoking a silver-ranked beast, resulting in a calamity for Ji Jia and his group. Just the 3 of you hunted a silver-ranked beast? In the dormitory, Pan Zhao, who originally came to inquire about the gains from the secret realm, was astonished to see Ye Fan produce a thunder attribute spirit pearl. Upon receiving confirmation, Pan Zhao gasped, then repeatedly patted the shoulders of both the chubby boy and Ye Fan. You two are impressive. Together, you've taken down 5 bronze-ranked beasts. Quite the progress. Rarely, even the chubby boy received praise from Pan Zhao, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Oh, it's mostly Ye Fan's achievement. I know. I merely wanted to commend you as well, Pan Zhao replied. Hearing this, Li was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, Ye Fan smiled and said to Pan Zhao, Teacher Pan, we may not be staying at school for a while. Aside from the monthly secret realms, the facilities at school do little for our advancement, he continued. Indeed, that is true, Pan Zhao nodded, turning his gaze to Ye Fan. What are your plans then? To venture into the Silver Moon Forest? Yes, I intend to join a mercenary group with the chubby boy, Ye Fan answered. It will provide us with income and the opportunity for training. A mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's brow furrowed. Are you joining merely for extra money? That is only part of the reason, Ye Fan replied, his eyes reflecting a deeper meaning. Very well. Seeing Ye Fan's certainty, Pan Zhao refrained from further questioning but cautioned. Mercenary groups are often a mix of various characters. You must be extra careful if you choose to go. Indeed, Ye Fan nodded. There's no need to worry too much, Teacher Pan. Both the chubby boy and I are already at the bronze level and possess some self-defense capabilities. Just don't be reckless in critical situations, Pan Zhao advised, pulling a communication talisman from his pocket and tossing it to the chubby boy. He then addressed Ye Fan. Your combat abilities are formidable, surpassing those of an ordinary beastmaster of the same level. However, when facing formidable foes, your primary concern should be your own safety. Understood. Ye Fan responded, a hint of a resigned smile in his eyes. Clearly, he recognized that Pan Zhao was cautioning him about his perilous combat style, urging him to be more cautious and gentle. I will not undertake reckless endeavors that jeopardize my safety. After a moment's thought, Ye Fan looked at Pan Zhao and assured him, rest easy, Teacher Pan. All right. Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded, though not entirely satisfied. He could at least accept the answer. Hey, how does this thing work? Pan Zhaozheng intended to impart further advice when suddenly, the voice of the rotund figure interrupted. Turning his head, Pan Zhaozheng caught sight of Li, the portly man, toying with a communication talisman, and to his surprise, he had produced a wrench. With a swift motion, the wrench was poised to strike the talisman. Pan Zhaozheng reacted with alacrity, snatching the talisman away just in time, and unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Li. This is a communication talisman, worth 100,000. In times of peril, you can summon me at any moment, anywhere. 100,000. Others merely press a button, and you dare to use a wrench for its operation? Li Yu, are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Outside the grand gates of the Wang residence, Ye Fan and Li Yu had been waiting patiently and finally heard the voice of Wang Lingzi. They looked up to see her adorned in a charming floral dress, her makeup meticulously applied, exuding an aura of innocence and cuteness. This sight left the portly man momentarily stunned. Well, would you look at that? Wang Lingzi is rather captivating, he remarked. Indeed, Ye Fan nodded, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Having witnessed countless beauties fade over a century, he had encountered many exquisite women, and a girl in her teens hardly stirred much interest within him. Apologies for my tardiness, Wang Lingzi explained as she approached the two. I just had a conversation with my father about joining you in the mercenary group. He vehemently opposed, insisting that it was too perilous for a girl like me. It was only after my grandfather intervened that I was permitted to leave. Your grandfather? Upon hearing this, Ye Fan raised an eyebrow. Just then, the gates of the Wong residence swung open, revealing an elderly man accompanied by a golden-haired dog, which was perched upon his shoulder. This golden retriever, known as a family guardian dog, is a common beast of burden, gentle in nature and easily trainable. Many individuals prefer to keep such creatures for protection of their homes. Your grandfather seems quite devoted, Ye Fan remarked, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he observed the bronze-ranked guardian dog. It was evident that Wang Lingzi's grandfather remained at the bronze 9-star level largely due to the low lineage of the guardian dog, which, despite the use of numerous spiritual herbs and fruits, could not transcend the silver-ranked bloodline constraints. Lingzi, be cautious on your journey. The elder beckoned to the trio at the entrance. Be sure to procure ample food along the way. Don't let yourselves go hungry. Understood, Grandpa, Wang Lingzi responded, waving at him. The guardian dog, however, wagged its tail and bounded around her, seemingly reluctant to see her depart. Da Huang, come back, her grandfather called. But the dog remained unfazed, forcing him to lean on his cane as he stepped forward. Da Huang, Lingzi is embarking on a long journey. Do not be discontented. The elder gently patted the dog's head, prompting it to retract its head and step back. All right, we shall return shortly, Wang Lingzi replied with a hint of exasperation. Turning to Ye Fan, shall we proceed? Let us wait a moment, he suggested. Ye Fan raised his hand and approached Grandfather Wang, bending slightly as he spoke gently. Esteemed elder, you may feed the Jiangxing fruit, Huxing grass, and Beiwei fruit to De Wang in a 1-to-1 ratio, approximately half a kilogram daily. It is not far from achieving silver rank. It merely requires some enhancements to its bloodline. After about 7 doses, De Wang should ascend to silver. And this will not alter its bloodline form. Upon hearing this, Grandfather Wang paused, gazing at Ye Fan with a hint of surprise. How do you know this? I have encountered many beast masters like you, sir, Ye Fan replied swiftly, a smile dancing in his eyes. In reality, there are numerous such beast masters who remain devoted to a single beast, unwilling to see their beloved creature change due to bloodline variations. They steadfastly choose to remain at a particular level, even if it means stagnation for a lifetime. I see, Grandfather Wang nodded. This medicinal formula was developed by my family, akin to your situation. At this, a subtle change flickered in Grandfather Wang's eyes. Having spent years in commerce and treasure hunting, his mind was notably sharper than most. In mere seconds, he responded, then I thank you, young friend. Not at all, Ye Fan waved his hand dismissively and added with a smile, rest assured, Grandfather. Wang Lingzi is quite safe with me. Good, Grandfather Wang nodded, choosing not to prolong the conversation. I shall not delay your journey any further. Be cautious. The mercenary groups in Pingcheng are rather complex. Ye Fan acknowledged him with a nod and turned to lead Wang Lingzi and Fatty Li away. At the entrance, Grandfather Wang watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. This formula that can facilitate a breakthrough to silver without altering the bloodline form has eluded me for years. And it consists merely of 3 ordinary spiritual fruits and herbs? Chapter 64. Mercenary group. The trio journeyed together into the city, and soon, buildings reminiscent of taverns came into view. Are these the mercenary groups? Fatty Li inquired, observing the diverse individuals entering and exiting the tavern, armed with cannons and long blades, accompanied by their beasts. To be precise, you can regard this place as a centralized trading hub, Ye Fan explained casually. These mercenary halls serve many functions. One can buy and sell items, post or accept missions, recruit team members, and even dine here. Of course, aside from selling goods and posting missions, one must possess membership in the mercenary group to engage in the rest. There are about a dozen mercenary groups in Pingcheng, most led by beastmasters, with members primarily comprising beast hunters seeking companions. A formidable mercenary group can offer its members substantial security and various benefits, serving as a solid foundation. Oh, I see. Fatty Li nodded. Meanwhile, Wang Lingzi, perceptive as ever, asked, what advantages does forming a mercenary group bring to the leader? Surely, they wouldn't provide such ample benefits to members without reason. Indeed, there are numerous benefits, Ye Fan replied. To illustrate with a simple example, posting a low-level mission typically costs around 5,000 coins, and a mercenary group can have hundreds of such missions monthly, each yielding a 10% commission. Commissions could amount to hundreds of thousands of coins, Fatty Li remarked, his expression shifting. This task is merely elementary. Those of a more advanced nature could yield substantial rewards, alongside the various fees associated with transactions and the costs of hiring personnel and disseminating information. Ye Fan shook his head. Ultimately, a large mercenary group possesses commendable revenue. Consider the lone wolf we previously encountered. His band comprises merely a few dozen members, yet it is estimated that their annual income nears $1 million. Upon hearing this, the rotund man became somewhat intrigued. If that is the case, perhaps we should establish our own mercenary group. The creation of such a group requires at least 5 individuals. Ye Fan countered, and a considerable sum to establish a mercenary tavern, not to mention the management involved. It demands substantial effort unless one has specialized personnel. We can contemplate this later. For now, let us join an existing mercenary group to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Very well, Lee the Fat nodded. Where shall we go? Just follow me, Ye Fan replied, leading them toward a mercenary tavern. The establishment was quite large, exuding an inviting atmosphere with its tasteful decor. A sign hung above the entrance, emblazoned with the characters for Dawn. Dawn. Upon seeing the name, Lee the Fat seemed to recall something. The Dawn mercenary group mentioned by the Lone Wolf? Indeed, Ye Fan affirmed. It is said that hearing about them is merely hearsay. I wish to verify it. He stepped forward and pushed open the tavern door. With a creak, the door swung open, drawing the attention of numerous patrons within. Upon noticing the presence of 3 youthful boys, they merely shook their heads. We do not serve minors here, a server approached briskly, balancing a tray with 2 glasses of red wine. We're here to join a mercenary group. Ye Fan glanced at the server and replied. This statement elicited a wave of laughter throughout the tavern. Youngster, do you even comprehend what a mercenary group is? You didn't just hear about it on the street and come here hoping to make a fortune, did you? Run along home and come back when you've matured. Various voices chimed in. The tavern patrons relished the opportunity to mock such naivete. Lee the Fat took it in stride, but Wang Lingzi furrowed her brow, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. The server, while maintaining a polite demeanor, could not suppress a smirk as he responded, Young lad, we do not accept minors into our ranks. We are beastmasters. Ye Fan's expression remained calm. He chose not to elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, the Hellhound materialized beside him. Bronze 8 stars. At that moment, the Hellhound had shed its youthful appearance, its fangs sharp and flames encircling its limbs, towering above Ye Fan, exuding an imposing presence. The emergence of this beast took many in the tavern by surprise, and a collective gasp echoed through the room. For hunters accustomed to the city, a bronze high star was considered formidable. A young beastmaster of such caliber clearly had a promising future ahead. My, what have I said? Many who had earlier mocked fell silent. The server's expression shifted dramatically, and he began to apologize profusely, realizing the young man was a successful beastmaster. Please, young sir, allow me to show you inside. As the attendant spoke, he led Ye Fan and his companions deeper into the establishment. Following closely behind, Ye Fan's gaze swept across the patrons of the tavern. Many were engrossed in their drinks, oblivious to his presence. After a thorough scan of the room, he shook his head. He held no particular regard for these hunters, but was merely curious to see if any familiar faces from his past life might be present. In his previous existence within the mercenary corps, he had encountered several commendable allies, and in this life, he hoped to recruit 1 or 2. The Ye family would be relocating to the capital next year, and he would need some means of self-protection, besides relying on his own strength. Forming alliances to establish a force akin to a mercenary group was a rather prudent choice. Please register your information here, and we will assist you in obtaining mercenary identification, the attendant said, guiding Ye Fan and his companions to a table. He continued, this is our 6th leader of the mercenary group, Zhao Kuei. Very well, Ye Fan nodded, turning his gaze toward the individual seated behind the table, a smile playing upon his lips. The Dawn mercenary group was led by 6 individuals bound by brotherhood, known collectively as the 6 leaders. The 6th leader, affectionately called Xiao Liuzi, was a young man in his 20s, an adept beastmaster with commendable strength and an upright character, possessing bronze-level prowess. These 3 are also beastmasters, the attendant hurriedly added to Zhao Kuei. I noticed that, Zhao Kuei replied, his face beaming with a broad smile. A Hellhound of bronze 8 stars, young brother, you possess remarkable strength. You must be a student from Pingqing High School. Yes, from the regular class. Ye Fan acknowledged, not concealing anything, revealing his true name. Ye Fan. Is that so? Zhao Kuei mused, nodding slightly. A senior? First year, Ye Fan responded tersely, offering no further explanation. These are my companions. This is Li Yu, and she is Wang Lingzi. Oh, greetings to both of you. Zhao Kuei waved at them with a smile, quickly noting their details in the registration book. It is excellent that 3 beastmasters can join our mercenary group. Shortly, one of our guards will provide an introduction to our group's rules and regulations. Zhao Kuei spoke with a glint of enthusiasm in his eyes. Rest assured, young brother. The Dawn mercenary group is the largest in Pingcheng, operating with fairness and integrity. Should any disputes arise during missions, or if you are bullied by other mercenary groups, do not hesitate to come to us. The Dawn will never stand idly by. Understood, Ye Fan nodded. Soon, the attendant approached with 3 badges in hand, ready to explain the regulations, but Ye Fan raised his hand to interrupt. I am already familiar with the regulations of the mercenary group. There is no need for further elaboration. After making this remark, Ye Fan surveyed the surroundings once more and inquired, is the leader not present? The leader is on a mission, escorting a shipment to Li City, and has not been around lately, Zhao Kuei responded. Is there something you need, young brother? Nothing of particular importance. Ye Fan shook his head. Seeing Zhao Kuei's slight confusion, he smiled gently and produced a lightning attribute spirit pearl from his hand. I have a silver 2-star lightning spirit pearl here and wish to exchange it for a non-attribute spirit pearl. Upon seeing the spirit orb in Ye Fan's hand, Zhao Kuei's expression shifted slightly, revealing his astonishment at such a grand gesture. Allow me to inquire on behalf of my younger brother. Accepting the spirit orb, Zhao Kuei rose from the table, cleared his throat, and bellowed toward the tavern. Here lies a silver 2-star lightning attribute spirit orb. Seeking an exchange for a non-attribute spirit orb. Which brother desires it? By heavens. Observing Zhao Kuei's reaction, Fatty Li was momentarily taken aback. Was this inquiry not a tad too plain and unembellished? Chapter 65. The Transaction Lightning Attribute Spirit Orb. As Zhao Kuei's voice resonated, numerous eyes shifted toward Ye Fan and his companions. Do these individuals possess spirit orbs? Fatty Li leaned closer to Ye Fan and whispered, Indeed, they do. Ye Fan replied with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Most who frequented mercenary groups did so to undertake missions. Who had time to indulge in drink and leisure during the day? Those present were primarily intermediaries, along with a handful of various families and some outsiders. Understanding dawned upon Fatty Li. Right. Ye Fan nodded in affirmation, adding, Of course, there may also be some formidable individuals among them. Many beastmasters who failed to enter university occasionally appear, and it is not uncommon for silver-level beastmasters to be present. Before long, a man rose from his seat and approached Ye Fan's group. With a hawk-like nose and a somewhat sullen demeanor, he leaned in close and whispered, Young brother, I can offer 3 silver 1-star non-attribute spirit orbs in exchange for that lightning spirit orb. 3. Ye Fan scoffed at this offer. The market value of the lightning spirit orb was equivalent to 3 non-attribute spirit orbs of the same rank. A lower tier would typically see a price increase of about 30%. Given that the lightning spirit orb was valuable yet scarce, it ought to command an exchange of 5 to 6 silver 1-star non-attribute spirit orbs. The hawk-nosed man appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Jinbo, it is evident that this young brother possesses considerable acumen, yet you present such a paltry offer. That seems rather excessive. Another individual emerged, wearing a teasing smile. I will offer 6 silver 1-star non-attribute spirit orbs. Always a presence, aren't you? Jinbo glared at the newcomer, who, upon producing 6 non-attribute spirit orbs, fell silent. He flicked his sleeve and departed. Young brother, is that acceptable? The man, evidently unperturbed by Jinbo, turned to Ye Fan with a cheerful expression. Certainly. Ye Fan replied succinctly, accepting the spirit orbs and handing over the lightning spirit orb to the man. Such a forthright young brother. The man took the lightning spirit orb, inspected it briefly, and his eyes gleamed with delight. He turned to Ye Fan and said with a smile, I am a member of the Ningnan Commerce Association, which regularly acquires such attribute spirit orbs at the highest prices. Would you be interested in exchanging contact information? Yes. Ye Fan nodded and glanced at Fatty Li. Comprehending the cue, Fatty Li promptly produced his phone, and they exchanged contact details. Let us be off, Ye Fan said, directing his attention toward the mission board. Ye Fan, what is the Ningnan Commerce Association? Fatty Li called out as he hurried to catch up. It is a prominent commerce association in the south, akin to the family of Wang Lingzi. They engage in material acquisition and redistribution, with their headquarters located in the southern city, the largest city in the south. Ye Fan approached the task bulletin board, the designated place for mercenary missions. Tasks were categorized by their remuneration, with different colors indicating varying levels of difficulty. Astonishingly, there was a task offering 10 million for an exceptional beast egg. Upon arrival, Fatty Li immediately spotted the prominently marked task at the top of the board and exclaimed in awe, noting that the mere commission amounted to 1 million. Such tasks were likely sought after by prominent families, and similar missions could be found in mercenary guilds across various regions. Ye Fan shook his head, contemplating the annual availability of a dozen or so exceptional beast eggs. Why would anyone sell an exceptional beast egg? Wang Lingzi inquired, puzzled. An exceptional beast could potentially reach golden rank in the future, and one would presume that a golden tier powerhouse could easily earn 10 million. Some might have acquired it by chance, unaware of its true value. Others may simply be in urgent need of funds, Ye Fan replied, reflecting on the myriad circumstances that existed. What level of task should we undertake? Fatty Li voiced, surveying the options with a furrowed brow. Feeling that the available tasks were rather unimpressive. A bronze beast was merely worth a few thousand, and the rest involved searching for various items or collecting rare materials. We are here to earn a little extra, not to strike it rich. Most worthwhile tasks have already been snatched up, leaving only those of lesser quality, Ye Fan remarked, casually tearing off several task flyers before heading outside. Let's go spend a few days in the Silver Moon Forest. Here, Lingzi, you take 2 of these spirit beads. I will keep the remaining 4 for myself. While traversing the forest, Ye Fan handed 2 spirit beads to Fatty Li. Without hesitation, Fatty Li accepted them and consumed them directly. In the blink of an eye, his face flushed crimson, and he swelled like a balloon. Focus on your breathing technique, Ye Fan instructed, as the cultivation of spirit beads was no trivial matter. To consume 2 at once is quite audacious. Hearing Ye Fan's words, Fatty Li quickly began to practice the Daodi technique, gradually calming himself, though his body continued to exhibit a noticeable expansion. Half an hour later, Fatty Li completed his cultivation, exhaling deeply with a hint of excitement in his gaze. Good heavens, I feel as though I possess nearly the strength of a bronze rank now. With that, he delivered a powerful punch to a nearby tree, nearly penetrating its trunk. Impressive, Ye Fan nodded slightly. In due time, we shall be able to confront silver-tier beasts directly, and your progress will accelerate. You may consume more suitable spiritual herbs and fruits, he added. Absolutely, Fatty Li affirmed, retrieving 2 white jade fruits from his bag and consuming them. These spiritual herbs and fruits truly satisfy one's hunger. Meanwhile, Wang Lingzi observed this scene with astonishment. Aren't white jade fruits meant for beasts? Can humans absorb them as well? My breathing technique is quite unique. It allows me to absorb spiritual herbs and fruits, Fatty Li explained, scratching his head and glancing at Ye Fan without elaborating further. Wang Lingzi, with her clear and discerning mind, surmised that the breathing technique employed by the chubby individual was likely bestowed upon him by Ye Fan, yet she refrained from inquiring further. Her knowledge surpassed his considerably, and even such a minor action revealed the preciousness of the breathing method. Only a select few spiritual herbs and fruits are suitable for human use. Yet this breathing technique transcended those limitations, allowing one to absorb the spiritual herbs and fruits meant for beast taming to enhance oneself. The value of such a technique is indeed immeasurable. Ye Fan, it seems, is exceptionally formidable to possess such a technique. Casting a glance at Ye Fan ahead, Wang Lingzi silently mused, her expression subtly shifting. Wang Lingzi, are you close to unlocking your second beast space? Ye Fan's voice interjected her thoughts. She paused momentarily before responding. Yes, it should be only a few days away. Good, Ye Fan replied, contemplating briefly before adding, let us expedite the process. We will be in the forest for the next couple of days, and I hope to assist you in capturing your second beast within this time frame. Oh, help me capture one, Wang Lingzi exclaimed, taken aback by the proposition. Indeed, Ye Fan affirmed, then inquired, what are your thoughts regarding your next beast? I haven't given it much thought yet, Wang Lingzi admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As long as I can be of assistance, that is sufficient. Assistance can surely be provided, but the extent of its impact remains to be seen, Ye Fan remarked, shaking his head. In recent days, I've contemplated your spiritual essence. It possesses considerable potential, although you may not be fully aware of it. Considerable? Wang Lingzi echoed. Yes, Ye Fan confirmed, the grading of talents is quite stringent. Merely having shared vision would not qualify for AB rank. Perhaps you should consider the combat aspect. To illustrate simply, if you share vision with your beast, does it not follow that the beast can also perceive your viewpoint? In a battle, could it not utilize this mutual perspective to radiate influence across the entire battlefield? Alternatively, could you acquire some physical techniques, and, while in a spiritual essence state, channel those techniques to your beast, providing it with enhanced counterattacks or offensive maneuvers? Upon hearing these words, Wang Lingzi's eyes sparkled with realization, as if she suddenly grasped many concepts. Contemplate further. The unique talents of beasts can yield numerous applications. Ye Fan chose not to elaborate further, instead gesturing dismissively. Do not confine yourself. Expand your horizons. Chapter 66. By you season leader. It seems Ye Fan and his companions are absent from the school. A student approached Ji Jia, a hint of panic in his demeanor. We have been stationed outside Ye Fan's dormitory for the past few days, yet we have not seen him emerge. Not in the school? Ji Jia's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. After several days, this is the conclusion you have reached? The student shrank back slightly. It seems rather foolish, Ji Jia remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Carry on with your tasks. I intend to enter seclusion to elevate my beast level, so do not disturb me. Yes, yes. The student responded eagerly, nodding repeatedly as he hurried away. Watching the student depart, Ji Jia's countenance remained ominously grim. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Long Wu, young master. Beside them, the towering figure of Long Wu appeared, bowing respectfully. Send someone to investigate Ye Fan's whereabouts. Ji Jia spoke. No need to search among the fools at the school. Instead, go to the mercenary guild in Pingcheng to find capable individuals. Ye Fan and his companions are likely not at school. They are probably honing their skills in the Silver Moon Forest. Once located, we shall teach them a lesson. The phrase teach them a lesson momentarily stunned Long Wu. Young master, shall we eliminate them? Ye Fan must not be harmed. The other two, however, are fair game, Ji Jia replied. Turning away. I understand, Long Wu nodded, preparing to bow and depart. However, As he gazed at Jijia's retreating figure, a thought crossed his mind. Hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. Young master, is it true that the Anew clan cannot practice the breathing technique? Upon hearing this, Jijia narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to face Long Wu. What do you ask? And nothing, Long Wu stammered, shaking his head repeatedly. I heard someone say that our Anew clan can indeed practice the breathing technique, and I was curious. The Anew clan cannot practice the breathing technique. Your father should have informed you of this, Jijia stated. If you doubt it, you may verify it yourself. I can impart to you a breathing technique. The rare dragon elephant skill from my Ji family's collection. You may try it for yourself. Very well. Long Wu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, expressing his gratitude for the young master's gift. Listen carefully. For the next while, Jijia taught Long Wu the intricacies of the breathing technique. Long Wu listened intently, committing each word to memory, and began to cultivate it immediately. However, not long after, Long Wu's expression shifted drastically. In the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality and spirit waning. See, you should now comprehend whether you can practice it, Jijia stated coldly, his gaze sharp. As a servant, how dare you question me? Long Wu dared not reply, shaking his head fervently and kneeling on one knee. Well, it's normal to doubt. Now that you've tried, you should believe it. Jijia waved his hand dismissively. Go now and proceed with the tasks I've assigned you. I understand. Long Wu rose swiftly and exited, a flicker of anger on his face. That Ye Fan dared to deceive me. He has provoked the young master's wrath. I must teach him a good lesson. Fool. Jijia scoffed as he watched Long Wu storm away, a glint of cold malice in his eyes. If I were to allow those of your mixed bloodline to practice the breathing technique, how could my Ji family maintain control? In the forest, Wang Lingzi was casting a beast contract on a round, plump bird, simultaneously channeling her spirit essence to showcase her prowess. The opposing poppy bird, evidently having received a beating, lay on the ground, weak and submissive, offering no resistance to Wang Lingzi's contract. Soon, a radiant glow enveloped the area, and the poppy bird was summoned from the beast space by Wang Lingzi. I did it! Wang Lingzi exclaimed in excitement, glancing at Ye Fan and Li Fati, who were waiting nearby. As long as it's successful, Ye Fan nodded, observing the poppy bird that Wang Lingzi had summoned, his expression tinged with exasperation. This was a bronze 2-star poppy bird, possessing the beast skill of emitting a piercing cry at the elite tier. This creature belongs to the category of alert beasts, capable of sensing the presence of enemies over a vast expanse, exhibiting remarkable agility. Even Ye Fan experienced an unusual misstep, allowing the adversary to escape once, only to capture them on the second attempt. With this beast in his possession, the responsibility of providing reconnaissance will henceforth rest upon it. Ye Fan spoke, observing Wang Lingzi, who cradled the Pidgey with an endearing fondness. Choosing Pidgey, I presume you have meticulously contemplated your future path as a beastmaster. Indeed, Wang Lingzi affirmed with a nod. Now that I possess the treasure-seeking Jingxiao mouse and Pidgey for reconnaissance, I plan to seek out various auxiliary beasts that can heal injuries and hinder opponents' movements. Ye Fan fell into a brief silence at the mention of auxiliary beasts but ultimately nodded in agreement, recognizing their potential to significantly enhance team dynamics. Exactly, Wang Lingzi replied, her gaze fixed on Ye Fan. I feel our team lacks a beastmaster specializing in support. You and Li Yu serve as our primary combatants. Your strength lies in direct assaults while the chubby one focuses on harassment and ambush. With my support, we would form a complete unit. A complete unit? Upon hearing this, Ye Fan's expression subtly shifted as he regarded Wang Lingzi, preparing to articulate a response when suddenly, sounds of pursuit erupted from the nearby thicket. Hey, girl, where do you think you're running? Taunted two voices, laced with an unsettling leer. In this dense jungle, can you truly escape? Ye Fan raised an eyebrow. Before he could act, a bloodied white wolf burst forth from the undergrowth, followed closely by a familiar girl, staggering behind. Ma Xiaoxiu. Ye Fan furrowed his brow at the sight of the girl. Ye Fan. Upon spotting him, Ma Xiaoxiu appeared taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Ye Fan, save me. A group of mercenaries is hunting me. Hunting students from Pingqing High School? Ye Fan's eyes narrowed at this revelation as he exchanged a glance with the chubby one beside him. The chubby one promptly assisted Ma Xiaoxiu to her feet, while Ye Fan signaled to the hellhound, directing it towards the thicket. With a rustle, the underbrush was parted, and simultaneously, the hellhound let out a ferocious growl, lunging forward to tackle the assailant. What in the world is this creature? The downed man exclaimed in horror, struggling beneath the hellhound's grip, while several others rushed to aid their leader. However, they were no match for the hellhound's might. Realizing they could not pry it off, one panicked individual drew a firearm, intent on firing. If you pull that trigger, you declare war upon me. Ye Fan's voice resonated, causing the assailants to freeze, their movements instinctively halting as they turned to face him. At that moment, the hellhound dragged the leader's clothing, pulling him directly before Ye Fan. Help! Help! The man cried in terror, and upon recognizing Ye Fan, he hastily brandished a medal. Beastmaster, we are members of the mercenary group. Spare us. A mercenary group? Ye Fan raised his hand, prompting the Hellhound to release its grip and stand guard. The others remained rooted in place, intimidated by the array of beasts surrounding Ye Fan and his companions. Dawn. At the moment Ye Fan laid eyes upon the medal, his expression transformed instantly. Are you all people of Dawn? Indeed, several of them nodded vigorously upon confirming the significance of the medal. Isn't it strictly prohibited for Dawn to take action against others in the forest? Ye Fan retorted, his gaze sharp. You are all unaware of this? We are aware. The man on the ground replied, casting a glance at Ma Xiaoxu beside him. Our leader has taken an interest in this girl, but she has rebuffed us. Last time we teamed up, she slapped our boss. Your leader? This made Ye Fan furrow his brow. Is it Bai Chun, the leader of Dawn? No. The man shook his head vehemently. It is the third elder, Bai Yu. Bai Yu? Upon hearing this name, Ye Fan's expression darkened slightly. So it is the scoundrel. If it is indeed Bai Yu's men, then it is no surprise, Ye Fan remarked, glaring at the man opposite him, his voice cold. Bai Chun is absent, and Bai Yu intends to cause a ruckus, does he? No. The fourth elder is on his side. The man hurriedly shook his head, attempting to explain. But Ye Fan merely waved his hand dismissively, giving a casual kick to send the man sprawling towards the others. Take him away, and should there be any matters, let Bai Yu come seek me. All right. They quickly assisted the fallen man and fled in disarray. Ye Fan watched them depart, his expression icy, choosing to remain silent. Ye Fan, who is Bai Yu? Fatty inquired, edging closer. A scoundrel, the younger brother of Bai Chun, the leader of Dawn, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head. Bai Yu indulges in plunder and chaos, akin to a bandit. Were it not for such a brother, he would have long met his demise. His younger brother? Fatty exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Ma Xiaoxu. Ma Xiaoxu, how did you get entangled with him? Ma Xiaoxu began, but her gaze shifted to Ye Fan. Speak. Ye Fan urged, you may share anything with me. I want to become stronger, Ma Xiaoxu replied, her voice heavy. In the secret realm, I cannot acquire valuable items. Hence, I resort to the mercenary corps, seeking allies and tasks in hopes of rapidly enhancing my abilities. You joined the mercenary corps last month, Ye Fan pondered. So, your absence from the secret realm this time is due to Bai Yu? Yes, she affirmed. He sent someone to injure my beast, leaving me with no choice. The influence of Dawn is overwhelming. Whenever I enter the forest, his men are always on my tail. I have attempted to escape numerous times, but to no avail. This time, I had already run quite far, yet they still found me. As she spoke, Ma Xiaoxu cradled her white wolf, which, a 6-star black iron creature, was bloodied and bore numerous scars from past battles, remnants of swords and firearms. Fatty and Wang Lingzi observed from the side, their eyes filled with sympathy. Ye Fan. Fatty began, but as he spoke, Ye Fan raised his hand, looking at the crouching Ma Xiaoxu. What sort of person do you wish to become? I aspire to become a formidable warrior. As Ma Xiaoxu responded, she gazed at Ye Fan, who had arrived with 2 formidable beast companions, and remarked, a powerful individual like you, possessing 2 mighty beasts, is indeed noteworthy. Yet, a bronze-level beastmaster with 2 beasts hardly qualifies as a true powerhouse. Ye Fan merely scoffed, turning away as he urged, keep up. Becoming strong requires more than mere words. Keep up? Ma Xiaoxu paused, glancing at Li Pangzi and Wang Lingzi beside her, only to find them both wearing amused smiles. Let us proceed. Li Pangzi spoke first, producing 2 bloodgrass leaves and offering them to Ma Xiaoxu. Welcome to our team. Do your best, Wang Lingzi added, crouching down to pet the white wolf. Once I acquire a healing beast, I will be able to assist you with your beast ailments. Ma Xiaoxu stared at Wang Lingzi, somewhat bewildered. From now on, we will be partners, Wang Lingzi smiled, casting a glance towards Ye Fan ahead. That fellow is quite formidable. Joining him will undoubtedly lead you to greatness. Boss. In the Dawn Tavern, several individuals who had been repelled by Ye Fan returned, shouting loudly as they entered. Upon hearing their voices, many turned their attention towards them, their faces betraying smirks. The people from Bai Yu are causing trouble again. At the registration desk, Zhao Kuei noticed the group as well, but merely curled his lip and feigned indifference. With Bai Chen absent, we are truly powerless against Bai Yu. We can only let them wreak havoc. When the captain returns, I'll have to clean up after his brother, Zhao Kuei lamented. At that moment, a gaunt man emerged from backstage. Upon seeing his subordinates in disarray, he immediately inquired, I sent you to capture a girl, not to engage in battle. Boss. We were intercepted, the leader of the group replied. We were about to seize Ma Xiaoxu when one of our mercenary members intervened. He is a beastmaster with 2 beasts, and we were no match for him. We were thoroughly bested. Our mercenary's beastmaster? Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then his displeasure grew. Did you not inform him that the target was desired by me, Bai Yu? I did, but he showed no concern and even insulted you. Calling you a fool, the man recounted, lamenting. He also stated that any matters should be addressed directly with you. Bai Yu's irritation deepened at this. His reputation within the Dawn mercenary group was well known. Even beastmasters would not dare to challenge him. For someone to speak so brazenly was to disregard him entirely. What is the name of this beastmaster? Bai Yu inquired after a moment's contemplation. I do not know. The man shook his head. He has a Hell Hound and a Gale Hawk, both at the Bronze 9-star level. The mention of 2 Bronze 9-star beasts caused Bai Yu's expression to shift, and he inhaled sharply. When did such a figure join our mercenary group? I do not know. I have never encountered him. But I did see that he bore the Dawn mercenary badge. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu was puzzled, while Zhao Kuei's expression subtly changed. A Hellhound and a Bronze 9-star? Isn't that the lad from a few days ago? That young man hardly seems like someone to provoke lightly. Yet, regardless of his Bronze star rating, no one can protect what I, Bai Yu, desire. Bai Yu's voice rang out, calling for his brothers to arm themselves. Understood, came the reply. At the side, Zhao Kuei quickly interjected. Bai Yu, others may be beastmasters, but is it really necessary to stir trouble over a mere girl? What of being a beastmaster? Can a beastmaster take away someone's beloved? Bai Yu retorted with displeasure. Who isn't a beastmaster? My brother is a silver-ranked beastmaster. This silenced Zhao Kuei, who glanced at Bai Yu as he strode away, shaking his head in resignation. This little troublemaker, truly. Sighing, Zhao Kuei lamented. If the captain doesn't return soon, this mercenary group will be thrown into chaos by him. Boss, that guy is in the forest. We remember the location. Let's teach him a lesson. And as for Ma Xiaoxiu, the boss has given her several chances. She is clearly ungrateful. On the street, a large group marched toward the forest, carrying firearms, making one wonder if they were off to hunt a silver-ranked beast. As they walked, they passed the Dawn mercenary group, where the door swung open, and another group marched out, led by Long Wu. The narrow street could hardly accommodate both parties. Bai Yu immediately spotted the towering figure of Long Wu and squinted. With such size, has he no awareness? Long Wu, displeased by the remark, raised his hand but, recalling Ji Jia's instructions, merely gritted his teeth and signaled for his group to retreat. Humph, Bai Yu snorted, leading his entourage away. What a nuisance. If he weren't my brother's acquaintance, I would have dealt with him long ago. Bai Yu, relying on others' influence. Within the Dawn mercenary group, some members cursed angrily. Is that Bai Yu? Upon hearing their words, Long Wu sneered and shook his head. A brother of a silver beastmaster is nothing here in Pingqing. Had this been Kyoto, my young master could easily crush him. At this, the group fell silent, following Long Wu as they headed towards the forest. Chapter 68. Strike first within the forest. Ye Fan and his companions were engaged in hunting a steel-skinned wild boar. This creature was not of high rank, merely a black iron 7-star. So Ye Fan refrained from intervening. Observing Ma Xiaoxiu as she commanded the white wolf in its struggle against the wild boar, his brow gradually furrowing. As time passed, it became evident that the lower-ranked white wolf was overmatched by the steel-skinned boar and was falling behind, while Ma Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth, determined to maintain control. At a critical moment, witnessing the white wolf in peril, Ye Fan raised his hand, and the hellhound, long prepared, sprang forth, swiftly subduing the wild boar with a straightforward throat lock, concluding the battle. You had 7 opportunities to turn the tide in that skirmish, Ye Fan remarked, observing the panting Ma Xiaoxiu. First, when the boar charged, you could have commanded the white wolf to evade while launching a counterattack, yet you chose to confront it head-on, disregarding the disparity in strength between the two. Ye Fan's tone was firm, and Ma Xiaoxiu, feeling a sense of shame, nodded repeatedly. A true stronghold requires adequate battle experience and awareness. Ye Fan gazed at the individual before him, momentarily lost in thought. Subsequently, he produced 2 white jade fruits and tossed them to Ma Xiaoxiu. During this period, you and the plump fellow shall take the lead in battle, while I shall provide support until you are capable of confronting beasts of the bronze 5-star rank head-on. Upon hearing these words, Ma Xiaoxiu's expression subtly shifted. But I am merely at the black iron 6-star level. Your rank will rise swiftly. Prior to reaching silver, you can rely on spiritual herbs and elixirs. Ye Fan gestured dismissively. What matters most is that you possess sufficient combat power to face formidable foes. I can supply you with spiritual herbs and elixirs, but I do not wish for you to become mere ornamental figures. Understood, Ma Xiaoxiu replied with a nod. Does this mean I will also partake in the battles? Nearby, Wang Lingzi, observing Ye Fan's apparent discontent, spoke hesitantly. There is little you can do at present, but participating in the battles is acceptable. Consider it a means of honing your coordination, Ye Fan replied, resuming his forward stride. Within his beast-taming space, he had cultivated numerous spiritual herbs and elixirs, all at the mortal level, with only the harvest fruit being at the spirit level. During this time, Ye Fan planned to search the forest for spiritual herbs and fruits that could assist in the beast's ascension to silver rank, while simultaneously working on enhancing the skills of those around him. Combat serves as the swiftest means for beast tamers to master the command of their creatures. Allowing them to linger by one side without engaging in battle renders them perpetually ornamental. In the ensuing skirmishes, Ye Fan adhered to his own words and refrained from direct involvement, instead offering analyses of the combat's flaws and proposing areas for improvement after each encounter. Having once attained a royal rank in his previous life, his discerning eye could perceive every detail of the battles with clarity. Under Ye Fan's meticulous guidance, the combat skills of his companions experienced rapid enhancement, transitioning from initial awkwardness and panic to a growing proficiency in a remarkably short time. It was only when night fell that Ye Fan instructed them to cease their advance and establish a tent and fire at the forest's edge. I feel I have learned so much today, Ma Xiaoxiu remarked while organizing the tent beside the fire, addressing Wang Lingzi. Ye Fan's combat experience is unparalleled. He is on an entirely different level compared to us. Indeed, Wang Lingzi nodded, contemplating as she looked at Ma Xiaoxiu. You might not be aware, but we previously hunted a silver 2-star cloud leopard in the jungle. Silver 2-star? Ma Xiaoxiu exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? Can bronze defeat silver? I once thought the same, yet we truly succeeded, Wang Lingzi replied quietly, glancing at Ye Fan, who seemed lost in thought by the fire. That individual possesses not only exceptional beast-taming techniques, but also a wealth of strategies and insights. I see, Ma Xiaoxiu nodded. Then I must learn from him. Indeed. You should learn as much as possible, Wang Lingzi encouraged, leaning closer to Ma Xiaoxiu. I sense that Ye Fan holds you in high regard. He has imparted much knowledge to you, and he did not mention any of this to us before you arrived. Value me? That seems improbable, Ma Xiaoxiu said, somewhat incredulous. Believe me, he undoubtedly values you, Wang Lingzi affirmed. By the campfire, Ye Fan naturally overheard the hushed whispers of the two individuals and shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ye Fan, do you truly hold Ma Xiaoxiu in high regard? Li Fadi inquired, approaching with curiosity. Not quite. I wouldn't say I value her that much. I merely perceive some potential, Ye Fan replied, glancing at the rotund figure with a touch of seriousness. Her competitive spirit is quite strong, and she possesses a certain resilience. Such individuals, given a stroke of fortune, will not be feeble in the future. I see. Li Fadi nodded, casting a look at Ye Fan. So, are you making a preemptive investment? Indeed, Ye Fan affirmed, patting Fadi's shoulder. I am planning to establish a mercenary group to recruit some personnel. We cannot always passively await trouble. Facing dozens, or even hundreds with just 2 or 3 is inherently disadvantageous. If we have some influence, we can seize the initiative. Forming a mercenary group sounds splendid, Li Fadi exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Does that mean I will become an esteemed member? Of course, Ye Fan replied, a smile gracing his features. Fadi, you must strive to be strong. In the future, you will be my right-hand man. Not a problem, Li Fadi promised, returning the gesture. After all, I am destined to capture the dragon python. If I am not strong enough, how can I succeed? As the mention of the dragon python arose, Ye Fan wore a look of resigned amusement, nodding in acknowledgement. Boss, why do those people from Dawn persistently follow us? In another part of the forest, a sharp-featured individual leaned towards Baiyu, speaking in hushed tones. Baiyu furrowed his brow upon hearing this, glancing towards the distant flicker of flames. Indeed, the number of individuals indicated they were the Dawn mercenaries from earlier that afternoon. For the entirety of the afternoon, this group from Dawn had trailed them since exiting the city, and now, even as night fell, they continued their pursuit. What are they plotting? Baiyu mused, a sense of caution enveloping him as he silently gestured to his comrades. Upon noticing, they discreetly loaded their firearms with ammunition. The rivalry between the Dawn and Dusk mercenary groups was well established, and within the confines of the Silver Moon Forest, there was little hesitation in engaging in conflict. Could they be planning to strike while my brother is absent? He pondered. After a moment of contemplation, Baiyu turned back, and upon seeing the torches of the group still lingering not far behind, his suspicion deepened. These sons of bitches from the Dawn mercenary group seem to be truly targeting us. Boss, what should we do? They have quite a few people, a subordinate expressed, fear evident in his voice. Strike first. Baiyu, known for his ruthlessness, quickly concluded. Since they intend to act against us, we shall take the initiative. With their numbers being roughly equal, the first to act would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Upon hearing this, one of his subordinates hesitated. But what if they are not coming for us? How will we explain this? Explain what? Baiyu retorted with a cold smirk. Those from Dawn have been tailing us for so long. What need do we have for explanations? We will simply assert that they were the aggressors. Just as Ye Fan had not found anything, this group of naive individuals from Dawn dared to provoke him. It was time to sharpen their blades. As his voice echoed, Baiyu and his companions swiftly concealed themselves in the thickets, seasoned hunters adept in the art of ambush. Meanwhile, Long Wu exhaled as he observed the vanishing flames ahead. At last, these people were on a divergent path from theirs. After uttering this thought, he cast a skeptical glance at a slender youth beside him. Are you certain that Ye Fan and his group took this route? Absolutely, the youth affirmed, nodding earnestly. Initially, I thought they seemed like inexperienced novices in the forest, and I intended to follow them for potential gain. However, upon reaching this point, I realized they were beastmasters and decided to retreat. Sensing Long Wu's doubt, he added, the Dawn group is likely here to hunt the nearby rock pythons, so their trajectory aligns closely with ours. However, beyond this point, they will head towards the Dark River. Understood, Long Wu acknowledged, contemplating briefly before whispering, disperse the team, extending the search area as much as possible. We must conduct a thorough sweep. It is nighttime, and Ye Fan and his group will likely not advance further into the forest, but instead choose to camp. Once we locate their encampment, we shall relay the information and encircle them. Be cautious and avoid alarming them. Ye Fan is quite astute. Exercise extra vigilance. Understood. Chapter 69. Plans. As night fell, Ye Fan and the others set up their tents, but chose not to rest immediately. Under Ye Fan's guidance, they commenced hunting in the vicinity to ensure the camp's safety. Ye Fan, what is that over there? Fatty Lee inquired curiously, pointing to a cluster of fruits emitting a faint glow in the darkness. That is a glow mushroom. It illuminates at night and serves no other purpose, rather insignificant. Ye Fan replied, glancing at the fruits before squatting down to collect them. Why gather something so trivial? Fatty Lee asked, puzzled. It emits light, Ye Fan explained. In case we encounter inclement weather that prevents us from making a fire, these glow mushrooms can serve as a source of illumination. Oh, I see, Fatty Lee said, enlightened. A smile flickered in Ye Fan's eyes. Many things held value, and even seemingly trivial crops could prove useful in extraordinary circumstances. Then, do the explosive mushrooms we saw a few days ago have other uses? Fatty Lee posed another question. At the mention of explosive mushrooms, Ye Fan donned a contemplative expression. Explosive mushrooms can be used in cooking. Fatty Lee was momentarily at a loss for words, but then, suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted from the distant jungle. Bang! The gunshot rang out like a lit fuse, followed closely by a flurry of gunfire and a cacophony of shouts and commotion. What is happening? Fatty Lee exclaimed, retreating slightly. Wang Lingzi, send the Pidgey to investigate, Ye Fan instructed, his brow furrowing as he listened to the sounds. Be cautious, they have firearms, and Pidgey's defenses are weak. We must ensure it does not get shot down. Understood. Wang Lingzi nodded repeatedly, directing the Poby bird to take flight, as a glimmer of light gradually illuminated her eyes, signaling the activation of her spiritual prowess. The Poby bird soared swiftly, and before long, Wang Lingzi spoke up, revealing that two mercenary groups were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, one of which belonged to the Dawn faction. The Dawn faction? Ye Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued. What does the leader of that group look like? He's slender and not particularly tall, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes and a tear mole at the corner. Wang Lingzi replied, but before she could finish, Ma Xiaoxiu interjected, that person must be Bai Yu. Ah, Ye Fan nodded thoughtfully. If it's Bai Yu, then the Dawn group is likely here to cause us trouble. And what about the opposing group? What are their leaders' distinguishing traits? Very tall, probably around 2 meters. Quite imposing, Wang Lingzi responded, her brow suddenly furrowing. It seems that group is led by Long Wu. Long Wu? This revelation left Li Pangzi astonished. Isn't he a servant of Jijia? What is he doing here? They must also be here to create trouble for us, Ye Fan remarked, glancing towards the distant jungle. A hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. How did these two factions end up clashing? Bai Yu, have you lost your mind? Lying in wait for our Dawn members in the jungle? A small leader from the Dawn faction shouted amidst the continuous gunfire. Your brother is absent. Do you think Bai Yu has the authority to declare war on us on behalf of the Dawn? Bai Yu retorted, you followed us with so many people, intending to ambush me, haven't you? Now that your plans have been uncovered, you wish to feign ignorance. Who is tailing you? We, the small leader began, but was abruptly silenced as a bullet struck him, ending his life instantly. In the fray, several individuals were shielding Long Wu, and the situation clearly tilted against the Dawn faction. They had not anticipated such an aggressive move from the Dawn, leading to a disarrayed formation and significant losses in this skirmish. Lord Long Wu, we should retreat for now. Bai Yu, that mad dog, is prepared to strike at us. One of the men advised. Continuing this fight is too disadvantageous. We must withdraw and seek revenge on Bai Yu later. Hearing this, Long Wu felt a sense of reluctance. The young master had already been quite displeased with their recent failures against Ye Fan, and if they returned empty-handed this time, his anger would surely escalate. I will speak with him. After a moment's hesitation, Long Wu stepped forward. Bai Yu, I am from the Ji family in Kyoto. Suddenly, a bullet exploded against Long Wu's shoulder, showering him in blood. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly retreated, only to find the area before him peppered with gunfire. What Ji family from Kyoto? I've never heard of it. Bai Yu's voice rang out from the other side. Truly a mad dog. Long Wu gritted his teeth, his gaze darkening as he looked at the blood blossoming from his shoulder. Had it not been for his hybrid bloodline, granting him superior reflexes and physique. That moment of distraction could have led to a fate akin to that of the fallen small leader. Lord Longwu, we should indeed withdraw for now. Let us inform young Master Ji and allow him to handle this. One individual hastily assisted Longwu, as Baiyu seemed to have succumbed to madness once more. At this moment, Longwu could only nod in agreement, as several people shielded him and swiftly retreated along the path they had come. However, they had not fled far when the forces of dawn reappeared, stealthily encroaching from behind. It was over. They had been encircled. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically as Baiyu's voice echoed from the rear. Descendants of dawn, none of you shall escape today. Longwu and his companions found themselves trapped, not far from the battlefield, atop a hillside. Wang Lingzi turned to Ye Fan and remarked that Baiyu seemed to regard them as foes, engaging in a brutal conflict. Indeed, Ye Fan replied, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the distance. He was well aware of Baiyu's nature, paranoid and ruthless. Now that hostilities had commenced, it was certain that he would leave no survivors. Longwu's declaration of identity would serve only to intensify Baiyu's resolve to eradicate any threats. Observing the injured Longwu amidst the throng, Ye Fan's eyes narrowed with contemplation. Longwu was a commendable individual. Yet the Kuei-Nyo clan had fallen into the hands of the Ji family, harboring numerous secrets. In his previous life, no one had enlightened him. His blind loyalty led him to his demise without knowledge of the truth. Having offered him guidance on 2 occasions, Ye Fan noted that Longwu's unwavering integrity had likely been clouded by Ji Jia's deception. If he could awaken Longwu's awareness, it would plant a seed for future potential. With a newfound resolve, Ye Fan smiled subtly. The Ji family was one of the 8 prominent families in Kyoto, wielding immense power, with the Kuei-Nyo clan being an integral part of that influence. If this faction could be mobilized effectively, its impact would be significant. Coincidentally, the factions of Dawn and the Lone Wolf had been implicated in collusion with the dynasty's organization. Should conflict arise, it would reveal the malignant elements lurking within. Having made his decision, Ye Fan hesitated no longer and raised his hand. Fatty, prepare to engage. Are we really going to fight? Fatty paused, momentarily taken aback, but ultimately nodded in acquiescence as 3 serpentine beast companions silently slipped into the underbrush. You 2 stay here. Your strength is insufficient, and you might be accidentally harmed by gunfire. Ye Fan instructed Wang Lingzi and Ma Xiaoxiu before hastening down the slope, accompanied by the swift-winged eagle and hellhound. Bang! Bang! In the midst of the chaos, Longwu seized an assailant charging at him and forcefully slammed him to the ground. However, gunfire erupted immediately after, striking him in the back and causing him to stagger and kneel. It was over. The individuals guarding Longwu felt a surge of fear as they beheld the multitude of Dawn mercenaries encircling them, uncertain of where to retreat. Am I Longwu, destined to perish at the hands of these foes? Longwu, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds, felt a wave of disorientation wash over him as he gazed at the encroaching adversaries, his fists clenched in reluctant defiance. Just as he prepared to strike, a wave of panic surged from the crowd ahead. Is the young master here to save us? Longwu's expression shifted slightly at the sight of the chaos within the Dawn mercenary group. Before he could utter a word, a fireball quickly expanded and erupted before him. Boom. In mere seconds, a vast crowd was dispersed. Many who failed to exit in time were ignited by the searing flames of the hellhound, fleeing in terror as the surrounding trees were instantly engulfed. The scene transformed into a veritable inferno. The hellhound, observing the beast in the midst, Longwu was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to a familiar figure standing quietly beside a tree not far away, his expression shifting dramatically. Ye Fan. How could it be you? Chapter 70. The Impact Ye Fan? As this name echoed, Baiyu in the jungle watched Ye Fan next to the hellhound, his eyes betraying a change. So, you are the one who saved me? You possess quite the audacity. Boom, boom. The sound of gunfire erupted as Ye Fan darted towards a nearby tree, the flames of the hellhound sweeping a path through the chaos. Swoosh. The shrill cry of the gale eagle pierced the air as it swooped down from above. How dare you? Baiyu panicked, desperately attempting to evade. But the gale eagle's speed was relentless. In an instant, its claws grazed Baiyu's face, leaving a deep wound. Ye Fan sprang forth, seizing an individual attempting to approach and flinging him aside. The rock python and the hellhound surged through the throng, each wielding immense power that ordinary hunters could scarcely withstand. In no time, Baiyu's companions were all repelled, and the gale eagle charged once more, causing Baiyu to tumble to the ground in sheer terror. Baiyu, with a brother like Bai Qilin, your family is truly unfortunate. Ye Fan's voice resonated, and Baiyu looked up to see Ye Fan standing before him. The gale eagle resembling a specter perched silently upon his shoulder. From this vantage point, Ye Fan's gaze bore little emotion as he regarded Baiyu, coldly commanding, retreat, or perish. I'll retreat, I'll retreat. At that moment, Baiyu dared not utter a word, stumbling backward in haste. Ye Fan did not impede him. merely observing Bai Yu's retreat while resting his hand upon the head of the Hellhound. Before long, the remnants of the Dawn faction evacuated the forest, and only then did Ye Fan turn to face Long Wu and the others. Beside Long Wu, upon meeting Ye Fan's gaze, the expressions of the group shifted noticeably. They had originally come to eliminate Ye Fan, only to find themselves ultimately saved by him. Brother Ye Fan, thank you for your intervention. One individual clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude, his expression somewhat awkward. I did not come to save you, Ye Fan replied, his eyes lingering on the kneeling Long Wu, declaring, he remains, you others, depart. Upon hearing this, the individual was momentarily speechless, ready to offer an explanation. But Long Wu raised his hand. You should leave. Very well. With Long Wu's voice echoing, the already intimidated group sighed in relief and hurriedly fled into the distance. Soon, aside from the corpses left in the wake of battle, the jungle was left with only Long Wu, half kneeling on the ground. The atmosphere was thick with silence, yet ultimately, Long Wu raised his head and resolutely declared, proceed, my Kuei-Nyo clan shall not become captives. Do you believe I sought to slay you personally? Hence my act of saving you. Upon hearing these words, a subtle smile flickered in Ye Fan's eyes as he shook his head. If your Kuei-Nyo clan truly possesses such fortitude, how could you have descended into servitude? This remark darkened Long Wu's expression, rendering him momentarily speechless. This chapter of history is indeed a source of shame for the Kuei-Nyo clan, a fatal weakness. As a servant, one can never stand tall, especially as a member of the Kuei-Nyo clan. Ye Fan began, observing the silent Long Wu, and slowly inquired. Do you know how your Kuei-Nyo clan became the servants of the Ji family? Is it truly as the outside world claims, that your Ji family voluntarily surrendered? After your Kuei-Nyo clan submitted to the Ji family, why has your bloodline grown weaker? Ye Fan, a gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. Hearing Ye Fan repeatedly mention the Kuei-Nyo clan, Long Wu seemed to grow angry, lifting his head in an attempt to rise. But his injuries prevented him from doing so. I was not insulting you. Ye Fan shook his head, just as I previously discussed the breathing technique with you. Have you derived any results? I inquired with the young master and received the dragon elephant technique, but I find myself utterly incapable of practicing it, Long Wu replied. You were deceiving me last time. Dragon elephant technique? At this, Ye Fan revealed a bemused smile. Does Ji Jie truly dare to bestow upon you the genuine dragon elephant technique? What do you mean by that? Long Wu raised an eyebrow. Did you save me merely to sow discord between me and the young master? Do you even know what the dragon elephant technique is? Ye Fan interjected, interrupting Long Wu. The dragon elephant technique is merely the name of a breathing method. Humph. Hearing this, Ye Fan chuckled, Long Wu. Has your Kuei-Nyo clan forgotten the techniques devised by your own ancestors? Our ancestors created techniques? Long Wu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Otherwise, how potent could your Kuei-Nyo bloodline truly be? Ye Fan countered, gazing at Long Wu. Those who could slay ancient relics and become the first beastmasters were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. It would not be a difficult task for them to create a suitable breathing method for their descendants. Upon hearing this, Long Wu hesitated. If you do not believe me, you can disclose the breathing method given to you by Ji Jie, and I shall point out the differences on the spot, Ye Fan asserted, glancing at Long Wu, who appeared ready to shake his head. Given your association with Ji Jie, you must know some of my matters. A single dragon elephant technique is not worth my effort to save you. Long Wu remained silent for a while before finally speaking. The technique given to me by the young master is as follows. Soon, Long Wu recited the breathing method's incantation provided by Ji Jie. As Ye Fan listened, a smile gradually emerged in his eyes. Based on what I said, modify these 3 steps of the breathing method, adjusting the acupoints accordingly, Ye Fan instructed. Upon hearing this, Long Wu was taken aback, instinctively following Ye Fan's guidance in executing the breathing technique. Before long, a series of cracking sounds emanated from Long Wu's body, and the wounds upon him visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. Boom! Like the sound of a bull's hooves, Long Wu stood up, and his hair seemed to writhe as, faintly, a small horn began to sprout. This is indeed the ancestral technique of our Kuei-Nyo clan. Long Wu felt the profound transformation within his body, gazing at Ye Fan with incredulity in his eyes. How is this even possible? You should be acutely aware of the significance of the dragon elephant skill to your esteemed Kuei-Nyo clan. Ye Fan gazed at Long Wu and spoke in a measured tone. Setting aside the dragon elephant skill, even if you were to practice a mere ordinary breathing technique, your Kuei-Nyo clan would not remain as feeble as before. So, the young master deliberately provided me with an erroneous breathing method, leading me to believe that I truly could not cultivate such techniques. Long Wu countered, seemingly taken aback, unable to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. He looked at Ye Fan and asked, but why would the young master act in such a manner? Wouldn't my mastery of a breathing technique make me stronger, ultimately benefiting him? Long Wu, have you yet to grasp the essence of the matter? Ye Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. The intellect of the Kuei-Nyo clan is regrettably simplistic. Certain truths cannot be subtly hinted at. A century ago, your clan had no choice but to submit. And for all this time, the Ji family has been relentlessly seeking various pretexts to oppress and diminish your strength. Ye Fan elucidated, stating plainly, they desire nothing more than to transform you into genuine slaves, rather than allies capable of vengeance. The word vengeance momentarily stunned Long Wu. Vengeance for what? He inquired. For the grievances suffered by your kin, Ye Fan responded, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Unlike the dragon seers and other bloodline descendants, who exhibit numerous evident shortcomings, the inherited bloodline of your clan is gentle and non-toxic. Logically speaking, your people should number among the most populous of all bloodline descendants, certainly in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Yet, in my generation, my kin number merely in the dozens. Long Wu's voice faltered as he processed this revelation. His gaze fixed on Ye Fan's calm demeanor, waves of realization swelling within him. Chapter 71, Transformation. Long Wu remained silent for an extended period, clearly having grasped the depth of the situation. Why? After a moment, he finally lifted his head and posed this singular question. To the victor belong the spoils. Ye Fan replied, your Kuei-Nyo clan is formidable. The Ji family requires your strength, yet harbors fears of your resurgence and the revival of ancient vendettas. They will resort to any means to weaken you. It is as simple as that. Long Wu fell silent once more, and after a few seconds, he raised his head. What should I do? Grant me the dragon elephant skill, reveal to me the deep-seated grievances of your kin, and I shall serve you as a loyal steed, he declared. The phrase serve you as a loyal steed elicited a hint of amusement in Ye Fan's eyes as he glanced at Long Wu, yet he refrained from commenting further, merely shaking his head. Long Wu, I do not require servants to shield me from open and covert threats, as Jijia does. The Kuei-Nyo clan is inherently noble. Your veins pulse with the blood of heroes. With that, Ye Fan placed a reassuring hand on Long Wu's shoulder. Your responsibilities extend far beyond mere allegiance to me. Long Wu hesitated momentarily before resolutely nodding his agreement. Return now, Ye Fan gestured, do not expose yourself. Secretly bring the dragon elephant skill back to your kin, allowing them to bide their time under the Ji family's radar. There will come a day for your vengeance. Understood, Long Wu nodded, clasped his fists in respect to Ye Fan, and then turned to depart towards the forest's edge. After taking a few steps, Long Wu seemed to have recalled something. He abruptly halted, turned to face Ye Fan, and inquired, Ye Fan, how do you know of my Kuei-Nyo clan's dragon elephant technique? Upon hearing this, Ye Fan revealed a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, does the answer truly matter? These words left Long Wu momentarily stunned. And then he shook his head with a hint of self-deprecation. In comparison to the enmity towards my Kuei-Nyo clan, what do these matters signify? Having uttered this, Long Wu turned away, leaving without a trace of hesitation. Soon, he vanished into the thicket. Nearby, Li Fati approached, observing Ye Fan's smiling eyes with curiosity. Ye Fan, what did you say to Long Wu just now? You seem rather pleased. It's nothing. Ye Fan nodded, seemingly reflecting on something as he smiled and shook his head. It's somewhat amusing. Jijia and Baiyu both sought to create trouble for me, gathering their respective groups to ambush me. Yet, before they could find me, they ended up clashing with each other instead. Now, Jijia will undoubtedly recruit a larger crowd to confront Baiyu. Wang Lingzi chimed in, during this time. We can observe their back and forth. Ye Fan shook his head. Baiyu wouldn't dare to engage Jijia directly, at most. He would only exchange blows with the Dawn Mercenary Corps. We should exercise caution, Ye Fan continued. Those minor players are inconsequential. But Bai Chun is quite protective of his brother. When he returns, he may want to discuss matters with me. Is he a brotherly enabler? Li Fati interjected. His brother has been spoiled to this extent. There's little to be done. Bai Chun is simply that way. An overly kind-hearted individual who indulges his brother, Ye Fan replied. A hint of reminiscence flickering in his eyes as he shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Let's head back and rest. Tomorrow we'll venture deeper into the forest. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Baiyu, having been repulsed by Ye Fan, returned to the Dawn Mercenary Corps, cursing but refraining from seeking further trouble with Ye Fan. Day after day, he bombarded Bai Chun with calls. Meanwhile, the employer was injured, and the mercenaries dispatched for the task suffered significant casualties. Naturally, the members of the Dawn Mercenary Corps could not swallow this grievance, gathering a large group to confront the Dawn Mercenary Corps for an explanation. The conflict between these two major mercenary factions dramatically altered the dynamics of the Ping City Mercenary Corps. At the behest of both parties, other mercenary groups chose sides, escalating the situation into a large-scale melee. The upper echelons of Ping City took notice and dispatched personnel, yet they were unable to intervene. As tensions mounted, Bai Chun hurried back, learning of his brother's actions, and proceeded to offer apologies and reparations. While the stature of a silver-ranked Beastmaster might not concern them, the reputation of Bai Chun, the leader of the Dawn Mercenary Corps, was certainly different. Having received an explanation, the Dawn Mercenary Corps ceased their pursuit, and the conflict concluded abruptly. As night fell, within the Ji family courtyard, Ji Jie was resting. Days had passed without any sign of Long Wu's return, and as he gazed at the darkening sky, Ji Jie's brow furrowed in concern. Since the dispatch of Long Wu to confront Ye Fan, 7 or 8 days have elapsed without any news from him. Recently, he has been in seclusion, endeavoring to enhance his beast-taming abilities, during which he has refrained from sending anyone to inquire about Long Wu. As the days passed, a sense of unease began to creep in upon his emergence from seclusion. Creak. Just as he hesitated over whether to summon someone to investigate Long Wu's whereabouts, the door swung open abruptly, and Long Wu stepped inside. Long Wu, why have you returned only now? Ji Jie inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Long Wu. I sought the aid of the Dawn Mercenary Group to hunt down Ye Fan in the forest. However, I was ambushed by Yu from the Radiance Mercenary Group, sustaining several gunshot wounds, and am currently receiving treatment in the hospital, Long Wu replied, kneeling on one knee, the sound of his knee striking the ground resonating sharply. Someone has harmed you. Upon hearing this, Ji Jie narrowed his eyes. Did you not inform Yu that you are a servant of the Ji family? At this, Long Wu paused, then met Ji Jie's gaze and responded slowly, I did, yet he still chose to strike. Such audacity. Ji Jie's expression darkened. Is Yu truly so lacking in discernment as to disregard his master's authority? Indeed, Long Wu murmured, lowering his head. I beseech you, young master, to intercede on my behalf. Of course. Ji Jie rose and made his way outside. As he passed by Long Wu, he suddenly halted, observing the faint horns that had begun to sprout from Long Wu's hair. Have you grown horns? Yes, I discovered them after my injuries were healed. My strength appears to have surged, as if awakened by this ordeal, Long Wu replied, bowing slightly. Has your injury triggered the awakening of your bloodline? Ji Jie inquired, seemingly unfazed, a hint of resignation evident in his gaze. You members of the Anew clan are indeed fortunate. Not fortunate. Following you, young master, is what truly constitutes good fortune, Long Wu replied. Have you learned to flatter now? Ji Jie smiled at this, then continued his stride outward. Very well, let us proceed. I am most curious to see just how bold Yu is, daring to disrespect the Ji family's reputation. Agreed, Long Wu nodded, igniting a sense of determination within the night as he watched Ji Jie's retreating figure. His fists clenched tightly, though after a moment, he relaxed his grip and followed suit. Upon hearing those words, Ji Jie's expression turned cold. Yu truly was someone who failed to recognize his superior. Long Wu spoke up, lowering his head. Please, young master, advocate for me. Of course. Ji Jie rose and made his way outside. As he passed by Long Wu, he suddenly halted, noticing the faint horns sprouting from Long Wu's hair. Long Wu, have you grown horns? Yes, after this injury was healed. I unexpectedly discovered the emergence of these horns, Long Wu replied, bowing respectfully. My strength seems to have increased, as though this injury has awakened something within me. Has the injury triggered the awakening of your bloodline? Ji Jie remarked, seemingly unfazed, a hint of helplessness glimmering in his eyes. You members of the Anew clan truly are fortunate. Not exactly fortunate. Following the young master is what constitutes true fortune, Long Wu replied. Since when did you learn to flatter? Ji Jie smiled at this, then stepped outside. All right, let us go. I am quite curious to see just how audacious Yu is, daring to disregard the Ji family's honor. Understood. Long Wu nodded, gradually igniting his resolve in the night, watching Ji Jie's retreating figure. His fists were clenched tightly, but after a moment, he relaxed and followed suit. Master Ji, please have a seat. Inside the Dawn Mercenary Corps, Ji Jie sat at a table, facing Bai Chun, a tall and robust figure, who was courteously serving tea. Long Wu stood beside Ji Jie, maintaining a solemn demeanor and saying nothing. At the entrance of the Mercenary Corps, Dawn and a group of mercenaries were gathered, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Where is your brother, Yu? Ji Jie glanced at the tea on the table, refraining from drinking, and inquired of Bai Chun. That rascal has caused quite a ruckus. I have grounded him at home, Bai Chun responded. I am aware of the recent incident in the forest, and I apologize on behalf of my younger brother. He lacks discernment, and I hope Master Ji can show some leniency. Humph, seeing Bai Chun's lowly posture, Ji Jie scoffed, but refrained from further accusations. Instead, he idly stirred the teacup on the table, his gaze sharpening slightly. A teacup made of white jade. Quite exquisite. It seems your Dawn Mercenary Corps is doing well. If Master Ji likes it, I can send a few sets to you later, Bai Chun quickly interjected. Consider it an apology for my younger brother. There's no need for you to be courteous. At this statement, Ji Jie was momentarily taken aback. This fellow's skill in seizing opportunities was rather remarkable, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed with his rebuke. This matter, you should understand, will not easily come to a resolution. After a brief silence, Ji Jie spoke in a low tone. Bai Chun, do you truly believe that lowering your stance will quell my wrath? Certainly not, Bai Chun replied. This incident is my younger brother's fault. If Master Ji has any demands, please feel free to voice them. I, Bai Chun, will do my utmost to accommodate. Those are your words, Ji Jie responded, tapping his fingers on the table, continuing in a hushed tone. Before I arrived, I learned that Ye Fan is in your mercenary corps, correct? Ye Fan. Upon hearing that familiar name, was taken aback. Bai Chun, surprised, thought, is this the member who had a conflict with my younger brother? Yes, Ji Jie nodded. He is part of your mercenary group. It should not be too difficult for you to target him, should it? It is not difficult, Bai Chun replied, albeit with slight hesitation, yet since he is one of my members. Bai Chun, at this point, are you still uttering such words? Ji Jie interrupted, his expression darkening. Or do you think I am merely consulting with you? This left Bai Chun momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence while gazing at Ji Jie, he finally nodded. Since young Master Ji has said so, I shall comply. He added softly, glancing at Ji Jie, that the previous unpleasantness between my younger brother and young Master Ji can be considered resolved. Chapter 73. Please follow along, young Master Ji. Please take a seat. In the Dawn mercenary group, Ji Jie sat at a table, while across from him, the tall and robust Bai Chun was courteously serving tea. Long Wu stood beside Ji Jie, his expression stern and silent. At the entrance of the mercenary group, a crowd of mercenaries, including Li Ming, gathered, seemingly eager for the spectacle. Where's your brother Bai Yu? Ji Jie inquired, glancing at the tea on the table without taking a sip. His gaze fixed on Bai Chun. Bai Yu has gotten himself into serious trouble. I have punished him with house arrest, Bai Chun replied. I am aware of the recent incident in the forest, and I would like to apologize on behalf of my younger brother. He is rather thoughtless. And I hope young Master Ji can show some leniency. Humph. Seeing Bai Chun's subservient demeanor, Ji Jie scoffed, but refrained from further reprimanding him. Instead, he nudged the teacup on the table, his gaze sharpening slightly. The teacup made of white jade is quite exquisite. It seems your Dawn mercenary group is doing well. If young Master Ji likes it, I can send a few sets over as a token of apology on behalf of my younger brother, Bai Chun quickly offered, urging Ji Jie not to be modest. Upon hearing this, Ji Jie was momentarily taken aback. This fellow's skill in seizing opportunities is quite impressive, leaving him at a loss for how to respond to his reproach. You should know that this matter will not be resolved so easily. After a moment of silence, Ji Jie spoke in a low tone. Bai Chun, do you truly believe that adopting such a humble posture will quell my anger? Not at all, Bai Chun replied. This is indeed my younger brother's fault. If young Master Ji has any demands, feel free to state them, and I, Bai Chun, shall do my utmost to fulfill them. This is what you propose, Ji Jie remarked, tapping his fingers on the table, continuing in a subdued tone. I learned before my arrival that Ye Fan is part of your mercenary group, correct? The words left Bai Chun momentarily speechless. After a long silence while gazing at Ji Jie, he finally nodded. Since young Master Ji has said so, I shall comply. He glanced at Ji Jie and softly added, let us consider the previous discord between me and young Master Ji settled. Ji Jie waved his hand and stood up. During this period, I will have Long Wu stay with your mercenary group. Captain Bai Chun, you best keep your word. If I discover otherwise, rest assured, having made a promise, I shall certainly uphold it, Bai Chun replied. Agreed. Ji Jie nodded and then patted Long Wu, saying, for now, you shall remain here with Captain Bai Chun. In a little over a month, the new student's secret realm will open, and I must prepare accordingly. Young master, you can rest easy, Long Wu bowed respectfully. Watching Ji Jie depart, suddenly, a smile crept onto his face. Seeing Long Wu smile unexpectedly, Bai Chun was taken aback. What is the matter? Nothing, Long Wu replied, his expression darkening once more. I merely recalled some joyous thoughts. Then let brother Long Wu smile freely. There is no need to hold back, Bai Chun encouraged. Nodding as he returned to his seat, his own expression turning somewhat conflicted. He was extremely reluctant to take action against his own team members, having consistently emphasized fairness and justice since the establishment of the group. He had heard of his brother's troubles, realizing the fault lay with him. Even if Ye Fan returned, it would be difficult to seek redress. Yet now, under Ji Jie's pressure to act against him, he felt compelled to comply. What to do? Glancing at Long Wu across from him, Bai Chun sighed and ultimately shook his head. His brother certainly had a knack for causing trouble. In the heart of the jungle, with a resounding thud, a bronze 5-star beast was brought down, its struggles ceasing into silence. We've won. As the wild beast collapsed, Ma Xiaoxiu exhaled deeply, a spark of excitement illuminating her face as she turned to Ye Fan. We finally triumphed. Beside her, Li Pengzi wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, Ye Fan nodded, surprisingly refraining from correcting their inaccuracies, a smile dancing in his eyes. In the span of half a month, Li Pengzi's 3 beasts had all reached bronze 3-star status, while Ma Xiaoxiu's white wolf, having consumed a low-grade transformation fruit, evolved into a sharp-toothed wolf and now boasted a bronze 1-star rank. To successfully hunt a bronze 5-star beast was commendable at this stage. Well then, our goal achieved, it is time to prepare for our return, Ye Fan said casually, stretching. Returning? Ma Xiaoxiu and Li Pengzi, still caught up in their excitement, paused in surprise. What's the matter? Have you grown accustomed to life in the forest? Ye Fan inquired with a smile, observing their reactions. Not exactly accustomed, but I feel that staying in the forest has accelerated our strength. Li Pengzi scratched his head. Rapid enhancement without sufficient time for consolidation is not beneficial. One must become familiar with their beast's growth, Ye Fan replied, waving his hand. Furthermore, cultivating breathing techniques must also keep pace. Understood, Li Pengzi nodded. So, are we now preparing to establish the mercenary group? You certainly remember that detail well, Ye Fan remarked. Ye Fan revealed a smile and nodded, affirming, indeed, upon our return, we shall establish a mercenary group. However, Wang Lingzi interjected, but doesn't a mercenary group require 5 members? It seems we only have 4 here, lacking 1. No need to worry. I have already determined the final member, Ye Fan responded. Who is it? Inquired Li Pengzi. You will find out in due time. Ye Fan waved his hand and strode ahead. The others exchanged glances but chose to remain silent. Following Ye Fan's decision with unwavering support. Ye Fan, I must tell you, that Ma Xiaoxiu appears to have truly absorbed a great deal. Li Pengzi remarked quietly as he walked alongside Ye Fan on their journey home. Her combat style resembles yours, focusing on a decisive strike. When she commanded the White Wolf to execute a throat hold just now, it bore a striking resemblance to your own technique. To achieve such skill in such a short time indicates her combat talent is commendable. Ye Fan shook his head, stating, it is not merely my combat style. Those adept in beast mastery share similar methods at this stage. A single lethal strike is the most potent and effective means of resolving a conflict. Every action leading up to that strike serves merely as preparation for the decisive blow. You must cultivate this mindset as well, deliberately contemplating how to launch your attacks and achieve that lethal strike. I understand, Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of hesitation, he added, I feel that Ma Xiaoxiu possesses far greater potential than I do. Ye Fan, why did you choose to assist me initially? At this, a hint of amusement flickered in Ye Fan's eyes as he replied, my assistance to you has nothing to do with talent. That may be true. Li Pengzi scratched his head, pondering, then slowly continued, but I can't help but feel that providing me with these resources seems somewhat wasteful. What constitutes waste in this instance? Ye Fan countered, shaking his head. At the very least, you are no longer the timid Li Yu who cowered in fear. You have begun to aspire to become a formidable beastmaster, willing to confront injustice and oppression with a powerful strike. Such transformation cannot be deemed wasteful. With that, Ye Fan advanced further, while the hellhounds swiftly carried him, racing through the forest. Pengzi, keep up. Our journey is far from over. Chapter 74. Establishing the mercenary group. It feels like an eternity since I last returned. Li Pengzi gazed at the familiar buildings lining the street of the mercenary group, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It has only been a little over half a month, Ye Fan replied, striding directly towards the Dawn mercenary group. The figures of the 4 did not stand out among the crowd, yet soon enough, someone took notice of Ye Fan and his companions. Look, that person seems to be Ye Fan, the one who clashed with Bai Yu and eliminated over a dozen members of the Dawn. Yes, that's him. How dare he return? Is he not afraid of Bai Chen seeking vengeance? The curiosity of those around caught Li Pengzi's attention, prompting him to lean closer to Ye Fan and whisper, Ye Fan. It appears we have become quite famous. Indeed. Ye Fan nodded slightly. In Pingcheng, the mercenary guild constituted a relatively small circle, where any occurrence would be known by the next day. Li Fadi also nodded, contemplating something. He glanced at the mission orders in Ye Fan's hand and asked, are we really going back to submit the tasks? Will Bai Yu's brother cause us trouble? Not at all, Ye Fan replied, shaking his head as he stepped into the Dawn mercenary guild. Upon entering, numerous gazes turned towards him, and many faces shifted in expression upon recognizing the young man who had previously left a strong impression on them. Several mercenaries rose to their feet, with some who had previously escaped from Ye Fan's grasp wearing expressions of fury. Ye Fan, why is this brat back? Zhao Kuei, from a distance, noticed Ye Fan's arrival, and his countenance slightly altered. Before he could intervene, a servant had already moved to the back, evidently to inform Bai Chen. Ye Fan, aware of the crowd's reaction, wore a cold smile, saying nothing, seemingly unfazed by their responses. I am here to submit my tasks. Approaching Zhao Kuei, Ye Fan produced the mission orders he had taken earlier and nodded at Li Fadi, who understood and retrieved a bag, tossing out a collection of items required for the tasks. Zhao Kuei regarded Ye Fan, who appeared calm, and sighed. Are you not aware that Captain Bai Chen has returned? I have a rough idea, Ye Fan responded. If he hadn't returned, you all would likely be embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Dawn Mercenary Guild by now. This statement caused Zhao Kuei to falter slightly. He glanced at Ye Fan, his expression shifting. Then you knew yet still came back? He lowered his voice, glancing around, and continued. A few days ago, Ji Jie came to our captain, pressuring him regarding the issues in the forest, urging him to take action against you. Ji Jie sought your captain? Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with amusement at this revelation. He nodded at Zhao Kuei, appreciating his unwavering enthusiasm. First, let us settle my tasks. After a brief pause, Yi Fan spoke. Observing Yi Fan's indifference, Zhao Kuei reluctantly accepted the mission orders. Soon, the tasks were verified, and Zhao Kuei handed over a stack of cash to Yi Fan. This is your commission, totaling 111,000, after deducting the fees. Good, Yi Fan nodded. Wally Fatty quickly seized the commission and stashed it away, casting a glance at Zhao Kuei, who appeared anxious as he watched the back. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. Leaving? Zhao Kuei responded eagerly. Yes, you should go quickly. Please assist us with the withdrawal procedures. Yi Fan requested. Of course, but wait. Zhao Kuei suddenly realized, staring at Yi Fan in shock. You all intend to withdraw from the guild? Indeed, Yi Fan affirmed. Offering no further explanation. That's unnecessary, Zhao Kuei quickly implored. Our captain merely acquiesced to the situation. He is caught in a dilemma and has not explicitly stated any intention to target you. Even if there were, it would merely be a facade. A matter of saving face, not enough to warrant withdrawal. As a bronze-level beastmaster, and indeed one of the most formidable among them, such prowess is undeniably vital to a mercenary group. This caliber of member could generate hundreds of thousands in revenue through mercenary tasks alone, not to mention other contributions. I was merely attempting to frighten you, Zhao Kuei remarked, seemingly annoyed as these thoughts crossed his mind. It is not that I fear confrontation, rather, I have other plans. Yi Fan shook his head, urging him to proceed with his course of action. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's resolute demeanor, Zhao Kuei hesitated, pondering the possibility of withdrawal from the group. Very well, do as you see fit, Yi Fan replied, turning to depart with several companions in tow. Zhao Kuei had not anticipated Yi Fan's decisiveness. He watched as Yi Fan exited, only then realizing the gravity of the situation. Staring blankly at the documents before him, he sighed in resignation. Alas, this predicament leaves me caught between a rock and a hard place. After a moment, he stamped the mercenary group's seal onto the papers. Shortly thereafter, the door at the back of the mercenary group swung open. Has Yi Fan arrived? A gentle voice inquired, revealing the tall figure of Bai Chun, with Long Wu following closely behind. Zhao Kuei looked up and observed Bai Chun's expression, which bore signs of internal conflict, evidently troubled by Yi Fan's situation. He has arrived. Submitted the task and withdrawn from the group, Zhao Kuei announced, raising the task and documentation in his hand. Withdrawn? Bai Chun echoed in surprise, momentarily taken aback. When did this happen? Just now, Zhao Kuei responded with a wry smile. This revelation left Bai Chun momentarily speechless. Instinctively, he glanced at Long Wu, who, after a brief hesitation, nodded in affirmation. I shall inform the young master that it was Commander Bai who facilitated Yi Fan's withdrawal. With that, Long Wu clasped his fists in farewell, departing to relay the news to the young master. Thank you, brother Long Wu. Bai Chun sighed in relief as he watched Long Wu leave. However, upon glancing back at the documentation in Zhao Kuei's hands, a sense of helplessness washed over him. What a pity, such a powerful beastmaster. Had he remained with us at dawn, our overall strength would have significantly increased. Are you certain you wish to establish a mercenary group? The aged notary at the mercenary group's office inquired, regarding the four youthful individuals before him with uncertainty. Indeed, Yi Fan affirmed, meeting the notary's gaze as he summoned forth a hellhound. I am a bronze 9-star beastmaster. My qualifications should suffice. The notary's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing Yi Fan's summoned beast, and he nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, that is indeed adequate. However, you are only 4. The most basic mercenary group requires 5 members. The 5th will arrive shortly, Yi Fan replied just as a taxi came to a stop outside. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Upon seeing this man, Yi Fan's eyes lit up with a smile as he waved his hand and called out, Father, come inside. I'm coming, the man replied. As Yi Linsheng stepped into the room, momentarily startled by the sight of Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan, what are you up to? Come here, Dad. We just need you. Yi Fan waved his hand, prompting Yi Linsheng to hurriedly approach him. Is it all right now? After patting his father, Yi Fan addressed the notary. Very well, the notary replied, seemingly resigned as he nodded and produced a form, handing it to Yi Fan. Let us name your mercenary group. Chapter 75, Spending Money on Names. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan hesitated slightly, as if pondering something, but soon smiled and shook his head. Let us call it Divine Leaf. As he spoke, Yi Fan picked up a pen and inscribed the powerful characters Divine Leaf on the paper before him. Divine Leaf? The elderly man in charge of the ranks looked momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yi Fan. Is such a casual name acceptable? It's perfectly fine. Yi Fan replied with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Divine Leaf is no trivial name. In my previous life, it was one of my aliases. I shall register you now. The elder did not linger on the matter, accepting the name list and swiftly logging the names of the group into the registry. He then added, the registration fee is 100,000. The Mercenary Guild will assign you a base and issue an announcement. Subsequent procedures and precautions will be guided by dedicated personnel. All right, Ye Fan nodded, glancing at the plump companion beside him. The chubby man appeared dazed and, with a pained expression, retrieved a card from his pocket. This card represented their startup capital, totaling over 300,000 after selling their spoils from the past half-month of hunting, aside from the spiritual herbs they had decided to keep. Observing the chubby man's expression, Ye Fan teased. What's wrong? Are you suddenly fond of wealth? This is the hard-earned money we've worked for this month. It's only natural to feel a bit of heartache. Li Pengzi responded as he handed the card to the elder. Soon, the card transaction was completed, and the elder summoned his assistant, a poised and graceful beauty named Zayukin, who held a land lease agreement. She led Ye Fan and his companions towards Mercenary Street. Ye Fan, what is going on? On the way back, Yi Lingkong, who had been silent, finally approached Ye Fan and whispered, why have you established a mercenary group? To earn some money, and by the way, to build a bit of influence, Ye Fan replied. Before Yi Lingkong could respond, he inquired, Father, what is your current strength? Not bad, just reached bronze 2 stars. Yi Lingkong answered, I've been practicing beast taming at the arena in the city. Bronze 2 stars, Ye Fan nodded, acknowledging the progress as commendable. Of course, Yi Lingkong replied. Casting a glance at the 2 girls behind them, he added quietly, these 2 are quite impressive. You seem to be quite popular. Popular? We're all part of the same team, Ye Fan remarked. Ye Fan responded, gazing at Yi Lingkong. I understand, Yi Lingkong replied, a smile playing upon his lips. Ye Fan felt a tinge of helplessness but chose to remain silent. Along the way, it was Li Fatty and Old Dad who engaged in lively conversation. After all, Fatty and Ye Fan had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Upon learning that Yi Lingkong had also broken through to the bronze level and that his beast companion was none other than the family's little bai, Li Fatty was taken aback. Goodness, I never expected this little bai to attain bronze level, he exclaimed, looking at the little creature wagging its tail before him. Every beast possesses boundless potential, provided one can discover the means to unlock it. Beside him, Ye Fan chuckled, your solar serpent is no different. That is true, Li Fatty replied, scratching his head as he glanced at Zayukin walking ahead. What is she primarily here for? What else could it be but to collect fees? Ye Fan answered, collect fees? For what? Li Fatty was taken aback. Hasn't she already collected 100,000? That 100,000 was merely the initial capital. Ye Fan clarified, patting Li Fatty on the shoulder. You'll find out soon enough. Goodness, does everything require money? At the end of Mercenary Street, within the newly opened Mercenary Tavern, Li Fatty sat on a rickety wooden stool, staring at the list Zayukin had provided, exclaiming in astonishment. 500 for the signboard. 100 for custom badges, 100 for a set of tables and chairs. Cough. As he read halfway through, he began to cough. Surveying the dusty tavern devoid of any furnishings or cleanliness, and it charges 10,000 in rent each month? Now do you understand why I said the 100,000 was just the beginning? Ye Fan remarked from the side, giving Li Fatty's shoulder an encouraging pat. Relax. These are merely some handling fees. Once the mercenary group is up and running, we'll recoup it swiftly. Let us order a package deal for Zayukin, so she can arrange for renovations. We need to discuss our plans today. We'll start operating the mercenary group tomorrow. All right, Li Fatty nodded, reluctantly pulling out his bank card. Not far away, Zayukin seemed to have anticipated this, already preparing the card reader. Now, we can allocate our respective tasks, Ye Fan said as Li Fatty returned with a pained expression. He gathered everyone around a table, produced some paper, and stated, the initial structure of the mercenary group is not overly complex. Apart from a few key roles, most positions can be filled by hiring employees. The first task is to recruit personnel and register them. For this, Wang Lingzi will be in charge. Me? Wang Lingzi blinked in surprise, hesitating. What will my task entail? Quite simple. You'll be promoting our group to attract mercenaries, Ye Fan explained. Then, you'll need to register these mercenaries, documenting their information as thoroughly as possible and keeping backups. It doesn't sound too complicated, Wang Lingzi mused, nodding in agreement. No problem. Good, Ye Fan affirmed. The second task involves leading teams on missions. In the initial stages, the plan was simply to lead a few members of the mercenary group to accomplish various tasks, assigning appropriate bounties to each participant. As the number of members grew, we would select some to become core members, forming the backbone of the mercenary group. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxiu, who had remained silent until now, interjected, is that the fixed team of the mercenary group? Indeed, Ye Fan nodded. The fixed team constitutes a vital part of the mercenary group and embodies its hard power. It is essential to choose reliable individuals, and I will personally oversee the selection process. For the time being, the leadership of the team will rotate among you, me, and Li Yu. Once we have more members, we can divide into several fixed teams. That sounds fine, Ma Xiaoxiu replied, her enthusiasm for beast combat evident. I feel the same way, Li Pengzi concurred with a nod. And what about me? Yi Linkheng chimed in from the side. As for father, upon hearing this, Ye Fan glanced at Yi Linkheng, a smile dancing in his eyes. Father will be responsible for overseeing the rear and managing the mercenary tavern.